Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, Lady Esther presents the Screen Guild Players and Somerset Moms' hilarious comedy about a shipwreck, a courtship, and an extra wedding. Too Many Husbands. It stars Bob Hope as husband number 1, Frank Sinatra as husband number 2, and Lucille Ball as the long-suffering wife. The Lady Esther Screen Guild Players in Too Many Husbands. A year ago, Bill Cardew took a solo cruise in a ramshackle boat and disappeared from the face of the earth. His widow, Vicky, married Henry Lowndes, Bill's partner in the candy manufacturing business. This evening, Vicky picked Henry up at the office, and they are just returning home after dinner and a show. Peter, the butler, meets them at the door.
Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Peter.
Hiya, Pete. Got a fire going for
Yes,
us?
sir.
Attaboy. Now you can trot along and throw yourself into the hay.
Very good, sir.
Say, you still reading that mystery, the case of the marinated corpse?
I completed it this evening, sir.
You did, huh? Who knocked off the victim?
The butler, sir.
Oh, well, I'll come up later, Pete, and lock you in.
Very good, sir. Oh, I beg your pardon, madam.
Yes, Peter?
I neglected to mention that a gentleman called while you were gone and left this message. I took it down verbatim.
Oh, you're getting sloppy, Pete. Next time, take it down word for word.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, Peter. That will be all. Now, what gentleman could be calling me?
Oh, you must have met one once. Read the message.
Just got in on a tramp steamer. Will be there as soon as the Department of Health scrapes off my barnacles. Bill. Now, who could that be? Bill! No, it can't be. He's dead.
Of course he's dead. It must be a joke.
Oh, Henry, it can't be a joke. He must have been rescued somehow.
Well, so what? Who cares?
Don't you realize that he thinks I'm still his wife, not your wife?
That's peachy. Looks like you started getting married and forgot to say when.
Oh, you'll have to break the news to him, Henry.
Pardon me, madam, but the gentleman who called is here. He says...
One side, Jeeves. Vicky, come to Papa.
Oh.
Well, kiss me, baby. Now another one. One of those was in the script.
Oh, Bill, are you really alive?
Still some doubt about it. Okay, let's take it again. Another one, huh? Shame it's only a half-hour show. Cuddle up close, Vicky. Ah, that's wonderful. Let's just stay like this until Take It or Leave It comes on the air.
Oh, but that's next Sunday, Bill.
Well, what's a good Saturday show? If there's an echo in here, it's got an awfully sore throat.
That's Henry, Bill. Say hello to Henry.
Hiya, Henry. Say, keep cuddling, kid. Gosh, it's good to be back.
Oh, Bill, I still can't believe it. How did you get back? What happened?
Oh, really nothing to it. My boat just sank in the middle of the ocean. I wise-mulered to the desert island. Yes, I just wise-muled right through there. That was me, and for almost a year, all I ate was fish. Nothing but fish.
Did you have a man Friday?
No, on Friday, more fish.
Poor Bill.
Oh, I'm not in such bad shape. Look at these muscles. Know how I got them?
How?
Well, the only thing left to my boat was 10-foot of chain and the anchor. I used it for a yo-yo. You want to look at my muscles, Henry?
No, thanks. The doctor told me to avoid excitement.
I see. Incidentally, Hank, old man. Hank, old man. Yes? Isn't it a little past your bedtime? Your Ovaltine must be boiling by now.
Oh, I don't know. I guess I could manage to stay up a little while longer.
Oh, don't force anything, kid.
Hello, Bill, tell us some more about your experiences. Your message said that you got picked up by a steamer, tramp.
That's tramp steamer and cut it out. Well, see you tomorrow, huh, Hank? Come on, Vicky, honey.
Bill, I think Henry has something to tell you.
More? This kid's getting to be quite a chatterbox. Okay. Okay, son, tell me, but remember, we're on the air.
Hardly know where to begin.
Well, I bet it's something about business, huh?
Oh, sure, that's it. Remember our best-selling candy?
You bet. The all-day delight?
That's right, the sucker that improves your pucker. And do you remember Peanut Rapture, the bar with glamour and every goober?
Yeah.
Well? Well, sir, there used to be 11.5 peanuts in every bar, and I've cut it down to 10.5.
No.
Yes. And I've got the slogan, watch for the day, the 7th of May.
Oh, great work, Hank, and good night.
Bill, Henry has something really important to tell you, and he'd better tell you now.
And it better be important. Come on, let's hear about it.
Well, I'm married, Bill.
No fooling. Who's the screwy bride? No, wait, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Let me guess. Myrtle?
No, you see...
Agnes, Bertha, Carolyn, Daisy, Elma, Frances, Gracie, Hildegard, Imogene?
Was Henry acquainted with all those girls?
Are you kidding? Dorothy Dix used to write to him.
Now, wait.
I can't get over it, Hank. Gosh, some of these days you might even become a father.
So, that's the kind of a man I married, a wolf.
Yeah, he's the biggest... What? Who married?
Bill, old man, I've got something important to tell you.
Oh, so that's it. You've been hanging around here like a salami in a delicatessen because you live here, huh? You're her husband.
Well, I'm the nice one.
I can't believe this, Vicky. Did you really marry him, or did you just miss a question on truth or consequences?
Oh, but I thought you were dead, Bill, and I was lonely.
Lonely? Why didn't you join the Elks or something?
Can't you understand? I loved you so much that when they told me you were dead, I went all to pieces and married Henry.
Thanks for the fanfare, kid.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Henry. You've been wonderful to me.
Oh, I understand, Vicky. I'm out of your life, forgotten. You found happiness, and I'm just a gopher in the garden of love. All right, I'll go.
Oh, please, Bill. We don't feel that way about you at all, do we, Henry?
Oh, I don't know now. I think he's got hold of something there.
Well, you've got one too many husbands. You'll just have to trade one of us in to Madman Muntz. Make up your mind, Vicky.
Not now, Bill. We're tired and upset. Let's get a good night's sleep and face the problem in the morning. Henry, you will sleep in the guest room with Bill. Good night, my men.
And this is what I dreamed about on that desert island.
Come on, lover boy.
So this is the guest room. My.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Well, it's gotten frillier since I was here. Used to be a room where a man could undress without feeling ashamed. How about a pair of pajamas? Any of mine left around here?
Nope. I gave all your stuff to a tramp.
And on you it looks good. Where do I sleep?
There's the bed.
You mean we've got to sleep in the same bed?
Aren't these tears in my eyes telling you?
I'm the guy who's got trouble. Last time I slept with you, I woke up black and blue.
That's the night I dreamed I was taking chances on the punch board, remember?
Yeah, this is quite a bed. No wonder you're so puny, Henry. You haven't been eating your grape nuts.
Well, how do you know?
You sneaked them upstairs and put them in this mattress.
Why don't you stop beefing? Was there a nice, comfortable bed on that desert island?
Well, no, nothing but palm trees.
Okay, so there's a chestnut tree in the yard. Go out and hang on your tail. Who is it, a friend or another husband?
Come in.
I thought I'd see if you boys were all right.
Oh, I can't complain. Of course, I could use a pair of pajamas. The water on my knee has just turned into a popsicle.
Oh, poor Bill. Where are your pajamas, Henry?
I won't tell.
Now, I know they're in the second drawer. Go on, get a pair for Bill.
Oh, all right. But they'll be much too big for you, wise guy.
Get it. Vicky, this is the first chance I've had to tell you how wonderful I am. I mean, how wonderful you are. Look, forget about Henry. You'll have to forget about one of us anyhow. I hear they're going to start rationing husbands.
Hey, what are you whispering about?
We weren't whispering.
No, I was just showing her where a barracuda bit me.
You mean where he bit your back?
Well, a fellow's got to eat.
Please, Bill, I don't want my husbands to quarrel. Give him the pajamas, Henry.
Here, take them.
Well, good night, boys. I just wanted to be sure you were all right.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't feel very good.
No? What's the matter?
Oh, deadly tropical fever. I've got it all through my body.
Couldn't think of a better place for it.
Put your hand on my head, Vicky.
All right. Why, it's not at all hot, Bill.
It will be. Just keep your hand there.
Hey, you know, I don't feel so good myself.
You don't? Stick out your tongue, dear.
Oh, that's no fun. You held his head.
You know, I don't believe either of you are a bit sick. Now go to sleep and we'll settle everything in the morning. Good night, boys.
The second act of the Lady Esther Screen Guild play will follow in a moment. Now, a word from Lady Esther.
Once each year, you wake up in the morning and it's your birthday. A special day to be celebrated just for you. But did you ever stop to think that your skin has a birthday every day? Skin specialists will tell you that every day your skin gradually sheds part of its outside layer, and down underneath a new, fresh skin is born. Isn't that remarkable? Your skin is always trying to make itself lovelier. But it needs your help because it has an insidious enemy, a stubborn film caused by natural oils mixed with cosmetics and dirt. You can't see or feel the stubborn film, and ordinary cleansing methods fail to remove it. You think your skin is clean when it isn't. But there is a safe, sure way to get rid of that stubborn film, and here it is. Smooth on my unique Lady Esther four-purpose face cream and wipe it off. Immediately, and this is so important, apply Lady Esther cream again and wipe it off. This second cleansing with Lady Esther gets rid of that stubborn film. Now your skin is really clean, and instantly you see the difference, the clearer, fresher, younger look, the new softness and smoothness. Give your skin this wonderful chance to grow lovelier every day. Remove that stubborn film every night, my safe, sure Lady Esther way.
And now, Lady Esther presents the second act of Too Many Husbands, starring Lucille Ball, Bob Hope, and Frank Sinatra. It is now the following morning. Bill and Vicky are at the breakfast table. Henry has not yet appeared.
Coffee, dear?
Thanks. Fine thing. My first night home, and I sleep in the guest room.
How many lumps?
About 8. Where'd you get that mattress, anyway?
I wonder what's keeping Henry.
Well, he's pretty tired. He stayed up all night to watch me.
Really? What for?
I walk in his sleep. Pass me some more of that puffed rice, huh?
Oh, good morning. How did you sleep, Angel?
Great lover.
I'm talking to Vicky, Icky.
Peter, you may bring in Mr. Lowndes' breakfast now.
Yes, madam. Good morning, Mr. Lowndes. Here are your eggs, sir. Shall I serve them?
He looks silly hatching him.
I think he can do it. You know that, don't you? Are you sure 6 eggs would be enough, old man? We can always put a couple of more chickens on the swing shift.
Why don't you lay off? Why can't you let a guy enjoy a quiet breakfast with his wife?
Don't forget that she's my wife, too.
Why, Peter.
I'm frightfully sorry, ma'am. I guess I'm a bit old-fashioned.
Oh, you mean what Mr. Cardew just said?
Yes, madam. The arrangement does sound rather, sophisticated.
Well, it really isn't, Peter. You see, Mr. Cardew is my first husband.
Oh.
Yeah, he was supposed to have been drowned at sea, but wasn't, unfortunately.
No, I wasn't. You see, I had 2 months to go on my Pepsodent contract, and the Lever brothers swam out and saved me.
Really?
You see, Peter, this is a very involved problem, and I'm afraid it's only the beginning.
Oh, madam, not a third one.
No, I haven't thought of that, but I can see how it could be habit-forming.
Well, I once knew a young woman who collected seashells, and it got a dreadful grip on her.
Well, tell us more, Peter.
Pull yourself together, Pete. The whole thing will be settled by tomorrow.
I hope so, sir. Either one of you gentlemen goes or I go.
Oh, stop acting like an old maid.
It's not that, sir. I simply won't shine 4 shoes every morning.
Everybody's got a union, isn't that
I
all?
wait your...
Thank you.
There, you see?
Thank you, Peter.
Even Peter is shocked. Even Peter is shocked because I have one husband too many, and we've got to do something about it.
You're right, Vicky. I'll kill Henry this afternoon.
Darling, you've got to choose between us, and I'll help Bill pack.
Oh, I didn't sleep a wink last night. I just tossed in bed thinking and thinking and thinking. And finally I decided that...
Yes?
That I couldn't make up my mind.
Oh.
But the time has come. I must make a decision now.
Good. Good, and I hope the loser will have the decency
What'd
to join
you say?
I said good, and I hope the loser will have the decency to join the Foreign Legion. Tell me, Bill, if
What's
you
that?
lose, will you join the Foreign Legion?
Will I do what?
Will you join the Foreign Legion?
Well, I'll meet you halfway. I'll go down to the library and read Beau Jest. Stout fellow, aren't you? It's just the way this
boys,
suit fits. Stop
please.
that.
Now, just sit there, both of you, and don't say a word. Just let me look at you a little while.
Well, look at us, Vic.
Vicky, darling, while you're deciding, I only want you to remember that I came to you in your darkest hour and gave you all the love in my heart. And I only want you to remember that.
Honey.
And that our life together... And that our life together, if you choose me, will be as happy as it is in my power to make it. I thank you.
No, don't give him the Oscar yet. Wait a minute.
Oh, Henry.
Oh, what a speech. Isn't that nice? He did it up so well, didn't he? Hello, Vic.
Henry.
What, honey?
Henry, you're
What,
so
Hen?
sweet.
Oh, that's Hen, yes. That's you, Henry. Listen, Vicky, all I want you to... It's a grand line. I don't know why I ignore it like that. All I want you to remember, Vicky, is our first hour together in the tunnel of love at Coney Island. And you swam back. You were peachy.
Oh, dear, this is so difficult. If only one of you were good-looking or intelligent, it would be much easier.
My agent read this stuff. That's what I...
Intelligent, eh? Say, William, old man.
Yes?
You don't happen to
Where'd
know
you go?
how to... You don't happen to know how to...
Yes, Hen.
You don't happen to know how to spell pithecanthropus by any chance?
Can you say that on the radio?
Yes.
Pithecanthropus.
I'll repeat it for you.
Is that a California town? Pithecanthropus,
No,
yes.
pithecanthropus.
I like the way you say it, too.
Yeah, pithecanthropus. It is the missing
Awful
link.
time to get lower plate wobble, isn't it?
You know what it is,
Let's
don't
go.
you?
Bill just reach for his razor blade. But what is it? What is it? What's
it's
that?
the missing link between man and ape. How do you spell it?
Crosby.
Now, you see, Vicky? With me, big words are everyday conversation.
Yeah, well, with me, it's muscles. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
Huh?
You heard me. Can you jump over the breakfast table?
What for? I can wait till the butter comes around to me.
Yeah. Well, I say you can't. Not that it's anything to a man of my athletic prowess.
Well, if there were a reason for my jumping over the table, I could do it, too.
Watch this, you armchair athlete. Give me a little room, Vicky. Here I go. Remember me? I'm the one that jumped. We better get off the air before the sound man destroys himself. Who left that tall spoon in the coffee cup?
I don't believe you made it, old man.
Bill, darling, are you hurt?
Oh, my. Yes, I am. Hey,
What?
what's that on the floor right there?
Why, it's just some puffed rice, dear.
Thank goodness. I thought it was my teeth.
Playing games, oh, this is hopeless. I can see right now I'll have to separate you two boys. That's the only way I'll ever come to a decision. It's like old times, isn't it, Bill?
Uh-huh.
Remember how we used to walk in this park together when I was married to you?
Yeah, this is what I get for going away and letting you fall into the clutches of a rat like Henry.
Oh, please, dear, you're talking about my husband.
What do you think I am, Uncle Remus? It was hard enough on that awful island a whole year just thinking about you, remembering the way you used to kiss me.
Put your arm around me, Bill.
One night I dreamed we were getting married all over again. You had the same ribbon in your hair. You wore the same leopard skin coat. I put my arms around you. I kissed you, and then I woke up.
Oh, poor Bill.
And the dream was so real, even after I woke up, I thought I was still kissing somebody in a leopard skin coat. I was, too. A leopard.
Put your arm around me again. Kiss me. Oh, Bill, I haven't felt this way since you drowned.
Will you quit calling me dead? I ain't dead. I'm just holding this expression till they pay off my life insurance.
Now I know, Bill. It's you I love.
Oh, hooray! Tonight we celebrate.
Oh, but one of us will have to be brave and tell Henry.
Well, let me know what he says.
Oh. Poor Henry.
Yeah, poor Henry. Well, at least he'll have the peanut bars. We'll give him the whole goober business. Just think, 20 million nuts to him. Just think.
Why, darling, what are you doing here at the office? Don't tell me you're taking an interest in the candy business.
Henry, there's something I must tell you.
Say, I'm sure glad you... I feel, Vicky. Now, what did you want to tell me?
Only that I love you, Henry.
That's the way to talk. Tonight we celebrate. Tonight we tell the whole world.
Yes, darling.
Wait till Bill hears this. Ow! He'll cut off his curly hair and weave himself a new mattress.
Oh, poor Bill.
Yeah. Poor Bill.
Thanks for the memory. Just a second. What are you doing here? All right, one at a time. What are you doing here?
I have a date with Vicky.
You have a date with her. That's a pretty good kid. Yes, sir. That's pretty good there, boy.
I hope so. Oh, I get it. She hasn't told you yet, huh?
Told me what?
Well, Bill, Vicky decided this afternoon, and we're going to get married. And you can either divorce her or die again, but this time you've got to do a better job.
Look, am I crazy? Henry, this afternoon, Vicky promised to marry me.
Holy smoke, you too?
Don't you see? She handed us both the same routine.
Well, how do you like that? I'll be a...
You always have been, old boy. Now, look. What do we do now?
She isn't worthy of either of us, Bill.
You're right, Henry.
After all, she's only a woman, isn't she?
That's all.
Why, there must be 1,000,000 others just as attractive.
Sure.
100 million.
You bet.
What's she got that any other woman hasn't got?
Nothing.
Not a thing.
That was fun. What do we play now?
Bill, old man, we've got to stick together.
Yes, sir. You're right, pal. What do you say she doesn't get either of us?
It's a deal, Pod. When she comes in, we walk out. Together.
Shake. I always wanted to see the Sahara Desert. Now I'll see it with you.
Remember now, solid front, pal.
You said it, pal. Hello, Vicky.
Why, Bill. Oh, and Henry. Both of you.
Yes, Vicky. Henry and I have talked things over. You've toyed with us, Vicky, like an octopus toys with a... what does an octopus toy with?
Another octopus.
You know, he studied, hasn't he?
But I didn't mean to toy with you. It's just that it's been so hard to choose.
Well, we've made the choice for you, darling. Henry and I are going to the Sahara.
Goodbye, Vicky.
Wait, you can't do this. Please, I'll decide.
This way to the Greyhound. This way here.
Goodbye, Vicky.
No, come back. Come back. Please come back.
Well, get a good night's sleep, Bill. We're taking a long trip tomorrow. See you in the morning.
Good night, Henry. Well, why not?
Bill.
Vicky, I have to come back. I have to see... Uh-oh.
Hello, Bill. I guess I beat you back from the Sahara Desert, huh?
Well, hold your hats, folks. Here we go again.
Thank you, Frank Sinatra, Bob Hope, and Lucille Ball for your delightful performances in tonight's play.
I have the boys' permission to speak for them, Mr. Bradley, in saying that we consider our yearly appearance on this program as one of the really enjoyable privileges of belonging to our profession. We are all familiar with the fine work being done by the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its country house, and we know that work is supported largely by this program. And now, before we tell you about next week's show, here's a word from one of America's best-known beauty authorities, Lady Esther.
Thank you, Miss Ball. Did you ever notice how much better you feel when you wear something that's just right for you? A hat that just suits the shape of your face? A dress that flatters you because it's just the right color? Your mirror says you look wonderful, so you feel wonderful. Well, so many women write and tell me they get that same wonderful feeling the moment they use my Bridal Pink face powder. Lady Esther Bridal Pink is such a romantic springtime shade. But the most amazing thing about it is its subtle and elusive quality of flattery, a mysterious quality that makes it right for 4 basic types of skin. No matter what the color of your hair, you'll see the exciting difference Bridal Pink makes to your own skin. If you're a blonde, Bridal Pink will dramatize your blondness, make your skin look softer, more alluring. If you're a brunette, Bridal Pink will intensify the contrast, make you look more romantic. If you're a brunette, Bridal Pink will lift up your whole appearance. And if you're a redhead, Bridal Pink will wake up your skin, give it the life and warmth that needs to go with your hair. The moment you see my Lady Esther Bridal Pink, you'll be anxious to try it. And when you do, you'll see how much extra flattery it brings to your skin.
Next week, the Lady Esther Screen Guild Players will present one of the funniest pictures of the year, Stork Bites Man. It will star Jackie Cooper, Anita Louise, and Gus Schilling. Be sure to listen. Too Many Husbands was produced and directed by Bill Laurence and was presented through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures, producers of The Guilt of Janet Ames, starring Rosalind Russell and Melvin Douglas. Music on tonight's program was arranged and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Lucille Ball appeared by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Sea of Grass, starring Spencer Tracy, Katharine Hepburn, and Robert Walker. Bob Hope appeared through the courtesy of Pepsodent and is currently being seen in the Paramount picture My Favorite Brunette. Frank Sinatra appeared through the courtesy of Old Gold Cigarettes and can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn musical It Happened in Brooklyn, also starring Katherine Grayson, Peter Lawford, and Jimmy Durante. You save enough on the largest size jar of Lady Esther face cream to buy a box of Lady Esther face powder. So remember, ask for the largest size. Tonight's Lady Esther Screen Guild show is being heard by our servicemen and women overseas through the worldwide shortwave and network facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next week, part of the country goes on daylight saving time. If your city remains on standard time, the Lady Esther Screen Guild show will be heard 1 hour earlier. Check your local newspaper for time. This is Truman Bradley speaking for Lady Esther. Thank you, and good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, Roma Wines present
Suspense. Tonight, My Wife, Geraldine, starring Edward G. Robinson.
Suspense is presented for your enjoyment by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. Those excellent California wines that can add so much pleasantness to the way you live, to your happiness in entertaining guests, to your enjoyment of everyday meals. Yes, right now a glassful would be very pleasant as Roma Wines bring you
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, to raise the curtain on another study in suspense. Tonight from Hollywood, Roma Wines bring you a star, Mr. Edward G. Robinson, in the story of an amazing hoax and a phantom love that led a man along the steep and dangerous bypaths of sanity. And so with My Wife, Geraldine, and with the performance of Edward G. Robinson in the role of Geraldine's husband, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. I know you're in there, Mr. Graham. You'd better open up. It's important. All right, I'll use my passkey then. Oh, why are you sitting in the dark, Mr. Graham?
Go away. Leave me alone.
I've something to tell you. How can you sit here in the dark alone at a time like this? Gives me the creeps. Where's that light switch? Now, isn't that better with the lights on?
What do you want? Why do you keep bothering me? I told you I'm not hungry.
All right. I just brought this soup along in case. Now, listen to what I have to say, Mr. Graham.
Well, I can't very well help myself, can I?
That detective is coming back for you. He'll be here in just a few minutes.
Why are you telling me this?
I don't know. It won't do you any good unless I want it to.
What are you driving at?
Did you kill your wife, Mr. Graham?
Oh, that's a good one.
And the others. Did you really kill all those women?
All what women?
They say you're that wife killer. The one the newspapers call the Black Widower.
Well, aren't you afraid being all alone in the same room with the Black Widower?
No, not exactly. Besides, they say he only kills women he's married to.
Well, then I should propose to you without further delay, Miss Barton.
Please, please don't joke. There's not time for it. I know a way for you to get out without being seen. There are police all around the house, but I know a way.
I'm not interested.
I wasn't going to tell you anyway. Not unless I discovered it wasn't true. About your being that murderer.
Well, the police say I killed Geraldine. They ought to know.
They found her body, Mr. Graham.
Found her. Found Geraldine. No. This is too good. Who identified her? You?
You forget, Mr. Graham. I scarcely ever saw her close enough to identify her.
Yes, but you did see her.
Well, after all, a person could hardly live in the same house for close on to 6 months without catching a glimpse of Geraldine.
Yes, of course.
Mr. Graham, you haven't much time.
And what do you want, Miss Barton? A nice, juicy confession? Yes, that would be useful, wouldn't it? We'd never have to take in roomers again. You could charge admission to this house. And this is the room where the Black Widower confessed all to me. I couldn't help it, he said. It was a compulsion. I loved her, but I had to kill her. It was just like all the others.
I'm sorry, Mr. Graham. I won't bother you again. If you need anything, well, I'll go.
No, wait. I've hurt your feelings, haven't I? Sit down. It's better with you here. Really, it is.
Just tell me one thing and I'll go, Mr. Graham. Did you kill her? Not the others, but her.
Well, why Geraldine, especially?
Because you loved her so. It was the most beautiful thing that ever happened to me. Sharing your happiness with her. The talks we used to have about her. The way you used to...
Oh, stop it.
I'm sorry.
I'll tell you. You won't believe it, but I'll tell you.
Oh, please do, Mr. Graham.
And, this may seem strange, but I shall have to exact a solemn promise from you never to tell anyone what I'm about to reveal.
I suppose it's wrong, but very well. You have my promise.
Well, to begin with, I couldn't possibly have killed Geraldine.
Then they've made a mistake. She's still alive.
No, she's not alive.
Oh, you knew that all along?
Of course. You see, my wife, Geraldine, never even existed.
Tonight for Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you as star Mr. Edward G. Robinson, whom you have heard in the prologue to My Wife, Geraldine, a radio play by Robert Tallman from a story by Laurence Marcus. Tonight's tale of Suspense.
This is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. To millions all over the world, the name Elsa Maxwell stands for gracious hospitality. Her suggestions on entertaining are eagerly sought, and here's an especially timely one.
Planning a simple dinner for friends during these days of food rationing calls for imagination. Yet any hostess can compliment family and guests and make simple foods temptingly attractive. I suggest the simple and inexpensive touch that Roma lends, making party fare out of the most ordinary supper. Serve cool Roma red Burgundy with the meal. If possible, too, dine by candlelight. The tart piquancy of deliciously robust Roma California Burgundy, and the soft, flattering lighting heightens the pleasure of dining. Remember, though, the important thing is to serve and enjoy good Roma wine with the dinner.
Dinner by candlelight with brilliant, distinctive Roma wine. Truly an appealing idea. And as Miss Maxwell suggests, delicious Roma California Burgundy is the subtle note that tones up the occasion. Roma Burgundy, like all Roma wines, is of unvarying goodness. The goodness of selected grapes, picked at their best in California's choicest vineyards, then guided to flavor fullness by the ancient wine-making skill of Roma's famed wineries. Serve Roma wine regularly. It costs only pennies a glass. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our sound stage Edward G. Robinson in My Wife, Geraldine, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I'd better go back to the beginning. before Geraldine, shall we say. I was a bachelor, Miss Barton, what they call a confirmed bachelor. My mother was left a widow at the time of my life when most young men start going out with girls. She was an invalid. Well, you know how it is. It's an old story. In those days, Geraldine was only a sort of vague picture in my mind. She didn't have any name. She was only the girl that I hoped one day to marry. As the years passed by, the hope faded. But as it faded, the image of the girl became more vivid. I'd always admired Geraldine Farrar, and so I named my dream girl Geraldine. I used to ride the commuting train to my job in the city, and I got to know all the regular commuters who rode in the same smoking car. They were all married men, and... good morning, Holmes.
Oh.
Morning, Jackson. Smith.
Hello, Graham.
Oh.
Say, fellas, did I tell you my wife's expecting again?
You don't say.
Well, congratulations, Smith, old boy.
Thanks.
How's about a bet?
$5 says it's another girl.
I'm betting on twins. Odds 1,000,000 to 1.
What's your bet, Graham?
Oh, my bet? Oh, well, I don't have any children, you see, and
What's your wife raise? Pekingese poodles?
Yeah. Now that I think of it, you've never mentioned your wife in all the times we've been riding together, Graham.
Well, my wife, Geraldine, I'll show you her picture someday.
She must be a raving beauty, or Graham wouldn't be so quiet about it. Huh, fellas?
I always knew Graham was nursing some secret. Now it's out. An extravagant wife.
No, Geraldine is not extravagant. I don't like your tone of voice, Holmes. You're speaking of my wife.
Oh, no, wait a minute. He was only kidding.
I can see you haven't been married very long, Graham.
I don't believe he's married at all.
Oh, you don't? Well, let me tell you something. Not all marriages are like yours. Some people stay in love. I think I may safely say that Geraldine and I will always be in love. Well, that was how it started. When I thought about it afterwards, I was astonished at my behavior. I'd got as angry at the slighting remarks they had made about Geraldine as if Geraldine had been a real person and really my wife. Well, they all wanted to believe in Geraldine. And after my mother died, she became more and more real to me and more necessary.
Come in.
You sent for me, Mr. Potter?
Yes, Graham. Have a chair. Cigar?
Oh, thanks.
Well, the cat's out of the bag. Congratulations.
Oh.
You're in for a promotion and a raise in pay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Potter.
Not at all. Glad to have another married man on our payroll.
Oh.
Just a technicality, Graham.
Yes, sir.
So as to justify this raise with our main office, will you bring around your marriage license?
Yes, but, Mr.
It's
Potter...
a company rule, Graham. Got to do it. For all we know, you might be this black widower fella. The one that's married all those women on fake marriage licenses and then killed them for their cash and jewelry. Yes, sir. Some women will marry anybody. Even you, eh, Graham? Well, no offense, old man.
Well, I guess I better be getting back to the job.
Yeah, that's the spirit. Don't forget that marriage license.
No, sir, I won't forget.
Yes, sir.
Are you, Fred Bell?
Yeah?
Well, look, I'm in sort of a spot. I've just changed jobs, and for the record, you understand, I have to show them my marriage license. By George, I've lost it, and I don't know what to do.
Who sent you here, mister?
A fellow roomer in my hotel, Frank McGuire.
Oh. Well, I'm sticking my neck way out on this. It's going to cost you dough.
And now it became necessary for me to change my mode of life even more. I could scarcely go on living in bachelor quarters with Geraldine. And that brought me to you, Miss Barton, remember?
Yes?
I saw your advertisement in the Morning Herald. A furnished apartment.
Oh, yes. Come in, won't you?
Thank you.
You better set your bag down on the hall here. No use lugging it upstairs till you've seen the place.
Yes. That's a good idea.
It's right up these stairs.
Thank you.
Is it just you alone?
Oh, no. Myself and wife.
Oh.
Well, she works late in a war plant, so she gave me the rather unpleasant job of finding a place.
Well, this is it.
Mm-hmm.
2 rooms and a small kitchen.
Oh.
The bath's in there.
Yes. Looks very nice.
It's a good vanity table for your wife.
Oh, yes. I'm sure she'd like that especially.
There's plenty of closet space for her clothes.
Her clothes?
Well, if she's anything like most women, I'll bet that isn't all of her clothes in that one suitcase.
No, of course not. Oh, goodness, no.
Well, I don't give a hang for clothes myself. Maybe that's why I'm an old maid.
Oh, no, you don't. Well, what is the rent?
$10 a week. That we could get more, but since your wife
Yes,
is...
well, all right, I'll take it. Here's the first month's rent.
Well, I'd better give you a receipt for this.
Well, it's not necessary, but my wife likes to hang on to such things for some reason. So you better make it out to her. Mrs. Graham, Geraldine Graham.
All right, Mr. Graham.
And now I better go back to our old place and bring over the rest of our clothes.
What size does your wife wear, Mr. Graham?
Why, I don't know exactly. What size do you...
Well, I wear 16. She'll probably be in to have them altered anyway. Now, here's a little model that just came in.
Oh, no. That won't do at all. That's much too fussy for Geraldine.
Well, perhaps it would help if you could describe her for me.
Well, she has a kind of a gentle dignity in bearing, if you know what I mean. Her hair is taffy-colored with little gold lights in it. And her eyes. Her eyes are a kind of a luminous gray-green color. Some days they look green, and other days they're gray with gold flecks in them. Her features are delicate, but strongly molded. Sensitive, but not fragile. And her skin is fair, almost translucent, with just a sprinkling of freckles when she's been out in the sun for a day. She tries to cover them up, of course, as all women do, and she's... well, she's not exactly...
How long have you been married?
What? Why, only a short time.
I thought so.
Well, I'm not much good at describing people, especially people I know awfully well.
On the contrary, you're almost too good at it. You've made me feel I've met her.
You see, she was becoming more and more definite all the time. Remember how you dropped in to see me, us, that day? Oh, come in, Miss Barton.
I thought I could help you with your unpacking.
Well, perhaps you could help with my wife's things. She gets home so late, I'd like to have everything arranged for her.
Oh, what lovely clothes. And that suit.
Yes.
Why, just look at that suit. It's new, isn't it?
Well, I think it is. I'm not sure.
Of course it is. This is the suit I've had my eye on. I wanted it for Easter.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Why, she's just my size, too.
Oh, Yes, I believe she is.
Well, she must be just about my coloring, too, judging from her clothes.
Well, yes. There is something about the hair and eyes.
Oh, I can't wait to see what she's like.
Well, don't be surprised if you don't see her for some time. She comes in quite late and leaves so early in the morning that sometimes even I wonder if she's really been home or if I just imagined it.
Well, I must say, you're a gentleman to put up with it.
Well, she gets a kick out of this war job. And after all, it's only for the duration.
You must be very much in love, Mr. Graham.
Well, Geraldine and I are an unusual couple, Miss Barton. But so far, I believe that our marriage is an unqualified success. And so the legend of Geraldine grew. The fellows at my office used to kid me about my ideal marriage.
Hey, Jack, what's the matter with Graham? He hasn't phoned his wife for nearly an hour.
Oh, come now.
Maybe they had a fight.
Oh, not Romeo and Geraldine. Graham. How do you do it, Graham?
Well,
my wife broke a plate over my head at our honeymoon breakfast, and we've had to buy 3 new sets of dishes every year ever since.
How do I do it? Well, watch this. I'll give you a lesson. I pick up the phone and dial a number at random. It was a little act I put on every day for their benefit.
Unique Garage, Harry speaking.
Hello, darling. You still love me?
Hey, you got the wrong party, bud. This is the Unique Garage.
Of course I do.
Huh?
Say it again, honey, just like that.
Okay, you dumb. This is the Unique Garage, Harry speaking. Now, what do you want?
Of course I don't mind you buying a new hat. Was it the crazy little one with the bird on it? The one you told me about?
Listen, I got no time for gags. Are you a friend of somebody here?
Well, what do you say we go out to a show tonight and break it in, hmm?
Break what in?
Why, of course I've missed you. I can't be away from you for 10 seconds without feeling lost and lonely. Darling.
I'm sorry, darling, but I got a heavy date tonight at the El Morocco. Goodbye, you lush.
Oh, honey, you haven't been seeing him again. Yes, I know he's a friend of your sister. Yes, I mean your sister Geraldine, but... I know Geraldine, but I don't want that man around the house. Hmm? Yes, always and always, darling. Goodbye. How clever I thought myself that day, injecting that little discordant note, just that hint of jealousy into my one-sided conversation with Geraldine. How could I have known that it would be used against me later? How could I have known that my whole new life was to fall to pieces? Because it was that afternoon that the accident happened. A piece of equipment struck me in the head. When I regained consciousness, Mr. Potter was sitting beside my bed there in the company hospital.
Well, where is she? Look, she's got to be notified, old fella. Next to kin, you know. It's the law, I believe. If she isn't at home...
Now, please don't ask me any more questions.
Now, look here, Graham. Forget that I'm your employer. Think of me as a friend. You can tell me. What is it? Has she left you?
No.
Well, then where is she?
Well, I won't say any more. I was going to tell you everything, but I know you wouldn't believe me. I'll just say this. There's no use you're looking for her. You won't find her.
You don't want the police mixed up in this, do you, Graham?
Oh, I don't care. I'll go to prison. I'll do whatever I must, but I won't answer any more questions about Geraldine. Well, you know the rest of the story, Miss Barton. When they released me from the hospital this morning, I knew it was only a matter of time until I'd be arrested for the murder of Geraldine. I didn't know they'd find her body quite so soon. But I'm rather glad they did. Now my secret will never be known. Geraldine is as real in death as she was to me in life.
Oh, Mr. Graham, aren't you glad you told me your story?
Yes. Yes, I knew you'd understand somehow. Yes, but remember your promise.
But, Mr. Graham, you can't let yourself be hanged for the murder of a woman who never existed. Now, listen to me. When that detective comes back, tell him all these things.
No, I will not, Miss Barton. Let them think I'm the Black Widower.
Oh, but...
I even forged the marriage license.
Oh, Mr. Graham, if only I'd known
the police
you then.
description. No, it's all too perfect. Apparently, this Black Widower and I look startlingly alike. So you see, it's quite hopeless.
Mr. Graham, that's the detective now. What are you going to do?
Nothing. I'm tired. I'll be glad to get it over. I couldn't bear to tell them about Geraldine. I couldn't stand for people to read about her and me in the papers and go about making cruel jokes over us. I don't care about saving my own life at that cost.
Oh, please.
That's why I made you give me your solemn promise to keep our secret, Miss Barton. But before they come in, I'd just like to say, you've been wonderful. You know, you're rather like Geraldine.
Mr. Graham, oh, George, my poor dog.
All right, put the bracelets on him, Riley. Bring the woman along for questioning.
Just a moment, officer. You're making a terrible mistake. Listen to me. He is not the Black Widower.
We know that, lady. They picked that one up in Albany a couple of hours ago.
You found the Black Widower? Oh, George.
What's that? My goodness.
But your friend, Mr. Graham here, has still got some explaining to do.
Such as?
Such as what happened to his wife. We've got a corpus delicti and everything, you know.
Well, very well, officer. I guess
Will you be quiet, George? Officer, can I believe the evidence of my own ears? Do you say there is some question regarding Mr. Graham's wife?
That's right. His wife.
Well, it seems to me that a lot of trouble could have been spared if you had asked me about it.
What do you mean?
Now, please, my dear. You promised.
Please, you see, I am Geraldine Graham.
Well, I don't want... Hey, listen, what's this? You're his wife.
He has no other.
Now, please, it's very kind of you, but it's no use. You see, officer, you won't believe me, but Geraldine never existed.
Officer, my husband has had a very serious accident. He isn't quite right in the head yet, and you are not helping matters.
Oh, Riley, get that phone, will you?
Sure.
Now then, let's get this straight once and for all.
Riley speaking. What? Yeah? Hold everything.
Huh?
Hey, it's headquarters on the phone. They've identified that woman's corpus delicti. Her name is Oymansud Bovak. She fell off a tugboat.
Well, why didn't they say so in the first place? Well, folks, it looks like we had a little misunderstanding all around. You know how it is. Well, take care of yourself, Mr. Graham. Goodbye, Mrs. G. I'm pleased to have made your acquaintance. Come on, Riley, come on. Let's get out of here.
Miss Barton, Agnes, I don't really know...
George.
Yes?
What was Geraldine like? I mean, what did she look like?
Well, really, my dear, Geraldine? Well, she has a kind of a gentle dignity and a grace of bearing. Her hair is taffy-colored with little gold lights in it. And her eyes... Well, her eyes are a kind of luminous gray-green color. Her skin is fair, almost translucent, with just a sprinkling of freckles when she's been out in the sun for a day. She tries to cover them up, of course, as all women do, and...
I always do. You know, George, I was just looking in the mirror here while you were... You know, my hair is taffy-colored, and the little gold lights in it. That was very observant of you, George. And my eyes, would you really say gray-green?
My goodness. My goodness, I do believe... Miss Barton, Agnes, do you suppose...
That we could be married immediately? I rather think that can be arranged. And thank you for your nice proposal.
My dear. Darling.
Oh. George, what is Geraldine going to think of all this?
She'll be furious.
And so closes My Wife, Geraldine, starring Edward G. Robinson. Jeanette Nolan appeared as Agnes opposite Mr. Robinson in tonight's study in Suspense. Suspense is produced, edited, and directed by William Spear.
Before Mr. Robinson returns to our microphone, this is Truman Bradley for Roma Wines. One woman recognized as knowing all the niceties of entertaining is the world-famous hostess, Miss Elsa Maxwell. She has this to say about simple wartime entertaining.
Good friends and good Roma sherry. These are the makings of a pleasant evening. Roma California sherry is ideal for any occasion, before dinner with appetizers or during friendly afternoon or evening visits. You and your guests will enjoy the light, nut-like flavor of glorious amber-colored Roma sherry. And for fullest enjoyment, serve cool.
Delicious and distinguished as they are, Roma wines cost only pennies a glass. Serve and enjoy them often. Remember, more Americans enjoy Roma than any other wine. R-O-M-A, Roma Wines. And next time you use vermouth, sweet or dry, choose Roma vermouth. Zestful, full-flavored Roma vermouth is blended, mellowed, and developed with all the traditional winemaking skill of Roma wineries, yet surprisingly low-priced. Try Roma Vermouth soon, won't you?
This is Edward G. Robinson. I have certainly enjoyed appearing here this evening on Suspense, and I want to tell you how much I'm looking forward to hearing next week's broadcast in this series. My friend James M. Cain, who wrote Double Indemnity, and the film version of which I had the honor of appearing this year, is the author of another wonderful suspense story called Love's Lovely Counterfeit. You will hear it next Thursday, and your star will be Mr. Humphrey Bogart. Remember him? I used to knock him off every morning before breakfast. Well, that sounds like quite a show, and I know you won't want to miss it.
Edward G. Robinson is currently starring in the international production The Woman in the Window. Next Thursday, same time, Mr. Humphrey Bogart will be your star of Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Family Theater, starring Bing Crosby and Irene Dunn, with Dana Andrews as your host. More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Good evening. This is Dana Andrews. A few seconds ago, you heard me say, more things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. I'll bet when you heard that, some of you said, what a strange way to begin a radio program. What are those people in Hollywood thinking about anyway? Well, I'll tell you what we're thinking about. We're thinking about our families, just like you're thinking about your family. You see, a lot of us in the entertainment business, well, we think the same way you do. We think that a happy family is the greatest gift a guy can have. And that's why this program is called The Family Theater. And each week we remind you that more things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Because we want to remind you that prayer, that's right, prayer, family prayer, can help keep your family happy and well and together. That's all. Simple, isn't it? But we're not here to preach to you. We're here to put on a radio program, and we hope you'll enjoy it. Tonight's story is by a well-known writer, Charles Tazewell. The story's kind of strange and unusual. A story that might never happen on Earth or even in heaven. But then again, well, why don't you listen to it? Listen to the music of Meredith Wilson's orchestra and to the story of J. Smith and wife, starring Irene Dunn and Bing Crosby.
Therefore speak I to them in parables, because seeing they see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand.
Gee, it's awful pretty, isn't it, Johnny?
Yeah, it's all right.
It looks something like the gardens in Central Park. Only different somehow.
Yeah, it does, Mary.
I wonder how you'd get in there.
Well, I guess there must be a gate somewhere. People got to get in and out.
Sure they do. They couldn't go climbing over the fence, could they?
I guess not. They look pretty funny. There's got to be a gate.
You suppose they'd let us go in there?
Why not?
Gee, that'd be swell, wouldn't it?
Oh, I guess it would. You could walk around and look at the flowers. You always kind of liked them.
Yeah. Remember the time that friend of yours took us out to Long Island?
Charlie Brown?
Yeah, that was him. We rode in the rumble seat and we brought back all those flowers. Dogwood, they said it was.
We had a good time, didn't we?
Yeah, we had them around the apartment for more than a week. I never saw flowers last so long.
Well, you kept them till they were all dried up.
Well, I just kind of hated to throw them away. While they was around, I could sort of look at them and remember what a swell time we had.
Yeah, you could.
The geraniums and things I raised on the fire escape are pretty, but somehow they weren't like the ones we got out on the island. You could close your eyes and smell them and think you was right out in the woods.
Well, I guess that was because they grew kind of wild-like. Those flowers inside the fence or something like them. We could get inside. I don't suppose they'd let you pick any, but you could look at them.
Well, that'd be just as good. There's got to be a gate.
Well, let's walk and follow the fence until we come to one. Come on. Say, ain't that a gate over there?
Yeah, looks like it. It's all gilt or gold.
Oh, it'd be gold. They wouldn't have no call to use nothing else.
Oh, it's so bright it sort of hurts your eyes, don't it? It's bright and shiny like my wedding ring when I first wore it.
I wished I only had a chance to get you a good ring, Mary. I've been planning to for a long time.
I know, Johnny, but don't you think about it. I was always happy and sort of proud wearing that ring.
Oh, but that was a cheap one, only gold-plated. I'd have liked to get you a swell one, you know, solid.
But that one was just as good, and it meant the same thing. Why, I wouldn't have wanted a better one. It'd just been ruined with my hands in dishwater. Been a waste of money.
Just the same, I'd have liked to have got you a better one. I didn't have the money at the time, and then later on it seemed like something always come along to take the money. Gas bills and rent and shoes for Tommy and...
Oh, now, don't you worry none about that ring, Johnny. I was crazy about it. I wouldn't have traded that for one with 50 diamonds in it that somebody else had given me.
Say, ain't that a guy sitting over there by the gate?
You suppose he's a kind of a guard?
Well, they'd have to have somebody to kind of take care of things.
Do you think you might ask him if we could go in and just kind of look around?
Well, no harm in asking. Lots of guys used to stop me on the street and ask me how to get places. You know, strangers in New York for the first time.
Well, they could tell you was a New Yorker and knew your way around.
I guess that was it. I could always tell them, too, and how they'd get there easiest, on a bus or subway.
Mm-hmm. I always thought you ought to have that job in the information booth down at Grand Central. I bet you'd have been swell there.
Maybe I would. Remember how we used to meet there and go to lunch before we got married?
Yeah. You used to always get there first?
Yeah.
When I came down the steps, I could see you standing there reading the timetable. Like you was a big businessman going out to Chicago or Toledo or Detroit.
I bet you I read every timetable they had. The guy back at the desk must have thought I was a world traveler or something. He used to say, "Hello, where are you going today?"
Mm-hmm. You remember the trips we used to plan out of those timetables? While we was eating lunch at that one-arm place?
For our honeymoon, we was going to Washington, D.C.
Yeah, we decided on Washington instead of Niagara Falls. It didn't cost so much. And it was more educational, too.
I'm sorry we didn't get to go.
Oh, I'm not, Johnny. No, it's better like it was. You get so dirty traveling, and, well, we might have got sick or something eating in hotels and a change of drinking water.
Just the same, I wish we could have gone, but the furniture cost more than I thought it would, and then the first month's rent on the apartment in advance. And...
It cost a lot to set up housekeeping. Gee, wasn't we broke when we moved in?
I'll say we were. The place looked swell. Of course, the elevator went right by the windows.
Oh, but I didn't mind that. Why, it was sort of company when I was there alone in the daytime.
No, it wasn't so much, I guess. But it was home.
Oh, when I brought some of the girls up from the store, they was jealous as could be, and I showed them that picture of you know, the one you had taken out of Coney Island in the airplane. Oh, they all thought you was so handsome.
They did?
Sure they did. Why, Maisie Greenbaum said you was handsome enough to be in moving pictures.
Well, I always try to keep dressed up a little. That kind of makes a guy better looking than he really is, you know. Guess I must have been wearing that coat with the bell around it when they took that picture.
I always meant to have Maisie come up for dinner some night.
That would have been nice. Now, why didn't you?
Oh, I don't know. We just sort of lost track of each other.
Maybe she got married and gave up her career like you did.
Oh, I didn't give up anything.
Well, if you hadn't married a mug like me, there's no telling where you'd ended up.
I'd ended up just the way I started, in love with you.
Gee, that's swell. Always kind of wondered if you might not be sorry that you...
Sorry? No. No, I'm glad. Have you ever been sorry, Johnny?
Me? I should say not. Well, I don't know what I'd have done the last 10 years without you.
Well, you'd have got along all right.
No, I wouldn't. Well, how do you suppose I'd ever work my way up to be head shipping clerk if you hadn't encouraged me?
Oh, gee, I never knew you felt that way before. I thought sometimes you might have felt the baby me was sort of holding you back from getting someplace.
I don't see whatever made you think a thing like that. Now, if you'd asked me, I'd have told you. You don't want to go around thinking things like that.
Oh, it doesn't matter, Johnny. Nothing matters as long as you love me.
Sure I do. Here. Let me show you how much.
Better not do that, Johnny. The old guy's looking at us. Maybe they don't allow you to do things like that here.
Well, say, I don't see why not. A fella can't kiss his own wife.
Well, but he may not know we're married, and there's no way he could tell just by looking at us. You know, he might think we was being sort of mushy. Come on now, you better speak to him. Ask him if we can go through the gate.
I'll ask him. You better come along with me, and then in case it's all right, we go right in, see?
Sure, I'll go with you. With those whiskers, he looks something like the old man we used to see riding on the 2nd Avenue L, don't he?
Yeah, he does. Excuse me, mister.
Welcome, my children.
Thanks.
You've just arrived.
We just got here. We've been looking around some. That's a nice place you got inside the gate there. You the watchman?
I'm the keeper of the gate.
Gee, sure is a nice place. What do you call it?
The Elysian Fields.
Gee, that's a swell name. The Elysian Fields. Is that a swell name, Mary?
Yeah, it just sort of fits it, don't it?
It sure does. Yes, sir. Just sort of tailor-made. I bet you a lot of apartment house owners would like to know about that name. It's got class, you know, like Ravenfield Court or Towanda Terrace. Gee, I bet you they wouldn't have no trouble at all getting people to move into a place called the Elysian Gardens. No, sir. I bet you they wouldn't have a single vacancy.
Johnny, ask him if we can go on in.
Oh, yeah. Mister, my wife was just asking me if it'd be all right if we went in there and looked around a little. You see, she kind of takes the flowers.
What is your name, please?
Smith. J. Smith. This is my wife, Mary. J. Smith and wife, I guess they'd have us down under.
I'll see if your names are in my book.
That'd be nice of you. I don't know how we got here, what we're doing here. You see, we took the boy, Tommy his name is.
Yeah, he's 8 years old.
Yeah, we took him on sort of an outing this morning.
We think it was this morning.
Sure, and something happened.
Yes, some sort of accident. Yeah, that was it, an accident. Something happened to the boat.
Then you both died this afternoon?
Died?
Yes, my son.
Dad, you mean Johnny and me?
It is only the dead who pass this way, my dear. I'll go look in the book.
Johnny, is he right?
Well, maybe something happened to us in the accident. It's all kind of like a dream, but maybe he's right.
Oh, no, we can't be, Johnny. We just can't be. Don't you see, if we're dead like he says, there's no one to take care of Tommy.
He'll be all right,
No.
Maggie. His grandma, she's crazy about him. She'll look after him.
But it's me he wants. He's got to do his lessons, and he mustn't fight with the boy in the tailor's shop.
Oh, gee, Mary, we're here, and I guess there ain't nothing we can do about it.
But he's just a baby.
We just got to take what comes along like we always have.
Johnny.
Hey, we can get things fixed up when we go inside. Let's just wait here now till he gets back.
You said the name was J. Smith and wife?
Yeah, that's it, mister.
I do not find such a name in my book.
You don't?
No.
Well, it must.
It is not here. I'm sorry.
Oh. Well, it doesn't matter, I guess.
Oh, but Johnny...
I'm sorry. Very sorry. I really am.
Oh, well, that's all right. It's not your fault. There's no cause for you to feel bad about it.
Couldn't there be some mistake, maybe? You know, there's so many Smiths. There was a couple right in our block.
There's no mistake, Mary Smith.
Well, do you think they might not have got around to putting our names down yet? Maybe if we used to wait around a little?
No, John Smith. It would be useless to wait. You see, the names here recorded are of those who have done some great unselfish deed during their lifetime. Some noble act in which they forgot themselves and gave all they had. They, and they only, may pass through these gates.
Well, that's pretty fine, but we never done nothing like that, did we, Mary?
No, we're just kind of ordinary.
Well, what becomes of ordinary people like us? Isn't there some place that...
Of course there is a place for you, just beyond here. You'll be very happy there, because it has beauty, too, but a different kind of beauty. As far as your eyes can see are golden streets.
Oh, well, that's pretty fine, isn't it? Sure. That'll be great, won't it, Mary?
Yeah, just great, Johnny.
Well, I bet you never expected to see nothing like that, did you?
No, I should say not.
Golden streets.
Perhaps I'm wrong, but you don't seem very happy about it.
Oh, well, yeah, we're happy, all right. At least I am. Mary's a little disappointed, maybe.
Disappointed?
Yeah, you see, she's always had streets. Nothing but streets with buildings all around. Well, you can see how it is, mister. When you've been walking on streets all your life, it's kind of hard to get all excited about more streets, even if they are made out of gold.
I understand, and I'm sorry. But I can't alter the rules.
No, sure you can't. Gosh, we wouldn't ask you to do that, Gino. We wouldn't want you to get in any trouble over us.
Oh, no, of course not. Why, every place has got to have rules to keep things running right.
Sure. Even the place I worked at got out a little book of rules with the boss's picture in front. I worked for him going on 12 years, and I never broke a rule.
Oh, yes, you did, Johnny. You broke a rule the time the baby came.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, you see, there was a rule that no employee was supposed to leave the building before 5:30 without getting permission from the head of the department.
Yeah, well, they called me from the hospital about 5:20 and told me everything was all right, and it was a boy, and, gee, I was so excited.
Yeah, he just got his hat and left without saying a word to Mr. Corcoran. Mr. Corcoran was his foreman.
The big boss was nice about it, though.
Oh, yes, he was, Johnny.
Yes, sir. Mr. Corcoran sent him up a full report of what I did and why. And you know what he did? He sent down word that I was only to be docked half a day's pay for walking out that way 10 minutes ahead of time. Gee, he's a swell guy. I wish you could meet him, mister.
Yes. I'm looking forward to meeting your boss, if he ever comes this way.
I'll bet you he'll get in those Elysian fields without no trouble at all. I'll bet you they'll reserve a whole page for his name in that book of yours. Yes, sir, he's a big shot.
I guess you had kind of a quiet laugh all to yourself when you thought about two people like us trying to get into a grand place that's sort of reserved for big guys like him.
No, I didn't laugh, Mrs. Smith.
I guess we better be moving along and not take up no more of your time. Gee, I guess I've been talking your arm off and keep him from doing something important.
I was just about to leave when you came along.
Oh, you're closing up for the day?
There'll be no more wanderers on this road until tomorrow. I hope. Well, good night, my friend.
Good night.
Good night, mister.
The place you seek is just beyond.
Thanks, thank you. We'll rest a while and then get started.
Gee, it's quiet, isn't it, Johnny?
So quiet it kind of hurts your ears. Well, I guess we better get along to the place he told us to go.
Yeah, I guess we better. Only...
Only what, Mary?
Well, I don't suppose we'll ever be back at this place again.
No, I guess we won't. Why?
You think we could just look through the gate before we go? Not open it, you know, just look through. It'd be something to remember. Something to kind of think about.
Well...
Kind of like those flowers we brought back to the apartment. Something that would kind of remind us that there are swell things, beautiful things, even if we can't ever have them.
I know what you mean. No, I don't think anybody'd care. They couldn't do no harm just looking through the bars. I don't see how they'd have any rule against that. Sure. Go ahead, look.
Ain't you coming with me?
Yeah, I'll come along if you want me to.
Gee, it's so pretty it sort of takes your breath away.
Yeah, it's all right.
It makes you feel that, well, oh, come on, Johnny. Let's go on to where we belong.
You don't want to look at it no more?
No, I'm all through looking.
But... Oh, gee, Mary, don't do that.
Oh, I'm all right. I'm all right, I tell you.
Please don't cry. Now, there ain't nothing that's worth your crying. Nothing, anywhere.
Oh, Johnny, honest, I ain't. Besides, if I was, it wouldn't mean anything. Don't I always cry when I'm happy? All women do that. Gee, a woman crying don't mean nothing. Nothing at all. I'm just kind of tired, that's all.
Tired. I'm tired, too. Awful tired. Tired of being just ordinary, common. Tired of being made to feel we don't amount to nothing, that we're just washouts.
Johnny, you mustn't feel like that.
Well, it's the truth, ain't it?
No.
Why go on kidding myself? All my life I've pretended I didn't care, and I made up stories about how this one and that one thought I was the works, but they didn't. They didn't even know I was alive.
Well, Johnny, you mustn't say things like that. They ain't true.
Sure, it's true. They didn't even know I was alive, and now they don't even know I'm dead. I'm still nobody, and you're a nobody, too, just because you married me.
Oh.
That ain't right. There ain't no reason for them to put you in my class just because you're my wife.
Johnny.
There ain't no sense in them making you cry. I tell you, it ain't right.
But I'm not crying, Johnny. I told you.
We didn't ask to come here, did we? He said we died this afternoon. Well, I thought when you died it'd be different, but... No, it's just like it's always been.
But, Johnny, don't you see? The man said this place was sort of special. For people that had done something swell, something big and unselfish.
But we never had a chance to do nothing like that.
No, I know we didn't, Johnny. Oh, but it doesn't matter. We don't have to go in there. We can be happy any place as long as we're together. Sure we can. But don't you remember how happy we were getting ready for the trip? Don't you remember how excited we were?
Yeah, I remember.
And yesterday morning, Tommy was up before daylight. He was so afraid we missed the boat. Johnny, you know something. He's going to look just like you when he grows up. I couldn't help noticing when he went down the steps. He's got the same way of walking and the same way of holding his head.
Do you think so?
And he talks just like you, too. He's got that same habit of kind of smiling all the time.
Oh, but he's got your eyes. Hey, he sure was excited about going on the boat, wasn't he?
Oh, he didn't talk about nothing else for days.
Remember how his eyes stuck out when I came home and told him how I'd got honorable mention in the limerick contest and they was giving us the boat trip clear up to Boston?
Do you think I could ever forget it? You know what he did? He showed your name in the magazine to all the kids in the neighborhood.
Did he do that?
Yeah.
Gee, I guess if he saves it, he can prove to everybody that his old man wasn't a dumbbell, can't he?
Well, I guess it ain't everybody that gets his name in a magazine. That one that goes all over the country like that one. It was in great big type, too.
J. Smith, honorable mention. That's nearly as good as being on one of them rolls of honor, ain't it? J. Smith, honorable mention.
That'll be something for him to show people, all right. And I bet you he'll tell them how brave you were when the boat went down, too.
When the boat... Gee, ain't that funny? I'd almost forgot all about that. It seems so long ago.
Well, it was just last night, don't you remember? We was all asleep in the cabin.
Yeah, and the smoke woke me up.
And you opened the door, and there was fire everywhere.
That's right. Somebody was yelling that the boat was sinking and to get in the lifeboats.
Yeah, but we couldn't find any. Everybody'd gone off and left us.
I remember Tommy crying. He was so scared.
Then the fire came all around us. You couldn't breathe.
And we jumped.
You had Tommy in your arms.
In the water, it was terrible cold.
Oh, like ice. It made you numb all over.
We started to swim for the lights on the shore.
Oh, there was a terrible long way off.
Too far, I guess. I used to be a good swimmer, but I got kind of tired.
Well, you was holding us both up, Johnny and me. Oh, gee, I don't see how you ever got as far as that life preserver.
Gosh, I was glad to see that floating on the water. If it had only been a boat or something, we could have all held on to it till somebody came along and picked us up.
But even I could see the one life preserver couldn't hold all three of us up. They're only made for one. Gee, didn't we have a time getting Tommy into it and fixing it so it wouldn't come off?
He didn't want us to leave him, did he?
No, but he promised he wouldn't cry when I asked him not to and told him we were both going for help, and he kissed me goodbye, Johnny. He kissed me right here on the forehead because the life preserver kept me from getting close to him, see.
Gee. I didn't mind dying, did you?
No.
I wasn't afraid because I knew he'd be all right.
Sure. That's it.
Nobody minds dying. Not for somebody they love.
Sure they don't. Besides, we aren't dead, Johnny, Because Tommy's still living, and he's us, you and me together.
Sure, only he's better than us. He'll grow up to be as big as the love you and me have for each other because he was born from that love.
We were just ordinary, but he'll be the kind that'll do some wonderful thing like that gate man said. Something you and me never had a chance to do. Something unselfish and fine. Why, maybe that's why you and me died, so he can do that, Johnny.
Sure. Maybe we did.
Oh, my children, come on to me.
Listen, did you hear somebody speak, Johnny?
No, I didn't hear anything.
Those who dwell here with me have given much for your sake, but you have given more than any of these, for you have given all.
Don't you hear it, Johnny? It's a voice I've heard somewhere before.
Do you not know that I smile on the foolish things of the world, that I might put shame to those that are wise? Do you not know that I choose the weak things of the world, that I might put to shame the things that are strong?
Yeah, I hear it, Mary. Only it isn't a voice, it's more like music.
I will go before you and make the rough places smooth. I will break in pieces the doors of brass and cut in sunder the bars of iron.
Johnny, look! The gate's standing open. Wide open, Johnny.
Yeah.
I didn't touch it, honest I didn't. I hope nobody
The gates never will be closed against such as you. Come on to me, and I shall wipe away every tear from your eyes, and death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain. Can you not hear me? Come.
Johnny, the voice, it's speaking to us. It's asking us to come on, to come in the gate.
But we don't belong there. That's not our place.
Well, maybe not. Maybe we ain't never been anything. Maybe we ain't never done anything. But maybe somebody wants us just the same. Maybe they do, Johnny. Let's go in and see.
This is Dana Andrews again. I know I speak for all of you when I say thank you, Bing Crosby and Irene Dunn, for telling us the story of J. Smith and wife. You know something? Everybody wants to be rich. I want to be rich. You want to be rich. But did you ever stop to think what makes you rich? $1 million? There are lots of guys making $40 a week with a swell wife and a couple of swell kids. Those guys wouldn't take $1 million for even one kid. So who's rich? The guy with $1 million or the guy with $40? The wife and the swell kids. What I'm driving at is this. You just can't put a price on what it means to have a family you love and a family that loves you. The right kind of family. Maybe you're a little scared that your family won't grow up to be the right kind of family. But don't worry. You can get insurance against that. The best kind of insurance in the world. Prayer. Family prayer. The family that prays together stays together. The family that prays together is not the kind of family that gets into trouble. You know that. Ask, and you shall receive. You know that, too. So ask. Ask God to help you. He will. That you can be sure of. Before saying goodnight, I want to express our thanks to all of you who have helped make this program possible. Thanks also to Richard Sandel for directing our play tonight, and to our producer, Bob Longenecker. Next week, the Family Theater will star Miss Margaret Sullivan in an original story by Walter Newman entitled, I Give You Maggie. Now, this is Dana Andrews saying good night, all.
Next week, and in the weeks that follow, you will hear more of your favorite stars, such as Spencer Tracy, Maureen O'Hara, Susan Peters, Rosalind Russell, Ruth Huzzy, Charles Boyer and Pat O'Brien, in plays written especially for family theater by the nation's leading radio dramatists and directed by the most outstanding directors. This series of the Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Network, which has responded to this need, and by the actors and technicians in the motion picture and radio industries who have volunteered their services to fulfill it. This program is heard overseas through the facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
To Francis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Garth Donald. To Francis by G.K. Chesterton.
An excerpt from a letter to his fiancée, Frances.
When we set up a house, darling, honeysuckle porch, eucalyptus hedge, bees, poetry, and 8 shillings a week, I think that you will have to do the shopping, particularly at Felixstowe. There was a great and glorious man who said, "Give us the luxuries of life, and we will dispense with the necessities." That, I think, would be a splendid motto to write, in letters of brown gold, over the porch of our hypothetical home. There will be a sofa for you, for example, but no chairs, for I prefer the floor. There will be a select store of chocolate creams to make you do the carp with, and the rest will be bread and water. We will each retain a suit of evening dress for great occasions, and at other times clothe ourselves in the skins of wild beasts. How pretty you would look, which would fit your taste in furs and be economical. I have sometimes thought it would be very fine to take an ordinary house, a very poor, commonplace house in West Kensington, say, and make it symbolic. Not artistic, heaven, oh, heaven forbid. My blood boils when I think of the affronts put on by knock-kneed pictorial epicures on the strong, honest, ugly, patient shapes of necessary things, the brave old bones of life. There are aesthetic pattering prigs who can look on a saucepan without one tear of joy or sadness, mongrel decadents that can see no dignity in the honorable scars of a kettle. So they concentrate all their house decorations on colored windows that no one looks out of, vases of lilies that everyone wishes out of the way. No. My idea, which is much cheaper, is to make a house really allegoric, really explain its own essential meaning. Mystical or ancient sayings should be inscribed on every object. The more prosaic the object, the better, and the more coarsely and rudely the inscription was traced, the better. "Hast thou sent the rain upon the earth?" should be inscribed on the umbrella stand, perhaps on the umbrella. "Even the hairs on your head are all numbered," would give a tremendous significance to one's hairbrushes. The words about living water would reveal the music and sanctity of the sink, while "Our God is a consuming fire" might be written over the kitchen grate to assist with the mystical musings of the cook. Shall we ever try that experiment, dearest? Perhaps not, for no words would be golden enough for the tools you had to touch. Your beauty would be enough for one house.
End of To Francis by G.K. Chesterton.
Whitehall, 1212, hurry.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time, Scotland Yard opens its secret files to bring you the authentic, true stories of some of its most baffling cases. These records are drawn from the Scotland Yard files, and only the names of the participants have been changed. The research has been prepared by Mr. Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter for the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Mr. Willis Cooper. Here are the principal participants in Scotland Yard case number 397 MR381. Stanley Russell, shop clerk.
Mr. Russell is not to be found.
Mrs. Hope Russell, his wife.
Mrs. Russell was reported missing on the day before Good Friday.
Adolf Hitler's Luftwaffe. Chief Inspector Bryce Purcell of Scotland Yard.
I should like to introduce Deputy Commander William Bird of Scotland Yard, my superior officer.
Before we proceed, I believe it would be a good idea to visit the Black Museum. Come along with me, if you please.
After you, sir.
Good afternoon, John.
Good afternoon, sir.
This is Chief Superintendent John Davidson, curator of Scotland Yard's Black Museum.
Well, how do you do? You came about case number 397 MR 381, I believe you said, sir.
Right. Will you tell us about it, John?
Well, this is the exhibit. No, don't touch it, please. It's quite fragile. And as you can see, it has already been broken. We have a great many other exhibits of crimes in these rooms. Murder weapons, blood-stained garments, bullets that have snuffed out many lives, death masks and many notorious criminals. Almost every instrument of violence that can be conceived. I should explain that these gruesome objects about us are not merely souvenirs. Many of them have aided our men in solving other crimes and bringing the perpetrators to justice. Now, this one.
Tell us what this thing is, John.
This is Mrs. Hope Russell.
"16 months after the Easter Blitz of 1941, the work of clearing out bombed-out areas of London was still progressing. On the 12th July 1942, the Scotland Yard Information Room received an urgent call from P.C. John Dunn of the Kennington District. A patrol car in which Chief Inspector Purcell was riding was dispatched to the scene, a partially destroyed Baptist chapel.
I was directed to the spot by P.C. Dunn, who was on point duty at the road intersection.
Right over there, sir, where you see the men standing. They found something, sir. The navvies that's working here.
Right, thank you. Morning, boys.
Morning.
What have you found?
Who are you, mate?
I'm Chief Inspector Purcell, Scotland Yard. What's up?
Down, sir? Down there.
In that hole, sir?
Yeah. It's an old burying vault, sir.
What is it?
A skeleton, sir. He's dead.
Up down, Georgie and Sean with your torch.
All right.
There you see, sir. Here he is.
Stand to one side, will you?
He's off under this stone slab, sir. See?
I see him. Well, what's so strange about a skeleton in a burial vault?
There ain't been anybody in there since 1934, sir.
1935.
I was in that gang that moved the old corpses out of here, Herbert. It was 1934. We didn't leave 'em one. God bless you.
It's the quicklime down here, sir.
Quicklime? How'd quicklime get down there?
You're the detective, mister. We just work here.
The badly burned skeleton was removed to the pathological laboratories at Scotland Yard, together with the other articles found in the vault. A considerable amount of quicklime and a half-burned straw pelleas which had partially covered the remains. There was nothing else. I stood beside Keith Briggs, the Home Office pathologist, while he completed his examination. "What do you think, Keith?" I asked.
Well, she's dead.
She?
Well, it's a woman, all right. No question about that. The hip bones are characteristically a woman's. So is the sacrum here, and...
How old a woman?
Oh, middle-aged, I'd say. The bones are fully developed, so we know she was full-grown. And there were one or two strands of long gray hair adhering to the skull. Here they are. And then the teeth here.
What about them?
Well, you see, they're pretty well worn. Now, you see here, in the upper jaw, 7 of the uppers are missing. Now, you see these ridges?
Yes.
Well, they were caused by a dental plate, which probably consisted of 7 teeth, and then...
What are you looking for?
The measuring tape.
Oh, here. The lady was lying on it. What are you going to do now?
See how tall she was.
She's rather jumbled about. And the feet, where are they?
Oh, the thigh bone's all I need. Oh, hold it, please, huh? This one. Now, Let's see. 43 centimeters. Well, that's all right, sir. Now, 43 centimeters multiplied by 3.6.
What are you doing?
On Sediment scale, you multiply the length of the thigh bone by 3.6. Man's, that's 3.7. And you get the exact height. Now, see, that's 154.8 centimeters. We'll call it 1 meter 55. Meters 39.37 and 55 hundredths of 39.37 is 21.65. Now, 39.37 plus 21.65, that's 7, 5, 12, 6, 9, 10, 9, 10, 11, 3, 5, 6, 61.02 inches. There. She was 5 feet 1 and 200 inches tall. In a word, 5'1".
What was her name?
Whatever her name, sir, she was murdered.
Consider that I've asked the question.
Eh? Oh, how do I know? Well, this bone here.
Where does it fit?
This is what she talked with. It's the voice box, the trachea, the throat. Look, see these little wing things up here?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you see this one? See, it's broken.
Well,
this is one of the most significant fractures in all forensic medicine, sir.
Why?
There's only one way to do it.
Oh, come on, man. Don't come Sherlock Holmes on me. How do you do it?
Well, I was about to say by manual pressure on the throat, sir.
Strangulation, you mean?
Intentional strangulation, sir. There's no other way.
And then there's the quicklime.
Surely you know that quicklime will not destroy a body, sir.
Yes, I know it, Keith. But murderers seldom do. Reference to the ARP records showed that every other casualty and missing persons in Kennington had been accounted for. It was apparent that the victim had not been a resident of that district. I caused bulletins and charts of the teeth to be sent to all the dentists in London for identification. No results were forthcoming, and we were forced to conclude that the dentist in question had become an air raid casualty, or that the work had been done in some other city. I gave Purcell a very difficult assignment.
Difficult, sir? Well, it's not so difficult, but it's tedious. It'll take a long time.
I know, but it's got to be done. I'm strongly of the opinion that it was murder.
We checked carefully, sir, and the only quicklime on the entire premises was that in the vault with the skeleton. I thought they might have dusted the entire place with quicklime for sanitary purposes, but they hadn't. Certainly looks as if someone had wanted to dispose of a body.
Until we know who she was, we'll never discover who he is.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll get cracking. I'll need men to go over the missing persons registers, sir, to find the names and addresses.
Every woman 5 feet tall, of middle age with gray hair, who is still missing now.
And then I'll need more men to make inquiries of all the next of kin to see which of them wore false teeth.
And to find out which one wore an upper plate that matches the one in Briggs's chart here.
It'll take a good many men and a good bit of time, sir.
You can get the men, Purcell, and we've got the time. Good luck.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Nothing whatever happened for 2 weeks, except for the unrewarded activities of Purcell's men. I had a minor inspiration about the 7th day. Put me through to Sergeant Bowles, please. Commander Baird here, Sergeant. I should like you to send me all the file copies of the Metro operations for the period 2 weeks before to 2 weeks after the Easter Blitz of last year, please. Yes, at once, if you please. The Metropolitan Informations is a daily newspaper containing digests of all the crime news. It is usually invaluable. I pored over every issue, looking assiduously for an item that might prove of some help. I had reached the end of the first week after the date the Kennington Chapel was destroyed with no results whatever when Purcell reported.
Found, sir.
Oh, good.
Here is the missing plate.
That's much better than I'd hoped for, Purcell.
Apparently the plate hurt her mouth. She often left it at home. As a matter of fact, I found it at her sister's.
Oh?
I stopped upstairs to see Keith Briggs in the laboratory, and they fit exactly, allowing for the fact that there's no flesh on the jawbones. Here's Keith.
Is that right, Keith?
That's right, sir. And the marks on the skeleton's teeth coincide exactly with these little clamps here. I've brought the skull down. Yeah. You see, sir?
Oh, she looks very fine. Congratulations, Purcell.
Thank you, sir. The only thing is, she was reported missing 3 days before the raid that destroyed the chapel.
She was?
It's in all the records, sir.
Where were you, madame?
She might have been hidden in the vault. Immediately she was murdered, sir. And then the fire, when the place was bombed...
It must have been quite a hot fire. Let's see. The Kennington Fire Brigade, please. Yes. Oh, what's her name, Purcell?
Mrs. Hope Russell.
Russell. Hope Russell, did you say... Oh, hello. Is that the Kennington Fire Brigade? The senior company officer, if you please. I'll wait. Hope Russell. I've run across that name somewhere. Yes? Thank you. Hello, this is Commander Byrd at Scotland Yard. Do you remember during the Easter Blitz last year when the Baptist chapel was destroyed there in Kennington? What I wanted to know was that a very severe fire... What? There was no fire?
What?
No fire whatever when the chapel was destroyed? Oh, 2 days later. How very curious. It was reported by whom? The Kennington police. Or wasn't there a... Oh, look here, old chap. I'm sending at once for their divisional superintendent. Could you possibly come along with him to my office at the yard? Yes. I'm afraid it is rather important. I'll have him pick you up in his car. Thank you so much. At once, yes.
No fire.
Keith, will you mind? Get him and the fire chap over here at once. Use my name. Ask them both to bring their records for that night. Please.
All right, sir. No fire, eh?
What's that woman's name, Purcell?
Mrs. Hope Russell.
I knew I remembered it. Look at this.
Metro Informations, eh?
Look under articles lost and found. I was just reading it.
Lost and found.
Here, the third item. Read that.
Found by Postmistress Guilford, Surrey, in the post office yesterday, a woman's purse. Black leather, plain, strap. Contents, lipstick, comb, mirror, 2 London tram tickets, 11pence in coin, ration book, identity card, issued to Mrs. Hope Russell. Well, what was she doing in Guildford?
Look at the date of the paper, Purcell.
April...
What was she doing in Guildford 3 days after the air raid in Kennington? The divisional superintendent and the fire brigade officer from Kennington sat in my office with Purcell and me. I looked at the fire brigade records first.
Now, here, sir. This is the day of the big raid when the chapel was destroyed. Good Friday evening, 11th of April, 1941.
Yes.
Every call is set down in the occurrence book here, sir.
Yes, I know.
Together with all the calls to the auxiliary fire service, the civilians, sir.
Yes, I know.
And you can see there's no report whatever of a fire at the Kennington Baptist Chapel from either source.
Quite.
But over here, sir, on this page, Tuesday the 15th, 4 days later, 11 o'clock p.m. You see, sir?
Mm-hmm.
Chapel and so forth. Report telephoned in by Kennington Police Station.
Do your records correspond, Superintendent?
I'll read it to you, sir. 10:57 p.m., Tuesday, 15th of April. P.C. Allison telephoned to report a fire at the ruins of the Baptist Chapel. Alarm telephone to Kennington Fire Brigade at 11 p.m.
You rang us up yourself, Robert.
I did that indeed. Here's my initial.
What do you think, Purcell?
Why did the police constable report it?
Yes, I was just going to ask that.
I don't understand, sir.
Wasn't there a fire watcher?
Wasn't there?
Well, sir, there was a fire watcher.
There was supposed to be.
Well, where was he?
Asleep, sir, probably.
Or out catching a drink somewhere.
Not an ARP man.
No, sir. A private man employed for the wholesale chemist across the road from the chapel. A thoroughly useless man.
Completely undependable.
Yeah, his employers caught up with him at last, sir. He was sacked 6 or 7 weeks ago. I've not seen him since.
Neither have I.
Well, sounds like a spib to me.
He is, sir. I knew him quite well. Had a great deal of trouble with his wife, and I used to see him quite regularly.
Oh?
He agreed to pay in 18 shillings and 9pence, I think it was, weekly, at the police station for her, which he didn't ever do.
Not ever.
Never once till Easter Monday last year, right after the big raid. He kept it up, too, till he was discharged and left.
I suppose this chemical firm he worked for could put us onto him. I'd like to have a chat with the fellow. Wouldn't you, Purcell?
I certainly would. I'll telephone them now and ask them if you'll give me the name of the firm and his name.
Oh, his name is Stanley Russell.
Russell?
I wonder if you'd know his wife's name, Superintendent.
Oh, I've seen it often enough. Yes, sir. Her name is Mrs. Hope Russell.
In The Pirates of Penzance, Gilbert and Sullivan complain bitterly that a policeman's lot is not a happy one. I subscribe most heartily to that sentiment. I would like you to hear Chief Inspector Purcell's report to me, just as he gave it, in my office. Well, Purcell, I said, did you find our Mr. Stanley Russell all right?
Not there.
Well, you've left men to wait for him, haven't you?
Sir, I got the address of the place. Sergeant Hatton and I drove there in a yard car driven by Constable Small.
Get on with it, man.
The whole bloody place was gone, sir.
Gone?
The whole bloody block was destroyed. Destroyed by an enemy bomb in an air raid 6 months ago. One day after Russell moved in. Not one person in the whole building's been heard of since. Sir, I respectfully request permission to go somewhere and get howling drunk.
You know, Purcell, I think I'll go with you.
But we didn't. We sat quietly in Commander Bird's office and thought long, dark thoughts. After a while, Keith Briggs, the pathologist, observing the light inside, stopped by, and almost at the same time, John Davidson from the back museum came in to see what was up. Nothing's up, John, I said. On the contrary.
What happened?
Purcell was just telling Keith here. The chap is a Blitz casualty.
Dead?
And may God have mercy on his soul.
I'd rather hope to hear a bloke in a black cap say that, Keith. I thought we had him, dead to rights.
Oh, don't be so bloody American.
I think we could have proved it. He strangled her, then hid her body in the vault. Took a handbag to Guildford and lost it in the post office there.
Cleverly putting Scotland Yard off the scent.
Timing was a little bad.
And then when the Blitz came...
Tried quicklime first, didn't work.
Blitz came, and he set her afire.
If he'd been a better fire watcher and not hiding in a hole somewhere, he'd have known there was no fire that night.
Yeah, but he was a good fire watcher.
Wasn't good at anything.
I wonder...
What, John? What do you mean, John?
Well, if I'd strangled my wife and burned her up, which God forbid, because I haven't one, I'd be very happy to have people think I was dead. If I'd hear that my home was destroyed and everybody in it dead, I should be delighted, most delighted. I'd change my name.
Not in wartime, you wouldn't.
That's right. Identity cards and ration books.
Absolutely.
I'd forgotten. Getting new ones in the name of Harry Hawkins or Sam Small would be difficult. But even Scotland Yard would stop looking for me if they thought I was dead. Wouldn't they, Commander Bird?
And you'd go around buying new clothing and whatnot, if you could, and presenting your own ration book in your own name and... Where are you going, Purcell?
I'm going to stagger home through the blackout, sir, with your permission. I've a large number of men's clothing stores to interview beginning tomorrow, and I'd like to get a good night's sleep. Good night, all.
The Stanley Russell crop was enormous. Chief Inspector Purcell discovered that 234 of them had purchased clothing since the date our Stanley Russell had been reported dead by enemy action. But not one of them was the Stanley Russell we wanted. We made thorough inquiries of all his known acquaintances, all to no avail. The War Office had no record of our man. We were reluctantly forced to the conclusion that he was dead, or that he had heard of our search for him and gone to ground most effectively, as I said to a rather haggard Purcell. Purcell shook his head.
I'd like to keep on looking, sir, if I may. I have a hunch that he'll turn up unexpectedly.
It will certainly be unexpected so far as I'm concerned.
I'd like to keep on trying, sir.
Well, for a few weeks more, but I'm afraid... Commander Byrd speaking. Yes, he's here. It's for you, Purcell.
Well, I'll take it outside, sir.
No, don't. Take it here.
Thank you, sir. Chief Inspector Purcell here. Who is he? Oh? Well, I don't know him personally, but I know of him. Yes. Will you ask him to wait a moment? I'll ring you back. Sir.
Yeah?
I've never been so shocked in all my life.
Oh, really? What's happened? Somebody dead?
Somebody's alive.
What?
If I'd heard this on the radio, I wouldn't have believed it.
Why, what's happened?
Mr. Stanley Russell is calling on us.
Well, Brother Purcell, let him enter and be received in due form.
Will you show Mr. Stanley Russell in, please? Thank you.
You sound like a spider, Purcell.
Thank you, sir. I feel I am.
And a chair for our guest.
You think I sound like a spider? Come in.
Mr. Stanley Russell, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. I was looking for Inspector Purcell.
Come in, sir. I'm Chief Inspector Purcell.
How do you do, sir?
And this is Commander Byrd.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. May I sit down? Thank you. Does one smoke in here?
Yes, by all means.
Will you try an Abdullah?
I'm afraid I always smoke Woodbines. Now, I hear Scotland Yard is looking for me.
That's true.
Why, may I ask?
You've been extremely hard to find.
Oh, I've been in the country. Derbyshire.
We should have come there eventually.
Oh, I've saved you the trouble. What do you want to see me about?
You were a fire watcher, Mr. Russell, in Kennington.
Yes.
There was an unreported fire at the Baptist chapel there whilst you were on duty.
When?
2 nights after the raid that destroyed the chapel.
I didn't see any fire. Is that all you wanted?
No, Mr. Russell.
Well, I don't recall any fire, sir.
You didn't see or hear the fire brigade?
No, sir.
Near 11 o'clock?
Oh. Well, I must admit I wasn't there.
Where were you?
I did see the fire brigade moving away when I came back, but...
Where were you?
Oh, I was out of cigarettes, and I strolled around the corner to see if I could borrow 1 or 2 from the fire watcher at post 4.
He says he never saw you, Mr. Russell.
Oh, he's probably forgotten. It's a long time ago.
He will swear he didn't see you that night.
Well, the fire obviously didn't do any damage.
A woman was burned to death in it.
Murdered?
Do you know anything about it?
Of course not. I'm very sorry to hear that anything like that...
The woman was your wife.
May I have one of your cigarettes, please? Thanks. So that's what became of her.
Do you know anything about it?
I'm afraid I must disappoint you, gentlemen. I wasn't on very good terms with her.
We know that.
I'm afraid I've no tears for her. She was... Oh, well, she's dead now. I shan't say anything. Naturally, I'm shocked.
Naturally.
But I'm afraid I'm not sorry.
Do you know anyone who would have had a motive for murdering him? You had a motive, didn't you, Mr. Russell?
I can see how you might think so, but I didn't murder her, I assure you.
When did you last see her?
I don't really remember. Several months before she was murdered, I think.
How do you know she was murdered?
Why, you said so.
Did I?
Oh, I would have had good cause to, Inspector, but I'd have been a fool to do it now, wouldn't I?
Yes. Well, Mr. Russell, thank you for coming to see us. If there is anything else you remember, please come back and see us again. I think that's all for now. How can we find you if we need you? We may want your corroboration of certain facts.
Well, I'll write down my address, sir.
It's a sad affair, and you have our sympathy.
Thank you, sir. I admit I'm terribly shocked.
Of course.
Well, here's the address and telephone number, sir.
Thank you. Feel free to call on us at any time. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, gentlemen. I was merely trying to do my duty.
Oh, you've done it admirably, sir. Goodbye.
Well, thank you.
Well.
He's a liar.
I know it.
May I ask why you...
Why I let him go? He thinks he's got us completely fooled. He'll be back with more helpful information. Come in, Mr. Russell.
I just remembered something that might be of importance.
Come in.
I remembered that an old straw palliasse, a mattress I used to catch 40 winks on, it was stolen about that time.
Oh.
Could that have been used to stop the fire? Did you find it?
Yes, we found it.
Oh, that's good. Well, I must go now. Oh, by the way, was the body destroyed?
By the quicklime?
Yes. What's the matter?
You are a very clever man, Mr. Russell. Much too clever for your own good.
Why? Why, may I ask?
No one had mentioned quicklime, except you.
Well, I thought... I mean... I didn't... I wasn't even there. I tell you, I didn't touch her.
I said you were much too clever for your own good.
You think I didn't strangle her?
Go ahead, Chief Inspector.
Stanley Russell, I arrest you on the charge of willful murder.
I didn't do it.
And I warn you that whatever you say will be taken down in writing and may be given in evidence.
The crime. The painstaking evidence Scotland Yard had collected, together with Stanley Russell's own statements, were sufficient to convince a jury that he had murdered his wife, Hope Russell, and burned her body. All his allegations of misconduct on her part were proved completely false. It was demonstrated at the trial that he had planned the murder for a long time, and having found a convenient time and place, had committed it.
The verdict.
My Lord, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty of willful murder.
The sentence.
Prisoner at the bar, stand up. It is the sentence of this court that you be hanged by the neck until dead. And may God have mercy on your soul.
You have heard the true story of case number 397MR381 from the files of Scotland Yard. The names of the participants have, for obvious reasons, been changed. Starting next week, Whitehall 1212 will be heard at a new time, 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Research by Percy Hoskins of the London Daily Express. Stories for radio written and directed by Willis Cooper. Next, listen for Tales of the Texas Rangers on NBC.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And that drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Hans Conried, Gail Gordon, Elliot Lewis, B. Benaderet, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, as we look in at the Burns home today, we find Gracie talking to her friend and neighbor, Mrs. Morton.
I tell you, Gracie, it's wonderful. Every husband and wife should take a vacation from one another now and then.
But why, Blanche?
After so long a time, a husband starts getting on your nerves. Now, take Harry and me. I said to myself, I can't stand one more look at that big, ugly ape.
My.
Then we took this vacation from one another. And you know something, Gracie?
What?
Now I can look at the big, ugly ape. You ought to try it on George.
But we don't need a vacation.
All married people do. They see too much of one another.
Well, I don't see too much of George. Especially not in this cold weather when he wears his long underwear. All I see are his nose and toes.
Listen, Gracie, sooner or later, any husband gets on your nerves. If you were married to President Truman, he'd get on your nerves. If you were married to Clark Gable, he'd get on your nerves. If you were...
Wait a minute. I'd like to stay married to Gable a little longer.
There's no two ways about it, Gracie. Married people have got to take a vacation from one another every so often. If they don't, they start nagging, picking at one another.
Oh, not George and me.
Now think, Gracie. Doesn't George do a lot of backbiting?
Oh, my goodness, no. He pinches me now and then.
Listen, Gracie, you may not realize it, but George nags at you just like every other husband. He picks at you, bullies you.
No, he doesn't, Blanche.
Oh, no? How long have you been married?
14 years.
Ha! I tell you, Gracie, if you'll just look for it, you'll find plenty to quarrel with George about.
But really, Blanche, I can't.
You're not trying. Look for the hidden meaning in what he says to you. Those little subtle slams and digs. Why, he's treating you like a dog, and you don't even know it.
He is?
Certainly.
Well, he can't get away with that.
Atta girl.
Oh, just wait till he comes home. I'll fix him.
Now you're talking.
Oh, I'll teach him to nag me after I've given him the best years of my life.
Hello, sugar.
Nagging, always nagging.
Huh?
I can't stand it any longer.
Well, I called you sugar.
Oh, sure. It was your sneaky way of saying my figure's getting lumpy.
That's not true. You've never been slimmer in your life.
Oh, I'm just a bag of bones, huh?
Gracie, something has gotten into you.
Now I'm lumpy again.
I mean, you're not yourself.
How dare you talk to a strange woman?
Look, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Oh, I can't stand it any longer, George. You always nag me, pick at me, bully me.
No, I don't.
Oh, no? How long have we been married?
14 years.
Ha!
What does that mean?
I don't know, but it was very convincing when I heard it.
Look, Gracie.
Let's face it, George. We're getting on one another's nerves.
Maybe I'm getting on your nerves, but you're not getting on my nerves.
Oh, you see? You're even too selfish to let me on.
Now, wait a minute.
Unless we're careful, I can see what the future holds for us. I'll pack up and leave you. I'll go to Reno. I'll get a divorce. I'll find another husband. Things like that can break up our marriage.
Gracie, are you serious?
Yes, dear. There's only one solution. We've got to take a vacation from one another.
Darling, I couldn't stand it without you. I love you. I adore you. You're part of me.
Nagging, always nagging.
I said you're part of me.
Well, if I'm part of you, I'm lumpy again. But we can't go on this way. Fighting, bickering, spitting at each other like cats.
We don't do that.
We do, too. If we don't take this vacation from each other, our marriage will go... You see? We're spitting at each other.
Look, do you mind if I sit down? This whole thing is making me a little dizzy.
Now, look, George. Here comes Mr. Judson, the Texas oil man. Maybe you could vacation on his ranch.
I don't want a vacation. And I don't think you're going to have a vacation.
Come in.
Howdy, little lady.
Hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, little man.
Hiya, Tex.
You know, I was just telling George that he ought to take a vacation in Texas, but he doesn't want to.
What?
No, don't.
Don't get excited. I think Texas is beautiful.
How dare you sit there and say that Texas is beautiful?
Isn't it?
Yeah, but when you speak that name, stand up.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's better. Much better. Yes, sir. Now, for a real vacation, you come down to my home state. You ain't lived till you seen Texas. I can tell by the way you look that you ain't seen it.
Look, Mr. Judson, you don't have to sing the praises of Texas.
Now, you're right. You're right, little man. I don't. There's been many a fine song wrote that does that for me. My blue Texas, under Texas
Wait a minute.
moon.
Hold it. My blue Texas? Isn't it my blue heaven?
Same thing. You know the song I mean. Just Molly and me and the babies make 23.
Oh, no, Mr. Judson. That's just Molly and me and the baby makes 3.
Not in Texas.
Well, I've got news for you. I'm not taking a vacation in Texas or anyplace else. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't afford it. I'm not as rich as you are.
Rich? Why, I only got 30 million.
Last time I saw you, had 29.
Yeah? Well, my wife had a little hard luck.
Little trouble.
Yes, she did. Yeah, she sure had hard luck. She went out to the garden to get a radish, yanked out one with the extra long roots, and up come another darned oil well.
That's hard luck.
The radish give my wife indigestion.
Oh, my goodness, she really hit the jackpot. From one radish, she got oil and gas.
She got oil and...
What's that? What'd I say?
Oh, I like your sense of humor, man. Oh, we
Sweet mystery of life. Very timely, Meredith. What with the 89th anniversary of Victor Herbert's birth coming up in a few days?
He was born in Dublin, as you know, Toby. But Herbert became one of America's most dearly loved composers. We're all sentimentalists at heart, and there's a charming sentimental quality in almost every song he composed.
Yes, and don't forget the stories of his operettas. Most Americans can't resist a tender romance. And let's admit it, we like happy endings, too. Victor Herbert gives us both, wrapped up in melodies as gay and sparkling as any ever written. No wonder the operettas of Victor Herbert's are such perennial favorites in every part of this land. No wonder his songs have become such a rich and enduring part of the American scene. And just as a rich melody has made Victor Herbert's songs such a popular part of the American scene, so too has the superb flavor made Maxwell House the favorite brand of coffee on the American scene. For we Americans love our coffee, and today this fact is significant. More people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. The reason for this nationwide preference is simple. It's flavor. That mellow, good-to-the-last-drop Maxwell House flavor you can credit to the skilled blending of these premium coffees. Manazalias for mellowness. Medellins for richness. Other choice coffees for robust vigor. And Bucaramangas for fine, full body. All painstakingly combined in a truly great blend, radiant roasted to flavor perfection. And brought to you roaster fresh 2 ways, either in the familiar blue tin or in the brand new ultra vacuum glass jar. Friends, tomorrow why don't you enjoy America's favorite brand of coffee? You can do it. for just a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee sold. Insist on Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. Well, when Gracie gets sold on an idea, nothing can budge her. And Mrs. Morton has sold her on the idea that all married couples need to take vacations from one another.
Well, we've got to do it, George. It's the only way we can be happy.
But, Gracie, that's ridiculous. I love you.
Well, I love you.
I worship you.
I worship you.
Every moment I spend with you is a joy.
Every moment I spend with you is a joy.
Then why are we separated?
So we can be happy.
Oh, what's the use?
George, be sensible about this thing. After so long a time, a husband just naturally becomes neglectful.
But, Gracie, I haven't neglected you.
Huh? Did you give me a present on our anniversary?
Certainly.
Did you give me a present at Christmas?
Of course.
Did you give me a present on Valentine's Day?
Yes.
Did you give me a present on Lincoln's birthday?
Lincoln's birthday? No. What am I supposed to give you on Lincoln's birthday?
A Lincoln.
Look, Gracie.
We need a vacation, George.
This is murder. Let me... Come in.
Hello, all.
Oh, hello, Meredith.
Hello, Meredith. Say, Meredith, maybe you can reason with Gracie. You two have got heads just alike.
Well, I believe her hair's a little longer than mine.
Just barely. Look, Meredith, I'm in trouble. Gracie thinks we should separate for a while.
Oh, golly. Before you do a thing like that, let me tell you a story about a couple in Mason City, Iowa. This fellow was having trouble with the crows stealing his corn. He put scarecrow after scarecrow out in the field, but it did no good. Then one day he had his wife stand out in the cornfield. Well, sir, not only did the crows stop stealing the corn, but they brought back corn they stole 3 years ago.
What's that got to do with Gracie and me separating?
Nothing, but I wanted to tell the story while you were both still here.
You're a big help.
Oh, well, no matter what he said, it wouldn't help because I'd made up my mind.
Golly, there must be some way to keep you two from separating. They say that children can hold a husband and wife together. Say, that's it.
What's it?
You may adopt me as your son.
Look stupid.
Yes, Daddy?
Don't call me Daddy.
Very well, Papa.
Oh, scram.
Oh, please, George. Let me be your son. Think how wonderful it would sound at night to hear the patter of little feet in my room.
Your feet aren't little.
No, but I intend to bring along my white mice.
Out. Out.
Goodbye, Papa.
Out.
Goodbye, Mom.
Out. Now listen, Gracie. If you'll forget this vacation idea, I'll buy you a new hat.
A new hat?
A new hat.
Black straw with a wide brim?
With a wide brim.
With ostrich feathers?
Ostrich feathers.
Covered with fruit and long veil?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be caught dead in a hat like that.
I give up.
Well, I'll go pack your things, dear. What will you need?
Just a jacket.
What kind of a jacket? Sport?
No, straight.
What? Oh, I didn't know you had a straight jacket. I'd like to see you in it sometime.
It's a matter of hours. I'll be there any minute.
Well, you'll need more than that. I'll go pack you a bag.
Well, I gotta stop this vacation idea. It'd make us both miserable. I wonder if I could do it if I suddenly became very attentive and gave her flowers. Or better yet, a gold wristwatch. Or a diamond bracelet. Or a fur coat. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll give her flowers. I'll have them sent right over. Come in.
Hello, Mr. Burns. I have some flowers for you.
Wonderful. They may save my happy home. Just put them in the... Hey, aren't you the same fellow who delivered the ink from the drugstore and the soup from the cleaner?
That's right.
And you got mad and broke up the ink and tore up my suit?
Now, don't hold me responsible for that, Mr. Burns. I was unhappy in my work. But now I've found the perfect job, delivering flowers. Sweet, fragrant flowers Mother Nature sends in.
Well, that's fine.
I'm so happy with this job.
Well, it's nice you're happy with your work. Now, let's have the flowers.
Oh, don't call it work. Delivering flowers is fun. As I stride along, I open the box and inhale their fragrance. I smell from one end of town to the other.
Look, I'd like the flowers.
I'm so happy with this job.
Happy, schmappy, hand over the flowers.
I bless the day I started delivering flowers. I bring joy to old and young.
Well, I'm old and my wife is young. Bring us some joy.
I'm so happy with this job.
Right, you're happy.
Do you know what gives flowers their fragrance? It's the pollen you sniff.
Well, my wife will sniff the pollen. I promise you. Just give me
Wait a minute. Some people are allergic to pollen. If your wife sniffs it, it might give her hay fever.
Look,
her eyes will water. Her nose will run. She'll sneeze.
Gesundheit and give me the flowers.
She'll be miserable. She won't be able to breathe. She won't be able to eat or sleep.
Look, mister.
She'll waste away to skin and bone.
Mister.
They'll take her to the hospital.
Mister.
She'll lie there in agony, hovering between life and death.
Mister.
And all because the florist made me deliver these stinking flowers.
Look,
well,
mister.
they can't force me to ruin a woman's health. I won't do it. I'll quit this lousy job.
Please give me the flowers.
And murder your wife? Never! I'll trample him into the dust! I'll stop him! There! I've saved her life. Goodbye.
Here's Meredith Wilson on the orchestra.
Your bag's packed in just a moment, dear. I've decided you should go to Palm Springs.
But, honey, I don't want to go.
Oh, now, dear, it's the only way to save our marriage, and besides, you love it there. That's where I went to get those beautiful grapefruit and dates at Christmas time. Oh, I remember driving through a town called 28 Palms.
They call the place 29 Palms.
Not after I drove through.
You hit one.
Well, it was lying right across the main street.
And why didn't you see it?
It wasn't lying there till I hit it.
Look, Gracie, I don't want to be away from you. We're happy. We're compatible. We've got so much to hold us together. Now, why should we... Come in?
Hi, Burnses.
Hello, Bill.
Bill, maybe you can help me convince Gracie.
Convince her of what, George?
That we have so much to hold us together.
Oh, well, she has, but I never could figure out what's holding you together.
Thanks for the help, comedian.
Bill, you misunderstood. I think our marriage will be happier if George goes away.
Well, but Gracie, if George goes away, something terrible might happen.
What?
Well, he might come back.
Do you think Hope will ever quit and give you a spot?
Well, nevertheless, Bill, he's going to Palm Springs.
Palm Springs, huh? You know, I was there last week. What a wonderful spot. Sunshine, palm trees. I came back with a carload of grapefruit and oranges.
Did you bring back any dates?
No, my motto is love 'em and leave 'em.
Gracie means the kind of dates you pick up on the palm tree.
Oh, I picked up most of mine on street corners.
No, Bill, I mean the kind of dates you stuff.
That's the kind I mean, Gracie. They ate like crazy.
Bill, we're talking about the dates you see stacked in a market.
I saw some in a market, and boy,
were they stacked!
Intelligent, too, George. They were buying Maxwell House coffee. You know, with more than 1,000 brands to choose from, more people buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. Well, when those girls found out that I sold Maxwell House, did they go for me? Well, they hugged me and they kissed me.
Bill.
I'm so happy with this job. I said to the girls, George, I said, girls, listen, Maxwell House is the very best in coffee drinking pleasure. Yet it costs but a fraction of a penny more per cup than the cheapest coffee you can buy. And then they said, tell us more, you big, handsome, curly-headed brute.
Look, modest boy.
So I told them that Maxwell House came to them roaster fresh 2 ways. And they said, what do you mean, you blonde bombshell? And I said, well, it's roaster fresh, whether you get it out of the familiar blue vacuum tin or get it out of the brand new ultra vacuum glass jar.
Bill, since you're an expert at getting things out of a jar, see if you can get this vacation idea out of Gracie's head.
Okay, George. Gracie, let George stay home.
Yeah.
He'll be miserable at Palm Springs.
Yeah.
It's no place for a man like him.
Yeah.
It's full of gorgeous girls in bathing suits.
Yeah? Hey, that's not a bad...
George Burns! That settles it. You are not going to Palm Springs.
Well, hallelujah. That ends the vacation.
No, it doesn't. I'm going to Palm Springs.
It doesn't end it.
Come on, dear. We'll take your things out of this bag and put mine in. See, cold cream, wrinkle cream, chin strap, nightgown, and girdle. There, your things are out.
There must be some way to talk you out of this. I'll be right back. I hate to bother you so often, Dr. Miller, but Gracie has got another of those notions that only a psychiatrist can straighten out.
What is it this time, George?
She thinks husbands and wives can be happy unless they vacation from one another.
Probably a childhood fixation. Perhaps her parents quarreled, had differences. You send Gracie over and I'll question.
Thanks, Doc. Those screwy ideas of hers drive me nuts. Honestly, sometimes I wonder why I ever married her.
That's quite simple to a psychiatrist, George. You married Gracie because of a pronounced and ineradicable inclination toward the hedonic aspects of gastronomy.
What does that mean? You like to eat. I'll send Gracie right over.
And don't worry, George. I guarantee to make your home life just as happy as mine.
Thanks, Doc.
Now, Gracie, I want to question you about your child. Tell me, did your father and mother have differences?
Oh, yes, yes. He was a man and she was a woman.
Not those differences. I mean, did they quarrel a great deal?
Oh, no. Mama loved Papa. At night, when she saw him coming up the walk, she'd stick a clothespin on her nose and run to the door and kiss him.
She stuck a clothespin on her nose?
Yes. Well, Papa worked in the fish market.
I appreciate the explanation.
Oh, they got along beautifully and raised the biggest family in San Francisco.
How many children did they have?
Well, I don't know. Mama never bothered to count them.
She didn't count them?
No. When school let out, Mama'd open the door, and when the house got full, she'd close it.
Gracie, would you like to lie down?
No, thanks.
Do you mind if I do?
Go on ahead.
Thanks. Now, Gracie, husbands and wives do not have to take vacation from one another to be happy. Take my wife Gladys and me. We've never been apart.
And are you happy?
Extremely. If you don't believe me, ask Gladys. She's in the next room.
All right, I will. I want to be fair about this. Hello, Gladys.
Oh, hello, Gracie. Are you having a treatment today?
No, just a little chat with the doctor. He tells me that you and he are very happy.
Indeed, we are. Sigmund is such a wonderful husband.
Oh. Then you've never noticed how he picks at you and bullies you?
But he doesn't.
Oh, no? How long have you been married, Gladys?
12 years.
Ha! What? Listen, Gladys, you may not realize it, but your husband...
Well, Doc, how'd you make out with Gracie?
George, I guaranteed to make your home life just as happy as mine.
And you did?
Yes. Our wives just left together for Palm Springs.
Oh, no.
George and Gracie will return in just a moment. Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. And now, here are our stars.
Gracie, you come back. You didn't go to Palm Springs.
Well, I couldn't leave you, Judge. I got as far as 27 Palms and turned back.
It's now 27 pounds? The last time you told me it was 28.
Yeah, well, I had a little hard luck. I drove through it again, and down went another darn palm tree.
Good night.
Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Paul Henning and Keith Fowler. And now stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Everyman's Theater, written and created by Arch Oboler. Oxidol invites you to hear Catwife, a mystery drama that will give you a thrill a minute, featuring Betty Winkler and Raymond Edward Johnson. Catwife is especially written for radio, part of a series of 1941-style entertainment brought to you each Friday at this time and over this station by Procter & Gamble, the makers of high-test Oxidol.
Wait, though. Are you putting up with some old-style laundry soap? An old-fashioned slow-poke soap because you feel it's economical and saving you money? Well, look, here's the way many of these soaps can and do actually lose money for you. Enough money so you'll be ahead using a laundry soap like Oxidol. First, those slow-poke soaps don't make as much suds. Well, every bit of Oxidol goes to making suds. The result is that Oxidol gives more suds, cup for cup, than 23 popular laundry soaps we tested against. Second, Oxidol suds last straight through your wash. Old-fashioned, less economical soaps don't last this long, as you know from experience. Compared to them, Oxidol can cut your laundry soap bills as much as 1/4. You'll save that in the amount of soap you use alone. And third, you don't scrub and boil clothes with Oxidol. You save that wear and tear and tatter and fray of constant washboard scrubbing. Because Oxidol soaks dirt out in 10 minutes. Throw your boiler and washboard away. Why, 10 minutes soaking in thick Oxidol suds, a good douse, and a few quick rubs for extra dirty spots like collars and cuffs, a rinse, and you're through. Clothes sparkling clean with so much less washing wear that they'll last longer and look better, too. Hundreds of thousands of women have found this out by actual trial. And thousands more are changing to Oxidol every week because it's so economical to use. Compared to old-style inefficient soaps, you get more suds and use less soap. And you get clothes clean and fresh with far less wear and tear than if you'd scrubbed and boiled them. Remember that when you buy laundry soap tomorrow. And now here's our writer-creator, Arch Oboler, to introduce tonight's 1941-style radio program.
Since the time when mankind sat around fires and caves, stories of the mysterious and unusual have been the most welcome. You and I like to be thrilled. So tonight, just for fun, let's listen to the story of a man and his wife, a very unusual wife.
I got that on mine. I don't know the rest of the
Hey, girls, cut it out.
Woman with all
Linda, for the love of... Cut it out, will you? The old man will be standing here in a minute.
Yeah, so what? Give me my drink, Queenie. Oh, baby, do I feel swell.
Hey, look what time it is. Come on, Queenie. We better blow out of here.
Yeah. No, don't go. I don't want to be alone.
What do you mean alone? Your husband's here, ain't he?
Ah, that guy. What does he know about having fun? Work. Makes me sick where I've never been sick before. That's pretty good, huh, Kenny? Come on, stick around. Let's have some more fun. St. Louis woman with all a diamond ring.
For heaven's sake, Linda.
Well, speak of the devil. Hiya, Johnny boy. Come on in. The water's fine. Only it ain't water.
Linda, for heaven's sake, I'm trying to work.
Go away. You're spoiling my party. Throw him out of here, Kenny. He's only my husband.
Linda, take it easy.
Get out of here. You, whatever your name is.
Okay.
And take that woman with you. Go on, clear out.
No, wait. Don't listen to him. It's my house. What, you kick them out.
Linda,
my friends.
I begged
you kick them out.
With you to keep these people out of this house while I'm trying to get some work done. Haven't you any consideration at all?
You kick them out. My friends.
Yes, and I'll do it again every time I find them here. They're no good, not a one of them. You've promised me time and time again to give them up.
I'll call them back. I'll call them all back. You can't tell me what to do. Not me. They're my friends, mine. I'd give a dozen of you for one of them.
All right, Linda. If that's the way you feel. You haven't got a grain of loyalty in you. All I ask is a little peace and quiet in my own home, and I can't even have that.
Go away.
Night after night, you and these people yowling and screaming like a pack of alley cats, and you the worst of all. I'm through, Linda. I'm through with you for good.
Oh, no, you're not. Oh, no, you're not.
Keep away from me. Keep away. Oh, Linda.
You see? You're not through with me at all. You'll never be through with me. Never.
Oh, Linda.
Now, let me go. Let me go. I don't want you, you fool. You're not through with me. I'm through with you.
No.
I'm tired of you. Do you hear me? Tired of you. I'm going to get so far away from that smug face of yours I couldn't see it with a telescope.
Linda, my wife.
Ha! Your wife. Why do you think I married you?
Oh, you loved me.
I married you because I was sick of working in a two-bit barber shop, because I was sick of living in a hall bedroom wearing bargain sale dresses. I wanted dough, plenty of it, all I could get. And you were the best chance to get it that came my way.
No, Linda, you did love me. You must have loved me.
Oh, well, I loved you about as much as that canary up there loves its cage. I told myself I'd stay with you a year, divorce you, stick you for plenty of alimony, and then get out.
We've been married 5 years.
Yeah, 5 years. Because you fooled me. That's why.
I fooled you?
Yeah. You started to make a lot of money. More money than I ever thought you could make. So you're giving me the air,
No,
huh?
no, Linda, I love you. I didn't mean what I said. I didn't.
Well, I did.
Linda, don't leave me. You're no good. I know you're no good, but heaven help me, I love you. I'll never love anybody else.
Get out of my way.
No, I won't let you go. You've got to stay.
Get your hands off
You're no
me.
good. You cost me my self-respect, but you stay with me. You stay with me or I'll cut you off without a cent. You'll never get a dime from me, not a dime. Stop that. Stop laughing.
Oh, you sab. You fat-headed sab.
Stop that.
So you're gonna cut me off without a cent, are you? Why, you fool. I've got everything that belongs to you now. You hear me? Everything.
What are you talking about?
This house. It's in my name, isn't it? The car. It's in my name, isn't it?
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
Oh, wouldn't I? Well, listen to this, my darling husband. I cleaned out the bank account yesterday.
Oh, no.
Every cent of it. I won't be in the street. Oh, no. You will. Now, this is my house. Get your things and get out of here.
I'll kill you.
No,
I'll kill you.
No, let me go. Let me go. Oh. Touch me again and I'll tear your eyes out.
You cat.
Get out of my way.
That's what you are, a cat. A big, white, heartless cat.
Get out of my way.
You think like one, you screech like one, you claw like one. You even look like one. Your eyes, they're cat's eyes. That's what they are, cat's eyes. A cat, that's what you are. A white cat. I didn't marry a woman, I married a cat.
Keep it up.
Laugh
Keep
at
it
me.
up. You're doing
Go ahead,
swell.
laugh at me. You're a cat, a sneaking, yowling cat. A cat. You're a cat. A cat. Cat. You're a cat.
Now, that's enough of that. I don't like it.
A cat.
Stop saying it.
A cat, you hear me? A cat.
John, stop staring at me like that. Stop staring at me. John, what's happening to me? John, my head. I can hardly see. John, help me. John.
Linda.
What are you staring at? What are you staring at? What are you...
Linda! Linda!
Now, John, you've got to control yourself. Everything will be all right.
Doctor, what have I done? What have I done?
John, please pull yourself together.
I can't.
You are not entirely to blame for what happened.
Oh, I did it. I'm to blame. What'll I do? What'll I do?
Stop talking like that. It's preposterous to say you were to blame. She was in a hysterical condition.
I know.
The suggestion that she was a cat caught her in an unguarded moment and resulted in temporary neurosis.
But she... Doctor, can I go in and see her?
But I tell you, she's sleeping.
I know, but... Doctor, I've got to see her. I've got to look at her. I've got to make sure she's all right. Don't you see? I've got to make sure.
Now, John, please. You've had a hard time of it. You'd better get to bed and get some rest.
No. Doctor, listen to me. I've got to see her again. I've got to make sure she's all right. I can't rest until I know.
But I tell you... Oh, very well. Just for a moment.
Yes.
Be very quiet.
Yes.
There. You see? She's resting very nicely.
Doctor, look. What? Her hands. Look at her hands. And her teeth. Linda.
No, John. You'll waken her. John.
Linda. Oh, Doctor, listen to her.
Steady, John.
I can't stand it, I tell you. Doctor, what is it? What's happening to her?
I don't know, John. I don't know.
Oh, listen to her. What'll I do?
Fingers into claws. Teeth into fangs. It can't be happening.
But it is.
And yet I've seen it with my own eyes.
You've got to do something, Doctor. You've got to. You're my friend. You've got to help me.
But what? In the name of all that's rational, what?
Well, think. There must be something you can do. A drug, something.
Oh, John, I don't know what to say. I can't think. I'll call in someone else. Yes, that's it. I'll inform the authorities. They'll take care of everything.
No. Wait, Doctor, wait.
What's the matter? What is it?
You're going to inform the authorities?
Yes, of course. Don't you see, my boy, it's the simplest way out of this.
Way out?
Of course. For you and for me.
What do you mean?
This horrible thing that's happened to Linda, it goes beyond just you and me. It goes beyond the normal into the supernatural. The world should know about it.
No, stop. You mean you're going to let everyone know what's happened to Linda?
Of course I am.
But you can't do that. She's my wife. Do you hear me? My wife?
No. Now don't get excited again, John. Listen sensibly. We owe it to science.
Science? Who cares about science? She's Linda. She's my wife. And I cursed her to God, and I turned her into a yowling beast. It's my shame, mine. And you're not going to tell anyone else about it. No one.
It's my duty, John. I must inform the authorities.
No. Keep away from that phone. Keep away, I say.
I'm sorry, John. I must call.
John. My friend.
And now, while we get our breath back, and, well, I, for one, need a breathing spell, well, let me remind you of those dazzling snowy white washes Oxidol gets every week. As much as 9 to 11 tintometer shades whiter than soap after soap we tested against. And yet washable colored things come out bright and lovely looking wash after wash. It's easy on hands, too. It doesn't harm your manicure or ruin your fresh nail polish. All these things Oxidol promises and will give you if you use it Monday.
No. Try to sleep, darling. Try to sleep. Yes, I know, darling, but it's almost morning. You must rest. Sleep, Linda, sleep, my darling. All right, darling, I won't cry. I've got to be strong. I've got to help you. And I did help you. He was going to tell them about you. Everyone. They'd have taken you away from me, locked you up, pointed at you, laughed at you. But I stopped him, Linda. I stopped him for you. He called me friend. But you're my wife, beloved. And I love you. I pleased you, haven't I, my darling? I never could please you before, could I? But now I've pleased you. I'll tell them he never came here, and no one will ever know, darling. No one but you and I. What is it, darling? What's the matter? Why are you getting up? What is it? Why go to the window? What do you want out there? Oh, if I could only understand you. If I could only know what you're trying to say to me. Oh, no. Linda, stop. On my knees, I'm begging you to stop. Linda, beloved, stop. Yes, I'm coming.
Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, it's you.
I found this note saying you wanted to talk to me. And, Jay, I hope you're not going to quit taking milk from me.
No, I'm not going to stop taking milk. That's what I wanted to see you about. I want milk. More milk. Cream. Everything.
Well, sure. How much do you want?
4 bottles of milk. No, 6.
6?
Yes, and cream. 6 bottles of cream.
Is something wrong, Mr. Taylor?
Wrong? Why do you think something's wrong?
Well, I only meant...
You meant what? Speak up, you meant what?
Well, don't get sore, Mr. Taylor. I just meant... Well, you don't look so well, and... Well, you know how it is. Sometimes a fella has a couple too many and starts ordering all the milk in the world.
You fool, I'm not drunk. Do you want to sell me that milk, or do I have to get another milkman?
No, I'll get it for you.
Well, hurry.
6 quarts, 6 cream. Only him and his old lady. The guy's nuts.
Well, good morning, Mr. Taylor. Early again this morning, ain't you?
Morning.
My first customer every morning for the last 3 days. I was saying to my wife this morning...
Yes, Mr. Heinrich. Some other time. I'm in a hurry. My order, please.
Sure, but you didn't give me an order yet. How about a nice broiling steak?
No, nothing like that.
But broiling
No,
steak...
stop it. I'm in a hurry, I tell you.
All right. You don't have to get so excited, Mr. Taylor. Now, if you'll tell me what you want, I'll get it for you.
Oh, well, I don't know exactly. A couple of pounds of fresh liver. Yes, that's it, fresh liver.
What? Again?
You heard me?
Oh, sure, I heard you, but look here, for 3 days now, ever since your wife went away, you eat nothing but liver.
Are you going to fill my order?
Sure, I'll fill your order. Nice and fresh, huh? So, 2 pounds, yeah. There we are. Say, you'd think you was raising cats or something.
What? Why do you say that?
Well, you buy liver every day. Oh, this morning I caught a couple of mice in a trap. Maybe you'd like to take them along for the cat, too. Huh?
Don't say that! Don't say that!
Mr. Taylor, the liver... Forgot. Man's crazy. What did I say that was wrong? Cats like to eat mice.
Oh, my Linda. My dearest Linda. Close to me. Oh, so close to me. Oh, my darling, my darling. It's better this way. You can't leave me now. I'll have you with me always. I'll keep you here. Yes. Just you and I. I won't answer it. They'll go away. All right, I'll answer it. Linda, it can't be anyone that knows. He's dead. I buried him, Linda. You know that. No, stay here, my beloved. They mustn't see you. Be very quiet. Yes, I'm coming. Well, what is it?
Are you the owner of this building?
Yes, what do you want?
Kerrigan's the name. I'm your neighbor. I've got that place across the alley from you.
Oh, my neighbor?
Yeah, Kerrigan's the name. I'm with the department.
Department?
Yeah, I'm desk sergeant at the 3rd District Station.
A policeman?
Yeah, I'm off duty today, so I thought I'd drop over and speak to you. Do you mind if I step in for a moment?
Step in? Oh, no, not at all.
Thank you. Well, you got a nice place here.
Yes, nice, very nice.
You know the same contractors made this place as made mine. You didn't know that, I bet.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, an Irishman by the name of Gil Hooley. Jumped out of the 10th story window, they tell me, the day after the stock market crash. Lucky for him, too. If he was alive now, some of the people along here that bought places from him would murder him. What with the trouble they're having.
Trouble?
Yeah, cheap material, plastic cracking, floor sagging, stuff like that.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Now, you take my place. I've had to have a new roof put on and new gutters put in, and I never know what'll go wrong next. Anything wrong around here?
Here? Oh, no, nothing at all.
Well, then you're lucky. Say.
What's the matter?
I just remember why I come over. If you don't mind, I'll tell you.
Yes?
Now, it ain't me that's complaining, Mr. Taylor. I'm the kind of a man that can sleep in a boiler factory. But it's my Ella. There's a light sleeper for you. I always say that if a star in heaven twinkles too much, the noise wakes up my Ella.
What's the trouble?
Oh, no trouble at all, Mr. Taylor. Like I'm telling you, I'm the last man in the world to go around having trouble with me neighbors. But you know how the women are. Always finding something to make a fuss about. Say, I'm not disturbing her, am I?
Disturbing?
Yeah, you know, your missus. She's not sleeping in the bedroom there, is she?
No, of course not. There's no one in there.
I thought maybe seeing the doors closed.
No, I tell you there's no one in there. My wife is out of town.
Well, that's fine. I always like to talk things over man to man without the women around. That's why I made my Ella stay home. Let me handle this, I says. There's anything wrong, I says. Let me do the talking, and we'll stay good.
What is it? What's wrong? What do you want to tell me?
Well, to put it plain, it's the cat.
Cat?
Yeah, the cat. You just got it, didn't
you? You heard a cat?
Yeah, it started a few nights ago. Now, it ain't disturbed me none, like I says, but my Ella. Well, you see, our bedroom window faces right on the alley, and by golly, she hears every meow that animal makes.
You're wrong.
Huh?
I have no cat.
But my Ella heard... I heard it, too, for that matter.
I have no cat.
But I'm telling you, it came from this house.
And I tell you I have no cat. Isn't that sufficient?
Well, now, seeing as you put it so plain, I'll be speaking up plain myself. I'm telling you, I heard a cat yowling last night, and the night before, and the night before that. And as sure as me name's Thomas Kerrigan, it came right from this house. Now, what do you say to that?
Get out.
Now, wait a second, me bucko. Don't get on your high horse.
Get out. Get out of my house.
Well, you sure are making a lot of noise about nothing, young fella. But it's your house, and if that's the kind of a neighbor you want to be, I guess I can...
What are you standing there for? Get out. Get out.
Now, just a minute. Take it easy. No cat, eh? Well, what was that I just heard?
Nothing at all. You've got no right to be...
You may not be a liar, but you sure are something close to it. If that ain't a cat in that bedroom there, then I ain't never heard a cat.
Get out! Get out of here!
Oh, no, I won't. Listen to that cat. If that ain't creating a public nuisance, I'd like to know what it is.
It's none of your business. Get out of here. This is my house. Get out of here!
Stop pulling at me, bucko. I may be off duty, but I'm still an officer of the law, and I'm telling you, that cat in there is violating the city ordinance. Now, if you don't make it shut up, disturbing me, Ella, I will.
Stay away from that door. Stay away from that door.
Say, listen to it. That ain't no cat you got in there.
Yes, I lied. It is a cat. It's just a cat. But I'll make it be quiet. But go away.
Now, wait a minute. Take it easy. If it's just a cat, what are you getting so excited about? Just look at her.
No.
Look at her. Your eyes blazing. What's going on here? I think I'll have a look.
No. Stay away.
Oh, no. Get away. Take it away.
I told you to go.
My gun. I'll get my gun. My gun.
Linda, did you hear him? His gun. Yes. Close to me. Yes, darling, stay close to me. If he comes back, you'll... No, they won't hurt you. I won't let them. I did this to you, I did. I cursed you to God. No, they won't hurt you. They won't. Wait there. I've got to find it. They won't hurt you, Linda. No, they can't. I've got it. Now they won't hurt you, Linda. I swear it. They won't ever hurt you. No, don't look at my hand. No, why shouldn't you look at it? Yes. There's a gun in my hand. But not to hurt you, darling. It's just to help you. I swear to help you. Yes, so close to me. I must do it quickly. Quickly. No, don't try to pull away. No, Linda, stay here. I must hold you. I must. You'll be back in a moment. I mustn't miss. Linda, my darling. I heard my beloved. I heard you. Wait for me, my beloved.
This is Arch Oboler. Tonight's play, Catwife, featured Betty Winkler and Raymond Edward Johnson. Music by Gordon Jenkins. About next week. Well, the actors, two of our favorites, Mr. and Mrs. Houston, Walter Houston and Ann Sunderland. The play, a story of two people who perhaps lived in your own town, who lived a strange, excitement-filled life that you perhaps knew nothing about. The title of the play, Mr. and Mrs. Chump.
Before we leave you, just one more word about next Monday's wash. Well, you've heard me tell of Oxidol's economy, the white, clean washes you get, its safety to every washable color. Well, it's all up to you now. If you want those results in Monday's wash, and even if some other laundry soap is your favorite now, well, ask for Oxidol, O-X-Y-D-O-L, tomorrow. You'll always be glad you changed.
And be back with us next Friday at this same time for Every Man's Theater. Every Man's Theater brings you something new, something different, every single week. And next Friday, it's Mr. and Mrs. Walter Houston in a great new radio play, Mr. and Mrs. Chump. Thank you, and good night. Every Man's Theater is written and created by Arch Oboler.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Now, Mystery Theater.
I'm E.G. Marshall, Chamberlain in this court of the mysterious and the macabre. The act of trust seems to get short shrift from the poets, the philosophers, and even the prophets. An early American sage warns us to trust everybody but cut the cards. The book tells us, put not your trust in princes. Very well and very good, but you have to trust somebody. Can anyone go all the way through this life without trusting another human being?
What is it you want me to do?
Show me how to use this.
That's a revolver.
Exactly.
Where did you get it?
I don't think that's important.
Why, I don't think I should help you to...
Well, if you don't, I'll probably kill myself trying to figure it out.
But you don't need a revolver.
I feel safer with it in the house. Ted is away so much.
Well, you flick out the cylinder.
Mm-hmm.
And you insert the shells into these chambers.
I see.
And now you flick back the cylinder, and I hope you never have to use it. But the gun is ready to fire. You just point it and pull the trigger.
Like so?
Like so. But not at me.
Why not at you?
Myra.
I intend to kill you.
Our mystery drama, Can You Trust Your Husband, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Joan Lovejoy and Mandel Kramer. Somehow, love seems to have become the province of the young. Ask almost anyone to name two people who were deeply in love, and the answer almost automatically is Romeo and Juliet. Well, let's face it. Romeo and Juliet were a couple of teenagers who only knew each other for a brief interval. They conveniently died before they would have to weather the storms of marriage and responsibility. The lovers of record should be Philemon and Baucis, or Darby and Joan, couples who lived with each other and put up with each other for 50 and 60 years. That, dear friends, is love. All this is by way of introduction to the Mallards, Ted and Myra, married 25 years. And as far as we know, there's never been an argument or even a harsh word. It's all been one long, beautiful honeymoon, as far as we know. Let our story begin late one autumn evening as the doorbell rings in their comfortable, well-appointed apartment.
Just a minute. You'll have to wait, Ted. Next time, carry your keys. Oh, Bert.
Did I wake you, Myra?
No, I never can sleep while Ted's awake. Come on in.
Thanks.
Ted isn't home yet. I guess his plane was late.
Well, yes, it was.
Oh, I knew it.
But...
But what?
Well,
Well, something's wrong.
Well...
Bert, what are you trying to tell me?
Well, whatever it is, I guess I'm not doing a very good job of it.
It's Ted.
Yes, it's about Ted.
Something's happened to him. The plane...
Oh, now, Myra, just a minute.
I've been listening to the radio all night. I haven't heard anything about a plane.
No, it isn't the plane.
Then what is it?
The plane landed more than 3 hours ago.
Bert, tell me what's happened to Ted.
Well, I'm trying to. It's not easy.
Do you know where he is?
He's in jail.
Jail? Why? What for?
Well, I said it's not easy. I'm not sure. He was arrested as he came through customs.
Well, tell me why.
Well, I suppose for smuggling.
Smuggling? Oh, that's impossible. There has to be a mistake.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
We have to get hold of Arthur Kremen.
I already did.
Or doesn't he practice that kind of law?
He'll get someone else if he can't handle it.
Handle what?
Well, all I know is Ted called me, and they allowed them one phone call.
Please, Bert, get to it.
Well, he said, Bert, I'm being accused of smuggling. Call Arthur, and then tell Myra.
But what is he accused of smuggling?
Heroin or cocaine. I'm not sure.
But that's ridiculous. How could Ted possibly be involved in anything like that?
They found it in his attaché case.
But it's all a mistake, a terrible mistake. Or else it's a joke. A very bad joke. Ted, oh,
Myra,
darling.
Myra, I didn't want you to come here.
Why not?
Because it's a prison cell.
Are you all right?
I don't know. I'm in prison, Myra.
Well, it's not exactly prison. You're just being held here because of some awful misunderstanding.
Oh, darling, it's prison. People like me, like us, we only read about these things.
But Arthur says he'll go before a judge in the morning and see about setting bail.
That's another word. Bail. Do you realize I'm going to be out on bail as if I was some common criminal?
Darling, Ted, tell me what happened. I simply couldn't get a word out of Bert.
What happened? How many times have I done this? I got off the plane, picked up my luggage, walked through customs, except this time I didn't walk through. This time, when they searched my attaché case, they found a packet, they say, of first-grade cocaine.
Well, then it couldn't have been your attaché case.
But it was.
Wow. How did the cocaine get there?
I don't know.
Couldn't you have seen it?
No.
Why not?
Because it was concealed in a secret compartment.
What secret compartment?
I don't know, darling. I didn't know I had one.
But surely...
Surely what?
Surely nothing, darling. I know how upset you are. You don't need me giving you a third degree.
They were waiting for me, Myra.
Waiting?
Yes. Ordinarily, customs is just a routine. This time there were 3 or 4 of them out there. They emptied the papers out of my case. One of them had some kind of a screwdriver, and he...
You mean that they actually expected to find something?
Yes. And then there was this cellophane, or I think they call it glassine, a packet just filled with powder.
Well, it's a mistake.
Well, of course.
Obviously, it couldn't have been your attaché case. You see, that's the answer.
Myra, I told you it was.
Ted, you're being framed.
That's the only thing that makes any sense.
But why?
Because I travel regularly between New York and London on legitimate business. I'd make an ideal courier.
Somebody's been using you. People, a gang that's involved in smuggling, that they watch for regular travelers. I know it sounds crazy, but they managed to get hold of your bag somehow.
I don't know what's going to happen now, Myra.
Well, I know what's going to happen. Tomorrow, the mistake or whatever it is will be straightened out.
I don't know if it ever can be straightened out completely.
Ted, what are you saying? You're innocent.
Am I innocent? You know it, and I know it, but what about the rest of the world? Don't forget this will be in all the papers.
But it's so obviously a frame-up.
To whom? Myra, there are people who actually believe that if a person isn't guilty, he'd never have been arrested in the first place.
Ted, that's crazy.
Of course it is, but that's what's out there.
But everyone knows that you're an honest, hard-working, ethical man.
In the minds of so many people, there will be a nagging little nasty suspicion. Could he really have been involved?
Well, this is going to be a good way of finding out who your friends really are.
Suddenly I feel as if I'm part of another world, Myra, a world you and I never knew. It's no longer our logical, well-ordered universe. All of a sudden, I'm a criminal.
Darling, you're not.
I'm in a cage, deprived of my freedom. Look at them, the rest of them, as you leave here. The thugs, the hoodlums, the thieves. I'm one of them.
Ted.
Look at them as you leave, because I can't leave. I have to stay.
Darling, not for long.
Myra, you've got to get me out. The shame of this. The disgrace. I can't stand it.
Hello?
Myra.
Bert, where are you?
Courthouse.
Was Arthur able to get bail set?
Well, that's what I'm calling you.
Bert, please, just tell me.
There's a problem, Myra, and Arthur's going to be tied up with it, so he asked me to call you.
Bert, will you please tell me?
Well, it looks like Arthur can't get bail.
What do you mean he can't get bail?
Well,
it's the law. A person is entitled to bail.
He is, and he isn't.
Well, I'm going right down there.
Myra, it won't do you any good. You see, because of the size of the package and the fact that they've had their eye on Ted for a long time...
Now, you just stop there. You stop right there.
Please, Myra. I'm only reporting the facts. The federal prosecutor moved for suspension of bail.
But that's not legal.
Well, in some cases...
Well, there has to be someone I can talk to.
They claim Ted is so important to this narcotics ring...
What narcotics ring?
That he would simply jump bail and leave the country.
Bert, do you know what you're saying?
Or else his life would be in danger. So what this amounts to is protective custody.
Huh. And Arthur, our fine attorney Arthur, to whom we pay a fortune every year as a retainer, is just standing there and taking it.
Now, Myra, you must be fair to Arthur.
Be fair to Arthur?
Arthur's fighting it. He's filing an appeal. He's going to a higher court, but it has to take time.
Time?
Well, a couple of days, a week.
Bert, I have to hang up now.
Now, you just relax, Myra. Everyone's doing their absolute best. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, goodbye. All right. Yes?
Mrs. Mellor?
Who are you?
I'm Lieutenant Jack Denson of the Narcotics Squad. We're cooperating with the federal authorities.
And?
Here are my credentials.
I see them.
May I come in?
Why?
To discuss your husband's case.
My husband doesn't have a case. He's a victim of a frame-up, of some sort of ghastly mistake. There's nothing you can gain from talking to me.
I'm here to help you, Mrs. Mallard. Help you and your husband.
Help us in what way?
Well, I'd rather not discuss that in the hallway of your apartment building.
Very well, come in. The only way you can help us is to clear up this terrible mistake and get Ted out of that jail.
What makes you think it's a mistake?
What makes me... My husband is innocent.
What makes you think so?
I'm going to have to ask you to leave this house.
Well, first, answer my question. What makes you think your husband is innocent? The fact that you love him?
Of course I love him. Has that become a crime?
Your entire attitude toward your husband is based on the fact that you love him. And love happens to be blind.
Please, spare me your dime store philosophy. You don't live with a man for 25 years without getting to know him. Ours was no ordinary marriage, or maybe it was. Maybe all marriages are the same. I wouldn't know. But we were together in everything. We had no secrets. I don't believe we even had separate thoughts. We lived with and for each other. So he couldn't have been doing anything wrong, because I would have known it.
How would you have known it?
Evidently you're not married. Or if you are, it's not what I would call a marriage. I would know. He wouldn't have to say a word or leave a clue. But I would know if he were doing anything wrong. So what do you say to that?
I wish I knew what to say, Mrs. Mallard. I wish I knew how to say what I have to say.
Then please, stop beating around the bush.
You're a fine woman, Mrs. Mallard.
I'm in no mood for flattery, Lieutenant. Say what you have to say and get out.
I'm sorry I'm forced to tell you this. But your husband, whom you love, and with whom you're so close, has been leading a double life.
I don't believe that. It can't be true.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Mallard. We have proof.
There are parts of the world where it never rains. The bright golden sun shines in a deep blue sky, and all is beautiful and cheerful and gay. And after a while, you accept it as something that will last forever. But as the song says, into each life some rain must fall. And when it does, those who have never known what it is to be drenched usually suffer the most. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
To the Mystery Theater on WABC.
For 25 years, Myra and Ted Mallard have had a wonderful marriage. Myra and Ted could communicate without speaking, read each other's thoughts, share each other's feelings. Well, possibly this hasn't been completely so. For here is Myra being confronted with the charge that Ted has been living a complete life away from her. A life that is of interest to the police.
I challenge you to present your proof, Lieutenant.
We've been watching Ted for a long time. He makes regular trips.
He makes regular trips to London on legitimate business.
Of course.
Ted had an opportunity to open a branch office in London. And he goes there to supervise.
And it's an excellent cover.
Cover? His presence is necessary.
According to the annual report of your husband's company, that London operation is losing money.
Ted has faith in it.
But you can't excuse our being skeptical.
And what right do you have to arrest a man on skepticism?
None at all. But it goes deeper.
I'm not interested. I can see the nature of your so-called proof.
I want you to help your husband.
Why should you care?
By helping him, you help us. Mrs. Mallard, he won't talk.
What does he have to talk about?
Everything. Who his associates are, where they buy the drugs, where and to whom they sell, who is protecting them.
But...
Please, let me finish. You must convince him to talk. If he remains silent, he'll spend the rest of his life in jail.
But he hasn't done anything.
Please, Mrs. Mallard, we're beyond all that. Now, you must convince him to cooperate. That way he can get a substantial reduction in his sentence.
What sentence?
He'll be tried and he'll be sentenced. We have proof.
You keep saying you have proof. And all you've got is the packet you found in his attaché case, and that could have been planted there.
It could have been, but it wasn't.
Well, I won't be intimidated. If we have to fight, we'll fight. Ted is 47 years old. He has a spotless reputation. He's never done anything wrong. The jury will simply refuse to believe that he could be a member of a dope ring.
Did you ever hear of a woman named Jenny Saunders?
Jenny Saunders? I don't believe so.
I'll do some things that are not exactly in the book. If you promise to say nothing, I'll take you to her apartment.
Well, why would I want to go there?
Because the two of you have something in common.
How does it happen that you have a key to this woman's apartment?
Well, you see, she's cooperating with us. And when I said I might want to bring you here, she felt it best not to be present.
Why?
Out of respect, I suppose, for your feelings. What do you think of the place?
Well, it's nice enough, but why have you... Wait a minute. That's Ted's picture.
Yep, that's Ted's picture.
What's Ted's picture doing here?
You'll find some of Ted's clothing in the closet also.
Oh no.
Oh, no what?
You won't get away with this. I see what this is for. It's a frame-up to build your case. You're planting his things in this apartment.
You're making serious charges, Mrs. Mallard, and I can understand how you feel, but Ted was here. He spent time here.
I defy you to prove that.
We have witnesses. People have seen him here.
Well, they can. They can all be part of this plot.
Which plot? Mrs. Mallard, why should we want to frame your husband?
I don't know. To make an arrest, to create an impression you're cracking down on drugs?
Why pick on Ted Mallard? Why construct this elaborate framework?
I won't believe it.
That means you refuse to believe it. Mrs. Mallard, let's accept your argument for a moment. The drugs could have been planted in the attaché case.
Then you admit...
For the sake of argument. Okay. Then we could have gone to the trouble of setting up the apartment, the witness, the girl. But you tell me one thing. How do you explain your husband's fingerprints?
What fingerprints?
His fingerprints are all over the place. I know it's very hard for you, Mrs. Mallard. I suppose you have to look at your whole life now from another perspective. And maybe, faced with all this, you won't even want to help him.
Please, let me out of here.
Myra, where were you? I thought you'd be here earlier. Arthur hasn't been able to do a thing. Now, should we get another lawyer? I can't believe a thing like this could
Ted,
happen.
Tell me about Jenny Saunders.
Who?
Jenny Saunders.
Jenny? What about Jenny Saunders?
That's what I'm asking you.
I don't know any Jenny Saunders.
You don't?
No, of course not. Look, darling, we've got 1,000,001 important things to worry about.
You don't know a Jenny Saunders.
Myra, is somebody named Jenny Saunders somehow involved in everything that's happening?
There's an apartment at 291 Fenimore Place.
So, what about it?
I was hoping you'd tell me what about it.
Myra, what's wrong? Don't say nothing, because I can tell when something's bothering you.
I didn't say nothing was wrong. Tell me about 291 Fenimore Place.
I never heard of it.
The police say they found your fingerprints all over it.
Oh, well, I guess they would.
Then you do know about 291 Fenimore.
Thinking, darling. I have been there. Let me see.
Often?
Well, twice to install and then... Oh, let's see, was it 3 times? Anyway, I installed and then went back for some repairs, I guess. And I guess the police were checking every place that I ever visited.
Well, why would you have been to 291 Fenimore?
As a favor to Bert.
Bert?
Yes, he's got a friend.
Jenny Saunders?
I don't... Maybe that's her name. I never saw her. I never saw anyone in the apartment.
Well, why did you go there in the first place?
I'm telling you, darling. Bert asked me to install one of our special stereos for this good friend of his.
You? Don't you have servicemen and technicians
There
to do
were
that kind
some
of thing?
new things, and Bert said that it would be a big favor.
And that's the only reason you ever went to 291 Fenimore Place?
Well, of course. What other reason would I have?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Mallard.
Hello, Harriet. Is Bert Hollis in?
Oh, yeah, he sure is, but he's on the phone.
That's all right. I'll wait.
Look, I don't believe it about Mr. Mallard. I mean, well, he's just about the straightest guy there is.
Harriet, tell me something. Does the name Jenny Saunders mean anything to you?
Say it again, Mrs. Mallard.
Jenny Saunders. Does it mean anything?
Yeah.
What?
Well, I don't know. I mean, oh, gosh.
Well, who is it?
Look, does this ever happen to you? You know you've heard something somewhere, but you can't for the life of you remember when or where. Now this name, Jenny Saunders.
Yes?
I did hear it.
Apropos of what?
Apropos of, I can't remember.
Oh, please, Harriet, try to recall.
No. It doesn't do me any good to try.
It's very important.
Look, I mean, it's all just sloshing around somewhere in my subconscious, and it'll come to the surface when it wants to.
Well, you will let me know, won't you, if you should happen to remember?
Oh, sure. Oh, Mr. Hollis's light is out now, so he's off the phone. Why don't you just go in?
Thank you. Bert?
Myra, come in. Come in. Sit down.
Thank you.
Is there something new? I know Arthur's still waiting for the Court of Appeal.
Bert, who is Jenny Saunders?
Well, I'd never heard of her.
Now, look, I know how long you and Ted have been friends. And, of course, your instinct is to protect him, but Bert... Oh, Bert, I have to know.
What do you have to know?
If my husband has been having an affair with a woman named Jenny Saunders.
Ted? An affair? Oh, no, never. It's impossible.
Bert, I looked in the mirror today, and I see that it could be possible.
Myra, I know Ted,
Please
and I say
listen to
never.
me, please. When I think of Ted and me and our marriage, I believe I'm still 20 and he's still 22. But I'm not, and he's not, and I have wrinkles, and a girl named Jenny Saunders is probably quite young.
And you're being quite silly. Ted would never...
Are you familiar with an apartment at 291 Fenimore Place?
291 Fenimore... No. Should I be?
Yes, if you have a friend who lives there.
No, I don't know anyone who...
Well, since you have never heard of the place, and you don't know anyone who lives there, then you couldn't possibly have asked Ted to personally install a special super stereo.
Ask Ted to what?
You heard what I said.
Well, I heard it, but I can't believe it. Well, why would I ask Ted?
I see.
Myra, please. Why did you ask me such a question? What are you driving at? What's happened?
I'm not sure. When Ted was arrested at the airport the other night, I thought that was the end of the world. Now I see that may have just been the calm before the storm.
Yes?
You're Jenny Saunders.
Okay. Where do we go from here?
I'm Myra Mallard.
Oh, well, come on in. Sit down.
Thank you.
Drink?
I don't believe so.
Well, what are we going to talk about?
Is it true?
It's true.
I didn't think you'd be his type.
When they start to hit 50, what's a type?
Although you are quite pretty.
If it makes you feel any better, he's still in love with you.
Really? Then what was he doing here?
Well, I guess these fellows need excitement. He's in a jam, I hear.
Yes.
I will say he was fast with $1. He was good to me. The rent here goes for almost $300. And then he liked to go to the track.
I never knew he had the slightest interest in...
Oh, and he liked a game of cards. I told him the stakes were a little high.
I never knew he could even play cards.
Well, I tried to steer him clear of it.
Thank you.
But men, well, they do what they want to do. And so, well, the way I see it, he got in very deep to the loan sharks. And it's all tied into the rackets, you understand? So they said, look, here's how you can pay us back.
And so he became a courier.
You see it happen all the time. Legit business guys get themselves in hock, and the mob moves in. What are you looking for?
You wouldn't happen to have a specially installed stereo, would you?
Oh, no. I wish I did.
Oh, thank you, Miss Saunders.
Yeah. I'm glad you're friendly, Mrs. Mallet. A lot of wives, they'd throw a fit. But isn't it better to act civilized?
Myra, what are you saying to me?
What are you saying to me, Ted?
I'm saying that I don't know a girl named Jenny Saunders.
She lives at 291 Fenimore Place. You admit you went there.
As a favor to Bert.
Bert knows nothing about it.
What do you mean he knows nothing about it? He asked me
He
to.
didn't.
He specifically asked... Myra, Bert came into my office a couple of months ago and asked me to do him this favor.
But he didn't.
Well, ask him.
I did ask him. He knows nothing about it. And furthermore, I just had a visit with Jenny Saunders.
Myra.
I can see where she might be very exciting.
Myra, listen to me.
No, you listen to me. Call Lieutenant Denson.
What for?
So you can make a deal and be out of here in a few years, or maybe even months.
Would you mind telling me what you're talking about?
I'm talking about a man who fell in love with a woman half his age.
Myra.
All right. Let's say he became infatuated. And so he went through all of his money, got into debt, and was offered a way out, an illegal way out, and he was caught.
Myra, do you believe this?
Yes, Ted, I believe it. I don't see how it's possible not to believe it.
How is it possible, indeed, not to believe it? How can one doubt the evidence? Evidence based on the reasonable, logical, and sensible interpretation of the facts that exist. Certainly, a man must be proven guilty beyond the shadow of a doubt. Is there even a shadow here? Everything seems so clear-cut. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
The Mystery Theater returns on WABC.
Sometimes, if you repeat a story often enough, you'll come to believe it. For instance, for 25 years, Myra Mallard has been telling herself that she has the perfect marriage, a union that was made in heaven, as they say. And perhaps she has been so taken by the idea that she refuses to accept reality. And reality seems to be another woman, and a prison cell, and a narcotics-carrying charge.
You're telling me I've been having an affair with another woman?
I have met her.
And I've been maintaining her?
Yes.
And the drain on my finances has driven me into becoming a member of a narcotics ring?
Ted, these are facts.
Well, I deny every one of them.
But your fingerprints are all over that apartment.
And I told you how they got there.
Oh, Ted.
I also told you something else. I told you this would never be straightened out.
But
that the very fact I've been arrested would scar me for the rest of my life.
Ted,
that there'll always be a nagging doubt in people's minds. Well, what can I expect from strangers when my own wife believes I'm guilty?
Oh, Ted, I don't know what to believe.
I'd know what to believe if you were the one who was sitting in jail. I'd believe what you told me.
I'm trying to, but all the evidence...
I wouldn't care for evidence. I'd know that the person I loved would tell me the truth. I don't think we have the kind of marriage that we thought we did. Or at least that I thought I did.
Ted, what do you want me to do?
What do I want you to do if you have to ask?
I'm all mixed up.
We had a paradise, you and I, Mara. But at the first storm, look what happens to it.
Darling...
The other night you said to me this would be a good way to find out who my friends are. Well, it's better than that. It's a good way for me to find out who my wife is.
Well, Mrs. Mallard, have you thought it over?
Yes, Lieutenant Denson, I have.
And have you decided to help your husband?
Yes. I'm going to do everything I can.
Fine. Then I can expect you to cooperate with us.
Oh, I will. That is, if you agree to cooperate with me.
Certainly. What would you like me to do?
Find the man who's really guilty.
Mrs. Mallard, is it possible we are back to ground zero on this thing?
We never left it. Ted is innocent.
In the face of all the evidence, can you really believe that?
Yes, I believe he is innocent. And I believe it because he says so. Ted Mallard cannot lie to me any more than I can lie to him.
Mrs. Mallard, I would like you...
I know what you'd like. You'd like me to look at the facts. But there are all kinds of facts, Lieutenant. You have yours, and I have mine.
And what are yours?
Mine is the fact that Ted and I are in love. Yes, for a moment, I panicked. I was frightened.
Mrs. Mallard...
It's no good, Lieutenant. I have 25 years supporting me.
I know this is a blow to your pride.
Let me tell you whom you should investigate. My husband's partner, Bert Hollis.
Please, Mrs.
Bert
Mallard.
is lying. He said he didn't ask Ted to install the stereo set at 291 Fenimore.
Mrs. Mallard, you can't shift the blame conveniently.
Why is Bert lying? That's the crux of the entire case.
Bert was not caught with the narcotics. Bert was not maintaining a girl in that apartment.
Please, Lieutenant, don't give me facts. Your facts. For once, try something else.
Something else?
Faith. Believe somebody. Take a person's word. You once said, I was a very fine woman. All right. Would I lie? Isn't it possible that I'm telling the truth? I know you have a case. It's well constructed. But it's wrong.
Mrs. Mallard, we know Ted is guilty.
And I know Bert is lying, and I'm asking you to find out why.
We have no reason to pursue that line of investigation.
Perhaps you don't, but I do. And I'm going to pursue it.
How?
I don't know. What do I know about these kinds of things? But somebody has to help Ted.
Must be wonderful to have a wife who simply won't face the facts.
Oh, you're wrong, Lieutenant. I'm facing all the facts. Why would Bert lie?
I don't know.
Think.
I told you, I don't know.
Have you had any differences of opinion about the business?
No.
Is he in debt?
Not that I know of.
Can you think of anything, any reason why he would do this to you?
Bert and I have been friends since college.
All right, the attaché case. How could the cocaine have gotten in there?
That's beyond me.
Oh, Ted, you're not being very helpful.
Well, did I ever think I'd be framed?
It's Bert. It has to be Bert. But why?
I don't know. I'd have been willing to bet my life on Bert. Just as I'd be willing to bet my life on you.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Mallard.
Hello, Harriet.
Anything new with Mr. Mallard?
Well, we're hoping.
Yeah.
I've just come by to get some of Ted's things.
Oh, that's Mr. Hollis's ring. He wants to give me some dictation. Look, if you'll be in Mr. Mallard's office for a few minutes, would you mind answering the phone?
No, not at all.
It's just that when Mr. Hollis dictates, he gets all confused if I have to stop and pick up the phone.
Well, I'll be here for a while.
Oh, thanks.
Yes?
Is Bert there?
No.
Well, he's supposed to be there. He knows I'd be calling.
He just stepped out for a moment.
Tell him Smitty wants him.
Oh, yes.
What do you mean? Oh, yes.
Well, I've heard Bert mention your name. Bert and I are, we're very close.
There you are. What about the Saunders dame?
Oh, that's all over.
Look, it's a lot of dough, and it's due. He knows how and where to bring it.
Myra, Harriet said you were here.
Oh, well, I just wanted to get some of Ted's things.
Why? He'll be out of jail soon. I feel it in my bones.
Do you?
I know Ted. He couldn't do anything wrong.
You're a good friend to him.
I don't care what anyone says. I'll stick by him.
Oh, thanks for covering the phone. I heard it ring.
Oh, it was a wrong number.
Oh, well, I hope everything will be okay with Mr. Mallard.
Thank you, Harriet.
If you're through in Mr. Mallard's office, maybe I'd better lock it.
Well, why? Does Mr. Mallard usually keep it locked?
Oh, no. That's his problem. He leaves everything lying around. Anybody could walk into his office and walk off with anything.
Even his attaché case?
Oh, sure. Although, why would anyone want to take his attaché case?
Well, did you ever see anyone carrying his case?
Did I? Well, I never thought to watch.
Try to think.
Hey, now that you mention it, it's funny. Now, when he left for London last week, I saw Mr. Hollis bring him the case. And Mr. Hollis said, "Hey, Ted, you left this in my office."
Uh-huh. That's what Mr. Hollis said.
Mm-hmm.
What did Mr. Mallard answer?
I think he said, thanks, Bert.
And that was all?
Yeah. Oh, okay. Do you remember you asked me, did I know a Jenny Saunders?
Yes.
Well, that's where I heard her name. As they were saying goodbye, Mr. Hollis said, let me see, did you get everything squared away for my friend, Jenny Saunders? And Mr. Mallard answered, the stereo works just fine. There you are. You really forget nothing if you know how to make it come back.
Hello, Bud. I'm on time. You got it?
Yeah.
Hand it over. I know 50 grand here.
I know.
Look, the agreement was 10 payments, 50 grand each.
50 is too big a sum to hide.
The agreement, pal.
I can fix the books for 25 maybe each month, but not for 50.
Who cares about the books? That's why we got Mallard out of the way, so you could have an open road.
His wife was there today.
Why?
I don't know why. Maybe she suspects something.
Why should she suspect
I don't know. I said maybe.
Look, you're the one who said all you needed was to get Mallard out of here, and the till would be wide open.
Okay, but you have to be cautious.
Cautious? The way you drop money on the ponies, the cards, the dames?
Look, it'll just take a little bit longer, but I'll pay you fellas back.
What's that?
I don't know.
Nobody's supposed to be here.
Well, maybe it's Jenny.
How could it be Jenny? I heard you two are quits.
Quits? Where did you hear that?
Your secretary told me.
She doesn't know anything about Jenny.
Wait a minute.
Hey, what are you going to do with that gun?
Somebody's in that closet. What are you trying to do, Bert? Set me up?
No, I don't.
All right, whoever you are, come on out of there.
Myra.
You know this dame?
It's Ted's wife.
Hello, Bert. Who is your friend?
Myra. I couldn't help myself.
So you did frame Ted after all.
Please, Myra, you don't understand. It was Jenny. Jenny Saunders. I couldn't keep away from her.
All right, we can't hang around here.
What are you going to do with her?
I don't know. But something will occur to me. Move, sister.
Why?
What are you going to do to her?
She has to disappear.
You let her alone. Murder was no part of the deal.
Look, Bud, people do what they have to do.
I said no. Please, Myra. Myra, if you promise not to...
What can she promise?
Myra, promise you...
Oh, poor Bert. This character makes you betray your friend, loot your company. And now he'll kill you.
Shut up, lady.
Well, how else can it end?
I think we'd better go for a little ride.
No, I won't let you do it.
Let go my arm, you nut.
Put away.
I said let go my arm.
You okay, Mr. Hollis? Me? Yes, I am.
Lieutenant.
Hey, Joe, get an ambulance. We may be able to save this other one's life.
Lieutenant,
What am I doing here?
Yes.
Well, you can say whatever you like about science and facts and clues and evidence, but sometimes a good hunch has them all beat.
You heard what they said?
Yep, everything. I followed you because if you did happen to be right, you'd need help.
I didn't mean to. I just kept getting in deeper and deeper.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
No, thank you for showing me what it can be like.
What can be like?
Marriage. I may even try it myself.
And he did. or so we are told. Well, what is the moral here? You may be sure that faith can overcome any difficulty. And as the Persian poet said, the sweet breath of love can blow away the mightiest mountains. So, you have faith, for I shall return in just a few moments. Love, like wine, they say, grows mellower, finer, tastier as time goes on. Just as youth is wasted on the young, so is love. The heart has its reasons, and the more we attempt to probe and pry and weigh and analyze, the more we come to naught. Love is one of the two supreme passions. The other, of course, is murder, which is why we always try to give you liberal amounts of each, 7 times each week. Our cast included Joan Lovejoy, Mandel Kramer, Bryna Rayburn, Ken Harvey, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with Family Theater Incorporated, presents The Perfect Wife, starring Spring Byington and Ralph Morgan. Lisbeth Scott is your hostess.
More things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. We've all had the experience of reading a story or seeing a picture or play that we considered inspiring. Most of us are thrilled by the example of courage in difficulties or patience and consideration in trials and suffering. We feel a desire to translate worthwhile example into action in our own lives. And in our own lives, too, we influence those we meet. Isn't this especially true in family life? In a home, the example of parents can be a constant inspiration to children. And in a home where children are unselfish and thoughtful, they too are an inspiration to parents. That's why family prayer, which brings God's blessing on a home, should be a daily practice in every home. Because every member of a family united together in simple, humble prayer to God is a great inspiration to everyone else in a family. Family prayer is the wonderful example of good living, God-loving parents and children.
Lisbeth Scott will return later in the program. Now, Family Theater presents The Perfect Wife, starring Spring Byington and Ralph Morgan. There's hardly a person in Brightonville who can pass the Turner home on Oak Avenue without feeling a little guilty at having put off mowing his own lawn or trimming his hedge. And inside, the house is in the same beautiful order. Everything polished to a high shine. Not a stick of furniture so much as an inch out of place. You may wonder who's responsible for this model state of affairs. Well, anyone in Brightonville can tell you. It's Harry Turner's wife, Emily. She's in the kitchen now, humming to herself as she moves quickly from stove to refrigerator and back again.
Mother, are you home?
Oh, Nancy, I'm in the kitchen. Come on out, dear.
That smells good. What are you making?
Angel food. I just put it in the oven.
At 3 o'clock in the afternoon?
I didn't have time this morning, dear.
You're always rushing around, Mother.
Well, I wanted to iron the bedroom curtains and get them back up. Oh, look out, dear. Spread out those papers and walk on them, please, dear. I just scrubbed that part of the kitchen floor.
Uh-huh. And after all that, you decide to bake a cake.
Well, it's been such a long time since I've made an angel food. I don't want to lose my touch.
I doubt that will ever happen.
Don't throw your coat down there, dear. Hang it up in the closet. I'll only be a minute while I wash up these few dishes.
Here, I help.
Don't use that dirty towel. Get a clean one off the shelf.
Yes, Mother. You know, I wonder if there'll ever come a day when I stop in here and you won't be baking or putting up curtains or washing or ironing or cleaning or...
Well, there's a lot to be done around the house if you want to keep it looking spick and span.
I guess there is.
After you and Bill have been married a little longer, you'll be doing the same thing, dear.
I don't know. I'm not so sure Bill would like it if all I did was just...
Well, when you're a little older, you'll find out that a husband just won't stand for having a house all cluttered up, meals late.
Well, maybe.
There, I guess that's everything. Just hang the towel. Oh, not there, dear. Over near the window.
All right.
Anybody home?
Why, it's Dad. I wonder what he's doing home so early. We're in the kitchen, Harry. Are you sick?
Oh, no. I have to meet a train.
Oh, walk on the papers, Harry, dear, please.
Yes. I was saying I have to meet our new personnel manager coming in on a 4:10. So I thought I'd just stop by here and put on a clean shirt. Want to make a good impression, you know. We consider ourselves pretty lucky to get her.
Oh, is the woman?
Yes, she's a widow. Name's Brandon, Margaret Brandon. She's had a lot of experience in personnel work.
Harry, please be careful of your ashes. I just cleaned this floor.
I'm sorry, Em.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't smoke that cigar out here. Not while I'm cooking, anyway.
I guess I just forgot.
Did you see Bill today, Dad?
Yes, I saw him around the office. You know, he's looking disgustingly healthy these days, Nancy. What do you feed him?
Well, promise you won't breathe a word of this to Mother?
No, not a word.
I just open a can and put it on the table. And he thrives on it.
If you can tell him when he wants a good home-cooked meal, he can come over here.
Oh, say, that reminds me, Em. I wondered... Well, since it's Mrs. Brandon's first evening in town, I thought it might be kind of nice to have her out here for dinner. You know, give her a little welcome.
Oh, Henry... You can't do these things to me. I didn't plan on company. All we're having is...
Oh, now, Em, it doesn't have to be anything special. Whatever you cook is bound to be good. You know that.
Oh, besides, I'm finishing that room upstairs. You said you'd put the rugs down tonight.
Oh, well, she'll go home early, and then I'll take care of them. Anything will be fine for dinner.
Oh, dear, let me see. Oh, luckily, I do have a cake in the oven. And, Nancy... If you're not in a hurry, maybe you could run down and see if the butcher has some nice lamb chops.
Surely, Mother.
And it's all right if I invite her?
Oh, I guess so. But I do wish that you'd tell me about these things ahead of time, Harry.
Yes, dear. Oh, wait a minute, Nancy. I'll drop you over the market on the way down.
Go to Mr. Peters for the lamb chops, Dad.
Yes, and be sure they're lean and have him trim them.
Oh, Dad. They'll be the way Mother always gets them, or I'll be bringing them back.
I know that from bitter experience.
Mother wants everything perfect.
Well, that's her big happiness in life, having everything perfect.
I guess I take after you, Dad. Hey, drop me at the corner here. It'll be all right.
Take care of yourself, honey. I'll have to hurry to pick up Mrs. Brandon. By the time I get her fixed up at the hotel, we'll just make it back in time for dinner. I don't want to keep Mother waiting.
Okay. Good luck, Dad.
See you later, Nancy.
Oh, that was a wonderful dinner, Mrs. Turner.
No, Emily's quite a cook.
Well, as I told Harry, I just wish he'd let me know a little earlier about your coming. Then I'd have had time to fix something really nice.
Oh, but that angel food cake was the best I've ever tasted. Everything was wonderful.
Thank you.
By the way, I was just thinking maybe you ladies would like to go to a movie. There's a good one at the Rivoli.
Why, Oh, Harry, not tonight.
Well, Mrs. Brandon might like to.
Oh, that's very nice of you, Mr. Turner, but I'd better be getting back to the hotel. I still have to unpack, you know.
Oh, of course. Well, look, I'll drive you down.
Oh, please don't bother. I can just call a cab.
I should say not. It's no trouble at all.
Well...
Now, you wait there. Excuse me, I'll go and back the car up.
You know, Harry's always so anxious to make everyone feel at home.
Yes, he's been very kind.
I hope you're going to like it here in Brightonville, Mrs. Brandon.
Oh, I know I am. You see, I came from a small town, and New York just never seemed like home to me. Now all I have to do is find an apartment.
I guess that's quite a problem, even in Brightonville.
Oh, you certainly have a lovely home here. Oh. How do you ever manage to keep it so spotless?
Well, it's really a full-time... Oh, that must be Harry. I'll get you things. Oh, my... What a lovely coat, Mrs. Brandon.
It's a little thing I picked up in New York. Do you like the ballerina sweep?
It's something new for Brightonville.
It's becoming quite the style. Well, thank you again, Mrs. Turner. It was a wonderful dinner. When I get an apartment, I want you and your husband to be my first dinner guests.
Thank you. I know Harry'd like that very much.
Well, good night.
Good night. Harry, is that you?
Yes, Em.
Don't forget to turn off the hall light, Harry, dear.
All right.
What in the world took you so long, Harry? I was beginning to think something had happened.
Oh, there was a mix-up. They'd sent 4 wrong suitcases to the hotel, so we had to drive back down and exchange them.
4 suitcases?
Well, you know how the way it is with clothes and everything.
Yes. She dresses very well for a businesswoman.
Yes, indeed. I think she's going to be quite an asset to the company.
Somehow, though, I had the idea she'd been an older woman, having so much responsibility and all.
Funny thing about that, Em. I remember looking over her record, and she's just about your age. Only a year or so younger.
Oh, Harry Turner, you're joking.
No?
Well, for heaven's... Of course. She has all the latest styles from New York.
Well, sure.
And it's a lot easier to go in for clothes if you don't have a house and family to take care of.
Yes, I suppose it is.
Hello?
Mrs. Turner?
Yes?
This is Margaret Brandon.
Oh, yes. How are you, Mrs. Brandon?
Fine, thank you. I found an apartment, just last week.
I'm glad to hear that.
Well, I'm still in the process of moving in, but if you're willing to overlook that, I thought perhaps you and your husband would have dinner with me tomorrow evening.
Why, I guess so.
I spoke to Mr. Turner about it, but I thought I'd better call you to make sure.
Well, I think that would be very nice.
Good. I'll expect you then tomorrow about 7:30.
Mighty nice little place you have here, Margaret.
Yes, Harry, I was lucky to get it. I don't think it'll be so bad once I get things fixed up. I thought I might paint that alcove a light green. What do you think about that, Mrs. Turner?
Well, light color is pretty hard to keep clean.
Yes, I suppose that's true, but it would make the room so much more cheerful.
Say, if you need any help on the painting, just call on me. I did quite a job on the kitchen furniture last spring, didn't I, Em?
Yes. The kitchen hasn't been the same since.
Well, I might take you up on that. I'm pretty much of an amateur when it comes to painting. Oh, would either of you like more coffee?
No, thank you.
Not for me. I'm full right up to here.
Well, I'll just set your cups over here then.
Now, I'd like to help you with the dishes.
Oh, no, I'll have plenty of time to do them later. I'd rather just talk now.
Oh? Well, whatever you say.
Harry was telling me today about the annual office dinner party next week. I suppose you'll be there, won't you?
Oh, I don't know. Harry usually goes to those things alone.
Em doesn't have much use for getting all rigged up in evening clothes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was hoping you'd be there to lend me a little moral support.
Well, I haven't much interest in office parties.
Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to show you that book I was telling you about.
Well, that was a very pleasant evening, wasn't it, Em?
Mm-hmm, yes. Yes, it was, dear. Quite pleasant.
Yes, sir. Margaret really has a knack for making a person feel at home. That's what makes her so good at her job.
I did have to smile at that dinner, though, dear.
Huh? Oh. Well, what was the matter with it?
Well, everything straight out of a can. It reminded me of eating at Nancy's.
Well, Margaret works all day and doesn't have a lot of time to spend getting a meal.
Oh, of course, I realize that.
Besides, I thought it tasted pretty good.
Well, Harry Turner, I never thought I'd hear you say that. You're always insisting there's nothing like real home cooking.
Well, I guess the trouble is you just spoil me. You just spoil me too much, Em.
More potatoes, dear?
No, I've got plenty right here.
Well, I may as well get the dessert then. I made an apple souffle for you this afternoon.
Sounds great. I'll tell you what, though, Em. Maybe you better save my dessert till later. I told Margaret I'd be over early to get going on that painting.
Oh, my goodness, aren't you through with that yet? You've been over there nearly every night for a week.
Well, I think I ought to be able to finish it up tonight if I get an early start.
Oh.
Truth is, if I'd known what a job it was going to be, I might have been a little slow in offering my services.
Mm-hmm.
But a promise is a promise. You know that, Em.
Yes, of course.
Hello, Mother.
Oh, hello, dear.
I just stopped in for a minute. How's everything?
All right, Nancy.
I'm running downtown. Is there anything I can get you?
Well, let me see. No, I think I have everything.
I have to rush. I have an appointment at the beauty parlor. You know, tomorrow night's the party.
Oh, Nancy.
Yes, Mother?
I've decided to go to that office dinner party.
You have? Oh, that's wonderful.
Yes, I thought I'd better go this year.
Oh, Dad'll be so delighted.
Well, I hope so.
Look, why don't you meet me downtown this afternoon, and I'll help you pick out a new evening gown.
Oh, I don't need a new evening gown.
Now, Mother, you're not going to wear your black lace dress again, are you?
Why not? It's just as good as it was when I bought it 2 years ago.
But, Mother...
Nancy, dear, I go to a formal party about once in a green moon. There's no point in my buying a new dress.
Well, I'll arrange an appointment at the beauty parlor. I'm sure they'll be able to take you sometime tomorrow.
Oh, good heavens, Nancy.
Mother, we'll have you looking like a queen.
It's out of the question, Nancy. You know Wednesday's the day for my general cleaning.
Oh, Mother. You're not going to spend all day tomorrow cleaning.
And why not?
But you ought to get some rest. You'll be all tired out tomorrow night. Can't you clean Thursday morning?
And when do you suggest I do my baking?
Honestly, Mother, sometimes I could just...
Oh, please, Nancy. Now, dear, I'm not at all accustomed to being ordered about.
But, Mother...
I have my own way of doing things, and if I have a problem, I have my own way of working it out.
Mrs. Turner, what are you doing over in the corner all by yourself?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Brandon. Well, I'm surprised at all these handsome gentlemen around that you're not dancing.
May I sit with you?
Of course.
You know, I want you to see my apartment now that the alcove is painted. Your husband did a wonderful job. I don't see how I can ever repay him.
Oh, that's not necessary. Harry gets a kick out of puttering around. I just hope he didn't mess up your apartment too much in the process.
Well, I think you have to expect a certain amount of that, don't you?
Well, nowadays it's difficult to know what to expect, Mrs. Brandon.
Well, I beg your pardon. I'll bet you're Margaret Brandon.
Why, yes.
I just knew it. I'm John Clark of the advertising department.
Oh,
been out of
how
town
do you
for
do?
several weeks. Just got back yesterday. Missed meeting you when you first arrived. Heard a lot about you, though, Mrs. Brandon. They say you're doing... Oh, I beg your pardon. Is this your mother?
No. This is Mrs. Turner, Harry Turner's wife.
Hey, I'm sorry. I didn't recognize you. How do you do, Mrs. Turner? Well, Harry's done a swell job getting up this party.
Yes. Will you excuse me, please? Oh, Harry.
Em, I was just coming over. I wanted to take you around to meet some of the new people.
Harry, I wonder if I left the lights on in the parlor. I think I'd better go home.
Em, I remember distinctly...
Harry, would you mind taking me home?
But, Em, it's early yet.
Harry, please, take me home. Don't turn in, Harry. You better get back to the party.
But, Em, I don't understand. You say you're not ill, but...
Oh, please, Harry, let's not talk about it.
But you have me worried. What happened?
Oh, it's nothing. I guess I'm just not up to these things anymore.
What do you mean?
Well, everyone seems so dressed up for the affair.
Listen here, Em. What's getting into you? Why, you were the finest-looking woman in that whole group tonight.
Oh, Harry, you don't mean that.
Of course I mean it.
No, you don't.
Well, Em, what's wrong?
Oh, Harry, please. I'll go in now. You better get back.
Well, I guess I'd better.
Good night, Harry.
Em.
Yes?
You got me all upset. I just can't leave you feeling this way.
I'm all right. I've got to work this out by myself.
Well, maybe you're just tired.
Yes, maybe.
You know, after organizing everything, I can't just walk out. But I'll be back as early as I can.
Yes, go ahead, Harry. Have a good time.
Sorry I'm late for breakfast, Em.
Wait, it's all right. Everything's waiting for you.
I'll have to hurry, just a cup of coffee. I guess things will be mixed up in the office this morning.
Yes, I guess so.
The party was a great success. You would have enjoyed it if you'd stayed.
Yes, I'm sure I would.
What's wrong, Em?
Nothing, dear. Everything's fine. Oh, I wanted to tell you I'm running downtown.
But I just can't understand what happened last night.
Let's not talk about it now, Harry. I just thought I'd let you know I'd be out in case you phoned.
Well, I'll drive you down. Will you be long in getting ready?
No, now you're in a hurry, dear. Don't wait for me. I'll manage all right.
Fourth floor, ready to wear. Millinery suits, gowns. Fourth floor.
Out, please.
One side, let lady out.
Thank you. Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's quite all right. Oh, Mrs. Brandon, how do you do?
Why, Emily Turner, how nice to see you. Are you going over this way?
Why, no, I was going over...
Mrs. Turner, you know, I meant to call you this morning. Look, have you had lunch yet?
Well, no, I think I'll go on home when I get through here.
Why don't you stay down and have lunch with me?
Not today. Thank you.
Oh, please, just this once.
I have some things to do. Well, yes. Thank you. I will.
Is this table all right?
Fine.
Oh, it's good to sit down. Things were crazy at the office this morning.
Mm-hmm. Your work must be quite interesting.
I like it very much.
Harry says you're doing very well.
I hope so. I guess we all like to feel that we're needed somewhere, don't we?
Your orders, please.
I'd like the salad plate.
That's fine for me, too.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I ran over here during lunch hour. I saw the cutest hat, a silhouette and a bicorn. I thought I'd get it.
I was looking at a Renaissance toque, but I couldn't quite make up my mind.
That would look very well on you.
Thank you. I doubt if it's my style.
By the way, I met your daughter Nancy down at the office the other day.
Oh?
She's a charming girl.
Thank you. Harry and I are very fond of her.
You're very fortunate.
Indeed, I am. If nothing gets in the way to disturb things.
Mrs. Turner, my husband died 2 years ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
As I look back, there's one thing I'm very happy about. You see, Jim and I couldn't have any children, so I kept on working. But I believe I can honestly say that I never let my work come before Jim's happiness. I felt that was so important because Jim had been badly wounded during the war, and You'll have to excuse me the way I'm just rattling on about myself and not letting you talk.
No, dear, please, go on.
But, I do appreciate your kindness. Sometimes it's hard to be accepted in a small town.
When you spoke of your home, it seemed that your husband was the center of everything.
Yes, that's the way it was. We had some wonderful times together, Jim and I.
I see.
When he was able, we went places, and when he wasn't, we'd stay at home and read. And sometimes we prayed together.
I understand.
That's the sweetest memory for me because it seems in a way he's still with me.
Yes. Margaret, I'm beginning to understand something that I didn't realize before.
What's that, Emily?
Well, it's... well, maybe you'll laugh because it seems so simple. But it can happen that a woman may lose her perspective even in her own home.
Yes?
Like cooking and cleaning. You take such pride in their accomplishment that you begin to think that they're an end in themselves, rather than a means of making your family comfortable and happy.
Yes.
That's what you wanted to talk to me about, isn't it?
Of course, dear.
Margaret, I've been thinking of getting a new dress. Would you have time to help me pick it out?
Anybody home? Em? Oh, that's funny. I wonder.
Hello?
Nancy? It's Dad. Where's your mother? Is she over there?
Why, no, I haven't seen her at all today. Dad, is anything wrong?
No, that is, I don't think so. I just got home and she's not here. No sign of dinner or anything. It's nearly 6 o'clock.
Well, that's odd. It's not like Mother to just... You don't suppose something's happened?
Oh, of course not. I don't know what's gotten into her. She did mention going into town for an hour or two this morning, but nothing like this ever happened before. Oh, Nancy, I'll have to hang up. Somebody's coming up the walk.
All right, Dad. But call me if she doesn't get home soon, won't you?
I will. Bye. Well, Em, it's about time. Where in the world have you been?
Oh, I'm sorry I'm so late, Harry.
Late, I should say you are. Em, what have you done with your hair?
Do you like it?
You have a new dress. Come here and let me look at you.
Well... Margaret helped me pick it out. Do you think it's a little too young for me?
Too young, my eye. Why, you look wonderful. Are you going someplace? Is somebody coming?
No. I just thought I'd do a little shopping.
Well.
I'd better hurry and get some dinner. Harry, I haven't even
Wait a minute, Em. Why don't you forget about that? We'll go out for dinner together.
No, Harry, I'll hurry, dear. It won't be a minute.
Oh, sure. We'll go out to that little inn, remember? The one out of Blackstone?
Why, Harry, I'd love to.
Swell.
Here's
just wait a minute. I'll get my hat. Oh.
What's the matter, dear?
I got ashes all over the floor. The rug. Wait a minute. I think I can.
Oh, let them go. They tell me ashes are good for a rug anyhow. They keep moths away or something like that.
They do? Well, I'll be darned. You learn something new every day, don't you?
You certainly do, Harry. You certainly do.
You have heard the Family Theater presentation of The Perfect Wife, starring Spring Byington and Ralph Morgan. Here again is our hostess for tonight, Lisbeth Scott.
Life can never be all happiness. Everyone goes through days of difficulty when there's misunderstanding and annoyance, when we need restraint and patience. But it is also true that the great joy of achievement lies in our being able to overcome obstacles and misunderstanding. Marriage should be, and can be, the most beautiful and rewarding experience in life. It is, when there is mutual trust and understanding, when there is a sincere effort on the part of everyone in a family to be of help to everyone else. Little deeds of unselfishness and kindness in a home make a happy family, despite sorrows and sufferings. With God's help, there can be kindness and consideration in all homes. And family prayer is a wonderful way to bring this harmony and happiness into your home. Because family prayer unites all members of a family in close bonds of understanding and love. For your family, for every family, It is true. A family that prays together stays together. Before saying good night, I'd like to thank Spring Byington and Ralph Morgan for their performances this evening. Our thanks to Jane Speed for writing tonight's play and to Max Terre for his music. This production of Family Theater Incorporated was directed by David Young. Others who appeared in tonight's play were Florence Ravenel, Cynthia Corley, and Tyler McVeigh. Next week, our Family Theater stars will be Ward Bond, Richard Lyon, and Dan O'Hurley in Son of Mine. Your host will be Eddie Cantor. This is Elizabeth Scott saying good night and God bless you.
This series of the Family Theater broadcasts is made possible by the thousands of you who felt the need for this kind of program, by the Mutual Broadcasting System, which has responded to this need, and by a friend of the New York Foundling Hospital, which cares for homeless and motherless babies without distinction of race, creed, or color. Be with us next week at the same time when our Family Theater stars will be Ward Bond, Richard Lyon, and Dan O'Hurley, with Eddie Cantor as host. Tony Lofrano speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick in My Favorite Wife. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight we bring you a modern comedy based on an old-fashioned idea, the notion that woman's place is in the home. Of course, only a brave man would argue that point with a woman nowadays. But tonight, two women argue it with each other. In the play My Favorite Wife, Rosalind Russell and Gail Patrick both want the woman's place in Laurence Olivier's home. And all he can do about it is let the best woman win. Miss Russell, who's here from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, plays a feminine Enoch Arden. Like the sailor in Tennyson's poem, she returns after being shipwrecked on an island to find that her lawful wedded mate believes her dead and has married again. You remember that Enoch Arden was a self-sacrificing soul. When he found another man in his place, he went quietly on his way. But when Ellen Arden, our shipwrecked lady tonight, finds another woman in her place, she puts up a whale of a fight. Perhaps that's the woman's angle. Or maybe it's just because Leo McCarey, instead of Lord Tennyson, produced the RKO screen success. There's a trend these days toward gay romances like My Favorite Wife. And perhaps you've noticed that Hollywood has been making more musicals, too. That has a more far-reaching effect than you might guess. More musicals mean more girls in the cast. More girls mean more stockings for the wardrobe department to look after. And as our wardrobe man was telling me the other day, that means more Lux Flakes used at the studio. For the studio wardrobe department, that's a matter of shrewd business. And, of course, that credits all of you who use Lux Flakes with shrewd business judgment, too. Now I hope you'll all credit us with shrewd casting in My Favorite Wife, starring Rosalind Russell as Ellen Arden, Laurence Olivier as Nick, and Gail Patrick as Bianca. The magic works once more. A nod to our engineer in the control room, a signal to our players, a wave to sound effects, a flash of footlights, and the Lux Radio Theater becomes a courtroom. Our play begins.
Court of General Sessions, Judge Walter Bryson presiding is now in session. Are the parties ready in the matter of Ellen Wagstaff Arden?
What's the matter, clerk? Let's get on.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The matter of Ellen Wagstaff Arden.
Oh, here, right here. Prison.
That's about time.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the case called, Your Honor. I wonder if you could...
Just a moment.
Clerk, wasn't I supposed to marry somebody this morning?
Why, yes, Your Honor.
Well, let's get it over with. This can wait. This is a very complicated case, this Arden matter.
Your Honor, yes, but Your Honor, the Arden...
Wait a minute. Go ahead, clerk.
Your Honor, this man is Mr. Arden.
Says what?
She's dead.
Who's dead?
Ellen Wagstaff Arden. Drowned.
Oh, that's sad. Very sad.
Yeah, if Your
Your
Honor,
name
please.
Arden?
Yes, Your Honor.
I know it. That's what I thought. Well, Mr. Arden, according to this brief, your deceased wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden, was a member of an anthropological expedition shipwrecked off the coast of Indochina.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was she doing on an expedition? Mother of 2 infant children.
Well, you'll find the circumstances set forth in my brief, sir.
Said Ellen Wagstaff Arden was engaged as photographer for a period of 3 months.
That's it. You see, we were going to take the trip together, but I became involved in the case, and I couldn't leave, so we talked it over, and finally she decided she'd like to take the trip herself. She needed a change. She had a tough time with the children, teething, and all
Just
that.
the facts. Never mind the teething.
Yes, Your Honor.
You're a lawyer. Stick to the facts.
Yes, Your Honor. They're in my brief, sir.
Well, let me read it. Stop interrupting. When did you say the ship went down?
Page 7, on September the 3rd, 1932. Page 7 here.
I'll find it. Page 7. Last seen entering one of the lifeboats, but what's shining in my eyes here?
I beg your pardon?
There's something shining in my eyes I can't see. Last seen entering... You over there, that young woman.
You mean me?
What do you think you're doing? Put that confounded mirror away. Do you want to blind me?
I'm very sorry.
Better wash your face instead of painting it. He's sick. What are you doing in this court, anyway?
I'm here with Mr.
Yeah,
Arden.
she's here with me, Your Honor.
Well, go over there and sit down. Stop using this court as a boudoir. Now, where was I?
On page 7, the shipwreck.
What efforts did you make to trace the whereabouts of your wife?
On page 8, I went to Bangkok and interviewed all the available survivors who agreed that the said Ellen Wagstaff Arden had been swept overboard before aid could reach her. Depositions are pending.
Quiet!
Yes, Your Honor, but I'd like to explain.
There's nothing to explain. Testimony's here, sworn affidavits, no evidence to the contrary. The law is clear. I hereby pronounce Ellen Wagstaff Arden legally dead. Wasn't I supposed to marry somebody?
Yes, sir. Us.
What do you mean, us? Who's us?
Mr. Arden and myself, Your Honor.
What's that? You going to marry again, Mr. Arden?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you quite sure you've had time to think it over?
Your Honor, Mr. Arden is over 21.
Now, be anchored quietly.
All right, hold hands, hold hands.
Nicky.
Here we go, darling. Hang on.
We're gathered here in the presence of these witnesses to join in matrimony. This man and this woman.
Is this where you wanted to go, lady?
Yeah. Thanks for the lift.
That's okay. Well, what are you crying about, sister?
I can't help it. You see that house?
Yeah?
I live there.
So what? It ain't a bad joint. Swimming pool and everything. Is that something to cry about?
No, but I haven't seen it for 7 years.
Yeah? Look, sister, not that it's any of my business, but when a girl dressed up in sailor pants asks for a lift and gets off at a classy
Do you
joint
mind?
like
It's
this...
an awfully long story. Maybe we'll meet again sometime.
Oh, okay. So long, sister.
Goodbye. Thanks again.
You're just scared. Watch me do a swan dive, Chinch. I can do a swan dive better than you can. You cannot either. Whee! Boy, it's like an iceberg in here.
Hello. Hello there.
Hello. Hello. Are you a lady or a man?
Well, I used to be a lady.
Well, then what for are you wearing sailor pants? Are you a sailor?
Well, not exactly.
My mother was practically a sailor. She went down in a shipwreck. We're not supposed to know.
Oh. Do you miss her very much?
Oh, sure.
Would you like to have her back?
Can't have her back. She's drowned. We put flowers on her grave every Easter with Daddy.
You do?
And then Daddy buys his hamburgers and root beer.
Oh. Tell me, is your grandmother in, Timmy?
How'd you know my name?
Oh, I just guessed. Is she in?
I forgot. We're not allowed to talk to strangers.
Maybe you can tell me. Is your grandmother in?
Pardon me. We're not allowed to talk to strangers. Is she going in the house? Yeah. I wonder can Grandma speak to strangers?
Yes, who is it? Come in, please.
Hello, darling.
Ellen, good heavens.
No. Take it easy, Mother.
Ellen.
Here, sit down, darling.
Oh, Ellen.
Take a deep breath. There. Are you all right now?
Oh, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Bless your heart.
After all these years. Oh, is it really you, Ellen?
Of course it is.
Oh.
How's Nicky?
Nicky?
Yes, you know, your son, my husband. He's all right, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Nicky's fine.
Good.
Ellen, where have you been?
On an island, latitude 12, longitude 128. And I'd still be there if a Portuguese freighter hadn't wandered 200 miles off its course. They brought me back.
Oh, darling.
Oh, by the way, how was my funeral?
Lovely. Dr. Blake preached a wonderful sermon.
Oh. I wish I'd been there.
Oh, silly.
Tell me about Nicky. Is he as handsome as ever?
Nicky? Oh, I think so.
Where is he? Where is he now? I'm dying to see him.
Ellen, there's something I've got to tell you. Nick's married again.
He is? Is she nice?
No.
Do I know her?
No. He met her on the boat when he went to look for you.
On the boat? It's one thing I never thought about. Nick's marrying again. Just how long did he wait?
They only got married this morning.
Today?
And they went off in the car to Yosemite for the honeymoon.
Yosemite? Oh, don't tell me he's taken her to the same hotel that we... Oh, no.
Well, Nick had some business in San Francisco.
Did he? Well, I've got some business in Yosemite. Ma, do planes fly to Yosemite now?
Yes, I think that... What are you going to do?
I don't know, but I think I'm going to be a reception committee. I'm going to get to Yosemite first.
Front, boy. Front. Yes, madam. What can I do for you?
Hello. Is Mr. Arden here? Mr. Nicholas Arden?
No, Mr. Arden hasn't arrived yet.
Oh, thank you.
Are you the bride by any chance?
No, not exactly.
I beg your pardon, madam.
I'll just wait, if you don't mind. Thank you very much.
Not at all, madam. That's very strange.
Right with you, Bianca.
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
My name is Arden.
Oh, yes, Mr. Arden. I believe that a young lady...
Do you have a reservation for me, please?
Yes, sir. Suite A, Mr. Arden.
Oh, Suite A.
It's our best.
Well, I'd rather not have it, if you don't mind. I couldn't take Suite A because I've been here before, you understand?
Yes, sir. Boy, Suite C.
Any trouble, darling?
Oh, certainly not. Sorry to keep you waiting, Bianca. Let's go, shall we?
Going up, sir?
Thanks.
Clerk, when that gentleman comes, will you let me know?
The gentleman is here, madam.
Oh. Well, I won't disturb him yet.
Huh? What?
Going up, sir.
Nicky, what's the matter?
That was... She... Oh, no.
Nicky, what is it?
Imagination seeing.
Come on, darling. The elevator's waiting. Oh, Nicky, I just love our room. Look at the view.
Yeah, beautiful.
Nicky, darling, aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, sure. But, Bianca, I've got to go downstairs again.
Oh, what on earth for?
Well, I've got to make sure that, I'll be right back. I was expecting a call, you see.
But they'll ring up here.
Will they?
Is something the matter, Nicky?
No, it's just, you know what I need?
What, dear?
A shave.
What?
Yeah, I'll go down to the barber shop, be right back.
Oh, Nicky, why don't you shave yourself? I'd love to watch you. Remember the way Victoria always watched Albert?
Albert who?
Prince Albert and Queen Victoria, silly.
Oh, well, he didn't hack himself to pieces the way I do. I'll go down to the barber shop and be right back.
Don't be long.
Right back. Ellen.
Hello, Nick.
Ellen. It is you, isn't it?
Yes.
Oh, Ellen. Kiss me.
Oh, that's all I wanted to know, Nick.
Look, let's go somewhere where we can talk, huh?
Where?
Well, let's go to your room.
I haven't got a room.
Oh, well, I'll get you one. Oh, clerk.
Yes, Mr. Arden.
I'd like to have another room.
Another room?
Yes, I just said that.
Oh, certainly, sir.
Thank you. Is Suite A available?
Suite A?
Yeah.
Yes, Suite A.
Front. Suite A.
That's all there is to tell you. It's an awkward situation, of course, but you'll have to face it, Nick.
Yeah. You mean telling Bianca? Yeah, I know, but what am I going to say?
Well, that depends on what you feel.
Well, it's not as easy as all that. You see, Bianca's very sensitive. She's high-strung.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah. This is going to be a horrible shock.
Nick, are you in love with her?
No.
You must have told her you were.
Didn't you?
Well,
Sure you did.
All right, sure I did.
Oh, Nick, how could you? The minute my back was turned.
The minute?
Oh, Nick, look at you. If you could only see your face.
Oh, don't choke, darling. It's too serious. I'll take it as public from you again. Hello?
Mr. Arden, this is the desk clerk. Mr. Arden, we don't like to interfere with the privacy of our guests, but your wife is calling for you again.
Well, tell my wife I'll be right up. I'm still being shaved. You know, I've got a feeling you're enjoying my misery.
Nick, did you think she'd make a good mother? Was that why you were attracted to her?
Yeah, that's it.
You thought she'd be good for Timmy and Chinch?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, of course.
Well, you don't believe me, huh?
I didn't say I don't believe you. I'm just facing facts. You loved this woman enough to ask her to be your wife and the mother of my children. That takes a lot of love. You sure you don't love her?
The moment I saw you downstairs, I knew.
Ah, go on. I bet you say that to all your wives.
You know, I could strangle you.
Well, that's the way out.
But I can't just barge in and say, sorry, my mistake, marriage is off. Can I? What am I, a dope?
Look, let's try something like this. I'll be, what's her name again?
Bianca.
Bianca. All right, I'm Bianca. Now, you come in.
Huh?
Come in. You've come to tell me.
Oh, yeah, all right, I'm in.
Yes, well, now say something.
Yeah. Hello, Bianca.
Oh, that's good. That is. Now, she'll say, hello, darling. Really, I'm terribly sorry. You've been such a long time.
She doesn't talk like that.
Oh, well, what's the difference? And then she'll say, darling, aren't you going to kiss me? Well, aren't you?
Ellen.
Oh, Nick.
Darling.
Could I see you a minute, please?
Say, what do you mean by barging in here?
Mr. Arden, I'm the clerk of this hotel.
Yeah, I know who you are.
Mr. Arden, I feel it my duty to inform you that we run a first-class place, and we don't like to be made a party to an intrigue. We've maintained a reputation for respectability for 33 years, and we don't intend to lose it in one night.
It's a very simple situation, mister. Explain it to him, Nick.
All right, I will. Now, I came up here with my wife, my bride, really. My wife, not my bride, my wife. Oh, why should I bore you with all the details?
I won't be bored.
Listen, it's as simple as A, B, C.
Don't tell me you've got somebody in B.
Nick, really, you'd better go.
If you please.
All right, I'll be back, Ellen.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Arden.
Goodbye, Nick. And don't forget, you're going to tell her.
Sure. I'll tell her.
This way, Mr. Arden.
Oh, shut up, will you?
None of my business, Ellen. But you've been home here since last night, and the children are beginning to wonder about things.
I know, Ma, I know.
Are you going to tell them who you are?
Of course, as soon as I get the chance. Ma, did you hear anything from Nick?
No, not a word. It's funny.
Not to me, it isn't. Do you suppose he's having trouble telling her?
Well, he's had a night and a day. That ought to be long enough.
That's just it. It's too long.
Listen, that must be Nick now.
Yes, there he is, getting out of the car, but... Oh, Ma.
What is it?
He's brought her with him.
Oh, dear. Don't you suppose he's told her?
I guess he hasn't.
Then perhaps it would be better if you weren't here, Ellen.
Well, I don't see why I should leave.
Well, it's just that it would be a little awkward.
I know. Tell her that I'm an old friend of the family from the South.
Ellen, I don't like this.
Shh, look out.
Well, here we are. Come on.
Nicky, aren't you going to carry me across the threshold? It's good luck.
Oh, yeah, sure. Watch it now.
Hiya, Nicholas, honey.
Huh? What? Oh.
Surprised?
Yeah, sort of.
Oh, Mrs. Arden, do you don't mind if I kiss the bridegroom?
Not at all.
Just one big sisterly kiss.
Hello, Bianca. She's visiting with us. Her mother and I went to school together in Virginia.
How nice.
Oh, Nicky, isn't he the sweetest thing, Mrs. Arden? I used to just adore him. He was the darndest boy I ever did see, but faithless. Just like a bumblebee going from flower to flower.
No.
Oh, I was only fooling, honey. I come from a fooling family. My great-grandfather, Lucius, was the first man to give the governor of North Carolina the hot foot. You all been married before, hadn't you, honey?
Why, no, of course not.
Now, whatever gave me the idea you was a widow?
Not yet.
Well, I'll mix a drink, shall I?
You must be tired, son. You both look tired.
That's what I've been thinking, but not daring to say. Oh, ain't I just terrible? Did you all drive all night long?
Yes, we did.
Oh, now ain't that just awful? No wonder you look tired. Well, just you make yourself comfortable, and we're going to have a nice dinner for you. And after dinner, Tilly and Chintz are going to entertain you.
If you don't mind,
Chintz is going to play her latest piano piece on the piano, and Timmy is going to recite for you. Won't that be just grand?
Yes, delightful.
The village smithy stands. The smith, a mighty man is he, with large and sinewy hands, and the muscles on his brawny arms are strong as iron bands. His hair
Nick, my head's splitting. I'm going to bed.
Oh, no, Chick.
I'm afraid I'll have to. Good night. Are you coming, Nick?
Oh, yeah. I'll be up in a little while.
I'll be waiting.
Good night.
Good night.
Sleep well, honey.
Guess she must be pretty tired.
Hey, kids, quiet.
I'm afraid somebody's got a very bad headache, kids. We'll have to quit.
Oh, gee. I was just getting started.
It's time for bed anyway. What do you say?
Okay. Night, Daddy.
Night, Chinch. Bless you. Night, son.
Night. Just when the party's getting good.
Good night, kids.
Night.
Night. Well, I all thought your old performance was mighty good this evening, Sister Ellen.
I thought you'd like that. You've done a good job, Nick. You're a nice kid.
Yeah,
They're really wonderful.
I'm glad you think so.
Timmy's just like you. Obstinate, jealous.
Nick, I'm waiting.
Oh, in a minute. What were you saying?
I was saying Timmy's just like you. Obstinate, jealous, but adorable. I feel sorry for the woman who marries him.
Why?
'Cause he's a heartbreaker, just like you.
Go on. I'm one of the most faithful husbands ever lived.
With a wife in every room.
Nick, I'm waiting.
Oh, all right, all right.
Are you going to tell her?
Sure.
Well, when?
Right now. Of course, it's going to take tact and delicacy. Well,
she's waiting.
Yeah. Well, here I go. Good night, Ellen.
Good night.
You used to kiss me good night.
Did I?
Yeah.
All right. Oh, you Casanova, you.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick, will return for Act 2 of My Favorite Wife. Right now, I've asked Lou Silvers to play a real old-time American tune. All right, Lou. Yes, years ago, Yankee Doodle went to town. Nowadays,
New Quick Lux has gone to town. Women say it's dandy. East and west and up and down. Millions keep it handy.
yes, new Quick Lux Flakes have gone to town with the women of America. From Boston to New Orleans, from New York to San Francisco, it's the same story. New Quick Lux is America's favorite way of washing nice things by a vote of 2-1. Twice as many women use New Quick Lux for stockings, underthings, sweaters, and nice dresses. Twice as many as use any other flakes, chips, or beads. In answer to a nationwide survey, American women clearly indicate where they stand. For nice things, it's New Quick Lux for them, 2-1. And here's why they choose New Quick Lux Flakes. First, because it's fast. In water as cool as your hand, New Quick Lux dissolves 3 times as fast as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. And that means a lot to a busy woman. Second, because it's pure. There's no harmful alkali in New Quick Lux. It's safe for any color or fabric that's safe in pure water. Women know that they can trust their prettiest washables to these gentle suds. And third, New Quick Lux is thrifty. A little goes so far.
makes more suds, ounce for ounce, even in hard water, than any of the other soaps tested. Yes, it's really no wonder that
New Quick Lux has gone to town. Women say it's dandy. East and west and up and down. Millions keep it handy.
Ask for New Quick Lux Flakes in the generous big package. It comes in the same familiar box, costs you no more. And now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of My Favorite Wife, starring Laurence Olivier as Nick Arden, Rosalind Russell as Ellen, and Gail Patrick as Bianca. Slowly and with fear in his heart, Nick climbs the stairs to Bianca's room to inform her that the wife he had declared dead has declared herself very much alive. Slowly and with a sinking feeling, he opens the door of the room to hear Bianca on the phone talking long distance to her mother.
And then we drove all night. All night, Mother. And when we got home, he didn't even tell the children. Oh, Mother, he just ignores me. What? I don't care what Father did. I'm not going to stand it another minute. I'm going to leave him. Mother, I'll call you back. Nick? Nick, is that you?
Hello. I didn't mean to disturb you. Talking to your mother.
I'm all through now.
Oh. How is your mother? Your mother's quite nice once you get to know her.
Nick, do you love me?
Why, Bianca, you're one of the most attractive girls I know.
I'm your wife.
Bianca, don't cry. Bianca, please. Look, Bianca.
Playing up to that southern snip just as if I weren't there. In the name of heaven, tell me, what's wrong with me?
Oh, Bianca, there's nothing wrong with you. Believe me, under other circumstances, well, who knows? No, Bianca, please, stop crying. Bianca, please, let me explain.
I'm waiting.
Now, let me start from the beginning. Now, once there was a man who met a girl. He'd been living alone for quite some time, but he told the girl he loved her, and in the natural course of events, he married said girl. Now,
What are you trying to say?
Just this. Bianca?
What?
Bianca. Listen, did you hear that? Doorbell. Somebody at the door.
You don't have to answer.
Oh, yeah, I do. Somebody's trying to get in. Doorbell. Right back. Come in. What do you want, please?
Mr. Arden?
That's right.
Well, I'm Johnson of the American Life and Accident Assurance.
Oh, well, come right in, Mr. Johnson.
Oh, well, thank you. I'm awfully sorry to be intruding at this hour.
Not at all. Sit down, Mr. Johnson. Glad you came.
Oh, thank you. This will only take a minute.
No. So stay a while. Have a cigar, Mr. Johnson.
Just as you say.
Fine. Well, and what can I do for you, Mr. Johnson?
Mr. Arden, have you received any communication from your first wife, Ellen Wagstaff Arden?
Hmm?
Oh, of course not. Just as I expected. You see, our district manager, Mr. Pusey, is one of those fuss-budgety types who likes to check everything. Of course, it's customary to check when the company has paid out a large sum of money. But this is ridiculous.
What are you talking about?
Well, he claims to have a report that a woman answering the general description of your first wife was rescued by a Portuguese freighter, as was also a man named Stephen J. Burkett, who was reported drowned at the same time.
Would you mind saying that again?
Oh, no, please don't get angry with
me.
This,
Stephen J. Burkett, he was rescued at the same time as my wife?
Well, according to this unverified rumor, yes. Rescued after 7 years. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
And what else did your Mr. Pusey hear?
Well, not very much, really. It seems he talked to somebody who had talked to a Portuguese captain. He says the woman's name was Eve.
Eve?
It's lucky it wasn't Ellen.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, and by a curious coincidence, this Stephen Burkett called himself Adam.
What? Yeah, of course.
Yes. Well, you ought to be very grateful that the woman's name was Eve instead of Ellen, because aside from the money involved, can you imagine the pickle you'd be in?
Yeah, just imagine.
Well, and that settles it. Good night, Mr. Arden.
Good night.
Oh, and thank you again for permitting me.
Not at all.
Who is that? Oh, come in, Nick.
How can you sleep at a time like this?
I wasn't sleeping.
Oh, dreaming about Adam, I suppose.
Adam?
Yeah, Adam. Adam. Why didn't you tell me you weren't alone on that island? Why didn't you tell me this man Burkett was with you?
We didn't arrange it, Nick. We didn't want to be there. Those awful mosquitoes. Oh,
Never mind the mosquitoes. Why didn't you tell me about him?
Because I knew you'd carry on exactly the way you're carrying on now.
That's no excuse.
I wanted to pick the right time to tell you.
There never will be a right time for that.
Really? You know, it just occurs to me that I ought to feel insulted.
Huh?
I go through 7 years of agony. I come home to find my husband in the arms of another woman, married. My children don't know me. But all my husband can think about is, did I carry on with some poor man who wouldn't hurt a fly?
Oh, now, just a moment.
You just a moment. Did you tell her?
Huh?
Huh? Did you tell Bianca?
Well...
No.
Well, I was about to tell her when Mr. Johnson came.
How long does it take to tell a woman my wife's come back? I can say it in 2 seconds. You've had 2 days. Oh, Nick, you don't want to tell her. That's why you're picking on poor Adam. Any excuse will do.
Well, you can't blame me after hearing about Burkett from that man.
You don't trust me. I thought you'd be so proud of me, loving you, thinking of you every day for 7 years.
Well, where is he now?
Who?
You know who I'm talking about, Adam. Where is he?
Oh, Adam, jealous of poor Adam. Gentle, harmless. He lives at his club.
What club? What's the name
How
of it?
should I know? But he's a clean, living, upright, 100% American, and a gentleman.
How old a gentleman?
I never asked him.
Too personal, eh?
Well, he's slightly bald, if that helps. About 5'3".
Scrawny, huh?
Like a chicken.
You noticed that?
Well, after all, darling, Well, is there anything else you want to know?
Yeah. When do I meet him?
When do you tell Bianca? Good night, Nick.
Good night. Adam, eh? Adam.
Nick, stop.
Sorry, Bianca. I'm in a hurry, Bianca.
Where are you going now?
I'm going out to find Adam. What do you mean you never heard of him? Stephen J. Burkett.
Sorry, sir. There is no Mr. Burkett at this club.
Hello. I want to speak to Mr. Stephen J. Burkett.
Sorry, sir. We have no record of that name.
Burkett? No, sir. Not here.
I told you once before, sir. No Burkett.
Burkett? Yes, sir. We have a Stephen J. Burkett at the Pacific Club. Yes, he's here now. Yes, sir. Can I help you, sir?
Yeah. Look, I just called up about a Mr. Stephen J. Burkett. I'd like to see him.
Yes, sir. Shall I have him paged?
No, just point him out.
Certainly, sir. Boy, take this gentleman outside of the swimming pool. Point out Mr. Burkett to him.
Oh, yes, sir. This way, sir.
Thanks.
He ought to be around here, sir. He usually has his lunch served at the pool.
Yeah? Well, wait a minute. I think I see him. That little bald fellow over there, huh?
Where? Oh, no, sir. That's not Mr. Burkett. Oh, there he is, up there.
Up where?
Up there on the high dive.
The high dive? You mean that fellow? That big fellow?
Yes, sir. That's Mr. Burkett.
It is, eh?
They tell me he used to be a champion swimmer, sir.
Champion, eh?
Well, he ought to be with those shoulders.
Yeah. Yeah.
There he goes. Gee, nice dive, wasn't it, sir? Well, will there be anything else, sir?
Yeah. I want to reserve a table for lunch tomorrow, a table for 2, right next to Mr. Burkett's.
Sherry for madame?
Yes, thank you.
And the martini here?
That's right.
Oh, Nick, what a grand place for lunch. I guess you thought you owed me something after all those awful suspicions.
I'm sorry, Ellen.
I tell you, let's drink to no more suspicions.
No more suspicion.
If married people can't be honest with each other, who can? After all.
Exactly.
What are you staring at, darling? Oh.
What are you staring at, darling?
Why, nothing.
I thought maybe you were watching that fellow dive.
Why, what fellow?
That fellow swimming over this way.
Eve! Hey, Eve!
Oh, dear.
Oh, hello, Eve. I thought I saw you down here.
Oh.
Oh, boy, bring me my robe, will you please?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Eve.
Oh.
Well, won't you present me?
Well.
My name's Arden. I didn't catch yours.
Burkett's the name. Why, hasn't Eve told you that we were...
Burkett? Did you say Burkett?
I said Burkett.
That's funny. I thought Burkett was bald. Well, Mr. Burkett, why don't you have lunch with us?
Delighted. The inner man is crying for nourishment.
We've ordered turkey a la king. Does turkey appeal to you, or do you confine yourself to raw meat?
Never touch it. I'm strictly a vegetarian. Waiter, bring me a glass of prune juice, a milkshake, and some raw carrots.
Yes, sir.
Well, Eve, how goes it?
Mr. Burkett, I'd better tell you. My husband hasn't slept since he heard you were on the island with me. He's arranged this meeting to trap us into a confession.
Just a moment.
He's a very clever lawyer, so beware. I'm going to be very foxy myself.
I've got nothing to hide.
I know, but he has. You see, Nick's married again.
No.
Yes.
Why, that's wonderful. Congratulations, old man. Well, that's the best news I've ever had.
Why, what is it to you?
Well, can't you see? It simplifies everything. You see, I'd like to marry you.
Oh, you would you?
I've known your wife for 7 years, and no man could ask for a better companion, a truer friend, or a more charming playmate. I've admired her tremendously, but all she'd talk about was you. Well, now that you're married again, maybe she'll listen to me. Eve, will you marry me?
That's sweet of you,
Just
Adam.
a minute.
Well, I don't see why you should get upset. You're not allowed to have 2 wives, you know.
I know.
What's your answer, Eve? Will you?
Let her alone. What's your hurry? Your carrots aren't here yet.
Let me ask you this. How long were you married to Ellen before the island?
4 years. Why?
Well, I was with her for 7. So I claim her on the basis of seniority. I've got you there.
You've got me. You've got nothing but
If
a lot
you
of...
gentlemen will excuse me, I think maybe you could thrash this thing out better without me. Oh, don't get up. It might surprise you to know that I can get along very well without either of you. I'm perfectly able to take care of myself.
Ellen, look out, the pool! Ellen!
Get a life preserver!
Hold your breath, Ellen, and I'll save you.
But, Dr. Coleman, what do you think it could be? We've been married since last Wednesday, and I've hardly seen him, Doctor.
It's not at all unusual, Mrs. Arden.
Really, Doctor?
Oh, there are hundreds of such cases.
Here he comes now. Nick, where have you been?
Oh, hello. Excuse me, will you? I've got to get some dry clothes.
Why, Nick, your clothes are dry.
Huh? Oh, they're not for me. It's a friend of mine, fell in a swimming pool.
Wait, Nick. This is Dr. Coleman. He's going to help us. It's all right. He knows.
He knows what?
It's not at all unusual, Nick. There are hundreds of such cases.
Oh, well, it's been a pleasure, Doctor, but if you'll just excuse me, I've got to get some dry clothes. See you later.
You see, Doctor, he just doesn't make sense. Sometimes I think I'm going mad. Stark, staring mad.
No, not at all unusual. The mood and pose is characteristic of the frustrated individual. If I may make a suggestion...
Yes, Doctor?
You just rest. I'll talk to your husband, quietly, casually.
Oh, please do. I don't care what you do, but please do something.
There, now, don't worry.
He's going out again. Nicky!
So long, I've got to get right back, soaking wet.
Where are you going? And what are all those clothes? Why, they're woman's clothes, Nicky. They're my clothes.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I just told you, a friend of mine.
Now, Mr. Arden, just be calm. Your friend can wait.
Nick, if you'll talk to Dr. Coleman just for a few minutes.
What do you want? What do you both want? Can a man come into his own home without being pestered by...
We're only trying to help you, dear. Don't you want to lie down?
Well, I don't want to lie down. And I don't need a doctor either. Listen, I might as well tell you right now.
Tell me what, dear?
I'm married.
Of course you are, dear.
No. Look, my wife's not dead. She didn't drown. She fell in a pool. I was getting her some clothes, and there's a fellow, a big fellow. He was on an island with her, and now they're at the Pacific Club, and I've got to go there.
I understand, dear.
No, you don't understand. Now listen carefully. She was at the hotel when we arrived from our honeymoon, and that's why I was so upset, so distant, and oh my goodness, isn't it clear to you? Do I have to draw you a diagram?
You need a long rest, darling, doesn't he, Doctor?
Yes, a long rest.
Listen, what's the matter with you two?
Phillips, the door.
I think you're both crazy. That's what's the trouble.
Mr. Arden here?
I'll explain it once more.
Excuse me. You Mr. Nicholas Arden?
Not now. Now, look, my wife, the mother of my children, Ellen Wagstaff.
Mr. Arden.
What is this? What do you want?
Mr. Arden, I'm from police headquarters. Got a warrant for your arrest.
Arrest? You can't arrest me. What's the charge?
Bigamy.
Huh?
Bigamy?
You mind coming with us, Mr. Arden?
Bigamy. I'm arrested.
Oh, Nick!
Now do you believe me?
And so ends Act Two of My Favorite Wife, starring Laurence Olivier, Rosalind Russell, and Gail Patrick. Before Mr. DeMille brings us Act Three, let's see what the Browning family is up to. Tonight, Midge and Dot are having dinner with their good friend and neighbor, Janie Hammond. They're just finishing now.
That upside-down cake was marvelous, Mrs. Hammond. Do you suppose you could give Mother the recipe so we could have it all the time? I'm so glad you like it, Midge. Now, you get my recipe file, Janie, so Midge and Dot can copy it off, while you and I do the dishes.
Oh, Mom, do I have to do the dishes even when we have company?
Oh, we'll help Mrs. Hammond. Dot and I always do the dishes at home.
I'll wash if you like.
No, Dot, I want to wash. You see, Mrs. Hammond, Dot and I always take turns washing and drying when we're home because, well, we both think washing's more fun.
Imagine anyone thinking it's fun to wash dishes and get red, rough hands.
Oh, but Midge and I use Lux Flakes, so our hands stay nice. See?
Your hands do look lots nicer than mine.
They certainly do, girls. Janie and I have been using our regular wash day soap for dishes, but it is hard on hands. Maybe we better change to Lux Flakes. How about it, Janie?
You know, that's what a great many women are doing nowadays. Changing from wash day soaps to gentle, new, quick Lux for their dishes. And no wonder, because they've been reading about the hundreds of dramatic one-hand tests that have been made. These tests of 5 leading soaps were made under conditions similar to home dishwashing. For 20 minutes, 3 times a day, each woman, and there were hundreds in all, dipped one hand in a dishpan of Lux suds, the other hand in suds from another soap. After weeks of doing this, the Lux hands were still soft, smooth, and attractive. The others were red, rough, and coarse-looking. Why, the difference was amazing. Now, why not make your own dishpan test? If you've been using a harsh soap for dishes, change to gentle, new, quick Lux Flakes tomorrow. It's fast, it's thrifty, and so kind to your hands. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of My Favorite Wife. Bigamy. The act of marrying one person when already legally married to another. There's a second definition, too. Bigamy. An excruciating headache for all parties concerned. In a court of law, the parties concerned now seek relief before the same judge who declared Ellen dead.
Well, it's easily understandable, Your Honor.
Quiet!
If Your Honor pleases, I was only stating...
Quiet! I don't know what you're doing here in the first place, Mr. Arden. Bigamy's a criminal offense.
Yes, I know, Your Honor, but I'm out on bail.
I don't care anything about the bail. This is a civil court. What kind of a lawyer are you? Where did you go to school?
Harvard.
Harvard. Mm-hmm. I'm a Yale man myself. You're the bride?
Yes, Your Honor.
Kissless?
Yes, Your Honor.
Harvard man. I see nothing wrong with my decision, Mr. Arden. You presented your brief. The evidence is all here. Yes, all here, teething, so forth. What do you want me to do, reverse myself?
Your Honor, please, I have a precedent for this case. I cite the case of Mulligan versus Mulligan Benson in the city of Fresno in 1879.
Your Honor, how long do I have to stay here and listen to this worm?
Now, just a moment, Bianca.
Go on, Nick. Tell us what happened in the Mulligan versus Mulligan Benson, whatever it was.
Well, Mrs. Mulligan returned after an absence of considerable length to find that Mr. Mulligan, her husband, had remarried. Now, Mrs. Mulligan Benson, or rather Mrs. Benson Mulligan, the second wife...
It was sort of a mulligan stew.
Now, that'll cost you $25.
Oh, Your Honor.
You heard me, $25.
But you can't do that, Your Honor. I'm legally dead. Do you think it's nice to take money off a corpse?
That'll cost you $25 more. That's $50 you owe me. Clerk, you keeping track of this?
Oh, yes.
I'll see that you do.
But she is legally dead, Your Honor. You declared her legally dead in this very courtroom. Your decision is on file.
Clerk, did I do that?
Yes, you did, Your Honor.
I did?
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm going to declare her legally alive. And she can pay me that $50. Will someone swear she's a live woman?
Sure, I will.
You'll swear she's a live woman.
I'll say she is.
You shut up. Your Honor, you can do this. If she's legally alive, I'm guilty of bigamy.
Clerk, can you make anything out of this case?
Your Honor, it's all there in
I know it's there. I know. The brief. What's the matter with you, young man?
Mulligan stew. Boy, that was a good one.
Who are you?
Well, you see, Your Honor,
He was on the island with her, Your Honor. He's not important to this case.
I'll decide what's important to the case. What island?
Well, the island where my wife stayed for 7 years, Your Honor.
They were on an island together for 7 years?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not alone?
Yeah.
Same island?
Yeah.
Is that in the brief?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, that should be in the
If Your Honor pleases, it's not important to
I
this
would like to
case.
get out of here before I explode.
I want to go home myself. I'd like to tell my wife about this case. She thinks all my cases are dull. Well, it seems to me the only thing I can do is annul the second marriage so you can marry your first wife. I don't know what you're going to do about that other fellow, though.
Well, I haven't had time to think that out, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I just want to tell you
Now, keep calm.
Well, then, come outside.
If you'd only come to me and told me...
Bianca, I did come to you and tell you.
You didn't say a word about it, you...
Ellen, I wanted to speak to you alone. So your husband hasn't had time to think it over, huh?
Poor Nick.
Sit down, Ellen. Ellen, I'm the kind of a man who finishes what he starts. I'm going back to that island, and I want you to come with me.
Back to the island?
What do you say?
Thanks, Steve, but I haven't waited 7 years just to give up in 3 days.
Oh, I think you're just being loyal. Oh, but I respect you for it.
Steve.
Yeah?
Will you do something for me?
Anything.
I know I shouldn't ask you, but
What is it?
I've got to get him back. Will you help me?
How?
Come back into the courtroom and just repeat that invitation in front of Nick about going back to the island.
All right. Why not? Come on.
Now, Your Honor, there's just one other thing. I've taken all I can stand from this worm, and I won't take any more.
Bianca, I feel terrible about it. This hurts me more than it does you.
Yes, well, so will this.
Ow! My nose. It's bleeding.
Order. Quiet, or I'll clear the court. Young lady, I'll have no violence in my courtroom. That action will cost you exactly...
I know, $25, and it was worth it. And as for you, Mr. Nicholas Arden, as far as I'm concerned, you are legally dead.
Order!
Well, Eve, I guess I'm not needed here. See you at the boat at 9 o'clock.
All right, Adam.
What is this?
You see, Your Honor, we're not interested in civilization, if this is civilization. When a man finds his mate, he knows he doesn't have to think it out. And there's an island that can be paradise. Goodbye, Eve. Till tomorrow.
Goodbye, Adam.
Come back here.
And it's all right with me if you bring the kiddies.
Kiddies? Well, in all my experience on the bench, I have never... I'll have to study the brief, then I'll render my decision.
Yes, Your Honor.
Quiet!
I don't care what happens or what your decision is. I'm going to get a divorce.
Quiet! Court's adjourned till 10 o'clock tomorrow. Harvard man.
Ellen, come back here. If you think you can take those kids to a fever-ridden pest hole with that idiot, you're making a big mistake.
Well, what's your offer?
Well, I thought you could go up to the mountain house for a while with the kids until the gossip dies down.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And what are you going to do?
Well, I thought I might go off on one of those 60-day cruises where I could think this thing out calmly, rationally.
Oh. And when you come back, you might forgive me for not drowning, is that it?
No, it isn't that, Ellen. It's
Well,
just
I'll
that
think about it, too. Calmly and rationally. Only it won't take me 60 days. I can do it in 6 minutes.
Oh, now, Ellen,
I'll take the children to the mountain house tonight.
I'll drive you there.
No, Nicholas, that's sweet of you. But aren't you afraid of the gossip?
All right, kids.
Come on, Chinch.
Be careful, children. It's dark in the house.
We'll be careful. Well, come on, Dad. Aren't you coming in?
No, Timmy, your father's going to drive right back.
Oh. Are you going on another vacation, Dad?
That's right.
Going to Yosemite again?
No.
You don't have to get sore. I just asked you a question.
Well, thanks very much, Nick.
Oh, that's all right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. It's going to be pretty dark going down the mountains on those hairpin turns.
Oh, but you're such a good driver.
No, I'm not worried about it. I don't think there's much fog.
There isn't any fog. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, Ellen, I forgot. Look, when are you going to tell the children that you're their mother?
I don't know. It may be a little difficult. I don't know how they'll take it from me.
Well, would it help if I wrote them a letter?
Oh, that would be nice, yes. Enclosed, please find your mother. No, this is my problem. I'll see how I get along with it, and if the right time comes, I'll know it. And if it doesn't, I'll know that, too. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Did you hear what they said? Yeah. But, Timmy, if she's our mother, then what's Daddy? Our father. Are you sure? Sure. What else could he be? I don't know. Nobody ever tells me anything.
Well, what are you two little monkeys talking about?
Oh, nothing.
Nothing at all.
Oh, I love this place. I used to come up here all the time.
With our mother?
Uh-huh. And your daddy. We used to have a lot of fun.
The three of you?
Well, uh-huh.
By the way, was our mother good looking?
Well, most people thought... well, some people... Oh, I don't know, really.
I just thought I'd ask. You see, we don't know very much about her.
Listen, suppose your mother didn't drown. Suppose she came back.
You mean like a miracle?
Yes. Suppose she were right here in this... What would you... Look here. You know, don't you?
Sure.
Well?
How do you do, Mother?
How do you do?
How do you do?
Well, don't you think it's about time somebody started kissing somebody?
Okay.
Okay, Mother.
Oh, you darlings. You adorable, sweet...
Hello.
Nick.
I had a flat.
Hello, Dad.
I was going along and...
Come on, children, upstairs.
Why?
You've got to mind me now, you know.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Why don't you stay for dinner, Dad?
Yeah, then we can all try out Mother's cooking.
Oh, you told them, huh?
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's great. You know, I was
What
wondering...
about the spare tires?
Huh? Oh, no air in them.
Do you want to phone the garage?
Can't. The wires are down. You see, there's been a landslide. The road's blocked. Probably won't be able to use the phone till morning. It's fixed.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Ellen. Ellen, I have some good news for you.
What?
There was a call from Judge Bryson's office. They said that Nicky's annulment has been granted and that you've been declared legally alive and you owe him $50.
I see.
So you and Nick are husband and wife again, and you can just pick up where you left off.
Oh, that's fine. Goodbye.
Goodbye, dear.
Who was that?
They just phoned to say the road is open.
Oh. Well, it's no use. I'm out of gas.
You seem to be out of everything but ideas.
May I stay?
Yes, you can stay for dinner.
Oh, thanks. I always sleep well up here.
Let's see. I wonder where. The children have their room, and our room becomes my room. It looks like you draw the attic.
Attic?
It's perfect for thinking things out. Who is it?
Hello. You asleep?
Yes. What do you want? What time is it?
1 o'clock.
Well, what's the matter?
Well, I just wanted to tell you were right about the attic. It's perfect for thinking. No good for sleeping, though. Mattress is lumpy.
Oh. Well, why don't you take that one over there?
That bed over there?
That mattress. Take it upstairs with you.
Oh, thanks. Very nice of you. I'm sorry to have disturbed you. Are you comfortable?
Very.
You look beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, look, Ellen, what's the use? You know how I feel. I can go on thinking about it till doomsday. I'm stuck. I don't care what happened. I don't care what people say. I was always mad about you, and I always will be. Does that help any?
Yes. Well. But I still think you'd better go on your cruise.
Well, I'm not going. I'm not going to stay away from you for 60 days.
Oh, now, that's not so long. Let's see. This is the last of October, November, December. Be just about Christmas time.
Christmas time?
Yes, you come back and talk to me about it then. We'll have a lovely Christmas. After all, what's 59 days more?
Well, I think you're being very unreasonable. And furthermore, I won't trouble you any more tonight. Good night.
Oh. Oh, Nick.
Jimmy, wake up, Jimmy. Huh? Wake up, Jimmy. It's Christmas.
What do you mean, Christmas? This is October.
It's Christmas, I tell you. Santa Claus is here. I just saw him coming down out of the attic.
Santa Claus?
With a long white beard and red pants and everything.
Santa Claus in October? Say, when's Thanksgiving this year?
Prancer! Oh, Prancer!
Who is it? What is it? What's the matter?
Hello to one and all.
Oh, Nick, you great.
It's here again, that merry time, that happy time.
Oh, Nick, you fool, come over here.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, darling.
The curtain falls on Act 3 of My Favorite Wife. Before Mr. DeMille returns with our stars, Sally has a new version of an old story to tell you. It's called Goldilocks and the Three Pairs of Stockings.
Once upon a time, there was a lovely blonde named Goldilocks. She worked in a great big office in the city. There was a very nice man who worked in the same office. And one day, he asked Goldilocks to go out to dinner with him. Well, she was very excited. But when she jumped up to put on her hat and coat, pop went a run in her stocking. That made her just boiling mad. Because a girl just can't go out on a date with a new man when she has a run in her stocking. There wasn't anything to do but scamper home quick as a flash and put on another pair. So she did. But my goodness, when she leaned over to fasten her shoe, pop went a run in the second pair of stockings. Now, that was the very last pair of stockings Goldilocks had. I don't know what she would have done, but fortunately, her roommate came home that very minute.
Now what'll I do?
Why, Goldilocks, whatever's the matter?
Oh, it's my stockings. Runs.
No wonder you get runs the way you rub that cake soap on your stockings instead of luxing them. I suppose you want to borrow a pair of mine.
Oh, Angel, if you'll only lend me a pair, I'll...
You what?
I'll always use Lux Flakes, and my stockings will live happily ever after the way yours do.
And that's where the moral of the story comes in. Because new Quick Lux really does cut down on stocking runs. When you lux your stockings, they keep their natural elasticity. So, when you stoop down or run upstairs or put any kind of strain on the delicate threads, they stretch and then spring back into shape without popping into runs so often. Give your stockings this thrifty Lux Flakes care, and you'll find they wear much longer. Now, Mr. DeMille is bringing our stars to the microphone.
We've had a brilliant evening in the Lux Radio Theater. And here are the three stars who made it brilliant. Rosalind Russell, Laurence Olivier, and Gail Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. That play gave us quite a workout.
Let's hope the audience had as much fun out of it as we did. Doesn't Larry make a wonderful Santa Claus, Mr. DeMille?
Ideal, Rosalind. A credit to the profession.
Some department store is going to get a hold of him, and we won't find him until after Christmas.
He's a little thin, perhaps, but...
Oh, that's easy to fix. I always use a pillow.
Now, remember that. At any rate, Rosalind and I have solved that no time for comedy puzzle at last.
What puzzle is that?
Well, you see, Larry did the play No Time for Comedy on the stage with Catherine Cornell.
Then Rosalind made the picture with Jimmy Stewart.
But tonight, you both found time for comedy, and I'll play My Favorite Wife.
Yes, at last. But what about next Monday night, Mr. DeMille?
Yes, who's going to be here?
Next Monday night, Gail, we go places. With Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry. And our play is the popular RKO screen success, Fifth Avenue Girl. It's the story of a typical American girl whose good sense and good sense of humor keep a family from falling apart. There's romance for her and entertainment for us. So I hope you'll all make a date next Monday night with our Fifth Avenue Girl, starring Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry.
Anybody who saw the picture won't want to miss it, Mr. DeMille. It's a grand play. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. And 4 stars to the 3 of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ginger Rogers, Edward Arnold, John Howard, and Joan Perry in Fifth Avenue Girl. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Arthur Q. Bryan as Judge, Warren Ash as Burkett, Verna Felton as Ma, Dix Davis as Timmy, Mary Lou Harrington as Chinch, Lou Merrill as Hotel Clerk, Charles Seal as Court Clerk, Hal K. Dawson as Johnson, Ferdinand Munier as Doctor, Bud McAllister as Page Boy, Edwin Max as Truck Driver, and Ralph Sedan as Desk Clerk. The original story and screenplay of My Favorite Wife was written by Samuel and Bella Spivak. Rosalind Russell appeared tonight through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and will soon be seen in the Columbia picture, This Thing Called Love. Laurence Olivier's forthcoming picture is Lord Nelson and Lady Hamilton, an Alexander Korda production. Gail Patrick will be seen in the MGM picture, Fighting Sons. Our music is directed by Louis Silvers. Our Lux Radio Theater production of My Favorite Wife has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of new, quick Lux Flakes, the tissue-thin soap flakes used by smart housewives everywhere and by the great motion picture studios here in Hollywood to protect the million-dollar wardrobes you see on the screen. This is your announcer, Melville Roig, bidding you good night on behalf of our cast and the Lux Radio Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From New York, where the American stage begins, NBC presents Best Plays with John Chapman. Best Plays, a series of hour-length dramas selected from the outstanding successes of the New York stage. Now, John Chapman, editor of the theatrical yearbook Best Plays and drama critic of the New York Daily News, is here to introduce Judith Evelyn and John Beale in Craig's Wife. Mr. Chapman.
Our play this evening, George Kelly's Craig's Wife, was something of a surprise when it first appeared. It wasn't particularly astonishing that it won the Pullitzer Prize that year, for it was a beautifully finished piece of work. The surprise was that Craig's Wife had become a hit. And more than that, the kind of success known as a woman's play. These so-called women's plays are usually made of sugar and soap and all things nice, and they go great on matinee days. This one was different, and it still is. For when George Kelly finished his investigation of Mrs. Walter Craig, he had found in her character very little sugar, very little soap of the operatic variety, but a vast amount of furniture polish. When I first saw Craig's Wife, I thought it was a man's play, and I still do. But women think it's theirs. This evening, you'll be able to judge for yourselves. We are fortunate in having as Mrs. Craig Judith Evelyn, who played the role in its most recent revival on Broadway. We are equally fortunate in having John Beale in the part of Walter Craig. Now, to begin. The time of our play is the present, or any time. The scene is the living room of Walter Craig's home in a fashionable suburb. And since the whole story will unfold before us in this room, we might as well take a careful look at it, for it has something to tell us. The room is a picture of orderly, frozen grandeur. The light-colored carpets, the polished furniture, the gleaming ornaments are in the most perfect taste. They are rich, elegant, and cold. We would know also, even if the room did not tell us, that those who live here are people of some means. For as the curtain rises, there is a uniformed maid standing at the front door and a housekeeper just coming in to speak to her.
Maisie,
someone come in?
No, Mrs. Harold. I was just getting the afternoon paper off the porch.
Oh, well, bring it out with you when you come. Don't leave it laying around in here. Be just like the lady to walk in on us.
I thought you said she wouldn't be back from Albany until Saturday.
Yeah, that's what she said. But it's just as well to keep a day or two ahead of a woman like Miss Craig, Maisie. If she gets an idea there's a pin out of place around here, she'll take the first train out of Albany.
Yes. Didn't you tell me you worked out on Willows Avenue at one time?
2 years for Dr. Nicholson.
Did you know any people out there by the name of Passmore? J. Fergus Passmore?
No. Why?
Listen to this. Fashionable Willows Avenue residence, scene of double tragedy. Bodies of J. Fergus Passmore and wife, socially prominent in this city, found dead from bullet wounds.
Why, the Lord have mercy.
Police working on identity of gentleman visitor seen leaving premises in automobile shortly after midnight.
Oh, I didn't know him. Lord, the things that can happen. Oh, answer that, Maisie. I'll be in the kitchen, and mind you bring that paper in with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Maisie.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Craig? You're back soon.
Yes, will you take these bags, please? Come in, Ethel, dear. You must be so tired.
Yes, I am, Aunt Harriet.
Will you see that the catch is on the screen door, Maisie? It was half open just now.
Yes, ma'am.
Take your things off, Ethel. I think there's nothing so exhausting as train riding. Oh, Maisie?
Yes, ma'am?
You can take these things right upstairs. Put Miss Landreth's bag in the corner room.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, and Maisie, will you please use the back stairs to go up and down?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I always keep forgetting that.
You know, Ethel, it doesn't seem to occur to anybody in the house to use the back stairs. They must go tramping up and down the front way. You know what stairs look like after they've been tramped up and down a few times.
Oh, Aunt Harriet, I'm so worried. I never should have left. I ought to be with Mother.
Now, you mustn't start that, Ethel. Your mother will come through this spell just as she always has.
But Dr. Wood sent for me. He phoned the college. Why would he if it weren't serious?
Because your mother asked him to, I suppose. Just as she asked him to send for me. But you could see that it was only upsetting her to have us there. I assure you, I've seen this same thing time and time again. And what could we have done if we stayed?
I wanted to tell her something. I didn't get a chance. The doctor said I'd better wait.
Well, I would have told her. Was it something important?
It was about Professor Fredericks at school. Mother met him last year, and she liked him very much. She said she hoped I'd like him well enough to marry him if he ever asked me.
And has he asked you?
Yes. That's what I wanted to tell her. She said she'd feel easier to know I had somebody in case anything ever happened to her.
But why does a person need anybody, dear, if he has money enough to get along on, as you have? Personally, I can't conceive of being very much worse off than married to a college professor, stuck off in some dreadful place like Poughkeepsie or Northampton without a 10-cent piece to your name. How's he going to support you?
Well, lots of professors are married, Aunt Harriet.
But their wives are not living the way you've been accustomed to living. Not the wives of young professors, at least. I suppose he's young.
27.
Well, there you are. Now, I think you're very foolish if you allow your mother to rush you into this marriage.
She didn't rush me. She wanted me to be sure I loved him. And I do.
Now, that is your age, Ethel. That's the snare of romance.
Well, Aunt Harriet, you married.
Not with any romantic illusions, dear. Though I have a full appreciation of Mr. Craig, he's a very good man. But I married to be independent.
Independent of your husband?
Of everybody. I lived with a stepmother for 12 years. And with your mother after she was married for 5. I married to be on my own. I haven't achieved that yet, but I know that it can be done.
I don't understand you, Aunt Harriet.
Well, I'm simply exacting my share of a bargain. Mr. Craig wanted a wife and a home, and he has them. I wanted security and protection, and I have them. But they're at the mercy of a man. I mean to secure them for myself.
How?
By controlling the man.
But how, Aunt Harriet?
Well, how do you make Mr. Fredericks do something you want?
I tell him that I want him to.
My dear, there are certain things men can't be told, particularly romantic men.
But if he finds out that you want to control him...
Well, that can't be proved, can it?
Oh.
You think I'm a very sordid woman?
No, Aunt Harriet, I just don't think it's quite honest.
It's so very much safer, dear. Yes, Mrs. Harold.
After a while, Miss Craig, I thought the young lady had gone upstairs.
No, but she's going now. Ethel, I want you to lie down and rest for an hour or two. You'll feel so much better. I'll call you for dinner.
Oh, I can't eat any dinner, Aunt Harriet. I'm so worried.
Yes, I know, dear. It's very trying, but worrying can't help her. But go on up now. Straight down the hall and to the right.
All right, Aunt Harriet.
What was it, Mrs. Harold?
I won't tell you, Miss Craig. The cook left on Thursday. She just went away and didn't come back.
Did she get her wages?
Yes, ma'am. I'd already paid her until Tuesday. I called the agency to send somebody out, but Miss Hewlett said she wanted to see you first. She says she sent so many, she wants to find out what's the matter before she sends any more.
Well, she ought to have a few of them cooked for her. She'd know what was the matter. Mrs. Harold, those roses on the piano, where did they come from?
Oh, why, that Miss Fraser across the street. She brought them over for your aunt.
No, we'll take them out of here. The petals will be all over the room.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I put them, ma'am.
Well, I don't care where you put them, but I don't want to be picking petals up every 2 minutes.
Well, maybe your aunt would like them in her room.
You can ask her. She up there now?
Yes, ma'am. Miss Fraser's showing her something about a pattern she's working on.
Do you mean to tell me, Mrs. Harold, that Mrs. Fraser is upstairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, how did she get up there?
Well, I'm sure I don't know, Miss Craig, unless Miss Austin asked her up.
All right. Were there any letters or messages while I was away?
There was a gentleman called Mr. Craig about 8 o'clock last night, but he'd gone out, so I give him the number Mr. Craig said he could be reached at.
Who was the gentleman? Did you get his name?
Yes, ma'am. He said his name was Birkmeyer.
Do you know if he got Mr. Craig all right?
Yes, ma'am, he did. I told Mr. Craig this morning about him calling. He said it was all right. He talked to him last night. Then he called this afternoon about 4:30.
Mr. Birkmeyer did?
Yes, ma'am. He said for Mr. Craig to get in touch with him as soon as he come in.
Would you remember the phone number, Mrs. Harold, the one Mr. Craig gave you?
Oh, yes. I wrote it down here. Oh, here it is. It was Levering 3-100.
All right, Miss Harold. Oh, and will you get another vase for those roses before you take them upstairs? That one belongs down here. Information? Could you give me the address of the telephone number Levering 3-100? Oh, you can't. All right, it isn't important, thank you.
Harriet, why didn't you wire me? I'd have met you.
Well, I never thought of it, Walter, to tell you the truth. I just got in. Oh, here, dear, don't put your hat on the chair.
How is Estelle?
Well, I couldn't see there was anything wrong with her more than usual.
Good. Well, am I glad to have you back again.
Oh, Walter, stop it. Stop, you're breaking my bone.
Oh.
It's better. Oh, look, you've dropped your newspaper, and this room's a sight. Your aunt's company will be scandalized.
Hattie Austin has company? Who is it?
Mrs. Fraser from across the street. She's upstairs, I'm told.
Oh, the lady with all the rose bushes in her yard. They certainly are beautiful, aren't they?
You might not think so if you had to sweep the petals up from the lawn.
It's a wonder she wouldn't bring a few of those roses over here once in a while for Auntie Austin.
Well, I guess she knows if we wanted roses, we'd plant some. And, Walter, you'd better be out of the way before she comes down. She's always trying to make conversation.
Yeah, I've talked to her a couple of times on my way home.
You mean she's talked to you?
No, she was out there fixing the rose bushes when I came by.
Of course, that's where she always is. It facilitates the approach.
What?
Walter, don't lean against the piano. You'll scratch it.
Well, my coat won't
Well, there
scratch
might be something in your pocket that will. Now, go on now before she comes down.
You know, I think you're getting jealous of me, Harriet.
Not at all, dear boy. I'm simply suspicious of rich, middle-aged divorcees who specialize in wayside roses.
Mrs. Fraser isn't a divorcee. Her husband was killed in an automobile accident. She told me about it.
You're a very guileless young man, Walter.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Nothing. I just wish you'd use your eyes. By the way, whose phone number is Levering 3-100?
Fergus Passmore's. Why?
Just wondering. Mrs. Harold told me that you went out last night and gave her that number.
Yes, Fergus asked me over there to play a little poker.
Mrs. Harold said that Billy Birkmeyer called you. What did he want?
Well, Fergus told me to get a hold of Billy and bring him over, too. But he called me after I'd left here to say he couldn't make it. He finally called me in Passmore's.
I hope you're not getting into card playing again.
I never gave up card playing.
You haven't played in a year.
Well, everybody knows you don't play, so they don't ask me. I happened to mention to Fergus that you were out of town.
Was his wife there?
For a while. Then she went out somewhere.
I'll bet that's why Fergus ousted you.
Hmm?
He was so insanely jealous of her.
Well, I'm sure he was never jealous of me.
Jealous of everybody. And I'll bet that's why Billy Berkmeyer dodged it. I'll bet that's what he called to tell you.
Last night? He simply said...
No, today.
He didn't call today.
Yes, he did, this afternoon, around 4.
Huh?
He said you were to get in touch with him right away.
What's his number? Do you remember?
Yes.
Now, you let me know, Miss Austin, if there's anything else you don't understand.
Come on, Walter, here they come.
Oh, don't be silly, Harry.
Well, if you're going to stay and listen to that silly chatter, I certainly don't intend to.
I'll come over any time, Miss Austin. I haven't another solitary thing to do. Oh, how do you do, Mr. Craig?
How do you do, Mrs. Fraser? Hello, Auntie.
Hello, Walter, dear. I understand Harriet is home.
Yes, she got here just ahead of me.
Miss Austin was telling me that Mrs. Craig's sister has heart trouble.
Yeah, she's had it for quite some time now.
Oh, poor woman. I suppose Mrs. Craig is very upset.
Yes, I suppose she is.
Is she her only sister?
Yes, just the two of them.
Oh, too bad, too bad.
Walter, you should see all the wonderful roses Mrs. Fraser brought me.
Oh? Well, we appreciate that very much.
Oh, it is nothing at all. Well, I'll be going now. Good afternoon, Mr. Craig.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Fraser. Come over again real soon.
Well, thank you ever so much. I'd be delighted. Now, you just call me if there's anything more about that time.
Well, thank you so much, but I think
Is that silly woman gone, Walter?
She's outside saying goodbye. Harriet, she did bring some roses for Auntie Austin.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Walter, I wanted to remind you about calling Billy Berkmeyer, dear.
Oh, yes. What is that number?
Park 840, isn't it? And why don't you use the upstairs extension? It's more private.
I'll call him right away. Park 840?
Oh, yes. That's right, dear. He said it was urgent.
Walter, did I...
Oh, Harriet, Mrs. Harold told me you were back.
Yes, Auntie Austin. And about time, don't you think?
Why, dear?
If I'd stayed away much longer, I should probably have come back to find my house a thoroughfare for the entire neighborhood.
You mean Mrs. Fraser being here?
Now, you know perfectly well what I mean, Auntie Austin. Please don't try to appear so innocent. How did that woman get in here?
Why, I asked her, and of course, you don't suppose she walked in of her own accord.
Well, I wouldn't put it past her if she knew I was away. Let her tend to her own house. She'll have plenty to do. I don't want a lot of idle neighbors on visiting terms.
A good neighbor is a very good thing sometimes.
Well, you may have them. I don't want them running in and out to me.
None of them has ever run in and out to you that I remember.
One has just left.
She wasn't here to see you.
She was in my house.
And your husband's house. And I don't think you'd find him much in accord with your attitude if he knew about it.
Well, you'll probably tell him.
Oh, I've got lots of things to tell him, Harriet. Only I want you to be here when I tell him, so that you won't be able to twist what I say.
I'm not at all interested. And I resent intensely your having brought Mrs. Fraser in here.
Oh, be honest about it at least, Harriet.
I am honest. I don't want her here.
You don't want anybody here.
I don't want her.
You don't want your husband. Only that he's necessary to the upkeep. But if you could see how that could be managed without him, his position wouldn't be as secure as the position of one of those sofa pillows.
Well, I must say, Miss Austin, that's a very nice thing for you to say to me.
It's the truth. You want your house, Harriet, and that's all you do want. And that's all you'll have at the finish, unless you change your ways. People who live to themselves, Harriet, are generally left to themselves. For other people will not go on being made miserable indefinitely for the sake of your ridiculous idolatry of house furnishings.
You seem to have borne it rather successfully.
I did it for Walter's sake. But now I've decided to make a change. Only I want my reasons to be perfectly clear to him before I go. I think I owe it to him.
I couldn't reach Billy Berkmeyer. He's probably... What's the matter here?
I haven't the faintest idea, I'm sure.
Oh, there's something. What is it, Auntie?
Your aunt tells me that she's going to leave us.
Leave the house, you mean?
She finds my conduct of affairs here unendurable.
I'll be obliged to you, Harriet, if you'll allow me to explain the reasons for my going.
Auntie, I can't believe you've had any difficulty with anyone, especially Harriet, who thinks the world of you. Now, what's Harriet done?
I'll tell you what I did. I objected to Auntie Austin's having brought that woman across the street in here while I was away.
Mrs. Fraser? Well, what's the matter with her?
She's a vulgar old busybody. That's what's the matter with her. She's been trying to get in here ever since we've been here.
What do you mean?
Harriet is provoked, Walter, because she has allowed herself to be tempted off form. She would prefer to have excluded Mrs. Fraser by the usual method, the one that's been employed in the exclusion of every other man and woman that has ever visited here.
I don't understand what you mean, Auntie.
That's the danger, Walter. That you don't understand. If you did, it would be scarcely necessary to warn you.
Warn me? Of what?
Of your wife.
What are you laughing at, Harriet?
She isn't really laughing, Walter. She's whistling in the dark.
Oh, dear.
She's terrified that her secret has been discovered.
Oh, really? And what is my secret?
I think it's hardly necessary to tell you that.
She means that I've been trying to poison you secretly, Walter.
Not so secretly, Harriet.
Well, I'm sorry I must go, for I'm sure this is going to be very amusing.
I have asked Harriet to stay, Walter.
Well, I don't intend to stay. I've something more important to do than to listen to a lot of absurdities.
I wish you'd tell me what's happened here, Auntie.
Well, that isn't so easy, Walter, to tell a man. Walter, why do you suppose your mother asked you to promise her when she was dying that you'd take me with you when you married? It was because she knew her woman, Walter, the woman you were going to marry.
You mean that Mother didn't like Harriet?
Nobody could like Harriet. She doesn't want them to.
Well, I like her.
Oh, you're blinded by a pretty face.
Well, what's she done?
She has left you practically friendless, for one thing, because the visits of your friends imply an importance to you that is at variance with her plan. So she's made it perfectly clear to them by 1,000 little words and gestures that they are not welcome in her house, because this is her house. You know, Walter. The house is what Harriet married. She didn't marry you. You simply went with the house as a more or less regrettable necessity.
I can't believe that, Auntie.
Walter, how long is it since any of your friends have come here?
Well...
And why don't you ever go out anymore?
Well,
It's because nobody asks you, Walter. They're afraid you might bring her, and they don't want her, because she's made it perfectly clear that she doesn't want them. They reckon without you in their social life now, and they'll soon begin to reckon without you in their business life.
That's
Now, Walter,
ridiculous.
listen. The other day, I happened to be seated in a restaurant near two of your old friends.
Well?
A man and a woman came in and sat at another table. And the wife immediately proceeded to tell the man how he should sit down. And after he sat, how he should, that he was down. And so on. And I distinctly heard one of your friends say to the other, "Listen to Craig's wife over there.
Oh.
That's only a straw in the wind, Walter. She's ruining you. And I can't stand by to see it."
Oh, now, Auntie. I can see there's been some misunderstanding between you and Harriet.
Oh, Walter.
I can't let you leave this house. I promised Mother that...
I'm sorry, Walter.
Oh, I couldn't feel worse if it were Mother herself leaving.
Be glad that it isn't your mother, Walter. She would have left long ago.
A gentleman to see you, Mr. Craig.
Who is it, Maisie? Oh, Billy.
Hello, Walter.
How are you? I called your house a while ago.
I've been trying to get hold of you since 4 o'clock, Walter. I thought I'd better come over.
Will I take the gentleman's things, Mr. Craig?
No, I've got to get right back to the house.
Well, never mind then, Maisie. You look worried, Billy. What is it?
That's what I want to know. What about it?
What about what?
About Fergus Passmore and his wife. Haven't you seen the papers?
No, why?
Then you don't. Here, look at this. On the front page.
Dead? What in the... Fergus Passmore and wife. Good Lord.
I nearly had heart failure when I read it. I saw her at the Ritz last night at 12 o'clock. She was with that military gent she's been stepping out with lately. That's my hunch on this, Walter. You know how jealous Fergus always was of her.
But I was out there last night until 12 myself.
Did Adelaide get in before you left there?
No, she didn't. Oh, I think I ought to get in touch with the police headquarters right away, Billy.
That's why I wanted to get in touch with you. It says here they're looking for a man seen leaving the place after midnight.
Well, sure, that's me. That's the time I got away from there.
That doesn't mean anything. Only it's a good idea to let them know.
Oh, this is a terrible thing, Billy. Terrible.
I haven't got it through my head yet. Come on, quit reading. The thing for us to do is to hop out to Passmore's and try to find out what's going on. Maybe it's all cleared up by now. If they haven't found out anything, we'll get in touch with police headquarters and Let them know where we are.
Well, you weren't out there, Billy.
No, I wasn't. But I talked to you on the telephone out there from my house.
What?
In a thing of this kind, they trace phone calls and everything else.
Yeah.
Come on, I've got my car right out here.
Well, I'll just get my hat. I guess the quickest way is across the park.
Sure, we can be there in 10 minutes. Come on.
Walter? Did you get... Walter? Oh, for heaven's sake. Maisie! Will he ever stop leaving things? Maisie, will you come and take this newspaper? Newspapers, everything else all over. What? Bodies of J. Fergus Passmore and wife? No. Oh, dear Lord, no. Walter! Walter, are you upstairs? Walter!
Were you calling me a minute ago, Mrs. Craig?
Maisie, have you seen anything of Mr. Craig?
Why, he was here a few minutes ago, Mrs. Craig, with a gentleman.
What gentleman? Who was he?
I didn't catch the name, ma'am. He came in an automobile.
Did Mr. Craig go away with him?
I don't know whether he did or not, Mrs. Craig. I didn't know he'd gone.
See if his hat's on the rack out there.
Yes, ma'am, I'll look. No, Mrs. Craig, it isn't.
Oh, Lord, Maisie, listen.
Yes, ma'am.
Run out to the garage and see if he's there. If you find him, tell him to come back immediately. I want to see him. Hurry, Maisie, hurry. Tell him I want him right away.
He isn't there, Mrs. Craig.
Are you sure, Maisie?
Yes, ma'am. Both the cars are in there, Mrs. Craig. I looked. I guess he must have went away with the gentleman.
All right. I'll answer that.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, Maisie.
Yes, ma'am.
Go up and see that my niece's door is closed.
Yes, ma'am.
Be very quiet and don't disturb her if she's asleep.
I won't, Mrs. Craig.
Hello? Yes, all right. Hello, this is Mrs. Craig speaking. Oh, Miss Landreth is lying down just now. Who is this? I see. Oh, why, not a thing, Mr. Fredericks, except that she's very tired. You what? Oh, no, I don't see why you should put yourself to that trouble, Mr. Fredericks. There wouldn't be anything you could do when you get here. Well, I'd rather not call her, if you don't mind. Can I give her a message? I see. Well, it's very nice of you to be so solicitous, Mr. Fredericks, but I really don't care to disturb her just now. I'm very sorry. Maisie?
Miss Landreth's door was closed, Mrs. Craig.
All right, see who's at the front door.
Yes, ma'am.
Is Mr. Craig in?
No, sir. He went out about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, you expect him back?
I couldn't say, sir. I guess he'll be back in time for dinner.
Is his wife in?
Yes, sir. Will you step in?
Who is it, Maisie?
Good evening, ma'am. You Mrs. Craig?
Yes.
I called to see Mr. Craig, and maybe you could give me the information I'm looking for.
Yes?
I'll tell you what it's about, Miss Craig. I suppose you've seen in the paper about this affair out on Willows Avenue?
You mean that shooting affair?
Yes, at the Passmore
Isn't it a
home.
dreadful thing? I've just been reading it here. Was it a robbery or something?
No, there wasn't anything taken. Of course, it could have been an attempted robbery.
Are you working on the case?
Yes, ma'am. My name's Cattell. I'm from police headquarters.
Oh.
Well, that doesn't need to alarm you, Mrs. Craig. There's no particular connection here.
Well, I'm very glad to know that.
No, this Passmore affair looks to me like a pretty clear matter of jealousy. Of course, there was a man seen leaving the house around midnight, but that wouldn't account for the death of Mrs. Passmore because she didn't get in until after 3 o'clock.
I see.
But you understand, we have to follow up on any little outside clue that might throw any light on it. That's what I want to see Mr. Craig about.
You mean you think Mr. Craig might be the man that was seen leaving there last night?
Oh, no, that's not it. They could have had any number of visitors during the evening.
Yes, that's very true.
We've had a report late this afternoon, Mrs. Craig, that there was a call made on your telephone here asking for the address of the telephone number Levering 3100. And that happens to be the Passmore telephone.
But you mean somebody called from here?
Oakdale, 623, that your number?
Well, yes, but I can't imagine who it would be.
The report says it was a woman's voice.
Well, how extraordinary. Although it might have been one of the servants. They probably saw it in the paper and was curious to know where it was.
Well, you see, ma'am, the address is in the paper and the phone number isn't. It's curious why anyone would have that particular phone number and not the address when it's been in all the papers since 2 o'clock. And this call wasn't made till after 5.
Well, it does seem strange.
Yeah. Has this phone been used at all, do you knowledge, Miss Craig, since 5 o'clock this afternoon?
Why, I answered a call a few minutes ago from Northampton, Massachusetts.
Well, do you know if anybody from outside has been in here since 5 o'clock?
Well, there was a neighbor, Mrs. Frazier, from across the avenue. She brought some roses, but I scarcely think she would have used the phone. I'll ask my husband's aunt, if you like.
If you don't mind.
No, not at all. Miss Austin? Miss Austin?
Yes?
Would you come down for a minute or two?
Why, of course.
She'll be right down. I suppose I'd better call the servants, too, hadn't I?
Yes, I'd like to see them for a minute.
Maisie, would you come here for a minute?
Mind if I use this phone, Miss Craig?
No, not at all. Go right ahead.
Extension 40.
Did you want me, Mrs. Craig?
Shh, in a minute.
Hello, this is Cattell. Oh, that's so. I got away from there before 6. Period. What are you trying to do, break my heart? All right, I'll be right over. I won't have to bother you any more right now, Miss Craig. There's been a bit of additional information come in over at headquarters that'll hold things up temporarily.
Do you want me to have Mr. Craig get in touch with you when he comes in?
No, we'll get in touch with him if it's necessary.
And you don't want to question the rest of the people now, either?
Not just now, Miss Craig. I'm sorry to have had to trouble you.
No, that's quite all right.
You can explain the circumstances to Mr. Craig, if you will.
Yes, I will.
Thank you very much, Miss Craig. Good evening.
You're very welcome, I'm sure.
Oh, did you want to see me about something, Harriet?
Not now, Miss Austin. It isn't necessary. I'm sorry to have troubled you.
Mrs. Craig?
That will be all, Maisie.
Yes, but Mrs. Harold wants to know if she'll serve the dinner now, Mrs. Craig.
Dinner? No, Maisie, tell her not yet for a while. We'll wait for Mr. Craig. I'm sure he'll be here any minute.
In a moment, Act 2 of Craig's Wife, starring Judith Evelyn and John Beale. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. Now, Act 2 of the Best Plays production of Craig's Wife by George Kelly, starring Judith Evelyn and John Beale. And here again is John Chapman.
End of this carefully planned life of Harriet Craig, an event has come which she cannot control, which, therefore, she hates and fears. Now, in agitation and panic, she is waiting for her husband to return home. She has not long to wait, for just after 7 o'clock...
Walter, where have you been?
I've been out with Billy Birkmeyer, Harriet. Why?
Haven't you seen the evening paper about Fergus Passmore and his wife?
Yes, I've seen it.
I've been nearly out of my mind for the last hour. I couldn't find you anywhere.
I went out with Birkmeyer.
Maisie said there'd been a man here in an automobile, so of course I didn't know what to think. I thought probably you'd been arrested or something.
What would I be arrested for?
Why, in connection with this thing, of course. The police are looking for you. You know that, don't you?
The police? What for?
Well, why do you suppose? Doesn't it say in the paper there that you were seen leaving Passmore's house at 12 o'clock last night?
It doesn't say I was seen leaving there.
It says a man. Who else could it have been but you?
They don't know that.
Oh, don't be absurd, Walter. Someone must have seen you. Somebody always sees.
Nobody that I know of. That I know of.
Well, the police were here anyway.
Did they say I was seen last night?
I don't remember what was said. I was too upset. I was never placed in such a position in my life. I didn't even know where you were.
Well, Birkmeyer and I drove out to Fergus's.
Well, what in heaven's name for? Do you want your name dragged into this thing?
Well, my name will be dragged into it anyway, won't it? You say they've already been here,
They were simply looking for information.
and they'll very likely come back.
But you don't have to go out looking for them, do you?
Well, you can't be playing games at a time like this, Harriet.
No, and you don't have to go rushing out to meet a lot of scandalous publicity either. Why, to be in every newspaper in the country.
Well, that wouldn't bother me in the least. My conscience is clear.
Oh, don't be so absurdly romantic, Walter. If you've had nothing to do with it...
What do you
why-
mean, if I've had nothing to do with it?
Don't go picking me up on every word.
Did the police say when they'd be back?
I don't remember.
Well, have they been to any other of Fergus's friends? I think I'll call up Birkmeyer and see if anybody's been there.
Now, wait a minute, Walter. You're not going to do anything of the kind. Get away from that phone.
Well, what's the matter?
Don't you realize that phone is being watched? And they're probably watching Birkmeyer's, too?
What for?
Birkmeyer called you last night at Passmore's, didn't he? There's undoubtedly a record of that call.
Well, that wouldn't involve my name.
It would if the operator listened in.
Do you think she has nothing to do but listen in on calls?
She listened in on this one, didn't she?
On which one?
What? What did you say?
Which call did the operator listen in on?
Well, somebody must have listened in on something, or the police wouldn't have come here.
Did they say the operator had reported on a call from here?
I don't remember distinctly. There was something about a phone call. I assumed that it was the one that Birkmeyer made to you last night at Passmore's.
Did they say when the call was made?
What does it matter, Walter? The fact remains that the phone is being watched.
And I want to know why it's being watched.
Walter Craig, you're not to speak over that telephone. If you do, I'll leave this house. And you know what construction would be put upon that.
What do you mean you'll leave this house?
I mean exactly what I said. But do you think I could stay in this neighborhood 24 hours after my name had been associated with a thing of this kind?
Harriet, can't you see the necessity of my being open and above board with them?
I see no necessity of the one keeping still.
But why create grounds for suspicion when there aren't any?
There are grounds, Walter. You were out there last night.
Well, that doesn't mean a thing.
Evidently not to you.
Well, does it to you?
Well, what does that matter? It's not for me to determine your guilt or innocence. I'm not interested.
You are not interested.
I'm interested in the impression on the popular mind and the respect of the community we've got to live in.
You mean you'd rather know I was involved in this thing and keep the respect of the community than know I was a victim of circumstances and lose it?
Excuse me, Miss Craig.
What is it, Mrs. Harold?
I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Craig, but I'm afraid the dinner will be spoiled.
You may serve it, Mrs. Harold. I'll be right out.
Mrs. Harold.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Harold, do you know if anybody has called that number I gave you last night on this telephone?
You mean that number you gave me from Mr. Birkmeyer?
Yes.
No, sir. I don't know that anybody has.
All right, Mrs. Harold. Thanks very much.
I hadn't even thought about the number again, sir, until Miss Craig asked me for it when she come in this afternoon.
Thank you, Mrs. Harold.
Yes, sir. I'll serve dinner now.
Why didn't you tell the truth, Harriet?
I knew if I told you I made that call, you'd be on the telephone in 5 minutes telling the police.
Why couldn't you be honest? Instead of trying to make it appear that I was responsible for bringing the police here.
Oh, you needn't try to turn it on me. None of this would have happened if you'd been home last night instead of out playing cards with a lot of irregular people.
What was irregular about Fergus Passmore?
There must have been something. I knew as soon as my back was turned you'd be out with your friends again. That's why I came home.
And what has your back being turned got to do with my visiting my friends?
You wouldn't have been visiting them if I'd been here.
Well, what would you have done? Locked the door on me?
That wouldn't have been necessary. You haven't been visiting them in the last 18 months, have you?
No, I haven't.
And they haven't been visiting you either?
No.
Well,
my aunt said a while ago that you'd driven all my friends away from this house.
there are ways of getting rid of people without driving them away from the house.
She also said you were trying to get rid of me, Harriet, without actually driving me away from the house.
I don't know what you're talking about.
How perfectly she knows you, Harriet. And here I felt sorry for her, thinking she was getting a little old and suspicious, particularly when she said you had excluded my friends.
Do you think I wanted my house turned into a tavern?
Well, my friends never turned my mother's house into a tavern.
Well, they didn't play poker at your mother's house till all hours of the morning.
Every Thursday night for 10 years.
Well, evidently your mother and I had very different ideas of our house.
Yes, very different. But don't make any mistake, Harriet, about my thinking you didn't want my friends here simply because they played cards. You didn't want them because, as my aunt says, their visits implied an importance to me that was at variance with your little campaign. A campaign that was to reduce me to one of those wife-ridden sheep that's afraid to buy a necktie for fear his wife might not approve of it.
Oh, don't make yourself out such a martyr. You've had your share of this bargain.
Bargain? Is that what this marriage is to you? You've been playing safe, haven't you? Right from the start. You've been exploiting me consistently in your shifty little business of personal safety. And now you'd throw me open to suspicion in this murder. Just to preserve that safety.
I've been trying to preserve my home.
That's all I've heard from you since the day I married you.
Well, what else has a woman like me but her home?
Well, hasn't she her husband?
She could lose her husband, couldn't she?
Well, couldn't she lose her home, too?
Not if she knew how to secure it.
Well, that's the point, Harriet. If she knew how to fix it for herself.
Well, what if I have fixed it? I saw what happened to my own mother from being one of those I will follow thee, my husband, women. Her home mortgaged over her head for another woman till she could do nothing but die of a broken heart. And the other woman came in as my stepmother. But the house was never mortgaged over her head, I'll promise you. She saw to it that it was put in her name, and she kept it there.
Well, why didn't you ask me to put this house in your name? It would have been more honest.
I haven't done anything that wasn't honest.
How would you know, Harriet?
I've simply tried to be practical.
I don't reproach you, Harriet. You simply married the wrong man.
I married a romantic fool. That's what I married.
How well we understand each other now, Harriet.
Well, I understand you anyway, and you ought to thank your God that I do, for I don't know what would become of you if I didn't.
The presumption of you.
What?
The presumption that you could make a remark like that.
Excuse me, Mrs. Craig.
That you could set yourself up to control
Yes,
me.
Maisie.
As though I was some sort of mental incompetent.
Will you? What is it, Maisie?
Excuse me, ma'am, but Mrs. Harold sent me to see if you were coming in to dinner.
Well, yes, right away.
Mental incompetent.
But I'd like to see you for a minute first, Maisie.
Yes, ma'am.
Romantic fool.
Make a show of yourself in front of Maisie. Maisie, what is this card here?
Why, it's the society card, Mrs. Craig, of the Mutual Benevolence.
Well, what is it doing here on the mantelpiece? Couldn't you find any place for it but back of that ornament?
Why, I was...
After all the times I've told you never to put anything on that mantelpiece.
Yes, you have told me, Mrs. Craig, but when
well,
I
then why do
came
you
in...
do it? Must I keep telling you the same things indefinitely? Now, you know perfectly well I never allow anyone even to dust that mantelpiece but myself. And yet the minute my back is turned, you use it as a catch-all for everything in the house.
Mrs. Harold asked me something when I came in,
I am
and
not interested in what anybody asked you. That does not excuse you. I've told you over and over again never to put anything back of those ornaments, and you deliberately disobey me.
But, Madam,
And when a girl will not do as she is told, the best thing for her to do is to go someplace where she will be made to do it. So I want you to get your things together tonight and leave this house tomorrow morning.
Yes, Mrs. Craig.
Here's the card. Find some place for it besides back of an ornament.
Yes, but...
And tell Mrs. Harold to save the dinner. I'll be down in 2 minutes. I'm going up to see what my niece wants for her dinner. Oh, and Walter, you'd better go out and get your dinner before it gets cold.
The dinner. She says the dinner will be cold. That's better.
Mrs. Craig, I have to say, I think you could have given Maisie Oh, Mr. Craig. Oh, glory be to God this day and this night. How did that ornament get broke? Did it fall off the mantelpiece?
No. I smashed it, Mrs. Harold.
On purpose, do you mean, Mr. Craig?
Yes. I didn't like it.
Well, I wish you'd tell Miss Craig it was you that done it, sir. She'll be thinking it was one of us.
I'll tell her all about it, Mrs. Harold.
Now, get the dustpan, sir, and sweep it up.
And just leave it there, Mrs. Harold. Go and have your dinner.
Now, ain't you coming in, Mr. Craig?
No, I don't want to think. I'm just going to sit here and smoke.
Yes, sir.
Walter, did something fall down there?
No. Nothing fell.
Are you sure? It sounded as though the house fell down.
Maybe it did, Harriet. I'm just sitting here wondering.
Good morning, Mrs. Harold. Has the morning paper come?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Craig's reading it out on the porch.
Well, what is he doing up so early?
Well, I don't think he was to bed, ma'am. He was sitting here in this big chair last night, and again when I come in this morning.
What are you sweeping up there, Mrs. Harold?
Why, it's that center ornament from the mantel, Miss Craig. It got broke last night.
What? Oh, my Lord, not the beautiful statuette.
It certainly is too bad.
What a beautiful thing, a beautiful, beautiful thing. I suppose Maisie broke it for spite, didn't she?
Mr. Craig said he broke it, Miss Craig. Said he didn't like it.
Tell Maisie I want to see her.
Well, she isn't here, Miss Craig. She left already. Mr. Craig said he'd tell you all about it, ma'am.
All right, Mrs. Harold. Take those pieces out of here.
Yes, ma'am.
Walter, come in here for a moment, will you?
Good morning, Harriet.
Oh, Walter, what does the paper say about the Passmore thing?
You're quite safe, Harriet. Fergus's brother got in last night from Pittsburgh with a letter Fergus had written to him intimating his intentions.
Then Fergus did it himself. I always told you he was jealous of his wife.
He did it because she was dishonest.
Well, isn't it lucky I didn't allow you to telephone last night and make a show of us all? Now, listen, Walter, don't go out there to the funeral or anything. There's no use starting anything now when it's all over.
Anything else on your mind?
Well, yes, there is. I want to know about that ornament that was broken here last night. Mrs. Harold says you told her you broke it.
So I did.
What were you doing, leaning against the mantelpiece as usual?
No, I smashed it purposely.
But why? Why would you deliberately break a beautiful, expensive thing like that?
I didn't break it.
But you just said you did.
I said I smashed it into 1,000 pieces. And then I smoked cigarettes, one after another, until I had your sanctum sanctorum here all nice and messy and littered up with ashes and cigarette butts. Oh, I was really a whale of a fellow around here for about an hour last night. You should have seen me.
Did you go out of your mind?
Oh, I was never clearer in my mind. I was going to smash all the little ornaments. Those gods you'd set up in this temple here and were worshiping before me. I was going to put my house in order, including my wife, and rule it with a rod of iron.
Oh, Walter.
Well, I don't wonder that it amuses you. It amused me, too, when I realized the truth of what you called me, a romantic fool. But I'm sorry you didn't see me anyway. I think you would at least have appreciated the sincerity of my attempt to continue here as your husband.
What do you mean, your attempt?
The role is just not for me, Harriet. I can only play a romantic part.
Ethel, dear child, what are you doing up so early?
Harriet, I must go home. I'm too troubled in my mind to stay here any longer.
Oh, now, Ethel, I'm sure you're upsetting yourself unnecessarily. Anyway, you can't go immediately.
I must.
There's no train until the 9:17.
It's 9:15 now.
Well, all right, dear. I can get a cab in 5 minutes. There's no use calling it already.
I really should call Gene long distance. I simply left him a note when I rushed away from school. He won't know what to think.
Well, I wouldn't worry myself too much about what he'll think, dear. I want you to consider very seriously what I've said to you. You're not married to Mr. Fredericks yet. Now, don't let him hurry you.
I don't know what to do, Aunt Harriet.
Just think it over, dear. You don't want to be a burden to him, do you?
Of course not.
Well, what else would you be? Now, just remember, there's no hurry about anything. Now, go into the breakfast room, dear. Mrs. Harold will give you your breakfast.
Well, Aunt Harriet, I couldn't touch a thing.
You can't start on that trip home without something, Ethel.
Yes, I have them here in my bag, Mrs. Harold.
Oh, is that Miss Austin? I haven't had a chance to speak to her yet.
Well, you'll have time after you've eaten, dear. Go on in.
All right, Aunt Harriet.
Just put them out on the porch, Mrs. Harold.
All right, Miss Austin.
Then they'll be ready when the taxi comes. Oh, Harriet.
Are you leaving already, Miss Austin?
Yes, I always like to get an early start.
Are your things ready?
Yes, Mrs. Harold helped me to pack last night. I'm taking 2 bags. I'll send an expressman for the rest.
What are your plans, if I may ask?
You may. I'm going to the Ritz now. After that, I'll do what I've always wanted to do, travel. Far and wide, so that I shan't become little. I have a deadly fear of that.
Have you seen Walter this morning?
No. I'll write to him and let him know where I am.
Well, do that. He'll be so interested.
Yes, I think he will. And now, if you'll excuse me, Harriet, I'll sit on the porch until my taxi comes.
Your bags are outside, Miss Austin.
Thank you, Mrs. Harold. Goodbye, Harriet. I hope you never have regrets.
Oh, goodbye.
Mrs. Harold, my niece is in the breakfast room. I want you to give her some breakfast.
I've left everything ready out there, Miss Craig.
Why, where are you going?
I'm going with Miss Austin, ma'am.
Indeed.
She was telling me last night she was going to leave here, and I said I thought I'd be leaving pretty soon myself. So she said if I was going anyway, she'd like to have me with her.
Without giving me any notice?
You didn't give Maisie much notice, Miss Craig.
You understand that I shall have to tell Miss Hewlett?
Oh, Miss Hewlett knows. Tell you the truth, she's surprised I didn't leave long ago. She told me when I come here, if I stayed a month, I'd be the first one out of 7 that did.
What about your keys?
I left them all on your dressing table upstairs and the money I had left over.
Well, I'll just go and check out before you go.
You just do that, Miss Craig.
And I hope your next place will be as easy as this one has been.
Oh, don't you worry about me, Miss Craig. Nobody belonging to me ever died in the poorhouse.
How do you do? My name is Fredericks. I'd like to see Miss Landreth, if I could.
Oh, come in, please, sir. I think Miss Landreth is just having her breakfast.
I think I'd better get my things, Aunt Harriet. It must be... Jean.
Hello, Ethel.
Jean, something's happened to Mother.
Oh, no, not a thing, dear. Not that I know of. Oh, don't cry, darling. Please, now don't. Look, I just came because I couldn't reach you on the phone. I didn't know what to think, that was all.
I'm going back home right away. I never should have left.
All right, I'll go with you. You better sit down, honey. You look sort of pale.
Oh, I've been so worried.
I've been worried about you, too.
When I told Aunt Harriet about our engagement, she didn't approve, and that upset me more than ever.
Well, why didn't she approve?
Several reasons. I'll tell you on the train.
You make me uneasy.
She didn't make me think of not marrying you, but whether it might not be wise to postpone it.
Oh, no. It wouldn't be wise, darling. It isn't a good idea to postpone a thing like marriage. So many things can happen, and I don't want anything to happen.
Oh, Jean, darling.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Oh, Uncle Walter, please come in. This is Mr. Fredericks, the young man I'm engaged to marry.
Well, I certainly am glad to meet you.
A pretty lucky fella, don't you think, Mr. Craig?
I should say so. Is it all set?
Well, I hope so, though Ethel seems to feel a little nervous about it.
Oh, it isn't that. I was saying I discussed it with Aunt Harriet, and she seemed to think I hadn't considered it enough.
What did she want you to consider?
Well, she said, on account of my age, she didn't think I appreciated the practical side of marriage enough.
Oh, that's the one side of marriage that shouldn't be appreciated too much, Ethel. It's a lack of faith in each other.
Right, Mr. Craig. The thing to consider is whether we love each other.
Of course. And one other thing. Whether or not you're both absolutely honest with each other. It doesn't seem to me that there's very much else to worry about.
What? We're going back on the 9:17, Uncle Walter. Would you know the number of the taxi cab company?
You won't need a cab. I'm leaving right now. I'll drive you.
Oh, that'd be very kind.
I'll go get the car. It won't take me a minute.
Ethel, did your aunt tell you that I called you last night?
No, she didn't.
I called here about 7 o'clock. She said you were asleep.
It couldn't have been. Well, anyway, she might have known I'd want to talk to you. And she didn't tell me this morning either. I'm going to ask her about it. Aunt Harriet? Aunt Harriet? I want to say goodbye to her anyway.
I'll wait outside, Ethel.
Don't you want to meet her?
I don't think she wants to meet me.
Were you calling me, Ethel? Yes, Aunt Harriet. Did you have your breakfast? No, I'm leaving. Uncle Walter's going to drive Mr. Fredericks and me to the station.
Mr. Fredericks? Oh, where is he? I should like to meet him.
He thought you probably wouldn't care to.
How absurd. Why not?
Aunt Harriet, why didn't you call me last night when Mr. Fredericks telephoned?
Because you were asleep, dear.
I wasn't asleep.
I sent Maisie to your room. She said your door was closed.
She could have rapped.
Well, what was the sense of upsetting you, dear?
Because it was important.
I asked him if it was important and if he wanted to leave a message, and he said no.
Why didn't you tell me this morning that he'd called?
Now, please, Ethel, dear, I shan't answer any more questions about Mr. Fredericks. He's going back with you, I suppose.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad you won't have to go make the trip alone.
Aunt Harriet, Is Uncle Walter leaving you?
What on earth put that into your head, Ethel?
Something he said when I told him I was going to be married to Mr. Fredericks. He said the only thing we needed to consider was whether or not we were absolutely honest with each other. And I was wondering if he'd found out.
Found out what?
Ethel, you all set?
Yes, Uncle Walter. Goodbye, Aunt Harriet.
Goodbye, dear.
I'll write you as soon as I get home.
Yes, do, dear, and let me know how your mother is.
Yes. I'm ready, Uncle Walter.
When you get in the car, Ethel, I'll be right with you.
Are you going to the office now, Walter?
Yes, it's nearly 9 o'clock. I left the key to the garage and some papers for you upstairs, Harriet. If you should want me for the next week or two, I'll be at the Ritz.
Oh, now listen to me, Walter. Craig, you're surely not serious about leaving this house.
I should think that would please you. It's so practical.
Oh, don't try to be funny. What's so practical about a man walking out and leaving his wife and his home?
I have no wife to leave, for you've neither loved nor honored me.
Well, you married me, whether I did or not.
And you married a house. And I'll see that you have it, just as though I were here.
You'll be here, unless I'm very much mistaken.
You don't know your man, Harriet.
Well, what did I do last night that was so terrible?
You showed your hand, that was all.
I kept you from making a fool of yourself.
And you showed me how I could avoid making a fool of myself in the future.
Well, you're certainly not beginning very auspiciously, I can tell you that.
Well, at least now I'll be a self-respecting fool. And that's something I never could be if I stayed here, knowing that you had no respect for me.
But that isn't true. I always respected you.
Don't try to soften the blow, Harriet, because I assure you it isn't necessary. But I wonder that with all your wisdom, it never occurred to you that one can't play a dishonest game indefinitely.
I haven't played any dishonest game.
Possibly not, according to your standards. But I think you have. And I think in your heart you know you have. And that's the rock that you and I are splitting on, Harriet. If this Passmore affair hadn't revealed you, something else would have. So my going may as well be today as tomorrow. Goodbye, Harriet.
Walter.
Goodbye, Harriet.
Telegram from Mrs. Walter Craig?
Inside.
Okay.
Yes?
Telegram. Sign here.
Oh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh. No.
Good morning, Mrs. Craig. May I come in?
Mrs. Frazier.
Good morning. I do hope you'll pardon my walking in without ringing, but I thought Mrs. Austin would be down and I wanted to bring her these roses. I was telling her yesterday I'd bring her over some. She was saying that she admired white roses so much, and I have so many over there right now.
I haven't seen her yet this morning.
Well, if you'll just tell her I left them.
Yes, I shall. Thanks ever so much.
Oh, have you had any word about your sister this morning, Mrs. Craig? I saw the boy with the telegram, and I wondered. Miss Austin was telling me yesterday that she was quite ill.
She died this morning at 6 o'clock.
Oh, dear. That's too bad.
I'd no idea she was so ill. I should never have come back.
Dear, I'm so sorry. Oh, I shouldn't have bothered you at all.
That's quite all right.
But I'm sure you have my sympathy.
Thank you.
I do hope you'll let me know, Mrs. Craig, if there's any way that I can be of service to you.
Thank you very much. I don't think there's anything anybody can do.
I suppose you'll have to go right back up there again, won't you?
I don't know whether I shall be able to or not, to tell you the truth, Mrs. Frazier. It's been such a strain.
Oh, yes, these long illnesses are dreadful. But I hope you won't hesitate to let me know if there's anything I can do.
That's very kind of you. I'll give these roses to Miss Austin when I see her.
If you will, please. I'm terribly sorry. I'll run over again.
You have just heard the Best Plays production of Craig's Wife by George Kelly, starring Judith Evelyn and John Beale. And here again is your host, drama critic John Chapman.
It was Auntie Austin who said, people who live to themselves, Harriet, are generally left to themselves. Well, what did you think of this best play? Was it a man's play or a woman's? You might start arguing about it after I finish. But first, you should be told about next week's piece. It's another melodrama, and one of the cleverest and most suspenseful. The title is Night Must Fall. The author, Emlyn Williams, wrote it for himself so that he might play a particularly evil hotel bellboy. Our cast will include Alfred Drake as Dan, the sweet-talking bellboy with murder in his soul, and the beloved Mary Boland as the old lady who befriends him. Another member of the company will be Carmen Matthews. This is Chapman saying goodbye until next week.
Craig's Wife by George Kelly was adapted for radio by Clarice Ross. Heard in the cast were Irene Hubbard as Mrs. Harold, Patricia Hosley as Maisie, Jane Webb as Ethel, Virginia Payne as Mrs. Frazier, Ethel Wilson as Aunt Austin, John Gibson as Billy Berkmeyer, Ross Martin as Officer Cattell, and William Redfield as Gene Fredericks. Best Plays is an NBC production supervised by William Welch and directed by Fred Wade. This is Robert Denton speaking.
We present My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denny. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, the record of a happy marriage. Two people who live together and like it. The comfortable front bedroom of the comfortable suburban home of the Cougats doesn't look very comfortable this morning. Articles of clothing are strewn about the floor and across the bed. George hurriedly plows through the debris getting dressed, while Liz tries to cram all of their things into 3 suitcases.
Liz, dear, what's all this stuff you're packing? We're only spending the weekend at your mother's, not the whole summer.
Well, I'm only taking the bare necessities. Slacks, sunsuit, a few dresses, shoes, cosmetics, hose, undies.
Well, what have you packed for me?
Your toothbrush and trunks.
Is that all?
I want you to get a good tan.
Pack some clothes for me, Scatterbrain.
I wish you were driving out to Mother's with me, George.
No, it's impossible, darling. Can't miss my board meeting.
I wonder what the surprise can be that Mother's been telling us about.
I'm afraid to guess. Her last surprise was the wrestler she was sponsoring. Remember? He called himself the Hawk. Oh, what a wrestler.
Yeah, in his first match, the Hawk flew clear out of the ring.
Well, if she has another wrestler, I'll just throw him out of the house. Woody? Evidently, you've never heard of Gorgeous George.
You are gorgeous, George.
Finish your packing.
Where's my new bathing suit? I can't find it.
Your new bathing suit? Well, maybe a moth had a spare second and ate it.
Here it is, and it isn't that skimpy.
It's shameful.
You're too prudish.
You're too nudish.
You should see Alice Sturm's bathing suit. She got arrested at the beach.
Must be pretty bad.
Oh, it was. But they couldn't prosecute.
Why not?
No evidence. Which nightgown should I take? My canary yellow or my parrot green?
What about your goose chartreuse? Well, gotta run now, honey. See you tonight. Drive carefully.
George Cougat, don't you criticize my driving. I'm a good driver.
Sure, honey. You've never driven up a telephone pole.
Of course not.
Anyway, not to the top.
Ha ha, very funny. I read in a magazine the more accidents were caused by men than by women.
Yeah? When did you read that?
The other day while I was driving downtown.
Liz, darling.
Mother, you look marvelous, so young and healthy.
Oh, it's this country life, dear. I found there's nothing better than fresh milk and clean soil.
Well, it's certainly done a lot for you.
Yes. Makes a wonderful mud pack. Where's George?
Well, he had to attend the board of directors meeting. He'll be up later.
Oh, they're having them during the day now. That's nice. Your father always had to go to the board meetings at night.
At night?
Yes, poor dear. Tell me, are they still holding them at the Whoopee Club?
No, Mother. Now the bubble dancer comes to the bank.
Oh.
Mom, what's this big surprise of yours? I've been wondering about it all the way up here.
Oh, well, see if you can guess.
Well, some of the things you do, Mother, I'm almost afraid to guess.
Oh.
Let's see now. Pole vaulting?
No.
Motorcycle hill climbing?
No.
Skywriting?
Oh, no, you're way off.
Well, I'll have to think of something a little more sensible.
But this is very sensible.
Chickasaw Indian tap dancing.
Oh, Liz, really, Chickasaw Indian tap dancing. Oh, I wonder if they teach that at Arthur Murray.
Now, we're not talking about Arthur Murray. What's your surprise?
Well, you'd better sit down.
I don't need to sit down. What is it?
I'm going to get married. I see you decided to sit down.
I always do when my knees buckle.
You seem so surprised, dear. I suppose you thought that I was too old to get a husband.
I thought no such thing. You're very beautiful.
Oh, I do have a few wrinkles, though. Of course, just on the outside.
That's right, Mother. And they're just happy little crow's feet.
Oh, I know you're going to love your new father, Liz.
Well, tell me all about him. Who is he? Where'd you meet him? What's he like?
Well, his name is Daniel Carson, and I met him in Houston. Oh, he's a real Texan, Liz. He's just like Gary Cooper. Not quite that tall, of course, and a little older, and he wears bifocals.
Oh, but he's just like Gary Cooper.
Well, they're both men.
Well, he sounds grand, darling. How'd you meet him?
I was walking past the theater, and as he rushed up to buy his ticket, he knocked me down. He was in quite a hurry. It was a Randolph Scott picture.
He really did sweep you off your feet.
Skinned both my elbows. He apologized, and he asked me to see the picture with him. But, of course, a young girl couldn't accept an invitation from a man she didn't know.
Of course not.
But I'm not a young girl, so I accept it.
Mother, do you suppose this man could be after your money? Not that you aren't beautiful.
Oh, no, dear. He's quite wealthy himself. He owns several oil fields. Oh, he has a huge ranch, factories, and... Oh, dear.
What's wrong, Mother?
You don't suppose I'm after his money, do you?
See now. You were in Houston last April. Have you been engaged all this time without telling us?
Oh, no, dear. Dan and I have been corresponding, and it just happened. He asked me in his last letter.
What'd he say?
Dan isn't a man of many words, dear. Well, here's his letter. You read it.
My dear Louise, howdy. Love, Dan. P.S. Will you marry me?
Oh, I've read it over and over again. I almost know it by heart. You know, he's coming in on the 5 o'clock train, Liz. And I've made all the arrangements for the church.
Now, just a minute, Mother. Before you go any further, I think we'd better have a little talk.
A talk? Well, what about, dear?
Well, Mother, you're getting married, and I think there are a few things that you should know.
Oh, Liz, dear, look. Don't you remember 10 years ago when you were going to get married? Didn't I take you into the parlor for a little talk?
Yes.
Well, I haven't forgotten any of the things you told me. Dear, I thought little Susan Palmer could be the flower girl, and maybe George could be the best man.
Oh.
Why, Liz, dear, what's wrong?
I'm just so happy for you.
Well, then why are you crying?
Well, you cried when I married George.
Well, that was different, dear.
Oh, Mother. My little mother.
Oh, Liz, darling, please don't cry.
Oh, Mother, I can't help it. You'll understand someday when you have one of your own.
Liz.
In here, George.
Oh, hello, honey.
Kiss, kiss. Come on, give me a kiss. Kiss, kiss, kiss. I want a kiss. Give me a kiss.
What's the matter?
I never board a train when it's moving.
Well, it's standing in the station now, ready for refiring.
Nut. Okay, conductor?
Mm-hmm. Steam's way up.
Careful you don't burst your boiler.
When there's any danger, the whistle blows. Kiss me again.
Watch out, George.
Can I carry your bags, ma'am?
Oh, George, wait till I tell you about Mother's secret.
Yeah, what is it?
I can't tell you. It's a secret.
Liz.
George, a secret's only a secret if it's kept a secret. You know about the whispering grass. The grass told it to the trees, and the trees told it to the breeze. You understand, George?
Yes, very clear. Your mother's been out in the grass whispering to trees.
Just forget about it, darling. You'll find out. Better get dressed for dinner.
Won't tell me, huh?
Uh-uh.
All right. You have your secrets. I have mine. I just thought of something. Oh, what are you laughing about?
Nothing, but if you're going crazy, I want to go with you.
I'm not going crazy, Liz. I was just thinking about the time I took Myra Ponsonby on the hayride. You've always wanted to hear what happened.
You're not going to get me to tell you Mother's secret that way.
No, of course not. Forget it, dear.
You think you're pretty sly. Who cares what happened when you went on the hayride with Myra? What could happen on a hayride? You're just trying to arouse my curiosity, but it won't work. I've gone on hayrides, lots of hayrides. They were all in the spirit of good fun. We'd go down some dark, lonely country road, stop the wagon. Some of the couples would go blackberry picking. We'd just sit there in the hay and... George, Cougat, what happened on that hayride?
It's a secret, remember? The grass?
The heck with the grass. What about the hay?
Well, you tell me your secret, and I'll tell you my secret.
All right, Mother's getting married. Now, what's... George, what happened?
I bit the stem off my pipe. Your mother's what?
Getting married. Now, what happened on the hayride?
Oh, Jimmy Paterno dropped his cigar, and we had a weenie bake instead. Now, Liz, now, what's this business about your mother getting married?
Well, we're going to meet her fiancé tonight. Mother met him in April. They've been corresponding, and in his last letter, he proposed.
Where'd your mother meet him?
In Houston, in front of a theater.
You mean he picked her up?
He knocked her down first. Now hurry and get dressed, George. We want to look nice when we meet him.
All right, but I wish your mother had consulted me first. I might have refused his proposal.
I should hope so. You're already married. Mother, sit down and relax.
Oh, I can't, Liz. Dan will be here any minute.
Now, you've got to calm down, Mrs. Elliott.
Yes.
I remember how nervous I was when Liz and I got married, but I had a simple formula for overcoming it.
Oh, what was it?
He fainted.
I didn't faint. I just relaxed. All of a sudden.
I'm so nervous. I haven't been this upset since the day my scales were broken, and I thought I'd gained 200 pounds.
There's your man, Mrs. Elliott.
Now, don't all of you stare at me. I'll let him in.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, Dan. Will you come in?
Reckon I will.
Are you embarrassed, Dan?
Nope. Well, reckon I'll be going now.
Dan, you just arrived.
Well, just don't know what to say, Louise. I ain't a man of many words. Had me a long-winded speech wrote down on the back of a cigarette paper. Forgotten smoked it.
Well.
Yeah.
Mother.
Oh, Liz, dear, I'm sorry.
Well, I guess we kind of forgot our manners, Louise, standing here chattering like a couple of blue jays.
Yes. Dan, this is my daughter, Elizabeth.
Hello, Mr. Carson.
Even prettier than the picture your mama sent me.
Mother sent you my picture?
Yep. Laying on a blanket, taking your bottle.
Well, I've changed quite a bit since then.
Yeah. You're a lot longer now. Got a little more hair, too.
Well, when I was a baby, I used to wear my hair very close to my head, under the skin.
I'm George Cugat, Liz's husband. How do you do, Mr. Carson?
Well, hiya, George. Say, I like the way you shake hands. Real tight, like you mean it.
Oh, you have quite a grip yourself.
Yeah, I hate wishy-washy shakes. Like to feel a friendship there. Ain't never forgot Herb Jackson, the friendliest feller I ever met. Broke 7 bones in my hand.
We'll be having dinner in a moment, Dan. Would you care to go upstairs and wash?
No. Took care of it before I left Houston.
Well, I'd better wash. I've never been to Houston.
I got a little surprise for you, Louise.
Oh, a surprise, Dan. Well, what is it?
Oh, it's coming later. Yeah, I guess I'm ready for Chuck now.
Chuck, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, that's what we call dinner in Texas, Lizzie.
What about late at night when you go down to the icebox and sneak a snack? What do you call that?
Snuff.
Enjoy your dinner, Mr. Carson?
Oh, I reckon it did, George. It's mighty fine grub.
Grub? What's grub?
Chuck.
I'm waiting for that surprise, Dan.
Well, it ought to be here in a little while, Louise.
Mr. Carson, I understand you have some oil property in Texas.
Yeah. It was originally my granddaddy's. He got it from some Indians. Swapped them for it.
Swapped them for oil property? What did he give them? Colored beads, bits of cloth, fire water?
No, $650,000.
Did you ever meet an Indian, Mr. Carson?
Yeah, Lizzie. Sorry I did, too.
Oh, did you have trouble with him?
Kinda.
Did you kill him?
Nope.
Did you hurt him?
Kinda.
With a gun?
Nope. Backed over him in a gas station.
Mr. Carson, I understand along with your oil properties, you have quite a ranch, too.
Oh, yeah. Got me a nice big ranch. Ain't it, Louise?
It's really tremendous.
What do you call your ranch, Mr. Carson?
Dallas.
What about my surprise, Dan?
Well, it ought to be here any minute, Louise. Let's see. Well, this is sure going to be a fine wedding. A pretty bride is...
And you'll be a rather handsome groom yourself, Dan.
Well, I went to a lot of trouble for the ceremony. Spent all day yesterday at the chiropractor's having my legs straightened out.
You should have kept your pants on. They're still bow-legged.
Tell me, do you have a horse, Mr. Carson?
Oh, now there's something that I like to talk about. You bet I got me a horse. His name is Shotgun.
Shotgun? Do you feed him or load him?
Oh, he's a good old horse. Had him for 18 years. Showing his age a little. Graying around the tail.
Oh, now that's nice. I think a gray tail makes a horse look distinguished.
As I always say, an old horse is just as good as a new horse.
I've never heard you say that, George.
Well, you've never been around while I was talking to an old horse.
Why don't we all go out on the porch?
Oh, I reckon that's your surprise now, Louise. Excuse me.
Oh, what do you suppose that silly boy's gotten me?
Mother, you're holding that third finger out too conspicuously.
Well, here's your surprise, Louise. Come on in, Slim.
Greetings from Texas, everybody. Gee, ho.
Slim's my old saddle buddy, Louise. He's gonna be our best man.
Oh?
Dan, you old hornswoggle son of a rattlesnake.
Slim, you old saddle sore mule buster.
You old leather-eating coyote.
You old thieving noose dodger.
You old horn toad.
You old sippy cat.
You old prairie dog.
You old...
You...
Dan, he's going to be our best man?
Yeah, some surprise, huh, Lou? Slim, this year is Louise.
So that's her. Well, doggone. Twang my banjo, bust my britches, doggone. Gull dern, ding dong darn. Dan.
Slim says he likes your figure, Lou.
Oh, Mother's always had nice galderns.
Oh. Here's a little galdern something I brung you, Miss Lou. For when you and old Ding Dong Dan set up galdern housekeeping. Doggone.
Thank you. Towels. How nice. Aren't they, Liz?
Oh, yes. Look, George. A set. Hers and his'n.
I'll be right back, Liz. I think we're going to need some smelling salts.
I heard that. If you don't like my vapor, just open some windows. Doggone, Dan. Who's the strawberry rose?
Oh, this is my daughter, Lizzie.
God darn it, she's pretty. A ding-dong redhead, too. Makes me want to kick off my boots and jump smack dab barefoot into a doggone tub of sow belly. Bust my britches. Bust my britches.
Bend over.
Doggone, Dan, I just can't wait no longer. I got a darn surprise for you outside. Music for your wedding.
Music, Dan?
Yeah, just a minute. Oh, I mean, just a doggone minute.
Oh, Slim, you brought the sons of the singing sagebrush.
You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy when skies are gray. You'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away.
Whoa!
Howdy, Clem.
Dan, what did Slim say about music for our wedding?
Oh, I know they ain't the best, Miss Lou, but Spade Cooley weren't available.
Oh, there ain't no finer music than the sons of the singing sagebrush.
Sing some of that there wedding music for 'em, sons.
I'm ahead for the last roundup.
Whoa, horse.
Make up your mind.
Dan! Son!
Mr. Carson, have you ever thought that Mrs. Elliott may have other plans for the music at her wedding?
Lou? Why, Lou is loco about the sons, ain't you, Lou?
Well, Dan, they were all right when we went to the barn dance in San Antone, but I had planned on other music for the wedding, and I more or less thought that George could be the best man.
Oh, I'm being the best man. Who's George?
I'm George.
Now, look at here, George.
Shoot him, Slim.
George is going to be the best man, aren't you, George?
I say I'm going to be the best man. What do you say, George?
Well, Liz, I think Slim really has his heart set on it.
Is this going to be a wedding, or is this going to be a wedding?
That's a very good question.
Well, let me hear some more of that wedding music, son.
Oh, promise me that someday you and I will take our love together to some sky.
Wahoo! Son! Oh, shut up!
Shoot him, Slim!
Shotgun sure would love this.
George, where are those smelling salts?
How's your mother, dear?
Doctor says she'll be all right. All she needs is quiet.
Fine. I got a room in town for the Surging Sons of the Screaming Sage.
Did they mind leaving?
Yes, I think they were a little hurt. As they walked away, they were singing something called I Don't Think They Like Us Here and I Wish We Were Back in Texas Blues.
Poor Mother. The way she tried to smile when Slim brought in that box of dirt so their marriage could be held on Texas soil.
I can see the write-up of the wedding in the paper. To the soft strains of Beat My Desert Doggie, 8 to the Bar, Louise Elliott and Daniel Carson were married. On the altar, campfires blazed brightly.
And the highlight of the affair was when the bride threw her bouquet of cactus and pinned 3 flower girls to the parson.
I won't let your mother go through with it, Liz.
Well, Mother confided in me, George. She doesn't want to go through with it.
She doesn't?
No. But unless Mr. Carson leaves, she'll have to marry him.
Oh, fine. Well, what could possibly make Mr. Carson leave? Who is it?
It's me. It's Dan.
Well, speak of the Carson.
Hello, Liz. George.
Why, Mr. Carson, you look so sad.
Well, I can't help it, Lizzie. It's a terrible thing that's happened. Terrible thing.
Oh, Mother's going to be all right, Mr. Carson. Don't worry.
It ain't your mother. Shotgun's down with a hoof and mouth disease.
Shotgun? You're more worried about your horse than Mrs. Elliott?
Well, I reckon I'd be pretty worried about her, too, if she had hoof and mouth disease. Poor old Shotgun. I just got a phone call about him from a Western Union office. I got to go to Shotgun.
You aren't leaving?
Yeah, reckon so. But I'll always remember Louise. I'm going to keep the picture I got of her. And I'd be obliged if she'd keep my box of dirt.
Well, I'm sure she will, Mr. Carson.
Well, goodbye, Liz. Bye, George.
Goodbye, Mr. Carson. Don't bother to shake. I'll just slam the door on my hand.
Goodbye, and I hope Shotgun gets his hoof out of his mouth.
Liz, he's gone.
And Mother has a box of dirt.
What'll she do with it?
Oh, it'll make nice Christmas presents for people who don't have dirt.
Darling, he's gone, but let's not make light of it. He was a nice old guy. Yeah. You don't have anything against him, do you?
Why, certainly not, George.
I hope his horse will be all right.
It'd be a shame if Shotgun popped off before he got back.
Liz, I can't get over the coincidence of this thing. Here we're sitting in our room, and you're saying how nice it would be if Mr. Carson left. Mm-hmm. In walks Mr. Carson. Had a phone call from Western Union, and he's leaving.
Positively amazing.
Well, I guess we can go break the news to your mother.
She already knows about it.
What?
I made the phone call from her room.
Liz.
Want to send a telegram?
No, dear. I can't sleep.
Why not?
I keep lying here waiting for you to say, George, are you asleep?
Do you love me, George?
Madly.
Would you swim oceans to be at my side?
I'd swim oceans to be at your side.
Would you climb mountains to be at my side?
I'd climb mountains to be at your side.
Would you get up and get me a glass of water?
No.
Why not?
I'm pooped from climbing those mountains and swimming those oceans.
Please get me a glass of water, George.
All right. What smells so good?
I left the top off my taboo.
I thought it was night-blooming jasmine.
Why does jasmine only bloom at night?
Oh, they have a very strong union.
I love you, George.
I love you, too.
Remember, I want cold water. That's the left faucet.
Yes, Liz, the left faucet.
Oh, George, I've changed my mind. I'd like a Coke instead.
Okay. Which faucet is the Coke?
Oh, never mind. You'd have to go downstairs. I don't want you to leave me. I'll take water.
Here you are, darling.
Thanks, little cuddle puddle.
You're welcome, little drip. Good night, honey.
Good night, dear.
What's the matter, Liz? You got a feather leak in your pillow?
No. I was just thinking that I'm pretty clever. Today I figured out a way to make someone not marry someone. And if I wanted to, I could scheme a way to make someone marry someone.
You really think you could?
Mm-hmm. I did it once.
You schemed a way to make someone marry someone?
Yes.
Who?
Good night, George.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Theater. We present Jessie Matthews in Robert's Wife by St. John Ervine, adapted for broadcasting by Archie Campbell. Robert's Wife.
Oh, yes, Anne, what is it?
Miss Orley wants to know if she can see you for a minute.
Yes, of course. Come in, won't you, Miss Orley?
I hope I'm not interrupting you, June.
Not a bit. I'm dining here tonight because of the confirmation, so I'm filling in time with odds and ends that don't matter much.
Is the vicar out?
He's in church, taking a last look round to see everything's all right.
I thought I might be able to lend a hand if one were needed. Is Mrs. Carson coming to the confirmation?
Oh, surely. We're having quite a doodah here tonight. Dinner party to meet the bishop. That old Mrs. Armitage is coming, and the church wardens. Do you know Mrs. Armitage?
Yes. Not well, but I know her.
She's frightfully rich, isn't she?
Enormously. Her husband made $1 million out of substitutes. Whenever he saw anything real, he put something artificial in its place.
Oh.
He did very well out of artificial eggs, but most of his money was made in artificial milk.
Oh, it must be lovely to be rich. You're rich, aren't you?
Not what Mrs. Armitage would call rich. I'm comfortably off, as they say.
Lucky you. Though Bob wouldn't approve of you. He's awfully against the rich.
Nice boy, Bob.
Yes. Of course, he's a bit of a bolshie, but
all schoolboys are.
He isn't a schoolboy. He's at Oxford.
That's what I said. Mrs. Carson's very fond of him.
Yes, very. More like a mother than a stepmother. Do you think she's a Christian?
Mrs. Carson?
Yes. I
I mean, she's not much of a churchwoman, is she? She doesn't do any of the things you'd expect a clergyman's wife to do.
Oh, why should she? She's a doctor. She has her own work to do. There are plenty of women like me who can help the vicar. But there aren't many women who can help in the clinic.
You'd have made a good parson's wife, Miss Orley.
Would I?
Yes. Isn't it funny how people never seem to do the things they're best fitted for?
Very. Goodbye.
Oh, well, I suppose I've been tactless again. She's batty about him. Oh, dear, this list of communicants is in a muddle.
That boy Dick Jones is at the back door. Wants to know if he can speak to the vicar.
Oh, no, he can't. Tell him the vicar's out.
I told him that, miss, but he didn't seem to mind. He asked for Mrs. Carson, but I said she was out too. I said you were the only one in, and he said he'd wait.
Did he? Well, he can't.
Robert, are you in?
There's Mrs. Carson now. Tell that boy he'll have to come back another day or something.
Right. Hello, June. Anne, dear, would you bring the sherry?
Yes, madam.
My goodness, June, I'm tired.
You look tired.
And I'm happy.
Oh, what are you happy about?
I've just been made medical head of the clinic.
Oh, I am glad. I do congratulate you.
I'm glad, too. Now I can do something. Where's Robert?
In church, taking a last look round before the confirmation.
Oh, yes, the confirmation. I'd forgotten that.
You hadn't forgotten the bishop's coming.
You know I had. How lucky I came back in time. Is Bob in?
No, he's been out all day. I can't think where he gets to.
Thank you, Anne. Feeling flustered about tonight?
Oh, yes, madam. You see, I've never been done before.
Of course you haven't. You're only supposed to be done once. You ought to have been confirmed long ago. You'll have some sherry, June?
Well, just a little.
Give that to Miss Hanby.
Yes, madam.
Thank you.
Thank heavens for intoxicating liquor. Happy days, June.
Happy days, Mrs. Carson, and good luck to the clinic.
Good luck to the clinic.
Good luck.
Oh, that boy Dick Jones is still waiting.
What does he want?
To speak to you or the vicar.
Oh, I hope his mother isn't being tiresome again.
I should say she certainly is. He can't see the vicar now. It's much too late.
I'll see him. Show him in, Anne.
Yes, madam.
I don't altogether blame his mother. That girl's a nasty little shrew, if you ask me.
Dick seems to like her, and she is going to have a baby.
I've no patience with girls who get into messes.
Wait till you get into one yourself.
Me?
We all get into messes of some sort. What's her name?
Hilda Corbett.
Well, it takes two to get into trouble, and I dare say Hilda did her share. We hear too much about boys who get innocent girls into trouble, but not nearly enough about girls who lead innocent boys astray.
Oh, what sort of a man is it who lets himself be led astray?
Almost every man.
Jones, madam.
Oh, come in, Dick. What is it? Can I help?
Oh, it's my mother, Mrs. Carson. She won't give her consent. She said she'd rather see me stretching my coffin than married to Hilda.
Well, that's emphatic enough.
I don't know what to do. Hilda's off her head.
I know. Sit down, Dick.
Oh, thank you.
Hilda isn't very tactful with your mother.
Girls who are going to have babies when they aren't married are seldom models of deportment, June. Why does your mother dislike her so much, Dick?
Oh, she says she ain't suitable for me. But, Mrs. Carson, I want to do right by Hilda. I've got her into trouble and it's up to me to look after her. Can't you and the vicar do something to help us?
Are you quite sure you're in love with Hilda?
Oh, yes, Mrs. Carson, of course I'm in love with her. But even if I wasn't, I'd marry her after this. It'd only be decent to marry her.
Yes, but you mustn't go marrying girls just because it's decent. Anyhow, here's the vicar now. You'd better ask him. Oh, Robert, you're just in time. Dick's mother is still obstinate.
I'm sorry about that, Dick. When's the baby due?
September, sir.
Oh, yes, I remember. Well, there's plenty of time for your mother to change her mind.
Oh, but we want to put a good face on things, sir. Hilda doesn't like the idea of the baby coming soon after we're married.
Well, she should have thought of that before, shouldn't she? Good gracious me, look at the time. I'm afraid you'll have to go now, Dick, but you'd better come and see me tomorrow night.
Oh, very good, sir.
I'll have another talk with your mother, but if she still refuses her consent, we'll have to apply to the magistrate. Yes, I hate having to do that. Makes for bad feeling, but come along.
Now, 6:30 tomorrow night sharp, understand?
Yes, miss.
Cheer up, Dick. You mustn't go about with a face as long as a fiddle.
No, Mum. But I do want to do right by Hilda.
When people want to do right, they generally do it. Good night.
Good night.
You better tell your mother when you get home that we'll apply to the magistrates if she won't consent.
Aren't doting mothers detestable?
No, Mrs. Jones isn't a bad sort. Personally, I don't like Hilda. Horrid, snivelling little creature. I wonder if it's any use trying to do good.
That's what I wonder when I'm tired. What's the good, I say to myself. No sooner have you helped one lot of silly fools than up comes another lot. The human race is a washout. It won't stay up. The minute your back's turned, it damn well falls down again. Why not let it fall and have your fun while you've health and strength? That's how I think when I'm feeling tired and discouraged. But when I'm fresh and happy, I don't care how stupid people are, so long as I'm allowed to do things for them. Whoop, you great lump of fat-headedness, I say, and I give them a shove up. And if they fall down on me, I say, up again, you big stiff.
Oh, they make me cross when they start slithering about.
But you wouldn't like to live with people who never mucked things.
Yes, I should. I hate fools.
Supposing you had to live with a bench of bishops.
They're muffing all the time.
Not all the time, June. Even a bishop has lucid intervals. Though people seem to call them awful names, whatever they do. Oh, Robert, why is it that everybody, however stupid he may be, thinks he knows better than any bishop?
Oh, that's easily answered. No bishop can ever in any circumstances be right about anything. I thought every errand boy knew that.
Our bishop will be here any minute. So will the church wardens and Mrs. Armitage.
Oh, Lord, yes, and me still dirty from the toil of the day. June, you're up to your elbows in ink.
Oh, it won't take me half a jiff to get ready.
Say, have you seen Bob?
No, darling, I've only just come in myself.
Oh? Had a busy day?
Yes, very. I've been made medical head of the clinic.
Oh, my darling, I'm glad. I am glad. You must be feeling proud of yourself.
I am. I'm the proudest woman in England tonight. I wouldn't change places with any woman on earth. All my life I've wanted a job like this, and now I shall be able to do things. This clinic is life to me, Robert. I want to work in it till I drop.
You won't drop. You'll be carried out kicking.
That's true. Nobody's going to get rid of me in a hurry. Oh, goodness, look at the time. I must fly to titivate myself for this wicked old bishop. Robert, I want you to be very nice to Mrs. Armitage tonight.
That old packet? I'm always nice to her.
I know, darling, but I want you to be especially nice to her tonight. Make the bishop take a lot of notice of her.
Why?
I want to bleed the old girl for my clinic. It must be enlarged. I shall ask her to come on the committee, and then I'll skin her for £5,000.
You devil. Her food will cost her dear tonight.
Well, darling, her awful old husband made a fortune out of poisoning people with badly tinned food and substitutes. So the least she can do is to pay for a clinic to cure some of his customers.
Oh, madam, the bishop's come.
Crikey, look at me, dirty and dishevelled.
All right, Anne. I'll go to the door.
There you are, Bishop. Robert. How splendid to see you. How are you, my dear Philip? I'm afraid I'm early.
Well, I'm sure. Come inside. The Sancher's waiting for you.
My dear Mrs. Carson. I know I'm much too early.
You're never too early, Bishop. You're welcome whenever you come.
That's very kind of you. You see, I want to have a little talk with Robert.
Shall I leave you?
No, please. It concerns you, too. By the way, Sir Henry Gordon met me just now and told me you'd been appointed head of the clinic.
Isn't that splendid?
Congratulations, my dear.
Thank you, Bishop.
You'll be the right woman in the right place. Though I must warn you that everybody doesn't approve of you.
Don't I know that?
Jefferson of St. Ethelberta's is very worried about your sociological opinions. He doesn't like what he's heard of your views on birth control. Blessed is the man that hath his quiver full.
Well, his quiver's empty.
He's a celibate, darling.
That makes it worse. A man has no right to run about telling other people to fill their quivers when he has sworn never to put anything in his.
We're an illogical lot. That's what keeps us sane. Well, to business. I suppose you've heard, Robert, that Warburton is retiring at last from the deanery?
No, I hadn't heard.
He told the chapter this afternoon that he intends to retire at Christmas. I needn't tell you, Robert, that I don't know who will be appointed in his place, but I'd give a good deal to see you there.
Thank you, Bishop.
Your husband has every qualification for the position, Mrs. Carson. He's a good preacher, a good organizer, and a good man.
He preaches his best sermon to me.
I don't know how much influence I have, not much, I'm afraid, but the Prime Minister and I are very old friends, and I'm going to take the liberty of telling him that you are the right man for this deanery, Robert. And it will be a very great happiness to me, as your bishop, to see you appointed. You'd take it, wouldn't you, Robert, if it were offered to you?
Yes.
Of course he would.
What about you?
Me?
Yes. You're rather important, you know. You'll be Mrs. Dean.
Robert's career in the church doesn't depend on me, thank goodness, but on his own ability and character.
Well, naturally, but supposing your career as a doctor does not run quite in the same direction as his career.
They don't clash in the least, do they, Robert?
They haven't so far.
I don't see why they ever should. Robert and I had this out before we were married, Bishop. I was not going to give up my work, nor, of course, was he going to give up his.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a very good doctor, though I say that I shouldn't.
Well, I'll say it for you.
And Robert's a very good clergyman.
There I can speak with greater authority. He is far and away the best parish priest in this diocese.
Well, then, we don't see why two perfectly good careers should be upset because their owners marry.
There isn't any reason, but there may be a lot of stupidity. However, we needn't anticipate trouble. All I want to know now is that Robert will accept the deanery if it is offered to him. My dear fellow, you know how deeply I regard you.
You've always been very kind to me.
No kinder than you deserve. But my regard for you isn't only due to your ability, it's also a feeling of personal affection. I'm very fond of you, Robert. And you too, Sancho. I may call you Sancho, may I not?
Please, Bishop.
Mrs. Armitage and the churchwardens are in the drawing room, madam.
All right, Anne, thank you. Oh, Anne, just a moment. Anne's to be confirmed by you tonight, Bishop.
Oh, I hope I shall confirm you nicely, Anne.
Thank you, my lord.
That's all, Anne. Robert, go and talk to them until I've had time to change my dress. Bishop, will you be a very great dear?
I don't know that I'm capable of that, but I'll try.
Be very nice to Mrs. Armitage.
The rich woman?
Yes. I want to bleed her for my clinic. And if you'll tell her how useful it is.
All right. The money's as good as yours.
I shan't be long, Robert.
Your wife's a nice woman, Robert.
She's a darling.
Your son gets on well with her?
He adores her. I believe he'd tell her things he wouldn't tell me.
How is he?
Pretty good. Of course, he thinks I'm obsolete.
Well, didn't you think your father was? As it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be?
I sometimes feel sorry for poor old Adam. He had no father to repudiate. Bob's at the bitter stage. Everything's all wrong.
I'm not afraid of unorthodoxy in the young, Robert. That's how we grow. I'm afraid of their indifference. That's how we die. Now, lead me to this old woman Armitage, whom Sancho wants me to please. By the way, Robert, I'm in a little bit of difficulty about the diocesan fund. I wish you'd come over to the palace tomorrow and help us. You know what?
Come in here, Miss Orley. It's cozier here.
But won't I be in the way of the bishop and the vicar?
They won't be here for another quarter of an hour. Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
I thought that service was rather nice.
Yes. I like confirmation. I like all services in which people dedicate themselves.
This sort of thing hasn't come very much in my life. I scarcely ever went to church before I married Robert. But there was something beautiful in that service tonight. All those boys and girls solemnly accepting responsibility for their own lives and vowing to make the best of them. I like young people. They irritate me intensely, but I like them.
Yes, indeed.
I'm very fond of Bob, but there are times when I can scarcely keep my hands off him. You're a religious woman, Miss Orley?
Well, I'll try to be, though I'm not very successful.
Tell me, what does it mean to you?
I'm not sure that I can.
But you're getting something out of it.
Getting something?
That's crudely put, of course, but obviously you're satisfied. You seem to have realized yourself more than most of us do. As if you were getting... Oh, dear, how hard it is to say these things. Some satisfaction which infuses your whole life and gives you peace.
Yes.
Now, I'm not at peace. I'm at war. And I feel that it is right for me to be at war. Yet I envy you your peace. Why do I envy what seems to be wrong?
Wrong?
Yes. This isn't a world in which to feel at peace. I want to fight.
Just for the sake of fighting?
No, but because there's so much that is worth fighting for. I'm a soldier because of the intolerable wrongness of life. And I want to live and die in the front line.
But only, I suppose, because you hope that the intolerable wrongness of life can be ended.
Or lessened.
You wouldn't want to live and die in the front line if you thought that the intolerable wrongness would last forever.
I don't know. That's part of my puzzle. My father and mother were agnostics, but they were good people. Why were they? I can understand you and Robert doing good because you believe in the benevolent intention of the universe. But my mother and father weren't convinced there was any intention, good or evil.
And yet they did good.
Yes. Isn't it queer?
Mrs. Jones has come.
Mrs. Jones?
Dick's mother. The vicar and the bishop are still powwowing with the wardens.
Oh, I'd better clear out.
You can talk to June in the drawing room while I see Mrs. Jones here. The bishop's coming in for an hour as soon as he and Robert have finished in church, and I'd like you to meet him.
Oh, thank you.
Send Mrs. Jones in, June.
I don't think she's in a good temper.
Never mind. Send her in.
Very well. You coming, Miss Orley?
Yes.
Oh, will you go into the study, Mrs. Jones?
Thank you. Good evening. Come in, Mrs. Jones. Sit down.
Thank you.
My husband is still in church, and I'm afraid he won't be able to see you tonight, but if I can do anything...
It's about my boy.
Yes?
I don't want no interference between me and my boy.
But, Mrs. Jones...
He's my boy, not yours.
I know, but there's Hilda to be considered.
Mrs. Carson, that girl's no good.
She's going to have a baby.
Oh, her sort breeds like rabbits. I tell her she ain't a proper girl to marry a man, not a man like my Dick.
What's wrong with her?
Everything. She's a snippety piece, all show no backbone, and has no more notion of how to run a house than she has of flying. Hilda's a factory girl, doing little bits all day, and when she's done 'em, she goes to pictures. That's her life, little bits and pictures. A girl like that ain't fit to be a man's wife.
Well, there are thousands of them, Mrs. Jones.
More's the pity. She's nothing but a slut with a pennyworth of paint on her silly face. Set her down to cook a dinner for a man, and what'll happen? I know where her dinners will come from. Out of tins and fried fish shops.
Are you suggesting seriously that Dick should leave Hilda in the lurch?
Yes, I am. I wouldn't have him marry her for all the world.
Mrs. Jones, why don't you be reasonable about this? They're going to marry, and it would be better for everybody, yourself included, if you were friendly to them. If you won't consent to the marriage, they'll apply to the magistrates for permission.
Now, that's what I've come about. You and Vicar mustn't do it, Mrs. Carson.
There's a child coming, Mrs. Jones.
I know, and I'm willing to pay Hilda whatever the magistrates say, but I don't want her married to my boy.
Why are you so hard on them?
You'd be hard if you had a boy who's going to make a fool of himself. Young folks are very stubborn, Mrs. Carson, and I've seen a proper few of them make great unhappiness for themselves, going against their parents' advice and having their own way.
Well, they have to find their own feet.
I don't hold with that sort of talk. A child has to be taught its way about. Why, half your time in your clinic you're telling mothers that. Let their child walk the way it wants to and it'll grow up bandy leg. Now, I've heard you say things like that yourself.
Yes, that's true. But Dick isn't a child, and Hilda's going to have one.
A chap Dick's age has no more sense than a hen.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sancho. I didn't know.
It's all right. Mrs. Jones has come to see both of us.
Good evening, Mrs. Jones.
Oh, good evening, sir.
No, please don't go, Bishop. I think you may be able to help us. This is the Bishop, Mrs. Jones.
How do you do, Mrs. Jones?
I'm quite well, thank you, sir.
Do you mind if we tell the Bishop about Dick and Hilda?
No, not at all.
Mrs. Jones has one son, a boy called Dick, and a very good lad he is.
That he is, a proper lad, though he has got a girl into trouble.
Yes. And as you've heard Mrs. Jones say, Bishop, he's got a girl into trouble. Her name's Hilda Corbett, and they're both underage.
Yes.
Dick wants to marry the girl, but his mother, he hasn't a father, won't give her consent, and he won't be 21 until after the baby is born.
I see.
She ain't a proper girl for him, sir. Not the sort of man ought to have for his wife. Oh, it's hard for me to say just what I mean, sir, but it's this way. A girl to knock about with is one thing, but a wife's another.
Yes, I think I see your point, Mrs. Jones.
Well, I'm glad of that, sir. You see, people like Vicar and Mrs. Carson, and you too, sir, if you'll pardon the liberty, don't see things the way we do. All you thinks about is getting the girl married, respectable like. But I'm thinking of my boy's whole life. He's got to live with Hilda. I don't see no happiness for him nor her, come to that, if they marry. And what's the good of marriage if it don't make you happy?
Yes, I sympathize with your point of view. I'm not so keen on respectability that I'm willing to see a young man and girl who are unsuited to each other tied together for life because they've slipped into trouble. But there's the third party, the child.
Yes, I know, but
Which hasn't been asked for its consent to be born, but will have to bear all the consequences. Mrs. Jones, you won't have to bear them. The child will. And it is a very great responsibility to cast a slur on another person's life, especially a child's.
Well, I don't want to do a child no harm.
Well, then give your grandchild a chance. Look here, if you'll behave nicely to him, I'll come here myself and marry your son to Hilda, I think you said her name was?
That's her name, sir. My lord, I mean.
And I'll baptize the baby.
From what I can see of it, sir, one visit will do for both.
Well, what about it?
It is the baby that matters, isn't it, Mrs. Jones?
Well, I don't make no promises.
But you'll think about it.
Yes, I'll think about it.
Oh, splendid, Mrs. Jones.
It's that girl.
Oh, I know. One of my sons wanted to marry a girl I didn't approve of, and he did. And you know, Mrs. Jones, she turned out to be a very nice girl.
You was lucky, sir. Well, thank you for your advice. I'm sorry I barged in on you all like this, but I'm not sorry I come.
Good night, Mrs. Jones.
Good night, my lord.
I'll come to the door with
Oh,
you.
thank you. Good night, Vicar.
Good night.
God forgive me if I've done wrong.
You don't doubt you've done right, do you?
You know, there's something in what that poor woman said. We are more eager for the marriage ceremony than we are for the happiness of the married. We've forced our will on Mrs. Jones, who knows the nature of her son and that girl better than we do, and if their marriage turns out a failure, we shall be to blame.
I wish we could think of some means of solving this sort of problem. I don't want to see Dick tied to a worthless girl, but at the same time I don't want to see their child stigmatized. Oh, what's a poor parson to do?
Protect the weakest.
But who is the weakest? The girl, the baby, or Dick? The moment Dick and Hilda are married, we'll wash our hands of them.
Yes.
Aren't we washing our hands of too many things? I hate this safety-first religion. We neither lead nor follow. We simply stand about hoping we shan't be noticed. It's a great pity someone doesn't set fire to a bishop.
I hope they won't begin on me.
I know I sound absurd. Yet I think we're far too reasonable, and I know nothing so uninspiring as reasonable behavior. It's the wild men of the world who keep it fresh and wholesome.
When you're dean...
Yes, when I'm dean. Do you think I ever shall be?
Oh, certainly. You have enthusiasm and brains, a combination of qualities that is rare and is becoming rarer. All the enthusiasts of my acquaintance have no brains, and all the brainy people have no enthusiasm. We're dying of hot heads and cold feet.
Here's Bob, with a bomb in every pocket.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Father.
You know my stepson, Bob, don't you, Bishop?
Yes. How are you, Bob?
Pretty fit, thanks, my lord.
Good.
Well, what have you been doing tonight? Starting a new universe, or only letting off steam?
I've been talking to some soldiers at Barnbury Camp.
What were you talking about?
War?
Well, I'm going there to preach on Sunday.
Oh, you're not going to praise war, are you?
Bob.
Oh, please, my lord, I'm not being cheeky, but so many bishops praise war.
I shan't praise it, Bob. I had 3 sons when the last one began. I hadn't any when it was over. I don't think I shall praise war. But I won't refuse my blessing to men who are willing to die for what they think is a good cause.
Yeah, it's always a good cause.
In that event, the soldier is spared the shame of thinking he has died in a bad one. If your generation can stop war, God bless it. You'll forgive a bishop, won't you, for asking God to bless you? I believe that bishops are in bad odor at Oxford, and that their invocations are considered impertinent. But we're puzzled men, Bob. I find it increasingly hard to say just what is the will of God, though I had no difficulty whatsoever about it when I was at Oxford. But perhaps, my dear lad, you will be able to do better than we've done. Sancho, didn't you say something about speeding the parting bishop with hot milk?
Yes, but if we stay here much longer, it'll be hot water. Come along.
We're a cowardly lot, always preferring the law to the prophets.
Me for the prophets every time.
Me too, Sancho, me too.
Turn out the light, Robert.
Yet we must have law.
Isn't it martyrs we need?
Yes, but who's going to clear up the mess?
Where's Mrs. Carson? This isn't one of her clinic nights, is it?
No, Miss Orley, she's at a meeting with Bob. Oh, thank goodness we'll soon have these notices done. If it hadn't been for you, I couldn't have finished them tonight. I asked Bob to help me, but he wouldn't.
What is this meeting Bob and Mrs. Carson are at?
Oh, one of these down-with-everything meetings. Anti-war, I think. We had a row about it this morning.
Hello. Working in here?
Yes, we didn't expect you back so soon, Mrs. Carson. Mr. Jefferson's with the vicar. I think there's a row on. He came in looking awfully Anglo-Catholic.
I bet it's about me.
I shouldn't be surprised. He doesn't like your clinic.
He'll like it a lot less before I've finished. If old Mrs. Armitage gives me enough money, I'll have clinics all over the place.
Has she given you any, yes?
A little, not much. She's what she calls feeling her way. Oh, why have all the wrong people got the money?
Probably because they're the wrong people. Was it a good meeting tonight?
If 37 people is a crowd, then it was good. But as none of them agreed with anything, I should have said it wasn't.
What was it about?
Anti-war.
Did Bob speak?
Yes, he spoke. And not badly either. He has some of his father's eloquence, but he's woolly-witted. Do you know what he proposed tonight?
What?
A strike against motherhood. Every woman is to refuse to have any more babies until armaments have been abolished.
There wouldn't be any people left on the earth.
I told him that, and he said, would it matter? Oh, Bob, dear, we were just talking about you. Come on in.
Good evening, Bob.
Good evening, Miss Orley. Evening, June.
I'm not speaking to you.
Oh, why?
He was rude to me this morning. He called me bourgeois.
You'll have guessed by this time, Miss Orley, that these two are secretly engaged.
Well, I had sort of surmised that.
What sort of home they'll have with two orators in it, I cannot imagine.
You can take turn about at speechifying.
That's right, make fun.
Bob.
That's all people in this country ever do, make fun. Anybody who's serious about anything in this country is called a prig. He hasn't any sense of humour. There's a hell of a lot of humour in being hungry. Oh, it's a great joke to be poor and born in a slum. Every day I wake up to find the world in a worse mess than it was before.
That doesn't say very much for you, does it?
The whole system's wrong.
You might as well say that the whole human race is wrong.
But, Sancho, people aren't doing anything.
Nobody doing anything?
Anything that matters. Oh, everybody's against war, yet everybody's wondering when the next war will begin. If they were serious, it would never begin. I went to Hangover this morning. That hospital where the chaps who were cropped for good in the last war are waiting to die. I'd like to take everybody to Hangover and say that's what your blasted war did to them. I'm one of the chaps who'll be expected to go and get killed in the next war. I'm nearly 20, so I'm just ripe for slaughter. What? I won't fight. I tell you, I won't fight. I can't bear the thought of killing people. I can't bear it.
Bob, dear.
I'm sorry, Sancho. I'm most frightfully sorry.
I must go after
No,
him.
don't. Your common sense is a little overpowering at times, June. I'll go.
I shall have an awful job with him when we're married.
Do you love him very much?
Yes, terribly. I oughtn't to love him because he's a frightful fool, but I do. Every now and then I have a horrible desire to sock him on the jaw, but the rest of the time I just want to take care of him. I never thought I'd feel like this. Most unsecretarial. Oh, goodness, we haven't finished these notices yet. They ought to have been done long ago.
It's a pity he attaches so much importance to living.
Oh, I'm with him there. I like being alive.
No, I agree. It's very nice to be alive, but we can't make too much fuss about it. Bob has no hope of anything but this. And because he has no other hope, he's afraid of losing it. He'll do anything for life.
Well, wouldn't you?
No.
But it's all we're sure of.
It's the least thing I'm sure of.
I can't understand you. We do know we've got this. We don't know we'll get anything else.
Well, doesn't what you do know make you feel certain that there must be more to come?
There may be. I don't know. I do my bit as things are, and if that isn't good enough, well, I can't help it. It's my best.
Well, you're not as far from me as you think. If this is the end of everything, then nothing we do matters. If this isn't the end, then the length of our life here is of little importance. It's only an interval between the acts.
Oh, hello, June. Not gone yet?
Oh, I wanted to finish these notices, and Miss Orley offered to stay and help me. And she's awfully good about helping.
Yes, I know. My unpaid curate.
Was Mr. Jefferson very tiresome?
Well, not more than usual.
What was it this time?
It was the sacredness of human life.
Oh, that's what Bob's always worrying about.
Poor Jefferson. Sancho's clinic worries him terribly.
Oh, I shouldn't let him upset you. She's doing one of the best jobs in this town.
I know she is. That's why it annoys me when Jefferson has right on his side.
That man can't be right, even when he is. He's got a natural genius for being wrong.
Let's finish these notices in the morning room, June.
Oh, must you finish them tonight?
Oh, yes, we must. Are you ready, Miss Orley?
Now, don't let her impose on you.
Nobody imposes on her. They can't.
She imposes on herself.
But I like to help.
Oh, Robert, got rid of Jefferson?
Yes, he was in a wax.
Me again.
Yes, it's about that open-air creche you've started in St. Mary's churchyard. He thinks you're committing sacrilege.
What?
It's consecrated ground.
Consecrated to what? The dead. Well, I'm consecrating it to the living.
He's worried by the sight of the kids romping around the tombstones.
If I were mouldering inside one of those monstrous old tombs, I'd feel delighted to think that just outside my grave, little children were happy and growing strong.
Yes, I know, Sancho, and I share your point of view. But Jefferson doesn't think as we do. And it's unfortunate that your clinic should be in his parish and not in mine.
But it's always been there. He has one of the poorest parishes in the town.
But you're married to me.
What on earth has that got to do with it? The clinic was there before I met you. It didn't affect you before we were married. Why should it affect you now?
Parsons are very touchy about trespassing on each other's preserves. Nearly as bad as gangsters. It's a pity we can't do our work without treading on his corns.
Nobody can do anything that is worth doing without treading on somebody's corns. And there are a lot of corns on which I want to tread.
Yes, but people think I'm doing the treading. I mean, they think I sympathize completely with all you do.
Don't you?
No, I think you go too far sometimes, and they're in too great a hurry. You're always complaining of reactionaries. But I believe that reaction's an important part of progress. Otherwise, we'd run ahead of ourselves. Well, every soldier knows that he mustn't carry his attack too far. He must stop and consolidate his gains, defend what he's won, and make his ground good.
Yes, I see that, but I also see that there are people in the world who must go on, who can't stop, and that there are other people who are always getting in the way and trying to stop them. The history of medicine alone proves that.
How?
At every turn of the road to medical knowledge, the pioneering doctor has found an obstructive priest in his path. I see myself as the symbol of all the doctors who've striven to reduce or abolish pain, and I see Jefferson as the symbol of all the priests who have tried to stop them. When I discovered the use of anesthetics, Jefferson forbade me to use them. When I tried to study anatomy in the Middle Ages, Jefferson was there, forbidding me to dissect dead bodies. I had to steal them from graveyards, and he had me burnt for doing it. Wherever I went, I found Jefferson in my way. You'd have thought he was wrong then, wouldn't you?
Certainly.
Well, I think he is wrong now. He was always wrong, right back to the beginning.
And you were always right, darling.
Yes, always. You see, Robert, I'm really a better Christian than you are.
Oh, darling.
I believe in the forces of good and evil, and I am not willing to compromise with evil.
I don't ask you to do that. All I'm suggesting is that you should pull in a bit and not go out of your way to antagonize people.
I haven't gone out of my way to antagonize anybody. Why didn't you ask him to pull in?
I did.
Is he going to?
No, he made exactly the same replies that you're making. He, too, is convinced that he is right. If only you'd both be a little bit reasonable.
Listen, Robert. There isn't anything Jefferson stands for that you approve. I've heard you time after time denouncing him as narrow-minded, reactionary, medieval,
obscurantist?
Yes, that's it. Obscurantist. Yet here you are taking his part against me.
Only trying to satisfy you both.
You can't do, Robert. If you satisfy him, you dissatisfy me. I never expected to have to tell you that you can't serve God and Mammon.
You're not suggesting that Jefferson is Mammon, are you?
Well, he isn't God.
Are you?
No. But when I'm doing a good job of work, I have God in me, and I should be committing a sin if I stopped doing it. When I am drawn away from myself and my own comfort and made to do things that are not for my own good, but for the good of other people, then I cease to be myself and become part of God.
That's an extremely dangerous doctrine, Sancha. There isn't a dictator in Europe who can't justify himself on that argument.
Perhaps, but by their fruits ye shall know them. Jefferson has no fruits. Some poor women have far too many. I'm trying to see that they have only enough, and that they're good, and Father Jefferson can put that in his pipe and smoke it.
Have it your own way, but I still think my way is the best.
Robert, why have you become so very reasonable all of a sudden? You're not losing your courage, are you?
I don't think so.
Or are you becoming careful? It isn't that deanery.
Oh, Sancha, that's very unjust.
I'm not so sure. What will become of my clinic if you get it?
That's a problem, isn't it?
It's a very worrying problem.
No, we can't live here.
No, we shall have to live in Winterbury, 40 miles away.
Yes.
So, of course, like a good wife, I shall be expected to give up my work and follow my husband's career.
I shouldn't put it quite like that.
But that's the situation, isn't it?
Well, darling, you're not proposing that we should separate.
No, of course not. But I resent this assumption that when a husband and wife are both doing a good job, the wife's work must always be regarded as subordinate to the husband's, and that when he gets promotion, she must chuck her job and follow him. Why shouldn't he chuck his?
Do you want me to?
No, darling, you know I don't. I've faced this situation ever since the bishop spoke to us that night. When was it? Last March. And I'm prepared. It won't be easy. But I'm prepared to give up the clinic.
Sancha. Oh, darling, that's really noble of you.
I can open another in Winterbury.
Yes, of course. Of course.
Is there anything against that?
Oh, well, a dean's wife has to watch her step a bit more than a vicar's.
My God, has she? The whole of this town has been watching my step ever since I married you. If it's like this for a vicar's wife, what must it be like for an archbishop's?
Officially, my dear, an archbishop has no wife. He lives in a domestic atmosphere.
Yes, Anne?
Please, sir, there are two gentlemen to see you.
At this hour of the evening?
Yes, sir. They asked if Mr. Bob was in and said it was important.
Bob? Have you told him?
No, madam. They said they'd like a word with you, sir, first.
Did they give their names?
No, sir, they just asked if Mr. Bob was in and then said they'd like a little chat with you.
Show them in.
Yes, sir.
How very mysterious.
Yes, very.
The gentleman, sir.
Hello, Lindsay. I didn't expect a call from you.
Good evening, Vicar. This is my colleague, Inspector Footboy.
How do you do, Inspector?
Good evening, sir.
Oh, I don't think you've met my wife. This is Inspector Lindsay, my dear, an old friend.
No, I haven't had that pleasure, sir.
How do you do, Inspector?
How do you do?
You haven't come to arrest me for anything awful, have you? Nobody's died on me, have they?
No, ma'am. But I'm afraid, though, I've not come on a pleasant job. The fact is, I have a warrant for your son's arrest.
For his arrest?
I'm not acting as strictly as I ought, but you're an old friend, Vicar, and I have the greatest regard for you and your work, and for yours, too, ma'am. And I thought I'd just have a little talk with you first. I want to make things as easy as possible for everybody.
Thank you, Lindsay. I'm obliged to you.
But what's he done?
Well, Mrs. Carson, it's a charge of sedition.
Sedition?
Your young man has been distributing handbills to soldiers, urging them to lay down their arms and refuse to fight in the next war.
But he's only a boy.
Your son's in the house, sir, isn't he?
Yes.
Will you send for him?
I'll go and fetch him.
Are you going to take him away tonight?
I'm afraid so. Oh, he'll probably be let out on bail tomorrow.
Is it a very serious crime to try to stop war?
Yes, ma'am. Very serious. When it's only one side you're stopping. I don't like war any more than you do. But there's a lot of things I don't like that I have to do. This is one of them.
Here's my son.
Do you want me?
Are you Robert Carson?
Yes.
We are police officers, and I am Chief Detective Inspector Lindsay. I have here a warrant for your arrest on a charge of sedition. I shall read it to you. You needn't say anything in reply, but if you do, it'll be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence. Information on oath has this day been laid by John Lindsay that Robert Carson of the Vicarage Combermere in the county of South, hereinafter called the defendant, on this 12th day of September in the said district endeavoured maliciously and advisedly by writing and conversation to seduce one Henry Cobb, there and then a soldier in Her Majesty's forces, to wit the Southwest Fusiliers, from his allegiance to Her Majesty.
May I see the warrant?
Certainly.
I've only one thing to say.
Bob, for God's sake, don't say anything.
I'm not going to deny what I've done, and I refuse to have any lawyers messing about with my case. I'm guilty. I want everybody to know I'm guilty. I think it is my duty to do everything in my power to stop war, and I will do my utmost for the rest of my life to make every soldier lay down his arms. If that is guilt, then I am guilty.
Well, I'm afraid we shall have to search his room. Perhaps you will show Inspector Footboy where it is, Vicar.
There's nothing there, except a few pamphlets and books. You'll find them all in my desk.
If you'll come this way, Inspector.
Thanks, sir. I'm afraid I must make sure that you're not carrying firearms.
But he's a pacifist.
I know. But you've no idea how bloodthirsty some pacifists are.
What's happening? What is it, Bob?
He's just been arrested, June.
What for?
Sedition.
Do you mean to tell me you've arrested him for that?
Yes, miss, I have.
Well, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. He's an undergraduate. Don't you realize that?
Don't make little of me because I'm young.
You silly idiot. You got yourself into a nice mess. Why can't you get on with your lessons instead of interfering in things you don't understand?
I'd feel ashamed of myself if I did nothing to try to stop this filthy fighting.
Will they send him to prison?
Oh, that depends on the evidence and the judge.
Judge?
Oh, yes, miss, he'll probably be sent for trial.
I can't understand why it is criminal to tell a soldier that war is wicked.
That isn't what he told the soldier man. He urged him not to fight if a war should break out. And I call that advising a man to do the dirty on his country when she's in trouble.
Are you taking him to prison tonight?
No, miss, to the police station.
You want things, won't he? Night things and things.
Yes.
I'll go and get them ready for you, Bob.
Oh, thank you, June.
Won't want much, will you?
No, I suppose not.
Just a few things. Oh, Bob, darling.
Oh, June, my dear.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cry.
A bit hard on her. Women always get the worst of this sort of thing.
I found these pamphlets and books in his desk, sir.
Right. Are these yours?
Yes, they're all mine.
I'm now going to take you to 4th Street Police Station, where you'll be charged.
Is there anything I can do tonight?
Well, I should get on to your lawyer.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll telephone to Thompson at once. He's my solicitor. Oh, Bob.
Can I come with him?
Well, you can if you like, ma'am. But I shouldn't if I were you. It'll only distress you.
You'd like me to come, Bob?
Yes, please, Sancho.
I'll fetch a coat.
Oh, hello. Is that you, Thompson? It's the vicar speaking. Carson, yes. Thompson, for God's sake, come over here at once, will you? My son's just been arrested. What? The charge? The charge is sedition.
Turn that thing off, Bob, can't you? You better keep out of the way this afternoon.
Why?
The bishop will be here, and Mrs. Armitage is coming to tea.
What if she is?
She's practically promised to give £5,000 to the clinic.
Oh, the clinic.
Yes, the clinic. It's much more important than your old propaganda. How you could have been such a fool, I can't imagine.
Do you think they'll send me to prison?
I don't know. Cook says she's surprised they've let you out on bail. Says it was influence.
Influence my foot?
I felt ashamed when I heard that lawyer reading out the letters you wrote to that soldier.
Are you trying to break off our engagement?
I wish I could, but I can't. I love you, you silly idiot.
Anne tells me the bishop's just come. He's in the drawing room with Robert.
Oh, is he? I didn't hear his car.
How lucky he's here. I'll have to ask him to have tea with Mrs. Armitage. That'll please her. You know, Bob, you haven't made things easy for me. I've lost 3 subscribers to the clinic since your arrest. Good ones, too. I don't want you here when Mrs. Armitage comes.
That's what I've been trying to tell him.
I don't seem to be wanted.
Well, you're not very helpful, are you? Your father's moving heaven and earth to get you out of this mess, and you do nothing but get in his way.
Anybody'd think you wanted to go to jail.
I do. I want to go to prison.
I can't make out whether you're a saint and a martyr or just an exhibitionist.
Oh, Sancho, I didn't think you'd say that to me. I know I'm silly and arrogant, but that doesn't prove that I'm wrong about essential things. That's what I'm trying to tell you all, but you just laugh at me and say, you wait till you're older, then you'll know better. I may not want to know better. I may be too frightened or too lazy or too self-satisfied. Well, that's not good enough for me. The only way to get anything done is for somebody to do something dramatic, something that will make people think, like getting crucified. Oh, I know I'm expressing myself terribly badly, Sancho, but that's what I'm trying to do, and it hurts me frightfully when you sneer at me, because I do love you so.
I'm sorry, Bob, but you see, darling, you must just make a little bit of allowance for the rest of us. We're not really fools, and we're not really indifferent. We're frightened and confused.
But you do see what I'm driving at, and you understand, don't you? Why I want to go to prison? It's not just to get a lot of cheap glory, but to shock people into peace.
But will you? Every soldier is willing to die for his belief, Bob.
Mrs. Armitage.
Oh, Mrs. Armitage, how do you do? I'm so glad you were able to come. You know my stepson, Bob, I think.
Oh, yes, I've been reading about him.
How do you do, Mrs. Armitage?
And my husband's secretary, Miss June Hanby.
How do you do?
Bob and she are engaged to be married.
Engaged? Oh, it'll be a long engagement, I suppose, what with one thing and another.
Well, yes, I suppose it will. But they're both young and can wait. You two are going out now, aren't you?
Oh, yes. Bob and I have a lot to do. Goodbye, Mrs. Armitage.
Oh, goodbye.
I'll say goodbye, too.
Oh, yes. Goodbye, young man.
Goodbye.
Well, I've just popped in as I promised, but I mustn't stay long.
Is anything wrong?
Oh, no, nothing's wrong. But this business about your stepson has upset me.
It's upset us?
Oh, well, naturally, of course, but it's upset me a lot. You see, I'm very patriotic, Mrs. Carson.
Yes.
And I think it's dreadful to go about telling soldiers not to fight for their country.
Bob's only a boy, Mrs. Armitage.
Yes, but the way I look at it is this. How's he been brought up? To have such ideas in his head? After all, if parents do their duty, children have right ideas in their heads.
We don't always know what are right ideas.
No, yes, we do. Well, it's easy enough to do right if you want to. Just do what everybody else does. Half the people who make so much fuss about it don't want to do right.
Here's tea. I'm sure you'll be glad of a cup. Oh, do sit down.
Oh, thank you. Tea, well, now it's here.
Is the bishop still with the vicar, Anne?
Yes, madam.
Oh, nice girl, that.
Who, Anne? Yes, she's a nice girl.
So hard to get nice girls nowadays. I don't know what's become of all the nice girls. I had a nice girl once, but she got into trouble.
Oh.
Somehow the nice ones always do that. I suppose it's because they're so nice.
Perhaps. 2 lumps or 1?
3, please. I've got a very sweet tooth. I think the pictures have done a lot of harm, don't you?
Not more than other things, have they?
Oh, yes. They've unsettled girls, always thinking of film stars when they should be doing their dusting. Mr. Jefferson says the pictures have done a lot of harm.
Mr. Jefferson. Have you seen him lately?
Yes, I've seen quite a bit of him lately. He's a very persevering man.
Very. Bread and butter?
Cake, please. Mr. Jefferson's very worried about your clinic.
Why should he be?
Well, of course, you know what his views are. High church and all that. Of course, I was brought up low church, but I must say I like a nice high church service. I like the little boys in lace surplices, don't you? Yes. I mean, they look rather nice, and though I'm told some of them are awful. I knew a lady once who told
Mrs. Armitage, you've something to tell me, haven't you?
Well, yes, I have. I really came to tell you I want to think things over a bit.
Do you mean about the clinic?
Yes, I'm not sure about it.
Oh, Mrs. Armitage, I thought it was
Yes,
also...
I know, I thought so too, but things are different now. Mr. Jefferson's so distressed about it all, and then this business about your stepson. So you see, I must have time to think it over. I don't want to do anything I'd regret afterwards.
Does this mean that you won't give me the money?
Well, not quite. I just want to be sure that I'm not doing anything that I don't really approve of. We mustn't rush into things, must we?
Mrs. Armitage, you know better than most people how necessary our clinic is.
Oh, yes, I know. That's what I said to Mr. Jefferson, and he said, so long as it's concerned with ailments and things like that, that's all right. But... well, you know what he is. Very Anglo-Catholic and all that.
I can't think of anything more useful than the clinic. It's helping to make a better race.
Of course, I'd like to do something. I've always wanted to do something.
Yes.
Over and over again, I used to say to my husband, John, let's do something.
Well...
But, he was too busy, poor dear, and then, of course, he died and never did anything.
The clinic could be his memorial.
It could, of course. We could have a statue of him in the vestibule and patting little children on the head and with an inscription underneath. That would be nice. Yes, John would like that. Still, I'd like to think it over. I'm going to the south of France in November when the weather begins to get bad.
If you were to settle about it now, we could build it while you're away, and it might be ready for you to open on your return.
That would be nice, of course. But Dr. Jordan thinks I ought to stay the whole winter.
Oh.
And when I told Mr. Jefferson that, he thought it would be wise. He's a very thoughtful man, don't you think?
Very.
And now... Oh, well, I really must go. I meant only to pop in for a minute to tell you I wanted to think things over. Oh, I stayed hours. Well, goodbye and thank you. And we've had such a nice talk, haven't we? Discussed everything.
The bishop wants to know why you won't give him tea in here.
Of course I'll give him tea in here. Won't you stay and meet him, Mrs. Armitage?
I'd like to, of course, but really I think I'd better be going. Goodbye, Miss Hadley.
Goodbye.
I'll come to the door with you.
No, thank you. That will be nice.
Ah, any tea going?
Presently. You'll miss this when you're in jail.
I shall miss a lot of things.
Do hope you're not going to make a habit of going to jail. It won't be much fun being married to a man who spends his weekends at home and the rest of the time in prison.
Have you two had tea?
No.
Then we'll all have it here. Will you ring the bell, Bob?
Yes. June, have you any idea what the bishop wants?
No, but I can guess.
I'm afraid you're giving a great many people a lot of trouble, young man.
Yes, madam?
We'll have some fresh tea, please. Bring some more cups. The vicar and the bishop are coming in here.
Very good, madam.
How do you do, Sancha?
I'm not doing very well, Bishop.
Oh?
Mrs. Armitage has just left. I'm afraid she's going to back out of her promise. Mr. Jefferson's been talking to her.
He's been talking to a lot of people. Far too many. Well, Bob.
Good afternoon, my lord.
What are we going to do with this young man?
Ask June. She'll have to do with him.
Well, June?
I'm wondering. The trouble with men seems to be that their bodies grow up so much more quickly than their brains. It takes a woman a long time to realize that what looks like an adult is really a child.
Your experience must have been very unfortunate.
She's had 2 generations of Carsons to cope with, Bob and me.
Tea, madam.
Thank you.
Madam.
I think you like your tea weak, don't you, Bishop?
Please.
Bread and butter, sir.
Thank you.
The bishop has been talking to me about this affair of Bob's. It's serious, much more serious than I thought. I took it for granted that Bob would probably be let off with a grave reprimand. But the bishop thinks, and Thompson thinks too, that we must be prepared for imprisonment.
But that's what Bob wants.
I don't want influence used to get me off.
Bob thinks that the world badly needs the example of individual self-sacrifice.
Yes. As I grow older, I get more skeptical about the value of these demonstrations. I've attended many meetings in my life, and I've noticed that emotional orators get all the cheers, but the work is generally done by some chap who can't talk for toffee. Oh, I'm not denying the value of eloquence, but my instinct is to be on my guard against eloquent people. And I've always found that acts of self-sacrifice which have no relation to the immediate possibilities of mankind leave things rather worse than they were before.
But, well, surely, if there were no pioneers, there would be no progress.
Progress? Uh-huh. That's a word I've been hearing all my life. I wonder what it means.
I'm like the bishop. I'm not sure of all this progress we're making. You yourself, Sancha, are doing your utmost to teach people to limit their families.
Well, you've approved of that. You and the bishop. It's only reactionaries and celebrates like Jefferson who oppose it.
I know, but all the most advanced statisticians and sociologists are now telling us that if we don't pull up the birth rate, we'll perish for want of population.
Cannon fodder. That's all they want. If Sancha succeeds, there won't be enough people to be killed in wars.
Well, that's one way of looking at it.
It's the only way. The commandment says, thou shalt not kill, in any circumstances whatever.
How long is it since you read the Sermon on the Mount?
I can't remember.
Have any of you read it within the last 12 months? I leave you out, Robert. But the rest of you? Well?
I've never read it at all.
Bob?
I did read it once.
When?
Oh, I can't remember.
Sancha.
All right, Bishop. You win.
You see, you don't know the document, yet each of you talks as if you were familiar with it. The words used by our Lord were, Ye have heard that it was said by them of old time, Thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of judgment.
Yes.
But I say unto you that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment. Without a cause, Bob.
It doesn't matter to me what any book says. I won't kill.
In any circumstances whatever?
In no circumstances. I'm willing to die for my belief, but I'm not willing to kill for it.
Well, you may be the savior of your world, Bob.
Yes, but how are we to know that his world will be worth saving?
Isn't any world worth saving?
No. There are worlds that ought to perish, that must perish if mankind is to live. I want peace. But I think we'll have to fight a good many wars before we get it. And I see very little hope of abolishing war in a world where only dictators survive.
Nevertheless, the Bobs of this world have their uses. They offer us examples that we may admire, even if we refuse to be guided by them. Robert, I shouldn't try to keep him out of prison. There may not be any prison strong enough to hold him. Thank you, my dear, for my nice tea.
Pleasure.
Please, madam, Mrs. Jones has come.
Mrs. Jones? Does she want me or the vicar?
She doesn't mind, madam, who she sees.
Oh.
Mrs. Jones? Oh, do you mean that nice woman whose son I married to the girl who was going to have a baby?
That's the one. The baby was born about a fortnight ago.
Oh, well, give Mrs. Jones my kind
I'll
regards.
have her in here, and you can give them to her yourself. You promised to baptize the baby.
Yes.
And perhaps you can make arrangements for it now. Show Mrs. Jones in here, Anne.
Yes, madam.
June and Bob, you two had better clear out. I don't suppose she wants to see you.
Oh, Bob can help me finish some lists I'm copying. Come on, Bob.
Good night, Bishop.
Good night, Bob.
And, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mrs. Jones.
Good evening.
Mrs. Jones, madam.
Good evening.
You remember the bishop, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good evening, Mrs. Jones. I was just going when I heard you were here, and I thought I'd stay and say how'd you do. Your son's well, I hope?
Yes, sir.
And your daughter-in-law?
She's well, too, sir.
Excellent. I hear their baby was born the other day.
Yes, sir.
Your grandchild?
Yes, sir. It died this morning, sir.
Died?
Oh, poor Mrs. Jones. I'm so sorry.
Died this morning, it did. I thought I'd just come and tell you.
Poor little thing.
Oh, I don't know, sir. Missed a lot of trouble. Was a nice little baby, though. A boy it was. Reminded me of Dick when he was born. Smiled nice.
Is there anything we can do, Mrs. Jones?
No, sir, nothing. Nothing. I don't know why I've come, really. Except that I just thought I would. Seems so funny somehow, us all making that fuss about getting Dick and Hilda married, and now the baby's dead. And my boy's tied to that girl for life. Silly, ain't it? You know, my lord, she's no good. She's a foolish girl. I suppose I oughtn't to blame her, really. She can't help being a fool. Nobody wants to be one. But I do wish she'd married some other chap than my boy. It was a mistake, sir. We didn't ought to mess about with other people's lives. Why can't we leave each other alone? Eh?
Poor woman. I'd better see what I can do.
I don't know what the answer to that is, Robert.
No, nor I.
If we were sensible, we would now put those two asunder. On September the 21st at the Church of St. Michael and All Angels, Dick and Hilda Jones were separated by the Bishop of Winterbury, who expressed regret at having united them. Robert, you will talk to Sancho about this business of the deanery.
Yes, but I'm in a quandary, Bishop. It isn't easy for a man to go to his wife and say, "Look here, my dear, I can't get on in my profession unless you give up your job." Why should she stultify herself for my good?
Well, it's a question of degree. Whose work is the more important? Sancho's a good doctor, but she isn't the only good doctor in the world. She isn't even the only good doctor in this town. I'm told that her assistant at the clinic is very good.
Yes, she's excellent.
So that if she went, the clinic wouldn't seriously suffer.
Would the church suffer if I didn't go to the deanery?
I think it would.
Oh, come.
I'm serious, Robert. A great wave of materialism is passing over the world, and unless a tremendous effort is made, the whole spiritual life of mankind may founder. You seem to me to be a man with a peculiar gift for inspiring people to make the most of what's good in them. And I wish to see you in a place where your gift can be used to the greatest advantage. If I have to choose between you and Sancho, I will unflinchingly choose you. And now, I must go back. I've a lot of work to do before I go to bed. Good night, Robert.
Well, let me see you out. You had an overcoat, I think.
Yes, I did.
Ah, yes.
Thank you.
Well, good night, good night, Bishop. And thank you for coming. Well, Sancho, how's Mrs. Jones?
Poor woman, how she hates her daughter-in-law. I don't wonder, though. Hilda's the best excuse for birth control I've ever met. Has the bishop gone?
Yes, I was just seeing him off. What did Mrs. Armitage have to say?
She's turned tiresome. Jefferson's been at her, and she's trying to back out of her promise.
Oh, that's a bad blow.
I dare say we'll get over it. Did the bishop talk about anything else than Bob's case?
Yes, he met the Prime Minister in London yesterday, and they talked about me.
Oh?
PM was very nice, but he made a rather odd remark, which is worrying the bishop.
Oh, what?
Well, he said something about my having a difficult family.
I suppose he meant Bob.
Yes, but not only Bob.
Do you mean me?
Uh-huh.
But I'm not difficult.
Well, darling, it depends, doesn't it, on the point of view. You're not difficult to me, but you are to Jefferson.
Well, what does the bishop suggest?
Well, bluntly, he thinks you should go very slow on your clinic.
Robert, the clinic needs me now more than it ever did. We live from hand to mouth, and just at the moment it looks as if we shan't live very well. I can't go slow. If Mrs. Armitage lets me down, I shall have to do and say a great deal more than I want to. I must appeal for money.
But, Sancha...
I may have to make things unpleasant for Father Jefferson.
Oh.
I haven't finished with that gentleman yet, not by a long chalk.
Sancha, you mustn't do this.
Why?
I've told you why.
So that you may be dean?
Yes.
Oh, Robert.
Why should you expect me to put your work before mine when you won't put mine before yours? I think my work's important. As important as yours, and in most respects more important. I shouldn't be a priest if I didn't think a man's soul of greater value than his body.
Can a dean save souls more than a vicar?
Well, that's not the point.
It's the whole point. If you think I'm going to spend the rest of my life pouring out tea for old girls who take a refined interest in religion, you make a great mistake. I'm a doctor, and I shall go on being a doctor until I drop. What's left over from the doctor can be the dean's wife. I shan't leave my clinic until it's safe.
You'd rather leave me?
No. I love you, darling, and you know I love you. But I have work to do, no less than yours, and I must do it, no matter what becomes of me.
Or of me?
Or of you.
That's your last word?
That's my last word.
St. Michael's Vicarage speaking. Oh, yes, Mrs. Martin. No, they're not back yet. Oh, I don't know, Mum, but they may be here any minute. Oh, it is dreadful. Poor Mr. Bob. Of course, he didn't ought to have done it, but he's young. Yes, Mum. I'll be sure to tell them. Yes, I will. Yes. It is awful for them. It'd be awful for anybody, of course. Thank you.
Who was it, Anne?
Oh, Mrs. Martin, sir. Told me to tell you she was ever so sorry about Mr. Bob.
Thank you.
And, sir, we're sorry too, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
It seems such an awful sentence for what he did.
Yes.
Oh, and the bishop rang up, sir. He said he was sorry he couldn't see you in Winterbury this afternoon, but he's got to go to some dinner near here tonight, and he'll look in on his way home.
Thank you. Oh, and Anne, I'm very grateful to you for your sympathy.
Well, sir, we have to be kind to each other, haven't we?
Yes.
Good evening, Anne. Good evening, miss. I'm ever so sorry, miss.
Thank you, Anne.
Miss Hanvey will be staying here tonight, Anne.
Yes, sir.
Where's Sancha?
She'll be down in a minute. Wonder what they're doing to Bob now.
I wonder.
Judge, what sort of a man can he be to give a boy 12 months for a silly thing like that? Poor Bob. Do you think perhaps they're just trying to frighten him and that after a little while he'll be let out?
Perhaps. You know, June, it wasn't very sensible of him.
I know. I didn't think he could make such a fool of himself. But all the same, that sentence is too much. Oh, shall I answer it?
Yes, please.
Michael's Vicarage? Yes? What? The Winterbury Gazette. You want to speak to the vicar? Well, hold on a moment, I'll see if he's in. It's a reporter from the Winterbury Gazette. Wants to interview you about Bob.
Oh, right. Hello? Yes, I'm the vicar. Thank you. Yes, I agree it was monstrous. Oh, that's very kind of you. Yes, I'll gladly see you. Can you come round now? All right. Goodbye. Well, there you are, Sancha.
Who was that, Robert?
A reporter from the Winterbury Gazette. He says his editor is indignant at the sentence and wants to get up an agitation for a pardon for Bob.
Is he in Combermere now?
He's at the station. I'll see him in the drawing room, June, when he comes.
Oh, very well. Is there anything you want me to do tonight?
No, my dear.
You'd better go to bed, darling. You look tired out.
I am tired, but if there's anything to do...
No, nothing.
I better see if there are any letters. I expect some came by the late post.
Poor June. She looks all in.
Yes, I didn't realize how fond of him she is.
That sort of boy always appeals to that sort of girl.
Poor Bob. I never dreamt they'd give him such a sentence as that.
Oh, did you see the judge's face, Robert? That man was enjoying himself.
Oh, no, darling. You mustn't say things like that about people.
But he was. I'm not feeling very fond of people tonight, Robert. To take an emotional boy like Bob and drag him into the dock and give him 12 months...
There were some letters for you, and one for you, Mrs. Carson.
Thank you. Go to bed now, darling.
No, I'll wait. There may be something important that must be answered tonight.
I shan't answer it if there is.
You'd better look first. We can't go to pieces just because Bob's in jail.
No, there's nothing here that needs attention tonight.
Oh.
What is it, darling?
Mrs. Armitage has turned us down. She's definitely decided not to give me the £5,000 for the clinic. And she's resigning from the committee. She doesn't feel that she can continue to support an institution of which she does not entirely approve.
Well, that's reasonable enough.
Anyhow, you'd almost given up hope of getting anything out of her.
Not quite. I thought I had enough influence over her to make her pay up, but evidently I hadn't. Well, she's given me one more reason for holding my meetings. I must raise money from somewhere, and if she won't give it to me, I'll have to get it in pennies from the public. We've a strenuous winter in front of us.
Bob's imprisonment won't help much.
It hasn't so far, but it may do us good in the end. What do you think, Robert?
Perhaps. But you're taking on a big job, Sancha. All this propaganda work, in addition to your ordinary medical work, will take a lot out of you.
I think I can stand it.
Good night, Mrs. Carson. I think I'll go out now.
Good night, my dear. Bob has a lot to make up to you.
Oh.
What is it?
It's all right. She's overwrought. I'll take her to bed. Come along, June.
I'm most terribly sorry.
All right, darling. Come on.
Poor child. Poor child.
There's a gentleman wants to see you, sir. A newspaper gentleman.
Oh, thank you, Anne. Oh, when your mistress comes down, tell her I'm in the drawing room.
Yes, sir. St. Margaret's Vicarage speaking. Yes, sir. Yes, they're both at home, sir. The vicar's engaged, but I don't suppose he'll be long. Very good, sir. I'll tell him.
What is it, Anne?
Well, someone's just rung up to say the bishop's on his way. Or shall I bring something in when he comes, madam?
Oh, yes. Please, Anne. He's very fond of hot milk.
Yes, madam.
That'll be the bishop. Show him in here, will you?
Yes, madam.
Poor Mrs. Armitage. So rich and so empty.
This way, please, sir. Father Jefferson.
Father who?
Good evening, Mrs. Carson.
Oh, Father Jefferson. My husband's engaged, but he won't be long. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. I've really come to see you.
Me?
Yes. First, let me say how sorry I am at the savage sentence that your son received this morning.
Yes, it was savage, wasn't it?
But he won't be any the worse for that. A man who suffers for his conscience' sake is not injured by persecution.
It's very kind of you to give us your sympathy. Thank you.
If you're organizing any petition or meeting of protest, I will do all I can to help you.
That's more than kind. I'm deeply grateful, and I'm sure my husband will be grateful too.
But that isn't the only thing I've come about.
No, I gathered that.
Mrs. Carson, you must believe me when I tell you that it is a great grief to me to have to oppose you. I know you are a sincere and able woman, and that you are doing good work, and that you regard all your work as good. Unfortunately, I don't. Some of it seems to me sinful.
I know, but your opinion of what is sinful is only your opinion.
No, there we differ. I hold my opinions because I believe them to be the Almighty's. You advocate certain causes and ways of living which, to me, forgive me, are devilish.
You haven't come here just to discuss our sociological differences, Mr. Jefferson.
No, though I should not call them sociological differences, but spiritual. I'm told that you're about to make public appeals for money to extend your clinic and to build others elsewhere in the town. It is only fair to tell you that I shall feel it my duty to oppose you by every means in my power.
I shall go on with my plans, no matter who opposes them.
Wherever you hold a meeting, I shall hold one. Either immediately before it or immediately after it. If you will not promise to abstain from advocating these obnoxious doctrines, I shall not only do my utmost to prevent you from extending your clinic, but will also try to have it closed.
Closed?
Yes. Many of the people who subscribe to it are my personal friends. I shall do my utmost to persuade them to withdraw their subscriptions.
Some of them have done so already.
More, I hope, will.
Nevertheless, Mr. Jefferson, I will go on with my work. You paid me the compliment just now, saying you believe me to be sincere. For What would you say if I were in a position to ruin your work and I came to you and threatened to ruin it unless you did exactly what I told you?
I should take no notice of it.
Neither do I take any notice of you. How little my sincerity would amount to if at the first hint of opposition I gave up my work.
Why can't you confine yourself to ordinary medical work that rouses no dispute?
You've been asking me that question for ages and ages, and every time I've had to make Luther's reply. God helping me, I can do no other. I'm sorry for mentioning Luther to you. You probably don't like him.
Then it's useless to make any further appeal to you?
Quite useless.
I'm intensely sorry. You will remember, I hope, that this makes no difference to my promise to do what I can about your son.
That is really very kind of you, Mr. Jefferson, and I shall not forget it.
Good night.
Good night.
My dear Jefferson, what brings you here?
Mr. Jefferson very kindly came to sympathize with us about Bob and to offer to do anything he can to help us.
My dear fellow, that's very generous of you.
Anything I can. But that isn't the only reason why I'm here. There's an even more important reason, which Mrs. Carson has not mentioned.
Oh, what's that?
Mr. Jefferson and I have declared war on each other.
War?
Yes. He will oppose every effort I make to raise money for the clinic, unless I give up instructions on birth control.
Well, we know that that's his attitude already.
But it's going to be much more definite in future.
I've told Mrs. Carson that I shall feel it my duty to hold meetings in opposition to hers.
I see.
Mr. Jefferson's been very frank. If I will not promise to restrict myself at the clinic to his requirements, he will not only oppose any attempt to enlarge it, but will try to have it closed.
Closed? Do you mean, Jefferson, that you'll try to have the clinic shut up altogether?
Yes. It had better be shut than continue to spread evil.
But, my dear fellow, this is preposterous. This clinic does invaluable work among poor people. Saves the lives of hundreds of little children. Teaches ignorant mothers how to take care of their children. Well, you're not proposing to stop that, are you?
The work of rescue can still go on, will go on, even if this clinic comes to an end.
Well, there's no other clinic in the town.
Others will come. I've noticed in my life that evil cannot put good down forever.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Mr. Jefferson. It gives me great comfort.
I do not think there's any more to be said. We understand each other. Good night again, Mrs. Carson.
Good night.
One moment. There is something more to be said. So far, I've taken no public part in this controversy. It is Sancho's affair, and I have my own work to do. But from tonight on, I'm taking a prominent part in it. Since you asked for a fight, Jefferson, you shall have one. Sancho, I shall speak at all your meetings.
Oh, Robert.
And listen, Jefferson, it hasn't been easy to keep the peace with you, but I've kept it. From now on, however, I shall fight you as hard as I know how.
You must do what you think best.
I shall. When's your next meeting, Sancho?
On Friday.
Where?
I'm afraid it's in Mr. Jefferson's parish.
Good. I suppose you wouldn't like to take the chair, Jefferson.
The bishop's come, sir. I told him you were engaged and showed him into the drawing room.
Will you stay and meet him, Jefferson? He's come in for a few moments to hear about my son.
No, thank you. The bishop and I don't see things from the same point of view, and we find it better to meet as seldom as possible.
Anne, show Mr. Jefferson out.
Yes, sir.
Good night. I'm sorry we can't be friends, but we needn't be foes.
Good night. Thank you again for your kindness about my son.
Robert, are you really going to help me like that?
Of course.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
Darling.
Oh.
The bishop's waiting.
Oh, blow the bishop. I want to kiss you forever and ever.
Darling.
Oh, Robert, I do love you.
May I come in?
Yes, of course.
I heard someone going out, and as your maid had thoughtfully left the door of the drawing room open, I managed to catch a glimpse of him. It was my dear friend, Father Jefferson. Then I caught the sound of contention coming from this room, and I came here at once to prevent a domestic brawl.
You've come in the nick of time.
Oh, I came to see if I could do anything about Bob, but I find you in something like a state of hilarity. Has he been released?
I'm afraid we've forgotten Bob for the moment.
You see, Bishop, we've had a shindy with Mr. Jefferson.
Oh, he came here with an offer to help about Bob.
He also brought a declaration of war.
Has he?
Yes. Unless Sancha abandons her birth control instruction and restricts herself to ordinary medical practice, he'll not only oppose her efforts to extend the clinic, but do his best to have it closed down.
Did he threaten that?
He did.
So, of course, when I heard that, I said I'd join the fight on Sancha's side.
Do you mean there's to be public scrapping?
Yes, Sancho's going to hold a series of meetings to try to raise funds for the clinic. Jefferson says he'll hold a series of meetings to try to stop her raising funds. And since there's sure to be a good deal of squabbling, Bishop, I think you better tell the Prime Minister that I do not wish to be considered for the deanery.
Oh, Robert.
Well, darling, I don't want to embarrass the Bishop by letting him support an unsuccessful candidate. After all, Sancho was quite right when she said I can do good work here. It isn't as big an opportunity as Winterberry, but it'll do. I've had great happiness in Combermere. I met Sancho here.
I disapprove of a man doing a small job when he might do a big one. It is not true modesty to hide your light under a bushel. It is sometimes laziness, sometimes cowardice, sometimes sentimentality, and sometimes a false sense of what is right. I don't know under which of these headings you ought to be put, Robert, but I tell you flatly that I shall not cease from trying to get you made Dean of Winterberry until it is useless to strive any more.
Then the Prime Minister must take me as he finds me, and he'll find me fighting on Sancho's side.
What are you going to do about Bob?
Well, I've just had a reporter here from the Winterberry Gazette. His editor wants to get up an agitation for Bob's release.
Yes, I don't like the press very much, but I suppose newspapers have their uses. My cook says they're excellent kindling. Well, if I can do anything, tell me. I must go home now and take off these glad rags.
Was it a nice dinner?
It was a public dinner. Oh. I've been sucking soda mints all night.
Dear.
I hope Bob will soon be free. Good night.
Good night, Bishop.
Oh, my dear Bishop. I hope you'll understand. Oh, of course, of course. Good night. Good night. When we came home from Winterberry, my heart was in my boots. I felt utterly despondent. But I'm happy now.
Why?
Well, I suppose because we're on the same side again.
Robert, won't you be sorry if you miss the deanery?
Oh, yes, very sorry.
Well, then, don't you think you'd better keep out of this scrap with Jefferson?
Not if you're in it. I can't stand by in silence while that man tries to ruin your work.
Oh, darling, you make me feel I'm not good enough for you.
Oh, don't talk rubbish.
You know I love you, don't you?
Yes.
I love you more than any human being I've ever known. The moment I saw you for the first time, I knew I was going to love you, but I tried not to because your life is so different from mine. Then there came the moment when I knew I must love you, that no matter how different your life might be from mine, I must love you as long as I lived. You see, my whole heart overflowed into yours.
My dear, dear wife. Sancho.
Coming, Robert.
Oh, hello, June.
Hello.
I thought you and Miss Orley were working in the morning room.
So we are. What is it?
The morning paper. Look, it's full of last night's row.
I don't like rows. I believe in doing your work quietly. These fusses make me sick.
Are you casting aspersions on me?
Yes, I am. First it's Bob, and now it's you. You've driven Bob clean off the front page, too. All they say about him now is that he's your son. Listen. It will be remembered that Mr. Carson's son was sent to prison for 12 months for sedition. That's all. It was just over a fortnight since Bob was sentenced, and already he's forgotten. The paper has to remind its readers about him.
You're getting bitter, June.
Is it enough to make a girl bitter? That sort of thing isn't your line. You're a worker, not a film star. Well, get back to Miss Orley.
What's the matter, June?
Mr. Carson has something to show you.
Yes, Robert?
Look at this.
I say, this stuff is a bit sensational.
Yes, I don't like the way it's put very much.
It says here that some man shouted at you, "Your son's a dirty traitor."
Yes, someone did shout that.
Well, I suppose we must expect abuse. First neglect, then abuse, then persecution, and last of all, triumph.
No, that isn't last, darling. After triumph comes the decline, when ideals give place to organization and efficiency, and the profits are followed by the bureaucrats.
That's why we have to keep on making rows. No row, no movement. I suppose you want to go on with this one.
Certainly. Is the money coming in?
Not very fast. It takes a lot of pennies to make up £5,000. Oh, if somebody would only give me the money. Just £5,000.
May I come in a moment?
Why, yes, of course, Miss Orley.
I've done all I can for June tonight, and I'm just going. I'd like to talk to you alone, Mrs. Carson.
Oh, that means I'm to clear out?
Yes, please, darling.
All right. I'm in the garden if I want it.
Have you seen the evening paper?
Yes, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Mrs. Carson, won't you make him stop it?
Stop what?
All this street corner stuff. It isn't his job, Mrs. Carson.
Aren't you taking rather a liberty, Miss Orley?
Yes. But you see, I hear more about this business than you do. People keep their thoughts to themselves when you're present, but I hear what they're saying. You're trying to raise money for the clinic, but this campaign hasn't brought much, has it?
No, disappointingly little.
You'll get less and less. And then people will stop subscribing to his work, and the end will be grief and disaster.
What are you suggesting, Miss Orley?
Why don't you give up the whole thing?
Do you mean give up the clinic?
Superficially, yes. Really, no.
Is this a riddle?
You want £5,000 for your clinic.
I do.
I'll give it to you on one condition, that you resign.
What?
No, please don't misunderstand me. I think you're doing good work, but it is work that other people can do. There's nobody in this district who can do your husband's work.
You mean that he's more important to his work than I am to mine?
Yes. I know that this agitation is likely to prevent him from becoming Dean of Winterbury, and that means the frustration of a very able man. Now, if you leave the clinic will still go on. Not less effective, because its enemies will no longer be able to make mischief through the fact that you're his wife. You want the clinic to go on, don't you?
Of course I do.
Well, it will go on. I'll give the money.
£5,000 is a lot to give away. Won't you be crippling yourself?
Why, I'll still have enough to live on. When we've extended the clinic, I'll give up my house and live there. I can do any clerical work that's needed, and there's no reason why we shouldn't report to you what we're doing and ask your advice, but you needn't appear in public.
What this amounts to, Miss Orley, is that you're bribing me to leave Combermere and go to Winterbury with my husband if he is appointed dean.
You could call it that.
Why are you willing to do this?
I don't like waste.
Yet you are willing to waste me.
Oh, nothing can waste you.
You're in love with Robert?
Yes.
And you're doing this for him?
Yes.
I love him too. I didn't believe that any woman could love any man as much as I love Robert. When he comes into the room, I feel my heart uplifted. When I'm tired and despondent, I fortify myself with his courage. If I were dead and he needed my help, I would come out of the grave to help him.
I believe you, because I love him like that, too.
Does he know that you love him?
Oh, no. Oh, I'm just a parish worker. Woman who passes the time by helping Hume to send out circulars. Apart from that, he doesn't know that I exist.
How long have you loved him?
Since the moment I first saw him.
Would you give up the clinic if you were me?
I'd give up everything if I were you.
You must give me time. I can't decide this now. You are asking me to make nothing of myself so that Robert may make more of himself. That's not easy.
Well, I brought the cheque with me. There it is. I shall go now. Good night.
Good night.
You won't take too long to make up your mind, will you?
No, I won't take too long. £5,000.
Miss Orley gone?
Yes, dear.
A nice woman. Pity she doesn't get married.
Yes.
You know, it's a funny thing. Although I've known her for years, I don't know what her Christian name is.
Christabel.
Is it? Pretty name. I say, about that meeting on Tuesday...
There won't be any meeting on Tuesday.
Oh, why?
There won't be any more meetings. I've got the money.
You got it? How?
Miss Orley gave it to me.
Oh, you're joking.
Here's the cheque.
£5,000. Did she give you this herself? I mean, is it her own money?
Yes, it's her own. The clinic's safe now. Father Jefferson can do what he likes. It's safe.
She must be very fond of you.
I hadn't thought of that. I suppose she must be very fond of me.
This will make a great difference, of course, to both of us. We can let this agitation slide now.
Yes.
I'm glad the bishop didn't do what I asked.
Yes, wasn't it lucky? The bishop's a very wise old man. I hope you'll get this deanery, Robert.
Does that mean you're content to come to Winterbury?
Yes, I'm content. I dare say I can be useful in Winterbury. You won't waste me, will you, Robert?
Waste you? Good heavens, no. Here, take your cheque. You'd better lodge it in the bank tomorrow.
I will.
Very generous of Miss Orley, I must say. Well, I knew she had money, of course, and I sometimes wondered what she'd do with it. Well, she's put it to a good use. She couldn't have done better with it.
No, she couldn't.
I read a rum thing in a book this morning.
Oh?
Yes, a book about astronomy.
What was it, darling?
Well, you know what a light year is?
No.
Well, light travels through space at a speed of about 186,000 miles a second.
How reckless of it.
Does about 6 billion miles in a year. That's a light year. 6 billion miles. The nearest star is 4.5 light years away from us. And by the time its light reaches us, it may have gone out. We may be seeing something that isn't there. You look up at the sky on a starry night, and you think you see myriads of stars, but they may not be there at all. The whole lot may have shifted or changed or gone out. It's a strange thought, isn't it? To be looking at something that may not be there.
Yes. A very strange thought. My darling.
In Robert's Wife by St. John Ervine, adapted for broadcasting by Archie Campbell, the part of Sancha Carson was played by Jessie Matthews. Robert Carson by Godfrey Kenton, the Bishop of Winterbury by Norman Shelley, June Hanvey, Patricia Gallimore, Bob Carson, David Valla, Miss Orley, Anne Cullen, Mrs. Jones, Hilda Fenimore, Mrs. Armitage, Margot Boyd, the Reverend Arthur Jefferson, Peter Pratt, Dick Jones, Elric Cotter, Anne, the parlour maid, Frances Jeter, Chief Inspector Lindsay, Gerard Green, and Inspector Footboy, Peter Williams. The play was produced by Norman Wright.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The School for Husbands by Moliere, which met with success on Broadway when freely adapted by Arthur Gaterman and Lawrence Langner. We invite you to be our guest again at a great play and witness their modern version of the famous French comedy, which was produced for the first time June 24th, 1661. The Palais Royal Theater, where the afternoon performance was presented, was the gathering place of pleasure-loving Parisians who filled the pit, the stage, the boxes and balconies to pay tribute to their favorite actor and author, Moliere. The Palais Royal Theater, where the School for Husbands was presented, was located in the right wing of the Palais Cardinal, which Cardinal Richelieu built for himself. The pit, as usual, always presented a scene of varied activity. Since the performances seldom started at the appointed hour of 2 o'clock, the gallants passed away the time by fencing and playing at cards and dice. Fashionable people from the court and diplomatic circles were in evidence at each play by Moliere, for the king openly showed his favor for the actor-author by presenting him with the theater. Prominent men paid high fees for seats upon the stage and in the 2 rows of stage boxes. Preceding the performance, young girls did a thriving business selling oranges, nuts, and drinks to the patrons. The orchestra was located at the back of the theater and played a lengthy program before each performance. One of the high spots of interest, just before the start of the play, was the lowering of the great chandeliers for the lighting of the candles. As they were pulled up into place, the audience applauded the colorful episode. At the premiere of The School for Husbands, Moliere played the leading part of Sganarelle and read the prologue to the play. He wore the conventional costume of knee breeches, a tight-fitting coat, with a short cape hanging from his shoulders. The moment he entered the stage with his cap in his hands, he was greeted by an ovation. His sad face, like a melancholy mask, brightened, and it became a fascinating study of various expressions as he bowed to his admirers in the theater and began to speak the prologue to The School for Husbands. Today, in our modern version, the prologue sets the scene and acts the leading part of Sganarelle. The play begins.
Kind friends, we fear you fear to see upon the stage
a solemn play in this impatient age. Yet if solemnity is what you're afraid of, that isn't what this offering is made of. A pleasant street in Paris shall you see, with houses placed where houses ought to be. There, while you watch the subtle plot unfold, with guardians grim and lovers blithe and bold, your ear shall hear, we trust with satisfaction, some tuneful ballads suited to the action. For in this day when first our play is done, to be precise in 1661, pure drama would place too great a strain upon the weary, overburdened brain. Since first our play will please the better sort, the 14th Louis and his brilliant court, I, Moliere, the author, having full control, in my own drama, take the leading role. Playwright and actor-manager as well, I shrewdly cast myself as Sganarelle, and give myself the best of scene and line. I wrote it so, since his part is mine. And I'm no prologue, just a humble foreword. Yet as I leave you, let me speak one more word, or take from me, and then I'm on my way, 4 words as forward. Please enjoy our play.
Je crois tes affaires, ton âme s'enflamme, mais tu m'aimes pas. Amine lupine, prévient des séduits, mais mène à hôtel, tu quittes ici, tu suis. Bergère légère, je crois tes affaires, ton âme s'enflamme, mais tu m'aimes pas. Tu chantes, tu bottes, l'amour est sa loi, parole frivole, tu n'aimes que toi, Bergère légère, je crois tes affaires, ton âme s'enflamme, mais tu m'aimes pas.
Hello, Lisette.
Oh, you, Wegar? How strange.
What's strange?
To see you working for a change.
Why, you're just out to get a breath of air. Where are you going?
That is my affair.
If it's a secret.
Nosy. I'm going to bring my Mistress Leonore her sewing. She's visiting her sister Isabel, poor thing, who lives in there with Sganarelle. But Sganarelle has gone to see his brother Ariste. And while they talk with one another, the sisters too can have a quiet chat. And so can I. Is that enough of that?
Yes. When you've told me where you'll be tonight, I'd like to see you.
Possibly you might. We're going, that is Mistress Leonore, her guardian Ariste, and several more, to see the Dauphin's birthday fete.
Good. Slip away. I'll meet you at the gate.
All right, I'll try. But don't you come too late. Oh, when you kiss, please remember this. Marriage is your bill, sir, and you'll pay it. Oh, Scat, here comes the master and his mean old brother. You go in Valère's house. I'll go to the other.
Listen, brother Sganarelle, listen, pray.
Brother Ariste, you talk too much. May I suggest that every man should live as he thinks best?
But others don't. Your narrow point of view is blamed by everyone.
By fools like you.
Oh, thanks for the compliment.
No thanks, Ariste, whatever. I'll even let you tell me what these clever, self-righteous people say about me.
Well, if you don't mind...
What, I? Go on and tell.
Well, they all express the wish that you were humbler. Condemn the thing that makes you such a grumbler. That gives you ways that everybody loathes and makes you wear such queer, outlandish clothes.
That's it. I'm not in fashion. Tell these railers I dress to please myself and not their tailors. It is your esteemed opinion, I suppose, that I should deck myself like our young beaux, in silly hats that leave weak brains exposed, that I should strut along, my legs enclosed in ruffled breeches, that my man-sized feet squeezed into tiny shoes, and all complete with frills and furbelows, to take my airing, arrayed in what the well-dressed man is wearing.
If all the rest are fools, be slightly foolish, instead of singularly wise and mulish.
Well, spend your age in liking or in loathing, but I will stick to my own style of clothing. Good day. I'll be on my way.
Good day. I'll have no more to say.
Isabel, there's no one in the square. Let's walk a little in the summer air.
Sister Leonore, I hardly dare to go.
Well, there's nothing wrong in walking with your sister. Come along, don't worry. If Scanorel scolds, I'll take the blame.
Locked up he keeps you. What a burning shame.
Hey, Isabel. Where are you going?
We don't just know, but it's such lovely weather, I thought we might go out a while together.
Leonore and Lisette, go where you like. You two with all the gadabouts. But as for you, Isabel, how often must I tell you, here you stay?
Oh, Scanorel, let them go. God's lambs will play.
Your servant, Brother Aris.
Youth, you know.
That youth is foolish, and that age is too.
With Leonore, you know she's quite secure.
Perhaps. But when Isabel stays with me, I'm sure.
I guard her, Sister Leonore, quite as well, I trust.
For heaven's sake, let each do as he must. These girls are orphans. In his dying hour, their father, long our friend, with all their dower, entrusted them to us, and in his will gave us the duty which we must fulfill to marry them ourselves, or give their hands to whom we choose. But we, meanwhile, our commands they must obey, as they and I know well. Your ward is Leonore. Mine, Isabel. Guard yours as you think best, sagacious brother, and kindly give me leave to rule the other.
It seems to me...
It seems to me you let your ward be gay, and primp and gad about and have her way, and idle as you will. Well, much I care. And flirt with these young sparks. That's your affair. But I intend to make my ward defer to that which seems to me, if not to her. She shall not leave my doorway unattended to talk with gallants. For the flesh is weak.
Yes, but...
It seems to me, I know whereof I speak. Since fortune destines her to be my wife, I do not mean to let her spoil my life.
You have no cause.
Be still. Isabel, how dared you stir one step from home unchaperoned?
But, sir, I came to see my sister. You object?
I do. Your inference is most correct. You spoil her for me, and I'm free to say that you'll oblige me if you keep away.
Well, then I'll speak frankly, too. You seek my sister's love, but all that you have done and coarsely said to her, I hope and trust will make her turn from you in deep disgust.
The man's a Turk. He shuts his woman in.
Well, there never was a woman, Lisette, worth the winning who needed locks to hinder her from sinning. These vile precautions utterly disgust us.
The only way to hold us is to trust us.
A woman wants affection and contentment.
Compulsion stirs her anger and resentment.
Remember how you felt when you were 20?
We all need liberty.
And you take plenty.
To Leonore, my ward, I gladly give the right to live unchained, as youth should live.
Why should I mope at home? To me, it looks as though the world could teach one more than books.
So help me gad, she talks like maids and cooks.
While 'twas her father's will, as you have said, that if and when I chose, we two should wed. Since she might be my daughter by adoption, I don't intend to exercise my option.
You mean, Aris, that I shall marry whom I will?
Yes, I'll not play the haughty tyrant. Still, if what I have, or am, or seem, can make her forget the age you mock, I'll gladly take her. In any case, her choice shall be her own. I seek her happiness, and that alone.
You make me sick. You poor blind fool. Isabel, go in. You mustn't listen to such drool.
Shame, the fool.
Brother, you take your guardianship of fair.
You think you know, but I think I know better.
Whatever Leonore wants to do, I'll let her.
You'll trust her? Then what happens will amaze you. I'll be delighted when your wife betrays you.
Then may you laugh, old youp. But I foresee the laugh will be on you, and not on me.
I pledge my word that if Aris marries me, no wife can be more true than I shall be. But if Scanorel, and God forbid I married you, I would not be so sure what I might do. I'd never let his jealousy alarm me.
I'd keep him jealous of the whole French army.
Be still, you vixen.
Those who fear the nagging of women's tongues should never set them wagging.
As one brother to another, you have softening of the brain.
Have a little patience, brother. Youth deserves a lighter rein.
By some artifice or other, we will break the tyrant's chain.
You may laugh, but I know how affairs will go.
When the cat's away, how the mice will play.
I'll have my way, and she must obey.
But not to iron bars and railings. Remember that for minor faults and failings, good sense and kindness are the safest cures. I'll go now in my house, and I'm your humble servant.
I'm not yours.
Goodbye. Are manners out of place?
Goodbye. I'd rather see his back than see his face. I'll go into my house and keep my place.
Goodbye indeed. There go a well-matched pair. The man as mad as any old March hare. The girl's a pert coquette. True mates confound them. And what a household they will have around them. No, Isabel shan't see them anymore. They'd spoil her morals, he and Leonora. I'll ship her to the country, where the habits of good folks don't resemble those of rabbits. But here I'll have to guard her night and day. That time she pretty nearly slipped away. I'll see she doesn't try that anymore. I'll get a faithful man to guard the door. Another thing I'll do. I'll see a notary, too, and fix a day to marry her before we go away. Here comes the Sandals, Sylvester, and Valere. I'll be on my way, rather than meet them here.
Au revoir. Adieu, Valere.
Goodbye, you rogues. You've stripped me bare. To 6 good louis d'or, goodbye.
Congratulations, then, Valere.
But why, Sylvester?
Your luck at cards is so harassing. Your luck in love must be surpassing.
My luck... Love is quite as bad.
How so, my boy?
Confess, my lad. Poor Valere, he's in love again.
With number 6?
No, number 10.
Why don't you trot her out and show her?
How did you ever get to know her?
I've never met her. Wish I could.
And still you know that she is good.
This much I'll say. Isabel, my lovely girl, is locked in by a crusty churl.
But come with us, you lovelorn sinner. Perhaps we'll teach you how to win her.
Oh, better still to live without her.
Now, leave me here to dream about her.
But will you quit your dreamy state in time to join us at the fete this evening at the Tuileries, fond lover?
Possibly. I'll see.
Come on, Lysander. We must choose our costumes. There's no time to lose. And shall we bring you one, Valere?
Oh, if you wish. I don't much care.
He doesn't care, for oh and ah, he dreams of sweetness, yes, mamma. Come hear the story of young Valere. His eyes were blue, his locks were fair. He rattled the dice, he sang tra-la, till he fell in love with a yes, mamma.
A yes, mamma?
A yes, mamma.
He fell in love with a yes, mamma.
Alas, poor lover. His lot was sad. A crusty jailer the lady had, a terrible giant who cried, "Aha, you keep away from my yes, mamma."
My yes, mamma?
My yes, mamma.
You keep away from my yes, mamma.
Deep in my heart a truth lies hid. Sadly, I fear that no one knows it. Oh, how I wish that one man did. How but to him may I disclose it? How may I teach his eyes to see? How may I learn if he loves me? Tell, Cupid, tell. Does he know I love him well?
What can a maiden say with sighs? What by her charm and sweet demeanor? What may she hint with downcast eyes? How can she know the man has seen her? Why must she be so good and meek? Why may she love and still not speak? Do, Cupid, do bear my message. I love you.
Scanerell's coming. I'll close the window.
I'll remember Cupid's message even so. Guest, come out of the house at once. There's Scanerell.
I'm coming. His humor's bad, I can surely tell.
What's here by my door, lackey? I see that nobody within goes out, and nobody without goes in.
Trust me, Your Honor. In stealth, I'll sit by your door and drink to your health.
Trust him if he drinks. Well, I must trust him with my honor. Pish! Whom can I trust? I'll sit here on the bench by the door. Take a pinch of snuff. Nothing more.
Your pardon, Monsieur Scanerell. Perhaps we're indiscreet.
Perhaps.
But I've so long desired to meet a man of such exalted worth and station that I have presumed to make my salutation.
You have.
And let me add that I would treasure an opportunity to do your pleasure.
Pleasure?
For serving you would be no labor. I humbly render thanks that I'm your neighbor.
That's good.
Have you heard the latest out? The news that everybody talks about?
Not me.
Not him. I see you scorn this idle chatter for higher things, the things that really matter.
I do.
Shall you see the fete in preparation? Our Dauphin's splendid birthday celebration?
I might.
Your manners are sublime. How do you spend your time?
On my own business.
Rightly. But the mind demands some relaxation, don't you find?
I do exactly as I please.
Exceedingly well said. How wise to do the things that calm and ease us, and not what other people think should please us.
I'm busy.
Oh, yes, I know, but if I might, I'd love to call some not too distant night. and sit with you a little after dinner.
Good day to you. The old baboon.
He's tough.
Cheer up. Valere, you'll tame him by and by, sir.
At Gast, I'm furious and desperate.
But why, sir?
Because he locks her up. Won't let her see a soul in all the world, including me.
She doesn't know you love her?
I confess I do not know. I dare not try to guess.
I'm sure we'll find a way as quick as winking.
Yes. Let's go in and do some heavy thinking.
Wait. Yonder is her sister's maid, Lisette. A sausage jade. We haven't tried her yet.
Well, then ask her help at once.
Well, I don't mind a pretty girl, flirtatiously inclined.
Ah, what a friend you are. Go forth, brave martyr.
I go.
I'll go in my place and pray that you don't catch a tartar.
Lisette! Lisette! Lisette, my mama said. Come out of Arif's house.
Who's that?
Who do you think? Come out, my pet. Come out, my dove, my swan, my duck, my starling.
But this is no birdhouse.
Then come out, my darling.
Now that I'm in the street, what's all this noise about?
Important business.
Darling, you're the worst. And only business.
Oh, well, business first.
Oh, stop. Stop. Now tell me what you want me for.
Well, pet, it's this. My master, young Valere, adores your lady's sister over there. But how is he to meet her? He and I thought maybe you could help us.
I'll try, but it's quite hopeless. I'd love to help him.
Could your mistress ask her sister here?
And then your master, too.
That's it, my dear.
Perhaps to go to sea?
Yes, that's the cue, the Dauphin's fate.
I'll see what I can do.
You can do anything.
You think so? Why?
You can with me.
Well, I can say goodbye.
How cruel you are. Why must you slip away?
Your business, that is done. Why should I stay?
You ought to know.
I ought to, yes.
What need I say?
How can I guess?
I love you.
Truly?
None but you.
He knows what to do.
I know what to do.
Vivement si réfléchit, le tableau s'enrichit d'images. Mais tandis que l'on admire, c'est en tout le ciel s'admire, un zéphyr vient peigner face sur face. De soufflir son fond notre l'éclat de job de sa face. Et des temps qui s'étendent dans la plaine, répétons ces eaux des eaux, les bédoyens de mots où la paperasse s'enchaîne. Un ciel pur, un azur sans nuage, vivement si réfléchi, le tableau s'enrichit d'images.
I know the house, Isabel. I recognize the man from your description. That's it. Over there across the street. Valere's his name, they told you, sweet?
Yes, but take good care. For goodness sake.
Don't fret. I'll manage this young rake.
He's left the room. I must confess the game I'm playing may appear to be too brazen for a nice young girl like me. But here's my chance. How can I let it go? Good people who have seen me bullied so, I beg your pity. Don't refuse it, please. As for my stratagem, excuse it, please.
Come, lackey. Step out into the street. I'll lock the door. 'Tis necessary, I repeat. There's his house, and Valere is coming out. Who? What? Can it be? The lout! It is the very man. So, now I know why he was so polite an hour ago. One moment. Monsieur Valere, you're the man I'm looking for.
Delighted.
I want a word with you.
Indeed. Well, come inside.
I prefer the street.
But the noise.
I hear well.
Will you sit down?
I'll stand. I'm quite at ease.
As a gentleman, you're difficult to please.
You know that I am the guardian of a rather pretty girl named Isabel, who lives nearby.
Yes.
And do you know that since her dying father willed it so, that I shall give the word when she marries me?
No, that's too bad.
What's that?
Too bad her father died.
Oh. And so you'll kindly cease your vain pursuit and leave the girl in peace.
What? My pursuit?
Come, sir. Don't deny it. Drop this pretense. You're gaining nothing by it.
Who said I loved her?
Someone whom I trust.
But who? I ought to know.
Well, if you must, 'twas she herself.
What, she? She knows.
'Twas she who said it. I trust, sir, you'll be good enough to credit my word no less than hers. The girl's well bred.
I'm glad to hear that.
And not to be misled. Her heart's affection is mine alone. In fact, I can't deny. She says that I am the apple of her eye. And that is all I have to say. Goodbye.
What do you make of that? Nothing to distress or trouble me. That message was not sent to kill my love. You think the true intent was not to make me deem all hope forbidden. There's something hidden.
The fox is watching. Let us go inside where he can't spy upon us.
I'll unlock the door and step inside and tell all that's happened to my pride. Isabel! Isabel!
Scannerell, now the front door is unlocking. I'm scared to death you'll hear my poor heart knocking. The message that I sent might leave my lover blind to what I meant. So I must send, through by my jailer's hand, another that he cannot understand.
Well, here I am.
What happened? Tell me, quick.
Your message made our hero pretty sick.
Astonished, was he?
Stricken to the core. I guess he won't annoy us anymore.
I'm sure he will.
You are? But how, my dear?
Because he still sent this letter. Look here.
A letter?
You'd hardly gone. Along the street there came a lad who gave me greeting in the name of this Valere. The impudent young chap abruptly threw the letter in my lap and ran away as fast as he could pack before I had a chance to throw it back. A billet doux, you see.
The man's devoid of decency.
I'm terribly annoyed.
What knavery!
I really should return the thing at once to show him how I spurn his vile advances. But I dare not ask.
Why not? I'll gladly undertake the task.
Remove the fellow's letter from my sight.
But first, let's see what he has dared to write.
Don't break the seal.
Why not, indeed?
The man would think I'd opened it to read the nonsense in his horrid billet doux.
Oh. And maybe that you'd like to read it, too.
No, to send it back to him without delay unopened would be much the better way.
To show contempt and scorn.
Of course. And then he won't try any tricks like that again. But if you feel you ought to read the letter, why open it?
No. Your plan is better. I'll take the thing. I have a call to pay beyond his house.
You leave it on your way? Oh, you are so kind.
Then I'll come back at once to ease your mind.
You can't come soon enough. Goodbye. I'll lock the door and walk across the way and have it out in a moment's stay.
Maman, dites-moi ce qu'on sent quand on aime. Est-ce plaisir, est-ce tourment? Je suis tout le jour dans une peine extrême. Et la nuit juste me fait cauchemar. Comme un peu de connaît un amant. Si quelque près de nous soupire, que faut-il lui dire? Oh ben j'ai bien fait que boucle l'amour va donner discret me jurer l'autre jour qu'il m'aimait bien. Je ne dis rien, mais il revient encore me dire autant que c'est l'amour.
One must be extremely careful bringing up a wife or maid. Train her to be meek and prayerful. Fit her for a useful life. Teach her to be fond of sewing. Keep her under lock and key. That's the only way of knowing she is where she ought to be. Here, fellow. Give this to your master, Moliere. Show him that the seal is unbroken. Tell him my ward is very angry and has not read it. And he is not to send you or any other rogue delivering letters to her.
Your pardon, master, but neither I nor any other rogue delivered this letter.
Don't lie. Give it to your master. And now, good day.
Master, Scannerell was here. He handed me this letter. He says it came to Isabel from you. From me? Quite so. She's very angry, too, and sent it back, unread, by way of showing resentment, sir.
Well. I implore your aid, yet not alone because of my distress. Your acts have shown your love for me, and as your heart may tell, if you love me, I can love you as well. I trust your faith. Contrive that we shall meet. Since I am guarded and must use deceit, I may speak strangely, but you'll know the way to guess what I intend from what I say.
Well, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Whoever would think so young a girl could be so clever?
And how adorable she is, how charming. Her mind so clear, her candor so disarming.
But look, here comes Lisette. Perhaps 'tis fortunate we've met. Your pardon, sir. The lady's maid, Lisette.
My master, Monsieur Ariste, has begged Monsieur Scannerell to come tonight with Mistress Isabel and go with us to see the Dauphin's fate. He says, and hopes he does not ask too late, that you and your companions are invited to wait upon the lady.
I'm delighted. We'll come. And give your master, if you will, 1,000 thanks from me.
And give him still 10,000 more from me. Now off you run.
Hello, here comes old Scannerell. A curse. With a second lackey to watch the first.
This is your post. Sit by the door. Your duty. Is that clear?
It is, Your Honor.
Good. And look who's here. My fair-haired dandy. Monsieur Valère, now I think you'll be less lavish with your pen and ink. You have your letter back. I hope it pains you to gather that the lady so disdains you.
For me to strive with you for Isabel is plainly folly, though I love her well.
That's folly also.
Further add that no distress can make my soul forget her loveliness. And though the planets fall and heavens furl, I'll never love another girl. And I shall woo her till my dying day. Or would, did not your marriage bar my way.
Quite right. I own your feelings, do you credit. I'll speak your message as your lips have said it. To Isabel.
I thank you from my heart.
And let me counsel you before we part.
Yes?
To drive this longing from your brain and save you any further pain. Farewell. Isabel! Isabel! Come here to me. I'm sorry that it chanced to be his evil fate to vie in love with me. Isabel! Isabel!
Yes, tell me what was said.
There never was a lover so astounded, so desperate, so utterly confounded to see his letter coming back unread.
He plans to steal and marry me by force. An honorable love, that is, of course.
What's that? Abduction?
Yes, I just found out. That's what your man of honor brags about.
You found out? How?
The fellow servant came and told me secretly.
There, my pet. I'll settle him at once.
But don't forget, be stern with him.
I'll spoil his plots. He'll find himself too late to run away with you as he intended. I'll marry you before the week is ended.
Before?
You'd like it sooner, wouldn't you?
Why, a week will do. A week will do.
Did ever woman act more circumspectly? Why lock her up when I'll be back directly? And she is mine, and I can truly say that I have made her what she is today. Hey, Isabel, what's all this crazy prancing?
I love to see the dancing.
Yes, brother, she is safe with us.
Oh, you! I might have guessed. My brother and his crew. Stop it, Vixen! Up the deuce! Has the madhouse broken loose?
Come, brother, join us at the Dauphin's stage.
Hurry, you'll be late.
But join us, you and Isabel.
Not I, not she.
Oh, come, why not?
Come, Isabel.
why should we longer hide our loves? On Sunday, she will be my bride.
Sunday?
Then, your bride?
Yes, we marry Sunday.
No. Then, just to celebrate, come, let her go to see the carnival, an hour or so.
No. Go into the house. There we'll have it out. No ward of mine will I permit to join in such a rout.
The time is early evening, and the moon is rising. Ergast enters from Valaire's house.
And now, Ergast, I'll pass the ogre's barricade to speak with her. I'll try this man. Hello, you lackey. Where's your master?
I don't know.
You mean you didn't see him go? When will he be here?
I don't know.
Well, never mind. Your mistress, though, is home, I take it?
I don't know.
And perhaps a silver coin or so would help your memory.
I don't know.
You seem to take me for a foe, but I'm quite harmless.
I don't know.
Why can't you give a man a show? You don't distrust me.
I don't know. We don't know.
Where ignorance is bliss, they've heard it said, 'tis folly to be wise.
No, master. On the contrary, where folly is bliss, 'tis wise to be ignorant.
Ergast, go to the fete. Here's money. Bring some of the mountebanks to dance and sing for my beloved.
Good sir, I go. Aha! A singer for a serenade.
The world is dark and lonely. My sun no longer beams. The night with all the stars away can give me only dreams. But through the weary hours, I know that love will have its own. How glad will be the dawning when you are mine alone.
Aha! There you are, my gallant suitor.
Yes, what's troubling you now?
Your foolishness. Enough of this pretense. I thought you had more sense. A gentleman of your condition, character, position, planning to carry off my ward.
Who told you such a fairy tale?
Denials are of no avail. Was Isabel herself told me.
She told you?
Then she says you plan her forcible abduction. I warn you, if you dare, 'twill cause a ruction.
Ah.
She says you're well aware of how she feels, in whom her love is placed. And so she bids you haste to end at once a shameful situation, by which she suffers deep humiliation.
To end at once a shameful situation. Well, if this be true, of course I ought to quit the field, leaving her to you. If this be true...
If? You doubt me, then? Very well. You shall hear it from her own lips. Wait. Isabel? Isabel? Come out.
Wait. That man, you bring him here? And why? That he may plead his cause? You rate him high. Because you find his manner so disarming, you hope that I shall also find him charming.
Not so, my dear. Your heart is mine, I know. But this man simply will not have it so.
How can you doubt? Good words and looks reveal more clearly still the love and hate I feel.
Dear madam, what this gentleman advised me was your own message. Certainly surprised me.
I have a choice, if choice it can be named, between two suitors. Proud and unashamed, I own that one I honor and adore with all my heart. The other I abhor.
Yes, Isabel. The part I have to play is clear to me. I soon shall find a way to rid you of that one among those present whose every act and word is so unpleasant.
Do so. My hate for him is so intense, his very presence is a gross offense.
Now.
Do I offend by speaking so? Must I apologize?
Good gracious, no. And yet I'm sorry. It must be distressing to learn that one is so unprepossessing.
To speak less plainly now would be a crime.
I understand. You haven't long to wait. In 2 days' time, I shall so manage that your eyes shall rest no longer on this thing that you detest.
Good riddance, and goodbye.
Poor lad, she loves me. No one can efface me from her affections. So, farewell.
Goodbye.
Pitied. No, not he. Not he. But I'm as tired as can be, so let me sleep till morning.
Yes, my own. Sleep sweetly. The love that you have shown deserves reward. Why need we hesitate? Sunday is far too long for you to wait. I'll marry you tomorrow. There. Go in the house. Good night.
Good night.
Now, can I trust these men or can I not? For all I know, they're hatching out a plot to help him bear her off. What shall I do? I'll get a real good man to watch these two.
Tomorrow? Heaven help us, what a mess. I cannot reach Valere. He cannot guess my trouble. In 2 days he promised aid, but that will be too late, I'm much afraid. 2 days? That man will marry me in 1. So I must do whatever can be done at once, tonight.
Carmine, Harlequin, and all, wait here. Master Valere, behold your players, sir.
I guess my only hope's to try tonight, and with a sturdy ladder aid her flight.
A ladder?
We'll bring one. Now, tell them to begin.
Here is your pay. Now earn it. This is your stage. Your audience, the maiden in Sganarel's window there. What will you sing?
A simple ballad tune.
The very thing. Go, good people, maids and men, join the carnival again.
Now I must act, or else endure the fate of marrying this ogre, whom I hate. There is no time to plan. This night my only hope for safety lies in flight. In this brief note I must implore his aid. Oh, heaven help me should it be delayed. Or give me courage when the light grows dim, to run away and trust my fate to him. Take this note. I'll throw it to you. Take it to your master. Pray, please do.
Master, look, a note for you, and better hurry.
Here's the howdy-do. Be quick. Take any means to set me free. Tomorrow he intends to marry me. My kerchief on the window bar will show that he's away from home. And you will know it's time to act. Then don't delay a minute.
Her kerchief's on the bar. I saw her pin it.
He's out. How cleverly the girl has reckoned.
Master, the ladder. Let's not lose a second.
Oh, dear. Suppose he tries. These men will see. I do believe that one must have a key. Oh, Flunky. Ooh.
You called, madame?
Yes, good fellow. Tell me, do you think you'd like a nice, cool glass of wine to drink?
Yes, madame. We drink.
I know. I'll put a sleeping powder in it. Good fellows, please excuse me for a minute.
Master. The old rogue has gone off again. The kerchief is still on the window bar.
We'll go now, at once.
Just a moment, sir. Let me step into the house.
What's that broom for?
A weapon, sir. We must be armed.
Armed?
With this, I can sweep on to victory. Now, let's put the ladder under the grated window. Look.
Me! Quick, Bravo! Stop him! Oh, you rogue, you coward!
Yes, and where's our pay?
Your pay? I pay you for the victory when you ran away?
You'll pay us or we'll mince you fine and small.
Then take your money. You villains have no principles at all. I'll go tell Isabel of this vile antic. But no, it might delight her. She's romantic. Better not tell. Better say nothing more. Silence is golden. Now I'll watch my door. Here comes Isabel. Slipping out. I'll say nothing more.
The wine was drugged. Shabby trick to play. It served my purpose. There was no other way. From the lackey now I have the key, which will open doors and set me free. And now, farewell, my prison. Go I must to him I love, and in whose love I trust. The devil.
Who?
It's you, I said. Oh, heavens. You surprised me.
Surprised you? Doing what? Why are you here?
My sister, you saw her going out?
Yes, bound for that silly fate, as I recall.
What do you think? She didn't go at all. She's there, in our house.
Here? Why?
She came to beg my aid.
Your aid? For what?
A plot.
A plot? The jade. And you?
That couldn't. It would be a sin. Still, she insisted, so I shut her in.
But you are out. And why?
What could I do? My only hope was meeting you.
Now. But why should Leonore come here?
Can you believe those ears that hear me say she loves the wretch whom we have sent away?
Valere?
She does. God knows by what attraction. Dressed up like me, she went to meet that rake beside his house across the street. Hide yourself. Don't let her see that you are watching. Better let her go without a word.
I promise. But when she is gone, I'll find my brother. With his well-known views of freedom, he'll be charmed to hear this news.
Oh, then you'll tell him?
Yes, beyond a doubt.
Well, when you tell him, please leave my name out. I'll go in and send her now. My dear, don't fret.
All right, I won't, my pet. Leonore's a wonder. How this news should tickle my dear old brother. What a pretty pickle he'll be in after all his noble preachings. To see this fine result of his fine teachings. Now here she comes, well covered by the hood, trying to deceive the world, pretending to be good. She's going straight to Valere's, all disguised. Very well. I'd better lock her out away from Isabel. She runs to Valere's and knocks at his door. She stands in the shadows. I'll say nothing more.
Who's there?
Hush, it's Isabel. Valere!
You lie, Leonore, you minx. Have you no sense of shame to take Isabel's clothes, her voice, her very name? As if her honor were not worth a pin, and she's so good at home and well locked in.
But you must marry me, or even now.
That is my dearest wish, and it needs no vow to make it stronger. Be my guest until tomorrow, then my wife.
Perhaps she will. Yet, marry them to one another. Make two fools one. I'll get my doting brother to bless their union. Charming sentence.
I'll brave your tyrant. He can give consent of our espousal. But he shall not tear my treasure from me.
Treasure? I can bear to see him keep Leonore with all her charms. I wouldn't take that baggage from your arms. Another plan of yours shall not miscarry. A plan you may repent, your plan to marry. Still, for her father's sake, we'll have to handle the thing discreetly to avoid a scandal. We'll pounce upon them both and give our beau the wedding that he swore he wanted so. I'll wants the notary and magistrate, who'll marry them before it is too late.
How sweet the moonlight is.
Château des amours de Jeanne, château des amours de Jeanne. Rien n'est si charmant que Jeanne, rien plus aimable que Jeanne. Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne aime Jeanne, Jeanne.
Now, magistrate and notary. Here is the house.
Scanerell, your corpus mentis seems a trifle hazy. I was to marry you, or am I crazy?
I wed tomorrow.
Well, then what means this?
I need your services.
Well, what is it? What is it?
To use your magisterial authority upon two persons, one in her minority, in Valaire's house. Surprise them both with me and marry them.
Another marriage. Ah, I see. The man?
Valere.
The girl?
A ward of family connection.
Most opportune. My notary will help.
Your notary?
A royal notary.
Your servant, and the law's most humble votary.
A man of honor.
That's beyond a doubt. Stand over there. Watch well. Let no one out. You shall be well rewarded for your trouble. Let no one tempt you. I will pay you double.
You hint that one connected with the law would take a bribe?
Oh, never. Do not draw that false conclusion. I am all contrition. All magistrates are far above suspicion.
We men of honor understand each other. We'll keep good watch.
I'll go and fetch my brother. We need his signature to make it lawful. I'll give that antique turtle down the croffle.
Valere, open in the name of the law.
In the name of the law.
Who is it? A magistrate and notary.
Oh, Isabel, these men have come to wed us.
Why, you've thought of everything.
Not I, not I.
You realize that since her father's dead, unless her guardians wish it, she can't wed.
Please draw the papers. Have no fear. I'll gain their signature. You come in here. Come inside, Fair Isabel. There may be trouble. Who can tell?
Brother, why bring me here?
Great news, grand news. The finest of the year. Where's your Leonore?
Why, at the fete you saw her pass your door?
The fate your Leonore attends, old dunce, is at Valaire's. Huh? I saw her, none but her, enter his house, and there she stays, good sir.
Oh, stop jesting.
Look, the magistrate and notary are here to marry them.
Coercion, gentlemen, is not required. Their marriage, which is all you have desired, and what you still desire, is it not?
Yes.
May be performed upon the spot. Both parties wish it. Nothing need prevent.
The girl?
She chooses to stay within, and stubbornly refuses to show herself for fear of some miscarriage, until your signatures confirm their marriage. But look, here comes her fair Valere.
I heard your plans. You talk so loud. So I avowed you shall not enter here before you sign. I trust I make that clear?
Yes, Valere, we both agree that you shall be the husband, fond and true, of her who now is in the house with you.
Yes, so the contract reads. You all concur?
Yes, yes.
This space is vacant. You three will sign, and then the modest lady shall here insert her name. No more formality is needed to ensure complete legality.
I'm willing.
So am I, and so are you. Ariste, sign first. The honor is your due. And sign, and so will I.
All right, I'll sign, but still I don't see why.
Have patience.
We'll rejoin you in a moment.
I'll now reveal the little joker in it.
Oh, Lisette, these conceited puppies. How I hate their talk. They fairly drove me from the feet.
I thought, Lenore, they did their best to be delightful.
So thus the matter stands. So we've joined Leonore's and Valaire's loving hearts and hands. Wait! There's the hussy with her saucy maid, coming around the house as if a trick she's played.
I'm not angry, Leonore, and yet I own my grief.
But why?
Well, the heart I left so free you gave away without one word to me.
My heart is where it was. I have not altered. My deep regard for you has never faltered. I would not give you any cause for sorrow, and if you wish, I'll marry you tomorrow.
Colonel, what means this tale that you've been telling?
Leonore, you just now left Valaire's dwelling. Did you not put your hand to him right here? Have you not loved him for at least a year?
What silly talk. I've just come from the fete. Take back those yarns before it is too late. Why, who's been weaving such a web of lies? There come Isabel and Valere with magistrate and notary to seal their marriage ties.
Your pardon, sister. I misused your name in desperation. Mine is all the blame. To quit my prison and Scanarell my jailer, too, I had to make him think that I was you.
What? What? Do take it calmly, brother. Now, Elizabeth, be reconciled and laugh with all the rest.
I'm shocked. I'm stunned, Jezebel. How dare she treat me so, and after all my care? I'll go within my house and stay, and not come out for many a day.
Oh, well, come, ladies. Come, Ariste. Come to my house. We'll hold a wedding feast. Come all.
Leonore, perhaps you'll marry, too. Of course I'm willing, Ariste, if it pleases you.
Lisette, that makes 2 weddings. And if you agree, we'll add another.
I'll marry you, Auguste. All good things are free, so why not?
Why not?
Tomorrow I'll engage some way to find a way to soothe my brother's rage.
And when he's tamed, if any ladies present have lovers who are equally unpleasant or husbands who are tigers, we beseech them to send their tyrants to our school. We'll teach them.
You have been listening to The School for Husbands, a comedy by Moliere. The radio adaptation was made by Blevins Davis. The production was directed by James Church. The cast in this afternoon's performance was as follows. Ergast, Neil O'Malley. Lisette, Madeline Hooley. Ariste, Earl Larimore. Valere, William Swetland. Leonore, Irene Tedrow. Lysander, Valdemar Capel. Sylvester, Turney Walker. The lackeys, Tom Gorman and Stanley Waxman. The magistrate, James Van Dyke. Scanarell, Charles Webster. And Isabel, Selina Royal. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, at this same hour, the National Broadcasting Company will present a radio version of Love for Love by William Congreve, a play with such scintillating wit that it made its author the toast of London society. Ladies and gentlemen, Carol Dice was our soprano in this afternoon's performance. Vladimir Brenner was at the piano, and our violinist was Max Kahn. Jack Costello speaking. This was an educational feature presented by the National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York.
Now, Chapter 3. The Marriage Feast at Cana.
Do not be afraid, Mary, for thou hast found grace with God. And behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, and shalt bring forth a son. And thou shalt call his name Jesus. He shall be great, and shall be called the Son of the Most High. And the Lord God will give him the throne of David his father. And he shall be king over the throne of Jacob forever. And of his kingdom there shall be no end.
Now Andrew, the brother of Simon, was one of the two who had heard John and had followed him. And after he had broken bread with Jesus and talked with him throughout the night, he hurried to Simon's hut. And he broke in where Simon was resting.
Simon, Simon, we have found the Messiah.
Simon, versed in Scripture, and having too heard the words of John the Baptist, rose with hope and joy in his heart, and followed his brother to Jesus' hut. And Jesus was alone as they approached.
Rabbi, this is my... Thou art Simon, the son of John. Thou shalt be called Cephas,
which name, being interpreted from the Aramaic into Greek, is Peter, which means rock. And it was now about 3 months that Jesus had left his mother in Galilee, and it was time for him to return. The next day, he, with the 3 men who had been one to him, set out for Bethsaida. Meanwhile, Mary, mother of Jesus, had come to Cana to help prepare a wedding feast.
Mary, it was so good of you to come and help with the wedding.
Thank you, Deborah. It was kind of you to ask us.
But where's your son? The invitation was for him, too.
Jesus is in Judea.
Still in Judea?
Yes.
Well, I suppose he, along with the others, rushed to Bethany to see that John the Baptist.
John is his cousin, you know.
All this talk about a Messiah, a new day for the Jews. We live in hope and promise, and whatever comes of it, nothing.
But man can't live without hope.
Those old prophets talking of the golden day. Sometimes I wish they'd never made a prophecy.
Deborah.
It leads to nothing but trouble. And it has a bad effect on our children.
What do you mean?
Well, take the girls, for instance. 7 centuries ago, Isaiah prophesied, "Behold, a virgin will conceive and bear a son, and he will be king of the Jews, the Messiah." Consequently, every Jewish girl dreams and thinks she'll be the one singled out to bear the Messiah.
Deborah.
And John calling himself the Baptist. But then there was always something a bit peculiar about him. And imagine Elizabeth suddenly having a child after being barren so many years.
I, too, was with child when I visited Elizabeth.
Oh, of course, I remember. Jesus and John were born in the same year.
Yes.
Ah, God has been good to you, Mary.
Yes, God has been good to me.
To have given you such a wonderful husband, and then to have escaped from that insanity of Herod at Bethlehem. Oh, how tragic it would have been had you stayed in Bethlehem a few days longer. You went to Syria, didn't you?
No. Joseph and I took Jesus to Egypt.
We stayed until after Herod died, and then we came to Nazareth.
A premonition. That's what it was, a premonition.
Please, Deborah. We are all in the hands of God, and He will...
Oh, I'm sorry, Mary. This is no way to be chattering. So much to do, and the guests about to arrive any minute. Will you watch the oven a moment? I'll be right back.
Yes. I'll take care of it.
At Bethsaida, Jesus rested with his companions and went into the village to buy supplies. On his return, he passed a young man who could not help but look at Jesus. But because of his shy nature, he did not speak to him. This man was Philip, who had heard Andrew and Peter talking of the Master. Jesus spoke to Philip.
"Follow me."
And Philip ran to his friend Nathanael, who was sitting in the shade under a fig tree.
Nathanael.
What is it, Philip? Why do you run?
I saw him just now. He spoke to me.
What? Who spoke to you?
Jesus. He was returning from the village. He was about to pass, but then turned and spoke to me. And he said, "Follow me."
Did you?
No, I came quick to tell you. Oh, Nathanael, he did not mean I was to follow him for the moment, but forever. This I intend to do.
What? A stranger who spoke 2 words to you?
Nathanael, we have found him of whom Moses in the law and the prophets wrote. Jesus, the son of Joseph of Nazareth.
Can any good come out of Nazareth?
Come and see.
Very well, Philip, since you seem so sure.
There he is, standing in the center of the group. Come, I'll take you to him.
Behold, a true Israelite, in whom there is no guile.
Whence knowest thou me?
Before Philip called thee, when thou wast under the fig tree, I saw thee.
Rabbi, thou art the Son of God. Thou art the King of Israel.
Because I said to thee, that I saw thee under a fig tree, thou dost believe me. Greater things than these shalt thou see. Amen, amen, I say to you. You shall see heaven opened, and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man.
Mary!
Here, Deborah, by the wine jar.
Mary, Jesus is at Bethsaida.
What? How do you know?
A man just came by who saw Jesus and several other men from Galilee. They were on their way to Nazareth.
Oh, then he doesn't know I'm here.
A messenger's been sent to tell Jesus you're here, and he and his friends are to come to the wedding.
Thank you, Deborah.
Deborah, hurry with the wine. My guests are thirsty.
Coming in a moment. Oh, Mary, I almost forgot. This visitor was in a great hurry. He was on his way north to tell people the news.
What news?
Oh, there's great excitement along the Jordan. Men are saying they found the Messiah.
Deborah, what did you say? They have found a Messiah?
That's what they say. Everyone's wondering who it can be.
Deborah, will you hurry?
Right away. Mary, wouldn't it be wonderful if the long-awaited had really come?
Jesus, my son, my son.
The Talmud prescribes that the wedding festivities last 7 days, And it was the third day when Jesus and his disciples, as they now call themselves, arrived. They joined in the celebration. But at an early opportunity, Mary and Jesus withdrew to one side, near the wine jars.
Look empty. Not a drop of wine left.
Oh, goodness, and this one's empty, too.
Well, there's some in that last jar, but very little.
What happened to it?
There was some unexpected guest from Bethsaida.
Oh, heavens, now what are we to do? It will be a disgrace. Out of wine on the third day of the wedding. Everything will be ruined.
Jesus, they have no wine.
What wouldst thou have me do, woman?
Oh, the poor groom. We can't order more wine.
My hour has not yet come.
Poor Deborah.
Well, there's only one thing to do. I'll tell the groom.
Servant, wait.
Yes, you called?
This is my son, Jesus. Do whatever he tells you.
What would you have of us, Rabbi?
Fill the jars with water.
But these are the jars for purification. They will not be used at once.
Fill the jars with water.
Very well, since your mother wishes it. Come, all of you, get buckets. Fill all 6 of these jars with water from the well.
Draw out now, and take to the chief steward.
Do as he says. Fill your pitchers with water and come with me. This will be a great joke. Wait till they taste this. Water! Wait. Look at your pitchers. That's not water, it's red. Hand me a cup. I'm going to taste it. This is wine. Come. Let's take it to the chief steward.
Most excellent wine. Where did it come from?
Deborah, this is most delicious wine.
Ah, you're the sly groom.
In what way, steward? This wine...
Every man at first sets forth the good wine. And when they have drunk freely, then that which is poorer. But thou hast kept the good wine until now.
I don't know what you're talking about. You know I couldn't afford wine like this. Where did you get it?
The servants just brought it in. I assumed that you had guided them to it.
No. Servant, come here.
Yes, master.
Where did you get this wine?
We went to the jars by the shed. They were almost empty. There was a lady nearby. This lady told us to obey her son. He directed us to fill the 6 jars with water.
What? Fill the jars with water?
Yes, master.
Which one was it?
Oh, one of the late arrivals. The one they call Jesus.
Very well, but you still haven't told me where you got the wine.
From those same jars, after we had filled them with water.
What? You don't mean to tell me a stranger told you to fill those jars with water and you obeyed him? Why?
Master, there's something in his manner which causes one to obey without question.
Let that pass. So you filled the jars with water. Then what?
He told us to bring it to the chief steward, and we did.
Servant, are you telling the truth?
I swear it. We poured clear water in the jars, and as we were bringing them to you, it became red wine.
This is most strange. Servant, why didn't you report this to me at once?
We were afraid, master.
Of what were you afraid?
Master, only God has the power to make water become wine.
Filled to the brim, each with the same wine. This is unheard of.
It's a miracle. A miracle.
Can it be that... What's the matter? Why do you turn so pale?
Oh, let me sit down. That man who came by, he came from the Jordan. He said the Messiah had been found.
Yes, I've heard the rumors, but what has that to do with us here?
6 late guests came from Bethsaida.
Come, Deborah, what's on your mind?
No, it's nothing. Let's go back to the table.
Not until you tell me what you think.
Could one among those 6 be the one? You know what I mean?
The Messiah?
Yes.
Deborah, you frighten me. Say nothing of what you suspect or think or of what has happened tonight.
Have no fear of that.
This woman who spoke to Jesus, which Mary was it?
Mary of Nazareth, mother of Jesus.
Find her and bring her to me.
What do you want with her?
I must question her.
Oh, please don't.
I must know where that wine came from.
Be satisfied that you have wine. Go back to your guests, laugh and sing with them and your bride, and let the mystery of the wine be revealed in God's own time.
I must know which of our guests can do these things. Mary of Nazareth.
Here I am.
I must speak with you.
Yes?
You know that something's happened. Something mysterious and wonderful.
Yes, I know.
Where is your son?
He is with his friends.
Mary, who is your son?
He is my son.
But what is he?
Jesus is my son.
There was little wine. You spoke a few words to your son, and then there was plenty of most delicious wine. What did you say to him?
I only remarked what the servants had said. There is no wine.
Nothing more?
Nothing.
Mary, I no longer question from mere curiosity. There are many rumors afloat ever since John came out of the wilderness to preach and baptize. Certainly you, too, have heard of them.
Yes, I have heard.
Men are saying the Messiah has been found.
That, too, I have heard.
Mary, do you believe he has been found? That he is among us now, tonight?
That is not for me to say.
But, Mary, you were at the wine jars. Did you not ask that the jars be replenished?
No, I did not ask.
You merely remarked that there was no wine.
That is all.
A passing remark, perhaps prompted by a wish, and this thing happened.
Of course, I knew how disappointed everyone would be if the wine gave out. I appreciated Deborah's position.
And mine as host. I see my questions are painful to you. I'll ask no more. I sought you out to express my thanks. Good night.
Good night.
Mary, will you ask your son to bless my marriage?
That has already been done.
And the groom went back to his guests, and all drank deeply of the new wine, and they rejoiced. And the servants began to whisper among themselves. And little by little men learned that the guest from Nazareth had, in a miraculous manner, changed the water from the well into wine.
I saw it with my own eyes.
You see? I tasted the wine which a moment before was water.
I, too.
Who is this man? Where does he come from?
What is the meaning of this deed?
I was standing near them, the rabbi and his mother, but I could not hear what was said. She seemed to be asking him for something. At first, he shook his head. Then he smiled at her, and she called us over and told us to do whatever her son asked.
And we did. And there was wine in the pitchers when we carried it in. He gave us the wine at his mother's request.
Oh, she is fortunate to have such a son.
And we were fortunate he has such a mother who would ask him to do this thing.
Oh, yes.
And as I was about to tell him I had brought my brother, he spoke and called out his name, though he had never seen Simon before, saying, "Thou art the son of John. Thou shalt be called Cephas."
When Philip took me to him, he told me what I was doing, lying under a fig tree. And I at once believed Philip, who told me he had found the one of whom Moses and the prophets wrote.
He is the one of whom John spoke. There can be no doubt of it, after what has happened.
He told me I would see great things. Heaven opened, and the angels of God ascending and descending upon the Son of Man.
The dream of Jacob. When he slept, he saw the ladder standing upon the earth, and the top touching heaven. The angels also of God, ascending and descending by it, and the Lord leaning upon the ladder, saying to him, "I am the Lord God of Abraham thy father, and the God of Isaac. The land wherein thou sleepest I will give to thee, and to thy seed, and thy seed shall be the dust of the earth. And I will be thy keeper whithersoever thou goest, and will bring thee back into this land. Neither will I leave thee till I shall have accomplished all that I have said."
The Christ, the Son of God.
Son of God.
God. Son of God.
This first of his signs Jesus worked at Cana of Galilee, and he manifested his glory, and his disciples believed in him. He who had thrice rejected the bribes of Satan revealed himself in answer to his mother's unspoken thoughts. Hail Mary, Mother of Christ.
Do not be afraid, Mary, for thou hast found grace with God. And behold, thou shalt conceive in thy womb, and shalt bring forth a son. Thou shalt call his name Jesus, and he shall be called the Son of the Most High. And of his kingdom there shall be no end.